In the year 1929, in Henan, Liu Zhengting awoke to discover that he was the son of a warlord. The White Russian troops? They would be integrated, lacking firearms and artillery. He would establish his own arms factory, creating a production line for rifles and cannons, advancing the military strength at a pace that left competitors far behind. To achieve his goals swiftly, he intended to breach foreign borders and seize foreign wealth in the midst of chaos. He meticulously strategized, seizing strategic locations, training formidable troops, crafting weapons, amassing foreign currency, and vanquishing the enemy. Chapter 1. The Burning of the Yasukuni Shrine. Every citizen harbors a patriotic dream, a dream of resisting foreign invasion, and I am no exception. However, the inability to realize this dream in reality compelled me to pen this tale of resistance. This narrative unfolds steadily, not as mindless escapism. I welcome constructive criticism and encourage support and motivation from readers. Liu Zhengting, a recently discharged officer, discovered to his dismay that he had been diagnosed with cancer. As he faced the twilight of his life, he yearned to accomplish something meaningful before his demise. Thus, he joined a tourist group to Japan, intending to set ablaze the repugnant Yasukuni Shrine with his own flesh. Upon witnessing the war criminals' tags and the distorted history within the shrine, his fury could no longer be contained. He doused the flammable structure and the tags with the alcohol he had secretly brought, as well as his own body. At the moment he ignited the alcohol, Liu Zhengting's eyes widened, and he roared at the shrine's offerings. "Little devils, I curse you all. When I reach the afterlife, I will ensure your annihilation." Enduring the searing flames, Liu Zhengting accomplished what many had long desired. The agonizing pain seemed to linger in his nerves, and the suffocating smoke had yet to dissipate. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, coughing violently. However, as he regained consciousness, he noticed an unexpected absence of the anticipated searing pain in his chest, replaced instead by a peculiar, faint itch. "Water! Water!" he rasped. "The young master has awakened. Young master, you're finally awake." A delighted, elderly voice resonated beside him, followed by warm water gently flowing into his cracked lips, infused with a subtle medicinal aroma. Squinting, Liu Zhengting's hazy vision gradually sharpened, revealing a carved wooden bed frame and an antique brass lamp. This was certainly not the charred ruins of Tokyo, nor was it a sterile hospital room. He struggled to sit up, only to be restrained by a pair of frail yet strong hands. "Young master, please remain still. You have just recovered from a fever and are still weak." Before him stood an elderly man clad in a blue long gown, his white hair contrasting with the concern etched upon his face. Liu Zhengting gazed at him, bewildered, as fragmented memories flickered chaotically. A terminal diagnosis, the scent of alcohol on a cold Tokyo night, the blinding flames, the anguished cries, and the gunfire. No, he was not in Japan's Yasukuni Shrine. Was he? Wasn't he supposed to perish in the flames alongside the tags housed within the shrine? What had become of the Yasukuni Shrine? Ah, the little devils had such stringent security. If only he had managed to smuggle in explosives. Lost in thought, he suddenly confronted a pressing question. Where exactly was he? Where is this? He struggled to ask, his voice foreign to him. "Young master, you are in your own room." The elder's eyes glistened with emotion as he spoke. He continued, "You have been unconscious for 3 days, suffering from a high fever and speaking deliriously, which terrified us servants. If it weren't for Dr. Zhang's effective remedy, I shudder to think what would have happened." Youthful master? This unfamiliar term deepened Liu Zhengting's confusion. He glanced down at his hands, youthful and well-defined, albeit pale and frail, yet brimming with vitality. Nothing like the emaciated hands ravaged by illness. Anxiously, he scrutinized the elder's attire and inquired, "Sir, what year is it?" "What year?" The old man repeated, puzzled. "Indeed, what is the current date?" Liu Zhengting nodded fervently, pressing for answers. The elder furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, replied slowly, "Young master, it is the 18th year of the Republic." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhengting's heart constricted sharply. The 18th year of the Republic, which translates to 1929. There were still 8 years until the full-scale war. His eyes widened in astonishment as he thought, "Good heavens, was I not dead? How could I possibly return to this era? Where am I now?" Liu Zhengting fought to suppress the tempest within, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Young master, this is our Liu residence. What could have happened? Now that you have awakened, why are you still speaking nonsense?" The elder regarded him with an odd expression, then deftly replenished the medicine bowl beside the bed with warm water. Liu Zhengting's gaze swept across the room, falling upon a framed military photograph on the wall. The middle-aged man donned a military uniform, his eyes sharp as an eagle, with a shining star on his shoulder insignia. Who was this, the father of this body? A leader from the Republican era in the Henan region. To be precise, a veteran of the Beiyang army. At that moment, countless fragments of memories surged into his mind. It became clear that this body belonged to another soul's 20 years of life, a warlord's son, whose father commanded an army and held dominion over a territory. He had been reborn in this tumultuous era as the son of a warlord, also named Liu Zhengting, but with the courtesy named Yu. This realization ignited a fervor within him. In his past life, he had harbored grand ambitions, but had never been able to serve his country and its people. Ultimately, at the end of his life, he had taken the opportunity of traveling to Japan to self-immolate by igniting the Yasukuni shrine, believing it would mark the end of everything. Little did he know, he had transcended into a parallel timeline. Now, he not only possessed a healthy body, but also a pivotal opportunity to alter history. More importantly, he had arrived in this parallel timeline equipped with foresight of the future. Liu Zhengting struggled to rise from the bed and approach the window, pushing it open. The autumn sunlight bathed his face, accompanied by a gentle breeze. This was not a dream. He had truly returned back to a time before the war had fully erupted. Heaven, you have granted me passage to this timeline. Could it be that you wish for me to change history? Liu Zhengting clenched his fists, knuckles whitening with the intensity of his grip, his eyes gleaming with an intensity beyond his years. Moreover, I have been reborn in Henan, Luoyang, my homeland. In another parallel world, the vast land of China was nearly suffocated by the oppression of a minuscule nation. Now that I have arrived here, I shall not allow the tragedy to repeat itself. By the way, Europe is on the brink of a massive economic depression. I must devise a way to acquire funds quickly. Then I can purchase equipment from Europe and establish an arms factory. As he silently vowed, a heavy footfall suddenly echoed from outside the door. Following that, a robust voice resonated. Ding Yu has awakened? Upon hearing this voice, Liu Zhengting felt a jolt of anxiety surge within him. He slowly turned to face the door. A tall man entered with purposeful strides, clad in a blue military uniform adorned with a golden star at the collar, exuding a commanding presence. Liu Zhengting focused intently. This man was indeed the middle-aged figure from the photograph, the father of this body. As the man entered the room, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Liu Zhengting standing by the window. Upon seeing his son, his brow furrowed slightly. A mixture of concern and tension etched across his face. He hastily approached Liu Zhengting and inquired with urgency. Ding Yu? Why are you up? Liu Zhengting gazed at his father, observing a blend of concern and an undeniable authority in his eyes. However, before Liu Zhengting could utter a word, his father's gaze abruptly shifted to the elderly man standing nearby. His expression instantly darkened, and he reprimanded sternly. Old who? How have you been attending to the young master? Are you not aware that Ding Yu's health is still quite fragile? As Liu Zhengting locked eyes with the middle-aged man, he felt a twinge of anxiety, yet he endeavored to keep his voice steady, saying, Father, I am fine now, much improved. Chapter 2. No system? Parallel universe. Non-launching. The design of historical figures will be replaced. Readers are encouraged to use their imagination. All content is purely fictional. Please review with discernment. In the parallel universe during the Beiyang period, warlords were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The factions included the Jishi, Wanshi, Fengshi, Jinshi, Northwest Army, Dianshi, Sichuan Army, as well as the Yueshi and Nugue factions. In addition to these prominent factions, the Henan region also housed military forces such as the Hongwei Army, Zhensong Army, and Jianghuoyu Army. Liu Zhengting's father, Liu Dingshan, had a rather legendary past. Liu Dingshan was once a subordinate of the Grand Commander left behind in his hometown. However, a turning point in his fate occurred shortly before the Grand Commander's demise. At that time, the Grand Commander intended to relocate the capital to Luoyang and ordered Zhao Ti to establish the Hongwei Army's 400th Regiment in Henan, appointing Zhao Jie as the commander and tasked them with regrouping in Yu. Liu Dingshan, being a subordinate of the Grand Commander, was transferred to the predecessor of the Hongwei Army, taking command of one of the 6 newly formed regiments. Under Zhao Ti's command, Liu Dingshan's talents gradually came to light, earning him Zhao Ti's admiration. Following the expansion of the army, he was progressively promoted to the rank of Brigadier General of the Mixed Brigade. Yet, this promising situation did not last long. During the First Zhilifeng War, Zhao Ti made a grave error in judgment, misplacing his bets, ultimately facing defeat at the hands of Zhang Fengxian. The commander found himself in a precarious position, forced to flee and seek refuge with the Feng army led by General Zhang. Liu Dingshan, however, was reluctant to abandon his homeland. Resolutely, he led the remnants of his forces back to his hometown in Song County. Utilizing his personal prestige and family financial support, Liu Dingshan began to reorganize his troops. After all, Henan was densely populated, and the rampant banditry of the time provided him with certain advantages for recruitment. Nevertheless, Henan's central location, coupled with frequent military movements and the ravages of war, had plunged its populace into turmoil and suffering, with farmers bearing the brunt of the devastation. Concerned for his son's well-being, Liu Dingshan advised Liu Zhengting to rest more before departing. Once left alone, Liu Zhengting fell into deep contemplation. Time travel? This term had once been all the rage in his previous life, from early tales of time-traveling romance to the plethora of cinematic adaptations that followed, particularly those set during the anti-Japanese war, which he had watched many. However, Liu Zhengting had scoffed at the notion of actual time travel, deeming anyone who believed in it a fool. Yet, observing his current surroundings, he could not help but let out a wry smile. It seemed he truly was a fool. Since fate had thrust him into this new reality, he might as well embrace it. How strange. Others who traveled through time often had it easy, aided by golden fingers and systems. But what did he possess? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Suddenly, he seemed to lose control, muttering incessantly, "System? Are you there? System, come out." His demeanor resembled that of a madman. After calling out for a while with no response, he felt a rising panic. He recalled that in the stories he had read, systems typically manifested directly in the protagonist's minds. All right, Liu Zhengting slapped his forehead, realizing his approach was flawed. He needed to try using his thoughts. Thus, he quickly closed his eyes and concentrated, silently repeating, "System, are you there? System, please come forth." However, as seconds ticked by, there was still no reply. What was going on? Liu Zhengting's brow furrowed tighter. He was growing increasingly impatient. "System, are you even there? Just give me a sign." After waiting in vain for a response, he began to mumble to himself. "Could it be that I called you by the wrong name?" He then tried various titles and methods, calling it baby, wife, and even grandfather and ancestor. Yet, no matter how he called, the system remained elusive. Frustrated, Liu Zhengting couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, why don't you just show yourself? Do you even exist?" After a moment of silence, still no answer came. It was disastrous. The legendary system was absent, and there was no so-called golden finger. What was he to do? He had never anticipated that such a time-traveling event would befall him. Now, aside from his past experiences in military school and some historical knowledge, he seemed devoid of any other advantages. Stroking his chin, Liu Zhengting pondered seriously. He needed to think carefully about what advantages he truly possessed. Well, at least he had a father who was a brigadier general of a mixed brigade. However, that hardly seemed sufficient. Moreover, military power was in his father's hands, not his own. Wait, the information gap. He still had a grasp of history. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. It was now 1929. War was imminent in Luoyang. If he remembered correctly, Feng Fengxian was about to engage in conflict with Boss Zhang. At that point, the mixed brigade, cobbled together from bandits and ruffians under his father's command, might struggle to even serve as a buffer between the two sides. What about resources? He wasn't entirely sure, but based on his memories, his family should still be quite affluent. With this thought, he fell into contemplation, secretly pondering. What should he do? How should he strategize? After calming himself, Liu Zhengting began to consider all the issues thoroughly. He categorized them by importance and urgency. He ruminated until darkness enveloped the room. Just then, he heard Ubo's voice from outside. "Young master, dinner's ready. Madam asked me to inquire whether you would like to eat out or dine indoors." Distracted from his thoughts, Liu Zhengting initially intended to say he would eat indoors. However, recalling that this presented an opportunity to communicate with his father, he replied, "Ubo, I will eat with my father." He swiftly rose and headed outside. Chapter 3. The Phone. As Liu Zhengting pulled back the covers, preparing to rise from bed, His hand unexpectedly brushed against something hard. His heart skipped a beat as he quickly threw back the covers to investigate. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" Doubting his vision, he rubbed his eyes and focused once more. Indeed, what lay before him was a familiar object, a mobile phone. "No way. Am I still dreaming?" Liu Zhengting murmured, incredulous. His heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes again to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. When he opened his eyes once more, the phone remained quietly nestled in the bedding, seemingly mocking his disbelief. Without a doubt, it was indeed his own phone. Liu Zhengting's voice trembled with excitement. "I can't believe it. No system, yet I have a phone." This unexpected revelation filled him with joy, and his hands trembled slightly as he carefully picked up the phone. He took a deep breath, nervously swallowed, and then tremulously pressed the power button. A few moments later, as the screen illuminated, the phone successfully powered on. Watching the loading screen appear, Liu Zhengting was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, unable to suppress a low exclamation of gratitude. "Oh my! Thank you, heavens! At last, you have granted me a consolation prize." However, when the phone fully booted, Liu Zhengting was suddenly rendered speechless. The apps within had vanished, leaving only a solitary, useless app. What on earth does this mean? And it's a worthless app at that. Can anything appealing come from this review process? Even if it were just something to pass the time, where's the internet? Without connectivity, what can one do? After a resigned sigh, Liu Zhengting futilely fiddled with the phone, hoping to recover some of his lost files. Yet, swiping back and forth, only this singular app remained. Even the built-in applications had disappeared. "Oh, dear heavens, are you toying with me? I've traversed time to confront enemies, and you present me with this? Surely, you cannot be jesting." Liu Zhengting lamented, supporting his forehead in exasperation. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Darn it. Have all my videos disappeared too? No, my art is gone." Then, with a heart-wrenching cry, he lamented, "Oh, Jenny, my dear, those were all meticulously cached." After switching so many phones, these treasures had been preserved. Convinced that his cherished collection was truly lost, Liu Zhengting felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Following a moment of disappointment, he reluctantly opened the only app available. Upon opening it, he discovered, unsurprisingly, a lack of internet, rendering it unable to load anything. With dwindling hope, Liu Zhengting navigated to the bookshelf. To his astonishment, he found something. "Oh, there is something to read?" he exclaimed. It appeared to be cache content. Curiously, he clicked on it, discovering that this book was fully downloaded and ready for reading. A Small Character's Unusual Life? What a peculiar title. Liu Zhengting furrowed his brow, finding the name somewhat odd. Liu Yuanfang? Major? Modern military? Who would read this? Right now, I need something related to the anti-Japanese war. After flipping through a few pages, he couldn't help but grumble. The pinnacle of power, starting as a retired instructor? What utter nonsense. Retiring to become a mere instructor and yet discussing the pinnacle of power? He scoffed at the absurdity of another title, deeming the premise utterly ridiculous. Who writes this trash? Most fond of eating bean curd skin? Upon seeing the author's name, he couldn't help but chuckle. Well, that is quite a name. But I too enjoy bean curd skin, haha. Only in a foreign app could such absurdities arise. Liu Zhengting shook his head, skeptical of the quality of these offerings. I should look further to see if there is anything else related to the anti-Japanese war. Exiting the current page, he continued to search. There it is. Given the nature of this foreign app, I doubt it will teach me anything useful. Liu Zhengting sighed, seemingly lacking much hope for discovering a worthwhile book. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. "Young master, are you ready?" It turned out that Hubo had been waiting outside for Liu Zhengting. Suddenly recalling Hubo's call for dinner, he replied, "Oh, yes, I'm coming." With that, he hastily concealed his phone before stepping outside. Following Hubo, Liu Zhengting's gaze roamed the courtyard, filled with curiosity. The yard was far larger than he had anticipated. Despite being in this impoverished, backward era, the economic situation in Song County was not promising. Clearly, Liu Zhengting's family was relatively affluent in the region. The courtyard bustled with activity. In addition to the sentinels on duty, numerous servants were busy coming and going. As Liu Zhengting passed by them, the servants respectfully bowed their heads, greeting him softly with "young master." Liu Zhengting smiled in response, feeling a warm sense of familiarity with his new home. After passing 3 old walnut trees in the front yard, he finally beheld the main house. It was a typical hard mountain house of Western Henan, with a roof covered in blue tiles, devoid of extravagant stained glass, featuring only simple window frames adorned with translucent paper. Sunlight filtered through the paper, casting fragmented squares of light upon the earthen floor, imbuing the entire room with a touch of warmth. Following Hubo into the main house, Liu Zhengting felt a surge of emotion. Although this home was somewhat antiquated and far less comfortable than his previous one, it radiated simplicity and warmth. Just as Liu Zhengting was curiously surveying his new abode, a gentle, middle-aged woman's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Ah, where have you been?" The voice seemed to carry a hint of urgency and concern, evoking a warm feeling within. Turning to the source, Liu Zhengting saw a graceful and elegant middle-aged woman striding toward him. Her steps were light, yet steady, each movement exuding poise. As he gazed at this woman, an unusual sensation washed over him. Fragments of memories flashed in his mind, and after piecing them together, he finally recognized her as his mother, Zhou Wanqing. Zhou Wanqing's face was etched with worry. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes revealed deep concern for her son. Observing this, Liu Zhengting felt a pang of warmth in his heart, sensing the profound love this mother held for him. Chapter 4. Luoyang Garrison Commander Xue Jiabing. In 1929, the 18th year of the Republic, with the success of a northern expedition, Boss Chang's power was gradually expanding. Yet the presence of other warlords posed a significant threat to his regime. To weaken their influence, Boss Chang employed various political and military strategies to suppress his competitors. In March 1929, to concentrate his forces and prioritize the annihilation of the Gui faction, he allied with Feng Fengxian, promising the chairmanship of the Executive Yuan and territories in the provinces of Hubei and Henan as conditions. Feng superficially agreed to Chang's requests but was internally dissatisfied, hoping to benefit when both Chang and Gui were mutually weakened. However, Feng could not have anticipated that Boss Chang would effortlessly dismantle the Gui faction. He covertly bribed several Gui generals to defect during battle, swiftly undermining the Gui's three main forces in the Hubei and Henan regions. Simultaneously, employing methods of bribery and division, he caused 4 Gui armies in the eastern Hebei region to turn against each other. Within days, the Gui faction suffered a devastating defeat, leading to the disintegration of the 4th Group Army. After resolving the Gui faction, Boss Chang immediately turned his attention to Feng Fengxian, mobilizing troops en masse toward Shandong and Henan, creating a situation of overwhelming military pressure upon Feng's forces. Recognizing Chang's intent to eliminate the Northwest Army, Feng adopted a defensive strategy, ordering the garrison in Shandong and Henan to retreat westward to concentrate forces and shorten their front lines, solidifying the Northwest. At this point, Feng Fengxian, commander of the 2nd Group Army, commanded over 200,000 troops stationed across Shaanxi, Gansu, Henan, and Shandong provinces. Planning to adopt a defensive posture, Feng led the majority of his forces back to Tongguan, appointing his subordinate Xue Jiabing as the garrison commander in Luoyang. At that time, Luoyang was defended by over 7,000 troops under Xue Jiabing's command, alongside a nominally affiliated independent mixed brigade led by Liu Dingshan, which maintained a semi-independent status. Liu Dingshan's independent mixed brigade comprised around 2,500 men, stationed in Song County, controlling the mountainous passes at the southern gateway to Luoyang. When Xue Jiabing's messenger arrived, Liu Dingshan was in the backyard sharpening his German-made saber. The oil on the bluestone gleamed coldly, and the sound of the blade gliding echoed within the rammed earth walls, resembling his current demeanor. Brother Junfeng, long time no see, a middle-aged man, adorned with the insignia of a major general, politely greeted Liu Dingshan. "Jingji, brother, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Liu Dingshan hastily set down his saber and hurried to welcome him. This major general was Zhao Keming, currently serving as the chief of staff at the Luoyang Garrison Command. "Junfeng, brother, you seem to be quite at leisure," Zhao remarked, his boots resonating against the stone courtyard with a sound akin to metal striking rock. Clad in a major general's woolen uniform, the golden star on his epaulette glimmered with a cold light in the autumn sun. Accompanying him were his aide-de-camp and guards, equipped with newly issued chrome-plated firearms from Nanjing, their leather holsters still retaining the scent of fresh leather. At that moment, his sleeves were meticulously rolled up, revealing a Swiss watch on his wrist. Leisure, you say? This year has witnessed a severe drought, leaving the populace barren. Many have taken to the mountains last month, and my worries are mounting, Liu Zhengting replied, fully aware that Zhao's visit was not without purpose, hoping to quell his grievances. Zhao Keming instantly grasped Liu's intent and refrained from further unnecessary dialogue, directly handing over a document with a serious demeanor. Junfeng, brother, it is not just you who is struggling. We all are. However, we must first consider the bigger picture. Commander Shui has stated that the Luoyang Garrison Command requires 3,000 silver yuan and 500 stone of grain to fortify our defenses. Liu Dingshan furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, damn it, this is worse than locusts. He then solemnly replied, let us set aside the 3,000 silver yuan for now. But 500 stone of grain? Jingji, brother, where am I to procure such a quantity? Knowing that last year's harvest was poor and this year was equally dry. He lamented, you must understand this better than anyone. Instead of directly responding, Zhao Keming sidestepped the issue, hinting, Junfeng, brother, Commander Shui has only recently taken office. If you refuse at this juncture, it may embarrass him. Liu Dingshan sighed in resignation, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I understand the need to give Commander Shui face. However, I truly cannot gather such supplies. Then, a thought struck Liu Dingshan, and he quickly suggested, what if you could speak to Commander Shui on my behalf, and see if we might negotiate a lesser amount? When the autumn harvest arrives, I shall endeavor to make it up. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Keming's expression darkened. Moreover, his manner of address shifted. No longer was he the courteous Junfeng brother, but now Commander Liu. Zhao spoke sternly, Commander Liu, time waits for no one. The situation is urgent. Tensions between Huan Gong and Boschong have escalated to a boiling point, and it may soon come to blows. We cannot wait until the autumn harvest. He paused, then added, if Luoyang falls, it will not bode well for you, Commander Liu. Zhao Keming was, in fact, pressuring Liu Dingshan. As a subordinate of the Grand Commander and an old Beiyang official, Liu held a precarious position, despite having previously gained favor by sending money and supplies to Fengxian. His standing was tenuous. Aware of this dynamic, Commander Shui dispatched Zhao Keming to demand resources, knowing that Liu was in a bind. He faced a choice, either provide the resources and be drained slowly or risk military action against him. Nevertheless, Liu Dingshan had resolutely decided that he would not yield to such demands. After all, if he acquiesced to these exorbitant requests now, what would he do in the future? In these chaotic times, relentless compromise was akin to a dull knife slicing flesh, inevitably leading to one's demise. Yet, despite his steadfast resolve, Liu Dingshan feigned a look of helplessness, as if deeply troubled by the situation. With a pained expression, he sighed, I understand the reasoning, but I truly cannot provide such an abundance. He then turned to Zhao Keming, pleading earnestly, I hope Jingji brother can understand my predicament and convey the situation in Song County to Commander Shui accurately. Zhao Keming's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Liu Dingshan, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a chilling aura. His tone grew increasingly menacing, carrying an unmistakable threat. Commander Liu, are you truly this unyielding? Faced with Zhao's interrogation, Liu Dingshan merely managed a wry smile before slowly explaining, Jingji brother, one cannot phrase it this way. I am not unwilling to cooperate. It is simply that I lack the means. Seeing this, Zhao Keming snorted coldly, abruptly rising from his seat and delivering a harsh ultimatum. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and led his subordinates out of the room. Observing Zhao Keming's departing figure, Liu Dingshan's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. Just as Zhao was about to step out the door, Liu Dingshan called out with feigned cordiality, Oh, Chief of Staff Zhao, please do not leave just yet. Stay for a meal before you go. Humph. You can eat alone, Commander Liu, Zhao Keming retorted, leaving without a backward glance. Chapter 5, Journey to Shanghai. Liu Dingshan, hands clasped behind his back, strode purposefully toward the main hall. Along the way, the busy servants paused their tasks, respectfully calling out, Sir. Typically, he would nod in acknowledgement of their greetings, but in his current agitated state, Liu had no time for pleasantries. Upon entering the hall, his son Liu Zhengting and mother Zhou Wanqing, having heard the servants' calls, quickly rose to greet him. Upon entering, Liu Dingshan immediately spotted his son, Liu Zhengting, standing to one side. After a brief moment of surprise, he asked with genuine concern. Ding you? Why are you out and about instead of resting in your room? Liu Zhengting replied promptly, Father, my fever has subsided, and I have sweated it out. There is no need to worry. Liu Dingshan nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see. It is good to get some fresh air. Being cooped up is indeed not ideal. After saying this, Liu Dingshan took his seat at the head of the table. Once he was seated, Zhou Wanqing and Liu Zhengting gradually followed suit. As Zhou Wanqing settled in, her gaze fell upon Liu Dingshan's face, which bore a solemn expression, hinting at unspoken troubles. She then took the initiative to inquire, Dear, you seem troubled. What weighs on your mind? At her words, Liu Dingshan, who had just picked up his chopsticks, suddenly slammed them down onto the table. Frowning, he cursed, Damn that Xue Jiabin. This bastard just got appointed as the Luoyang garrison commander by Feng Fengxian and has already tried to extort me. With that, Liu Dingshan, brimming with frustration, recounted the events of Zhao Keming's visit. What? They demand so much. Zhou Wanqing exclaimed, astonished. Liu Zhengting, recalling the name Xue Jiabin from memory, understood who he was but was not well versed in the local warlord dynamics, and thus could offer no substantial advice. However, he was familiar with Feng Fengxian. Concerned, Liu Zhengting asked, Father, what do you plan to do? With a temper flaring, Liu Dingshan scoffed and exclaimed, What can I do? It's all for naught. I have over 2,000 men under my command, and they cannot even get enough to eat. Where am I to find the means to supply him? As soon as he recalled Zhao Keming's threatening words, his anger intensified, and he began to curse vehemently. How dare he think of taking advantage of me without even looking at his own worthless self? Observing her man's fury, Zhou Wanqing hurriedly raised her glass and offered it to him, saying, Dear, please don't be angry. Have a drink to soothe your temper. Once Liu Dingshan's fury had somewhat subsided, Liu Zhengting quietly cautioned, Father, this Xue Jiabing is a man of Commander Feng. If you refuse him, aren't you concerned about potential retaliation? Upon hearing this, Liu Dingshan scoffed disdainfully. Was he really? When I was leading troops in a battle, he was merely a lowly foot soldier under Feng Fengxian. He paused for a moment and continued indignantly. If it weren't for that Feng guy, who shifts allegiances like a weather vane, relying on such tactics to rise, how could Xue Jiabing have achieved his current status? The more Liu Dingshan spoke, the more animated he became, ultimately declaring with grandiosity, I'm not boasting, but if he dares to come, I assure you he won't leave unscathed. After this, Liu Dingshan appeared to have calmed down considerably. He casually picked up a piece of meat and began to chew slowly. Then, with a meaningful glance at Liu Zhengting, he remarked, Ding Yu, why do I feel that since you graduated from military school these past few years, your courage has diminished? Liu Zhengting was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond, and thus bowed his head to eat in silence. However, Liu Dingshan did not dwell on it. After a while, he suddenly asked, By the way, Ding Yu, now that you're well, what are your plans? You're not a child anymore. Do you intend to follow in your father's footsteps and serve in the military, or do you aspire to be a wealthy gentleman? He looked at Liu Zhengting with a blank expression, yet there was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Liu Zhengting had been uncertain about how to broach the subject of joining the military with his father. To his surprise, Liu Dingshan brought it up himself. Thus, Liu Zhengting stood up immediately, his demeanor solemn as he replied, Father, they say that a father and son fight together in battle. I will certainly follow you into the military. Hearing his son's words, Liu Dingshan was instantly elated, exclaiming, Excellent. Just like my son, Liu Junfeng. Then you shall report to the army tomorrow. However, despite his joy, Liu Dingshan insisted on maintaining decorum. Soon, he wiped the smile from his face and said with a serious tone, However, you must start as a platoon leader. He then emphasized also, once in the barracks, you must adhere to military rules. You cannot leverage your status as my son to abuse privileges. Do you understand? Yes, I will certainly heed your teachings, father. Liu Zhengting assured him with a firm nod. Liu Dingshan nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to sit down. All right, let us eat. Nevertheless, Liu Zhengting did not sit down immediately. After a moment of hesitation, he displayed a look of hesitation. Upon noticing his son's unusual demeanor, Liu Dingshan raised his glass and inquired, What is it? Do you have something else to discuss? Father, before that, I wish to go to Shanghai. Liu Zhengting stated after careful contemplation. Upon hearing his son's words, Liu Dingshan and Zhou Wanqing exchanged surprised and puzzled glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. Shanghai. The bustling city of 10 miles? Liu Dingshan furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. What do you intend to do there? He gulped down his drink abruptly, seemingly displeased with his son's decision. Sensing his father's misunderstanding, Liu Zhengting quickly clarified, Father, I wish to go to Shanghai to procure arms. Currently, our equipment is subpar. There are many foreign firms in Shanghai, and I hope to purchase a batch of arms from them to strengthen our troops. Liu Dingshan nodded slightly, but then expressed his concern. Oh? Procure arms? But you don't know anyone there. What if you get cheated? Father, rest assured. I studied in Germany and have seen the world, Liu Zhengting reassured him. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Dingshan felt that his son was pursuing a legitimate endeavor and decided not to dampen his spirits. Thus, he consented. Well then, if you were so confident, give it a try. Chapter 6, Procuring Arms. By the year 1929, Shanghai had risen to become the largest city in Asia. It glittered like a brilliant pearl embedded in the eastern lands. This city, torn by multiple forces in the tide of time, is a crucible of myriad conflicts. Yet it bursts forth with an extraordinary vitality born from such turmoil. It stands as the most dazzling modern oriental metropolis, overflowing with opulence and excess, while simultaneously reflecting the concentrated contradictions of a semi-colonial, semi-feudal society, where prosperity clashes violently with decay, opportunity with peril. In this city rife with infinite possibilities, some achieve overnight wealth, while others suffer total ruin. Here, some chase dreams, while others lose themselves. It is both the paradise for adventurers and potentially their hell. At Shanghai Railway Station, throngs of people surged, creating a cacophony of noise. Clad in a black suit, Liu Zhengting, surrounded by several guards who had changed into civilian attire, slowly descended from the train. His stride was steady and confident, his eyes radiating the youthful vigor and determination characteristic of his age. That evening, Liu Dingshan had promised him 80,000 yuan for procuring equipment in Shanghai. As a minor warlord, Liu Dingshan possessed a certain amount of private wealth. Additionally, his wife, Zhou Wanqing, hailed from one of the wealthiest merchant families in the area. However, before his departure, Zhou Wanqing, worried for her son, secretly slipped him an additional 200,000 yuan in promissory notes. 100,000 yuan is indeed a significant sum for an ordinary person, yet it may prove insufficient for military procurement. Nevertheless, Liu Zhengting had no other recourse but to strive to acquire a batch of weapons first, thereby proving his capabilities to Liu Dingshan. Upon disembarking from the train, Liu Zhengting led his guards to a restaurant for a simple meal. After dining, he headed directly to the most renowned Lihe foreign firm. The choice to approach Lihe was partly due to his previous studies in Germany and partly because he was familiar only with German weaponry. Furthermore, during the train ride to Shanghai, he had learned much about the history of 1929 from foreign sources. Weighing all factors, he deemed Lihe foreign firm the most reliable for arms procurement. Inside the Lihe foreign firm, a middle-aged man clad in a finely tailored suit stood before Liu Zhengting, wearing a disingenuous smile. His voice carried a hint of flattery, yet also an undertone of condescension towards Liu Zhengting. Mr. Liu, if you're considering procuring the Mauser 1924 rifles, we can offer you a very favorable price of only 150 yuan each. His tone was casual, as if this price were a tremendous bargain. He further added, moreover, each rifle will come with 1,000 rounds of ammunition, which is quite a deal. Upon hearing this price, Liu Zhengting furrowed his brow tightly, disbelief etched across his face. How much? 150 yuan? You cannot be serious. The middle-aged man, clearly taken aback by Liu Zhengting's reaction, displayed a flicker of undisguised disdain in his eyes. He slightly raised his chin and replied with an arrogant tone, Mr. Liu, this has always been our price at Lihe foreign firm. He paused for effect and continued, furthermore, had you not proposed to procure arms for an entire regiment, I would not have been able to offer you such a favorable price. At this point, a smirk crept onto his lips, as if mocking Liu Zhengting's ignorance of the market. Nonchalantly, he added, of course, if you find this price too steep and cannot afford it, you are welcome to explore other foreign firms. Upon concluding his remarks, he cast not another glance at Liu Zhengting, departing directly and summoning a waiter to attend to him. Although Liu Zhengting felt displeased with the attitude of the comprador, he suppressed his irritation and inquired of the waiter about the prices of the machine guns, mortars, and artillery. To his dismay, upon hearing the quoted prices, Liu Zhengting was incensed. It became evident that these compradors, acting as sycophants for foreign interests, exploited the client's unfamiliarity with the internal pricing of foreign firms, presenting exorbitant figures. For instance, the price for a 1924 Mauser rifle was quoted to Liu Zhengting at double the cost he had encountered in Nanjing. Such a steep price was absurd. Only a fool would consider purchasing at such rates. Liu Zhengting had brought with him 100,000 taels of silver, and at this price, he could procure merely a few hundred rifles. What could a few hundred rifles achieve? After exiting Lihangyang, Liu Zhengting spent several days exploring other foreign firms, only to find that his experiences were uniformly disappointing. The prices quoted by these compradors were more outrageous than those of the foreigners themselves. After leaving yet another firm, Liu Zhengting muttered to himself with a grave expression, "This cannot continue. It appears I must devise a strategy to bypass these compradors and directly approach the senior agents of the foreign firms." The senior agents of these firms were the elite of the expatriate community, predominantly hailing from the upper echelons of Western society, such as British nobility and descendants of German industrial families. They were the key players in the foreign concession social circles, holding the reins of Sino-foreign trade, especially in strategic materials such as arms and industrial equipment. Meanwhile, these compradors merely acted as local agents for the senior agents. However, while Liu Zhengting navigated through various foreign firms, his actions drew the attention of certain individuals. Upon returning to their hotel empty-handed and utterly fatigued, a Caucasian man suddenly appeared before them. The guards immediately sensed something was amiss and swiftly positioned themselves before Liu Zhengting, drawing their pistols with the barrels ominously aimed at the man. Faced with this unexpected scene, the Caucasian appeared visibly flustered. He hastily raised his hands, repeatedly exclaiming, "Easy there, fellows, I mean no harm." Liu Zhengting, standing behind the guards, calmly assessed the situation. Observing the man's demeanor and actions, he surmised that he bore no ill intent. Thus, he decisively ordered the guards to lower their weapons. After all, they were in Shanghai, within the concession, where a misstep could lead to unnecessary complications. The guards reluctantly holstered their pistols, yet remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the man and their surroundings. The guard accompanying Liu Zhengting to Shanghai were seasoned veterans under his father's command, each having weathered the storms of battle. Liu Zhengting pushed past the guards and approached the Caucasian man, asking, "Who are you? We seem not to have met before." The man glanced around, seemingly ensuring their safety, then lowered his voice conspiratorially, saying, "Sir, are you here to procure arms?" Chapter 7. The Exiled White Russian. Liu Zhengting's gaze fell upon the Caucasian man before him. He appeared to be in his 30s, tall, with fair skin, a pronounced nose, and deep, piercing blue eyes. However, what drew attention was not merely his appearance, but also his somewhat tattered clothing, which seemed incongruous with his overall demeanor. In this era, foreigners in Shanghai typically enjoyed a comfortable life. Liu Zhengting, intrigued, inquired, "Is that so? Which firm do you represent? And how do you know I seek to purchase arms?" The man shook his head, deliberately lowering his voice. "I am not affiliated with any firm." Liu Zhengting was taken aback. He had initially presumed the man to be a representative of some foreign firm, given the considerable influence they wielded in Shanghai at that time. However, the man's unexpected response only heightened Liu Zhengting's curiosity about his true identity. Steeling himself, Liu Zhengting pressed further. "Oh, not with a firm? Then what is your occupation?" The man's eyes began to dart nervously, frequently glancing around, as if wary of his surroundings. After a moment, he finally murmured, "Sir, could we perhaps move to a different location to converse? This place is too public and not suitable." Liu Zhengting, perceptive to the man's unease, speculated that the source of his arms might be questionable. Nevertheless, his primary concern lay with the cost-effectiveness of the arms. As long as the price was reasonable and the quality reliable, he cared little for their origin. Following a brief contemplation, Liu Zhengting nodded in agreement. Approximately an hour later, the Caucasian man led Liu Zhengting and his entourage to a secluded area on the outskirts of Shanghai. During their journey, Liu Zhengting attempted to glean information through subtle inquiries, ultimately learning only that the man was named Komarov. Despite Liu Zhengting's persistent questioning, the man remained reticent about other details. Upon arriving in the rural vicinity, Liu Zhengting surveyed his surroundings, his unease intensifying. The locale was so remote that it clearly did not serve as a conventional trading venue. Were it not for the presence of several guards, each armed and resolute, he would have turned back long ago. Doubts about the man's true intentions began to swirl in Liu Zhengting's mind, and he felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the impending transaction. With a sense of foreboding, Liu Zhengting halted abruptly, his expression vigilant as he queried, "Mr. Komarov, where exactly are you taking me?" "Do not be so anxious, Liu. We shall soon arrive at our destination," Komarov replied, having discerned Liu Zhengting's agitation, hastily offering reassurance. However, Liu Zhengting remained unmoved. He shook his head vigorously, his countenance resolute, as if leaving no room for negotiation. "No, you must tell me who you truly are at once. Otherwise, there will be no cooperation." His gaze bore into Komarov's, awaiting a response. Komarov was evidently taken aback by Liu Zhengting's steadfastness, momentarily pausing before responding in halting Chinese. "Liu, are you truly certain you wish to proceed this way? We are almost at the location. If you leave, you will undoubtedly regret it." His tone hinted at a veiled threat, suggesting that departing now would mean missing a significant opportunity. Nevertheless, Liu Zhengting remained undeterred. A derisive smile crept onto his lips as he turned without hesitation, striding back the way they had come. The guards who accompanied Liu Zhengting showed no hesitation, swiftly following suit as they turned to leave. As Liu Zhengting and his guards retreated, Komarov's expression darkened considerably. He muttered a curse in his native tongue. "Damn it! These Chinese are utterly cowardly." Yet, despite his simmering anger, Komarov found himself powerless. As Liu Zhengting continued to distance himself, he could no longer contain himself and called out, "Hey, Liu, don't leave yet. Can't I tell you?" Upon hearing Komarov's words, Liu Zhengting finally paused. Komarov hurried to catch up, and Liu Zhengting regarded him with a confident smile, awaiting his reply. With palpable frustration, Komarov exclaimed, "You Chinese are simply too timid." Subsequently, Kima Luofu took a deep breath and slowly stated, "In truth, my name is Vladimir Ivanovich Kima Luofu, and I am a White Russian." He was once a captain in the 12th Dragoon Regiment of the Tsarist Russian Army. Following the revolution in Tsarist Russia, he and his compatriots were abruptly transformed into exiles overnight, fleeing from the advancing forces of the revolution. Amidst the tumultuous wave of White Russian exiles, they were compelled to wander, moving between Harbin and various locations in northeast China. Historical records indicate that the number of White Russian exiles at that time reached as high as 200,000. Fortunately, after escaping from the Crimean Peninsula, Kima Luofu and his companions managed to board a ship bound for Shanghai. However, upon their arrival in this bustling metropolis, they soon realized that although it was a paradise for the wealthy, it was far from welcoming for them, the penniless fugitives. As dispossessed individuals, they feared expulsion and dared not utilize their stockpile of arms. Consequently, they could only engage in menial labor to survive in this unfamiliar land, while simultaneously selling the military equipment they had brought with them at a pittance. Upon learning about Kima Luofu's identity and background, Liu Zhengting's concerns dissipated. As a time traveler, he was well aware of the White Russians, particularly as the current General Go-Ro had a contingent of White Russian soldiers under his command. Understanding Kima Luofu's identity alleviated much of Liu Zhengting's apprehension. Under Kima Luofu's guidance, they walked for over 20 minutes until they arrived at an abandoned factory spanning approximately 3 acres. Since the workers had gone on strike, the factory had been left to ruin, now serving as an ark for these White Russian refugees. After Liu Zhengting and his companions entered, Kima Luofu introduced them to a middle-aged man. Compared to Kima Luofu, this man exuded a more commanding presence and had a more resolute gaze. Kima Luofu stepped forward and introduced Liu. "Allow me to present our commander, Colonel Mikhail, formerly the leader of the 14th Cossack Cavalry Regiment." Subsequently, he introduced Liu Zhengting to Colonel Mikhail in their native language. "Welcome, Mr. Liu." Colonel Mikhail nodded and greeted him warmly. Liu Zhengting extended his right hand and responded amicably. "Greetings, Colonel Mikhail." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Colonel Mikhail and Kima Luofu led Liu Zhengting toward the basement of the factory. Along the way, Liu Zhengting's attention was captured by the scene before him. He observed that many individuals inhabited this derelict factory: men, women, children, and even a number of the elderly. The population residing within the dilapidated factory appeared substantial. However, their clothing was exceedingly tattered. Particularly, The children were clad in garments fashioned from repurposed military uniforms. Witnessing their living conditions sparked a seemingly feasible idea within Liu Zhengting. Upon finally descending into the basement, a damp and unpleasant odor assaulted his senses. The stench was a mixture of machine oil and an indescribable foulness. Liu Zhengting furrowed his brow but persevered, following Colonel Mikhail and Kima Luofu. After descending 12 steps, he arrived at the basement's bottom. Illuminated by the dim light of a lantern, he was astonished to see a mountain of weapons stacked before him. These arms were neatly arranged, including Mosin-Nagant M1891 rifles encased in boxes and Maxim M1910 machine guns wrapped in canvas, not to mention mortars. Liu Zhengting's gaze traced down the corridor, where he noticed an iron cabinet at the end, orderly stacked with boxes of ammunition. The sheer quantity of these weapons and munitions left him somewhat astounded. Chapter 8. A Lion's Demand. Liu Zhengting crouched down and picked up a Mosin-Nagant, the rifling within the chamber still clearly visible. He recognized this type of rifle, having seen his father, Liu Dingshan, purchase them from the Northwest Army. However, he strove to suppress his excitement and surprise, maintaining a calm demeanor as he slowly remarked, "The quality seems satisfactory. Now, let us discuss the price." Kima Luofu and Colonel Mikhail did not perceive any shock or delight on Liu Zhengting's face. Their expressions were notably grave. At Colonel Mikhail's prompting, Kima Luofu approached the neatly arranged weapons and picked up a well-maintained rifle, solemnly stating the price. "Very well, Mr. Liu, our Mosin-Nagant rifles are priced at 35 taels each, including the bayonet and ammunition. The Maxim M1910 machine guns are 2,000 taels each, and for the mortars, they are priced at 5,000 taels apiece. Of course, this includes the shells and ammunition." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhengting turned to Colonel Mikhail, a hint of skepticism in his gaze, and said, "Colonel Mikhail, don't you think this price is somewhat inappropriate?" Liu Zhengting's reasoning stemmed from the fact that although these prices were lower than those quoted by foreign trading houses, they were only marginally so. At that time, the domestic price for Mosin-Nagants was quite low. Liu Zhengting was not attempting to drive the price down intentionally. In 1922, the price of a Mosin-Nagant rifle sold by Czech mercenaries in Vladivostok was 13 taels each. By 1929, a Hanyang rifle cost merely 30 taels, and a brand new Mosin-Nagant, including bayonet and ammunition, sold for around 30 taels in Shanghai's black market, albeit with inconvenient purchasing channels. Colonel Mikhail paused for a moment before smiling and replying, "Mr. Liu, if you require a considerable quantity, we can negotiate on this price. How many do you estimate you need?" Liu Zhengting observed the boxes and inquired, "Approximately how many do you have?" 2,000 rifles, 20 machine guns, and 8 82mm M1914 mortars, Kima Luofu replied, his eyes glimmering with hope that Liu Zhengting would purchase all the arms. Meanwhile, Liu Zhengting felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Kima Luofu's figures. Such a substantial amount of weaponry could easily reconstitute 2 ragtag brigades. In that moment, Liu Zhengting also sensed the eagerness in the eyes of the 2 White Russians. He understood that if he could indeed purchase all these weapons, it would undoubtedly be a significant relief for them. They would no longer need to engage in clandestine arms trading or fret over their daily sustenance. After all, the arms trade in Shanghai was dominated by foreign trading houses and gangs. However, Liu Zhengting did not acquiesce immediately. He calmly addressed Kima Luofu, stating, "I can buy them all, but I simply cannot accept this price." Kima Luofu fixed his gaze on Liu Zhengting, his expression serious as he pressed, "Oh? What price do you have in mind?" Liu Zhengting took a deep breath and then proclaimed his desired price. 15 taels for each rifle, 1,200 taels for each machine gun, and 2,500 taels for each mortar. "What?" Kima Luofu and Colonel Mikhail exclaimed simultaneously, clearly astonished by Liu Zhengting's quoted prices. "Impossible! We could never accept such a price." Colonel Mikhail's face contorted with anger, his eyes wide with indignation as he openly expressed his fury and dissatisfaction. Kima Luofu glared at Liu Zhengting, his voice low and intense. "Liu, you are being excessively greedy. The prices we offered are already lower than those of the foreign trading houses." Liu Zhengting responded with confidence. "While your prices are indeed lower than those of the foreign trading houses, they're still not low enough. Moreover, not all of these weapons are brand new." Having spoken, he opened one of the chests and, retrieving a rifle, addressed them, "Examine this rifle. it is evidently used. As for the remaining Maxim guns and mortars, I presume they have also been employed by you? Komarov retorted. Even if these are not brand new, they are nearly as good. Moreover, we are offering bullets and shells for free. If you were to procure from a foreign firm, you would have to pay separately for these. Liu Zhengting shook his head and, with an air of indifference, replied, I am unconcerned. If you do not agree to my offer, then so be it. Komarov glared at Liu Zhengting, gritting his teeth as he remarked, Humph, I perceive you are short on funds, are you not? In response to Komarov's words, Liu Zhengting sneered disdainfully and turned to leave. Initially, Komarov had intended to provoke Liu Zhengting, believing his youth would make him susceptible to agitation. However, both he and Mikhail were taken aback when Liu Zhengting promptly turned to depart. In a moment of desperation, Komarov opened his mouth to protest, but was halted by Mikhail's gaze. In Colonel Mikhail's eyes, Liu Zhengting was merely performing for them, aiming to drive down the price. Yet, as Liu Zhengting ascended the steps, he showed no inclination to halt, causing Colonel Mikhail's anxiety to swell. Finally, when Liu Zhengting had ascended halfway, Colonel Mikhail could no longer contain himself and shouted, Wait, Mr. Liu. Liu Zhengting turned calmly to face Colonel Mikhail, curious as to what he would say. Mikhail, suppressing his frustration, endeavored to maintain a composed tone, stating, Mr. Liu, the price you proposed is simply unacceptable. If you are determined to purchase all the arms, we can negotiate the price further. How does that sound? However, before Colonel Mikhail could finish his sentence, Liu Zhengting decisively turned away again. Accompanied by his guards, he strode out of the basement, leaving Colonel Mikhail standing there, his face aflame with anger. Upon witnessing Liu Zhengting's exit from the basement, Colonel Mikhail finally lost control of his fury, exclaiming, Damn it, this young man is nothing short of a bandit. I have never encountered anyone so brazen in bargaining. Once Colonel Mikhail had vented his anger, the equally infuriated Komarov reluctantly spoke up, Colonel, please calm down. What should we do now? Our provisions have been entirely depleted, and the children have no bread to eat. His voice betrayed a hint of anxiety and helplessness, and he added, Moreover, it seems the local gangs and foreign firms have taken notice of us. They appear to have sensed something amiss. Taking a deep breath, Komarov continued, to make matters worse. The police in the French concession arrested several of our soldiers 3 days ago. Those Frenchmen and the German firms are all cut from the same cloth. If they learn from the captured soldiers that we are indeed selling arms, they will surely not let us off lightly. Colonel Mikhail, already seething with anger, felt his frustration erupt further upon hearing Komarov's words. He paced back and forth in the room, contemplating a course of action. After a considerable time, Colonel Mikhail finally halted his steps. Sighing in resignation, he said to Komarov, Very well, summon that bandit back. I will acquiesce to his demands. Chapter 9. Hiring the White Russians. Sir, are we really not purchasing even a little? Their prices are indeed cheaper than those of the foreign firms. One of Liu Zhengting's guards could no longer contain his curiosity. Liu Zhengting surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice, saying, We shall buy. Not only will we buy, but we will acquire everything. The person beside him, astonished, inquired, Huh? Then why are you leaving? Liu Zhengting glanced around and explained in a hushed tone, I am negotiating. Just wait and see. They will surely come to us soon. The guard, still somewhat concerned, pressed, What if they do not come? Liu Zhengting confidently replied, That is absolutely impossible. They will definitely seek us out. Then he gestured toward the nearby group of women and children, continuing, Look at these women and children. They are not only dressed in rags, but are also emaciated, their faces gaunt. If they do not sell to me, will they continue to starve? Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's analysis, his guards displayed expressions of admiration, nodding in agreement. After a pause, he added, Moreover, this is Shanghai. These White Russians are refugees and have no right to sell arms here. Otherwise, they would not be operating in secrecy. Liu Zhengting was resolute. He not only intended to acquire this batch of arms, but also had his sights set on these White Russians. Through his studies, he was aware of the historical context of the White Russians. Those who had fled to Shanghai were largely educated intellectuals and workers. If he could take them in, the benefits would be unmistakable. Just as Liu Zhengting finished speaking, Komarov's voice called out from behind, Liu, wait, Liu. Liu Zhengting glanced back at his guards and then turned, his expression impassive as he asked, What is it, Komarov? With reluctance, Komarov, his expression unfriendly, fixed his gaze on Liu Zhengting and said, "Liu, our colonel has agreed to your terms. Please come back." Just as Komarov was about to turn away, he suddenly turned back, a look of confusion crossing his face as he asked Liu Zhengting, "What is it, Liu? Is there something else?" Komarov's tone carried a hint of impatience, clearly expressing his annoyance with Liu Zhengting. Unfazed by Komarov's demeanor, Liu Zhengting smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "I have one more condition. If you agree to it, I will consent to purchase this batch of arms." Upon hearing this, Komarov's initial dissatisfaction transformed into disbelief. His eyes widened in astonishment as he glared at Liu Zhengting, indignantly questioning, "What? You still wish to impose conditions?" In the face of Komarov's inquiry, Liu Zhengting remained remarkably composed. He did not even raise an eyebrow, simply responding, "Indeed." Komarov, nearly leaping in anger, cursed in Russian, "Damn it, what a greedy bandit." Although Liu Zhengting could not comprehend Russian, he could discern from Komarov's expression that he was certainly being insulted. Komarov was indeed infuriated by Liu Zhengting's audacity. Nonetheless, he recognized that this was not the moment for a temper tantrum. In order to finalize this transaction and ensure the survival of their group of White Russians, he hesitated for a few seconds before mustering the courage to ask, "Very well, please share your condition." Observing a shift in Komarov's attitude, Liu Zhengting's smile broadened. He cleared his throat and then slowly articulated, "My condition is to hire you." "What? Hire us?" Komarov exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in shock, looking incredulously at Liu Zhengting. Liu Zhengting nodded, "Yes." Once Komarov was certain Liu Zhengting was not jesting, he pondered his words with a serious expression. After a moment, he replied solemnly, "I cannot make that decision. You should speak directly to our colonel." Subsequently, Komarov gestured for them to proceed back to the basement once more. "What? They wish to hire us?" Colonel Mikhail, equally astonished, turned to Komarov. "Indeed, Colonel." They conversed loudly in Russian. In truth, Liu Zhengting's proposition was a rather advantageous suggestion for them. Due to the Russian government's abolition of citizenship for all political exiles in 1921, they have become stateless individuals. These refugees, fleeing from purges, now find themselves destitute, without a nation to rely on, ultimately relegated to the lower echelons of society. Furthermore, lacking the essential skills to survive in the international city of Shanghai, particularly the command of the English language, they are unable to secure decent positions in foreign enterprises. Many are also unfamiliar with the Chinese language and are not suited for manual labor, rendering them incapable of competing with Chinese laborers. According to Liu Zhengting, the earliest wave of White Russian refugees in Shanghai often relied on their wives or daughters working as dancers to support their families. The opportunity to sell arms could yield a significant income. However, without identity and employment prospects, what would they do after the arms trade dwindles? Would they simply consume their remaining resources? Yet, these fleeing White Russians are not without precedents for employment. For instance, the White Russian refugees in northeast China found themselves under the command of General Goro. After much contemplation, Colonel Mikhail finally broke his silence. His expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Zhengting as he spoke slowly. "Liu, if you wish to employ us, it is not out of the question." He paused before adding, "However, you must prove your capabilities to us." Liu Zhengting discerned the underlying meaning in Colonel Mikhail's words. He straightened his posture and proudly replied, "My father is a warlord commanding over 10,000 trained soldiers. Is that not sufficient proof of my strength?" As Liu Zhengting's words hung in the air, both Colonel Mikhail and Komarov displayed expressions of astonishment. They had evidently not anticipated that Liu Zhengting possessed such a formidable background. Moreover, Liu Zhengting's guards, upon hearing their young master's declaration, also wore looks of shock. Their simplicity rendered them oblivious to why their master would utter falsehoods. No wonder he could amass such arms. He was indeed the son of a warlord, Mikhail exclaimed in realization, turning to Komarov with surprise. Finally, Mikhail, somewhat excitedly, said, "Very well, if that is the case, let us discuss the terms of employment." Chapter 10. Xue Jiabing's Deployment. In the 18th year of the Republic of China, 1929, Xue Jiabing, the commander stationed in Luoyang, resolved to eliminate Liu Dingshan's ragtag army after learning of Liu's refusal to provide him with provisions. After plotting for half a month, Xue Jiabing left a portion of his troops under the command of Chief of Staff Zhao Keming to guard Luoyang, while he personally led the main force toward Song County. Following his investigations over the past 2 weeks, Xue Jiabing had gained a thorough understanding of the independent mixed brigade under Liu Dingshan's command. Liu Dingshan's independent mixed brigade was not insignificant, comprising 3 infantry battalions and 2 cavalry troops. The 1st battalion consisted of about 800 men, over half of whom were seasoned veterans who had fought alongside Liu Dingshan in numerous battles. They were equipped with 250 Hanyang-made rifles, 200 of which had been seized from Wu Xiaocai's defeated soldiers. Additionally, there were 50 old Mauser rifles from Germany, their barrels sawed off for ease of quick draw and shooting in dense jungles. The 2nd battalion numbered approximately 700, mostly local knife fighters from Song County. In addition to their firearms, each carried a foot-long, ghost-headed knife, projecting a fierce demeanor. Before joining Liu Dingshan, many had been bandits robbing the rich to aid the poor, and had seen their share of bloodshed. This battalion's equipment was rather disorganized, with 100 Mauser rifles imitated from the Henan Machinery Bureau and 200 locally made single-shot rifles. The remaining unarmed soldiers were equipped with gleaming machetes and spears fitted with barbs. The 3rd battalion, Liu Dingshan's Guard Battalion, comprised 400 men. This unit was specifically tasked with guarding Liu Dingshan's residence, munitions depots, and granaries. Each soldier was armed, and their combat effectiveness was commendable. They possessed 100 carbines and 300 Hanyang rifles, the most prized of which were 2 Maxim machine guns acquired last winter in exchange for 10 fine horses from the Jinsui army, their water-cooled jackets polished to perfection. Lastly, there were 2 cavalry troops, Liu Dingshan's trump cards. The 1st cavalry troop consisted of 120 men, all mounted on Mongolian horses seized from Wu Xiaocai, each armed with a shortened cavalry rifle and a saber adorned with brass wolf heads. The 2nd cavalry troop had 100 men mounted on local mixed-breed horses, equipped slightly less well, but each soldier carried a saber and 2 homemade grenades, made from wine jars filled with explosives and fuses soaked in tung oil. Including the county militia, primarily composed of hunters from various villages capable of operating local artillery, the total strength amounted to 3,020 men. Yet, fewer than 2,000 could truly be deemed soldiers. Overall, Liu Dingshan's forces were inferior in equipment compared to Xue Jiabing's. However, every soldier had seen battle, and their fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. In stark contrast, Xue Jiabing's 2 brigades presented a different scenario. As the commander stationed in Luoyang, he directly controlled 2 fully organized brigades, totaling approximately 600 to 800 troops. These brigades were remnants of Feng Xian's loyal troops left behind during his withdrawal from Luoyang, equipped with relatively superior arms, such as Czech machine guns and Hanyang rifles. Nevertheless, being newly formed brigades, their combat efficacy remained untested. The 17th Organized Brigade, Main Brigade, consisted of 4,200 men, all armed with Hanyang rifles, produced in 1924 with clearly defined rifling. With each company outfitted with 3 Czech light machine guns, a total of 36 across the brigade. A machine gun company under direct command of the brigade, with 6 Maxim machine guns, and a mortar platoon, 2 82mm mortars. The 21st Organized Brigade comprised 3,400 men, with slightly inferior equipment, including 2,000 Hanyang rifles and 1,000 imitations of Mauser rifles produced by the Gongxian Arsenal in Henan. Each company was also equipped with 2 light machine guns, a total of 24. Additionally, there were 2 75mm mountain guns, captured from Wu Peifu's former troops, with 30 shells. Ultimately, the headquarters also had a cavalry battalion, approximately 300 men, and a logistics battalion, around 500 men, with the cavalry equipped with German-imported sabers and each soldier armed with a cavalry rifle. On the morning of April 16th, Xue Jiabing set out with his main force. That evening, news reached Liu Dingshan in Song County, located 75 kilometers from Luoyang. While dining, Liu Dingshan abruptly slammed his chopsticks on the table upon receiving the report from his subordinate, producing a sharp sound. His eyes widened, and he shouted in anger, "What? That wretch Xue Jiabing has mobilized troops?" His wife, Zhou Wanqing, startled by the sudden news, looked at Liu Dingshan in fear, her complexion pale, her voice trembling as she asked, "What shall we do, dear?" Liu Dingshan, known for his fiery temper, was now seething with rage. He cursed vehemently, "That son of a b! I'm still nominally aligned with the Northwest Army, and he dares to break the facade." His fists clenched tightly, filled with a desire to tear Xue Jiabing apart. Zhou Wanqing was overwhelmed with dread and concern, uncertain of the consequences this war would bring. Dear, why don't we just give him the money and provisions? After all, he isn't asking for too much. Liu Dingshan's wife spoke with a worried expression, her voice quivering. Liu Dingshan shot her a fierce glare, scolding her vehemently. What do you know, you mere woman? If I pay him off this time, what will happen next? He will only demand more. Liu Dingshan's agitation grew with every word he spoke, his fingers rhythmically drumming on the table, producing a resounding thud. Since the new year, not a single drop of rain had fallen. Should this year prove to be yet another drought, the villagers would reap no harvest. And how could I sustain such a multitude of soldiers? If the time comes when he demands money and grain from me again, what shall I offer in return? Our own meager resources? If I cannot provide, what then? Would I be the one to bring calamity upon the good people of our county? In that case, they might very well unearth my ancestral grave. His voice rose in indignation as he explained his wife. Let me tell you, that fellow's last visit, requesting funds and supplies, was merely a test of my resolve. He intends to use a dull knife to carve my flesh. I absolutely cannot acquiesce to such demands. Zhou Wanqing observed her husband's fury with growing concern and, filled with trepidation, responded, What shall we do? Their soldiers and firearms outnumber ours. However, Liu Dingshan remained undaunted by fear. He scoffed and retorted, What shall we do? When soldiers come, we shall meet them head-on. When water rises, we shall use the earth to shield ourselves. His voice resonated with a sense of determination and resolve. Having fought for so many years, what formation have I not witnessed? Liu Dingshan's gaze was resolute, as if he had already formulated a plan. If he wishes to engage in battle, then I shall demonstrate my prowess. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, his figure appearing particularly grand in the candlelight. Half an hour later, he summoned his trusted confidants to deliberate on a strategy. After a rigorous exchange of ideas, Liu Dingshan reached a decision. He would leave the 2nd Battalion to guard Song County, ensuring the safety of the rear. Simultaneously, he ordered the 1st Battalion stationed in Tianhu Town to retreat to Jiugao Mountain, utilizing the advantageous terrain to fend off enemy advances. He himself would lead the escort battalion and 2 cavalry companies to Jiugao Mountain without delay, determined to personally command the battle and not to retreat. Chapter 11. Protection Fee. In the shadow of the plane trees along Rue Xiaofei in the French concession, the midnight dew dripped from the tarpaulin of the truck. Liu Zhengting clutched his pocket watch tightly, the hands indicating 3 o'clock in the morning. Just last night, Liu Zhengting successfully finalized a hiring agreement with the White Russians. In addition to 500 well-trained White Russian soldiers, thousands of their family members would accompany them back to Henan. To Liu Zhengting's surprise, among these families were teachers, doctors, nurses, and experienced pharmacists, as well as skilled factory workers. This unexpected boon of intellectuals would significantly aid his future plans. Yet, Liu Zhengting soon found himself in a quandary. The chaos in Shanghai was overwhelming, and transporting such a large cache of arms to Shanghai Railway Station would undoubtedly attract attention, even at night. To ensure the safe transport of these arms, Liu Zhengting exerted considerable effort. Eventually, he looked at Komarov and his comrades, with their high noses and golden hair, and devised a plan. They would disguise themselves as Germans, while foreigners could easily identify White Russians. The majority of Chinese could not discern their true identities if the White Russians remained silent. Furthermore, Liu Zhengting had studied in Germany. He not only spoke German, but could also write it fluently. Thus, he recalled his memories and invested in the forgery of a batch of German officer credentials and documents for the arms transport. To lend authenticity to the endeavor, he employed someone to secretly create a German seal. The engraver, unfamiliar with German, followed Liu Zhengting's instructions after receiving payment. The photographs on the forged officer credentials were of Mikhail, Komarov, and the others, with ranks listed as Major and above, stamped with a counterfeit seal of the German Army Ordnance Department. The forged German officer credentials featured a deep brown leather cover with a vividly embossed German eagle, and the internal pages bore a watermark and signatures that were meticulously mimicked. The German text was grammatically accurate, and the seal's patterns were indistinguishable from the genuine article. Liu Zhengting diligently cross-checked his memories of German military documents to ensure there were no flaws. As long as they did not encounter real Germans, their ruse would remain intact. In the early hours 3 days later, the transport convoy prepared to set off. Wooden crates of arms were sealed with German army markings, rendering them legitimate military supplies. "Let's depart," Liu Zhengting commanded, and the convoy smoothly rolled out of the warehouse, heading towards Shanghai railway station along the streets of the concession. Upon reaching the entrance of the concession, the convoy was halted by two patrolling officers. One officer, puzzled, stopped the convoy, tapping the truck's cargo area with his baton and frowning, inquiring, "What is going on here? Open it for inspection." As the lead vehicle, Komarov stepped out, expressionless, producing the forged officer credentials and documents, stating in halting Chinese, "This is our German material, currently in transit. Do you wish to inspect it as well?" The two officers, both Chinese, glanced at Komarov's high nose and golden hair, already convinced by his appearance. Upon receiving the officer credentials and seeing the embossed eagle, their faces paled with fear. They dared not even touch the documents Komarov offered. Aware of their precarious position in the concession, they understood the weight of foreign presence all too well. To them, it was clear that even if there were any illicit dealings, it was not their place to inquire. "A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We apologize, esteemed foreigner." The two officers quickly smiled and respectfully returned the credentials. Thus, the convoy passed through the concession without incident. As the convoy neared the railway station, two members of the Green Gang lurked in the shadows at the street corner. Upon seeing the German convoy, they feigned ignorance, despite their notorious reputation. The Green Gang was backed by the concession and the police station. They dared not provoke foreigners. Upon reaching Shanghai railway station, the staff immediately prioritized the unloading of the wooden crates of arms upon seeing the German officer credentials and documents. The special train departed from Shanghai, and indeed, along the way, it encountered multiple inspections at stations like Suzhou, Nanjing, and Shuzhou. Yet, everyone relinquished their scrutiny upon viewing the documents and credentials provided by Komarov. In this era, no faction wished to offend foreign powers. Subsequently, they transported the arms to the railway station without incident. As dawn broke around 7 o'clock, the steam train on the Longhai line slowly departed from Shanghai station, accompanied by the first light of day. With the train's gradual departure, Liu Zhengting felt a slight easing of his previously taut nerves. However, upon the train's arrival in Luoyang, Liu Zhengting learned that Xue Jiabing had already led his troops to attack Song County. Chapter 12. Gunfire at Jiugao Mountain. On the afternoon of April 21st, Xue Jiabing's forces, after 2 days of marching, finally reached the foot of Jiugao Mountain. Jiugao Mountain serves as a natural barrier between Luoyang and Song County. The mountain stretches from east to west, with the main peak standing at an elevation of 930 meters, featuring a colossal rock resembling an eagle's beak at its summit, known as Ingswa Cliff. From a peak, one can overlook the Song County Basin to the west and the Yichuan Plain to the east. The western side of the mountain faces Tianhu Town across the Yi River, while the eastern side extends into the Ruyang territory, forming a strategic situation that controls the Yi River to the west and Song and Ru to the east. For this reason, Liu Dingshan had selected it as the first line of defense. As the vanguard of Xue Jiabing's forces entered the Jiugao Mountain area, they were immediately spotted by the sentinels at Ingswa Cliff. Amidst the gray-blue sea of troops below, Xue Jiabing, mounted on a powerful steed, radiated confidence as he surveyed his men from above. A surge of pride welled up within him as he gazed upon his formidable gray-blue army, which resembled a mighty dragon, majestic and awe-inspiring before his eyes. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly from a distance. The battalion commander, Major Sun Qingye, rode swiftly on a gallant steed and arrived before Xue Jiabing in a whirlwind of motion. He reined in his horse, dismounted with agility, and saluted Xue Jiabing with a crisp military gesture. Reporting to the commander, ahead lies Jiugao Mountain, and Brigadier Qian's troops have reached its base. Sun Qingye proclaimed in a resonant voice. Xue Jiabing nodded slightly, his gaze fixed contemplatively on the distant mountain range. After a brief moment, he turned to his aide, Captain Wang Xiaozhong, and instructed, "Order the troops to halt their march." Captain Wang Xiaozhong immediately relayed Xue Jiabing's command in a loud voice, and the escorting soldiers quickly transmitted the order to both the front and rear units. As their shouts echoed, the marching column gradually came to a standstill. The soldiers lined up neatly along the roadside, awaiting further instructions. Subsequently, Xue Jiabing continued to address Wang Xiaozhong. "Inform Brigadier Qian to send someone to scout the situation at Jiugao Mountain." The 1st Battalion of Liu Zhengting has already retreated from Tianhu town. I estimate they are highly likely to take a stand at Jiugao Mountain. The aide responded loudly, "Understood, Commander." He swiftly mounted his horse, gripping the reins tightly, ready to carry out the order. At that moment, Xue Jiabing added a caution. "Tell Qian Yuan to be vigilant and not to be careless." "Yes, Commander." Following Xue Jiabing's directive, Major Qian Yuan, the commander of the 21st Reorganized Brigade, ordered the advance units to ascend the mountain for reconnaissance. Minutes later, dozens of soldiers clad in gray-blue uniforms, wielding imitation Mauser rifles, cautiously crept towards Jiugao Mountain, bending low and peering ahead. On the mountain, Liu Dingshan's troops had already constructed rudimentary fortifications, preparing for an ambush. Through his binoculars, Liu Dingshan, upon spotting the dispersed soldiers, couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. Xue Jiabing is quite cautious." "Commander, they are approaching. Should we engage?" asked the anxious Captain Zhou Laoshuan, gazing at Liu Dingshan with wide, worried eyes. Liu Dingshan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the advancing enemy. After a moment of silence, he resolutely declared, "What's the hurry? There will be plenty of opportunities for you to achieve merit. First, tell the brothers not to fire." Zhou Laoshuan nodded in agreement. "Understood." Liu Dingshan elaborated. "If we were to strike, let those bastards come closer. We'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. That way, Xue Jiabing will be left guessing about our position." As time ticked by, the soldiers had crawled to the very edge of the defender's sight. At such a close distance, they could almost discern the soldiers' features. Zhou Laoshuan nervously licked his cracked lips and whispered to Liu Dingshan, "Commander, at this distance, can we engage?" Liu Dingshan nodded slightly and decisively commanded, "Pass down the order. Only the 1st Company can fire. No one else is permitted to shoot, especially the heavy machine guns. Absolutely no firing, lest we reveal our position." Liu Dingshan's survival through numerous battles was attributed to his audacity and meticulous nature. According to his strategy, unless the front troops were allowed to escape, it would indeed be challenging to ascertain the true firepower on the mountain. Seconds later, Liu Dingshan raised his carbine, aiming at a young lieutenant. With a sharp crack, the gun fired, and Liu Dingshan shouted, "Fire at will. Not a single one is to escape." The rapid gunfire immediately echoed across Jiugao Mountain. Although the leading soldiers instinctively dropped to the ground upon hearing the shots, the proximity meant that even lying down would not shield them from the incoming bullets. Moreover, at such close range, as long as the soldiers were not complete novices, their aim would remain true. In less than a minute, the scattered advance troops had mostly become lifeless corpses. Among them, the young lieutenant fell victim first, his forehead pierced, blood gushing forth like a fountain. However, a few fortunate soldiers managed to take cover behind trees and rocks, though they merely prolonged their fate by a brief moment. Just as the gunfire momentarily subsided, these surviving soldiers prepared to peek out and assess their surroundings. To their horror, they discovered a group of burly men wielding curved blades, lunging towards them like ravenous wolves, revealing their menacing fangs. Each of these men wore a fearsome countenance, their large knives glinting ominously in the air. Leading the charge was none other than their own commander, Zhou Laoshuan. His fierce expression, paired with the gleaming blade in his hand, rendered these soldiers paralyzed with fear, forgetting to raise their weapons in defense. Before they could react, this band of former bandits descended upon them with the ferocity of hungry tigers, and chaos ensued as blades clashed and blood flew. Many barely had time to scream before they were struck down. Moments later, the few remaining soldiers met their demise at the hands of these relentless warriors. Zhou Laoshuan approached the fallen lieutenant, snatching a carbine from his grasp. Glancing at the weapon with excitement, Zhou Laoshuan exclaimed, "Ah, this gun is quite new." After scavenging the lieutenant's belongings, Zhou Laoshuan rose and shouted to his men, "Damn it, hurry up with the cleanup. The enemy's main force will be here soon." Down the mountain, Major Qian Yuan of the 21st Reorganized Brigade, upon hearing the gunfire, wore a confident smile. With a gentle wave of his gloved hand, he commanded, "Notify the 1st and 2nd Battalions. Advance on the mountain. I want to stand atop Jiugao Mountain within half an hour." He then ordered his aide, "Tell the artillery to prepare. They'll be giving them a proper pounding shortly." Minutes later, the battalion commanders led their soldiers stealthily from 2 directions towards the mountain. Chapter 13, Artillery Strike. The fierce battle at Jiugao Mountain raged on, with Liu Dingshan's troops charging down like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable. Leveraging the bravery of his soldiers and their familiarity with the terrain, they placed immense pressure on the newly organized 2nd Brigade. In a recent intense skirmish, 2 battalions of the 21st Reorganized Brigade were overwhelmed by Liu Zhengting's forces. Faced with such an unfavorable situation, Major Qian Yulin was in a state of panic. Chief of Staff. With a thunderous shout, Colonel Sun Mingyuan, the Chief of Staff of the 21st Reorganized Brigade, straightened up and responded loudly, "Present." Seeing Qian Yulin's furious expression, Sun Mingyuan felt a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and cautiously asked, "Commander, what if Brigadier Zhao refuses to lend us his artillery?" After all, artillery was a precious asset in this era. Qian Yulin shot him a fierce glare and barked, "Tell him, Zhao de Bao, that I, Qian Yulin, owe him a favor. Next time there's a siege, I will surely repay him." Sun Mingyuan nodded helplessly in agreement. "Understood, Commander." In truth, Qian Yulin's fury stemmed not only from the loss of 2 battalions, but also from his deep understanding of the temperament of the garrison commander in Luoyang, Shuijiabing. In this campaign against Liu Dingshan, Shuijiabing surprisingly positioned his own troops as the vanguard. The reason for this was crystal clear to Qian Yulin. Being a defector was not considered one of Shuijiabing's own. If they failed to capture Gao Mountain, Qian Yulin feared he might be dismissed under some pretext. A few minutes later, 2 82mm mortars from the Shanghai arsenal and 2 75mm mountain guns from the Taiyuan arsenal were assembled. The artillerymen, guided by the accounts of the retreating soldiers, began to calibrate their firing parameters. Once prepared, they unleashed a devastating barrage upon the exposed positions of Liu Dingshan's forces. Though limited in number and caliber, these guns wielded formidable power, particularly effective against Liu Dingshan's ragtag troops. With a series of sharp, ear-piercing artillery sounds, Liu Dingshan's eyes widened in alarm. His pupils dilated with fear as he bellowed, "Get down!" Everyone hit the ground. The seasoned veterans, upon hearing the piercing warning, turned pale and immediately dropped to the ground. However, the new recruits displayed a noticeably slower reaction. Many remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. The veterans and officers, filled with urgency, shouted at the bewildered newcomers, "Get down! You fools! What are you waiting for?" Some veterans even disregarded their own safety, lunging forward to tackle the new soldiers to the ground. Within moments, a series of explosions erupted around them. Mortar and shell fire rained down like a torrential downpour, kicking up dust and smoke. The shells ruthlessly tore through the air, sending many unfortunate soldiers skyward. In an instant, the once serene mountain was drowned in anguished cries. Liu Dingshan soldiers were caught completely off guard by the sudden bombardment. Having failed to construct any defensive works, they could only close their eyes and pray for survival. In the blink of an eye, the defending force suffered heavy casualties, with severed limbs and bloodied bodies strewn across the ground, accompanied by the wailing of the injured. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Qian Yulin wore a satisfied smirk upon hearing the horrific screams from above. However, after several rounds of fire, Qian Yulin, concerned about the expenditure of ammunition, ordered the artillery to cease firing. He instructed his subordinates to seize the opportunity and quickly organize an assault. Liu Dingshan's troops, having suffered the artillery's wrath, descended into brief chaos, their spirits shattered. Yet, Liu Dingshan was a seasoned commander, well-versed in the realities of battle. He understood that silence from the guns signaled an imminent enemy advance. Thus, he rushed about, shouting, "Calm down. Do not panic. The more you panic, the more likely you are to lose your lives. Follow your training. Those who wish to survive, listen to me. Prepare for defense. The enemy is about to strike." His commanding voice urged the soldiers to swiftly organize a counterattack, stabilizing their morale. Had it been another ragtag unit, the sound of gunfire would have sent them scattering like frightened birds. Fortunately, most of his subordinates were hardened fighters. Under Liu Dingshan's encouragement, the officers and veterans were the first to regain composure. Amidst the shouts of the veterans and junior officers, the defending troops gradually ceased their panic and managed to rally. Yet, their only 2 Maxim machine guns were no longer able to provide effective fire support. One had been destroyed by artillery fire, while the other had been discreetly relocated to the rear by Liu Dingshan. Without heavy firepower, Liu Dingshan's forces faced even greater difficulties. What followed was another bloody struggle. Fortunately, the 21st Integrated Brigade was of average training, lacking in combat spirit. coupled with the mountain's complex terrain. They were unable to exert their full combat potential. This bloody battle continued until dusk, at which point the fighting gradually subsided. Although Liu Dingshan's forces repelled the 21st Integrated Brigade's assault once more, they too suffered significant losses. From the 800 men in the 1st Battalion, fewer than 500 remained capable of fighting. As for his escort battalion, he lost around 100 men. Now, only 2 cavalry squadrons remained intact. Standing atop the mountain, Liu Dingshan gazed down at the multitude of enemy troops, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath, "This cannot continue. If we fight like this, we will all perish." During the initial skirmish, it was only thanks to Zhou Laoshuan and his subordinates that they managed to frighten off the enemy. Liu Dingshan took a deep breath and instructed Zhou Laoshuan, "Go tell the brothers to prepare for withdrawal as night falls." Zhou Laoshuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Withdraw? Commander, we've only held for half a day." Liu Dingshan sighed in resignation, explaining, "They have artillery. We cannot afford to continue this way. To hold out longer would be to court death." Zhou Laoshuan nodded slowly, acknowledging understood. Just as he was about to depart, Liu Dingshan called him back, adding, "Wait. Even if we withdraw, we cannot allow these bastards to pass through Jiugao Mountain unscathed. We will launch a night raid at midnight." Zhou Laoshuan's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect. Liu Dingshan nodded emphatically, stating, "Yes. We must destroy their artillery. Every gun we can take out counts. Otherwise, defending Song County will be impossible." Zhou Laoshuan, his face alight with a bloodthirsty grin, concurred. "Understood. Our men excel at night raids." Chapter 14, Night Raid. That night, under a blanket of silence, with the moon obscured and the wind howling, it was the perfect time for a night assault. While the camp of the 21st Integrated Brigade was filled with the sounds of slumber, Liu Dingshan, wielding a large blade, stealthily led his men down the mountain towards the camp of the 21st Integrated Brigade. The sentinels stationed at the camp, having endured a long day, were utterly fatigued. They fought against their weariness to maintain their posts, but as time passed, exhaustion washed over them like a tide. Ultimately, they could no longer resist and succumbed to sleep while standing. Liu Dingshan's unit approached the 21st Integrated Brigade's camp like phantoms, silent and swift, as if they melded with the night. When they reached the sentries, the unsuspecting guards were swiftly dispatched without a sound. Suddenly, at Liu Dingshan's command, his men surged into the camp like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. In an instant, a cacophony of battle cries erupted, rousing the sleeping soldiers of the 21st Integrated Brigade. Liu Dingshan's men, seasoned bandits, were all adept in close combat. They swung their blades with lethal precision, mercilessly slaughtering those who stumbled out of their tents in panic. Simultaneously, they set fires, which quickly engulfed tents and supplies in roaring flames, plunging the entire camp into chaos. Despite the era of modern warfare, the lack of preparation for nighttime conflict mirrored ancient practices. In the face of a night raid, those untrained in response and organization would inevitably face disaster. Confronted with this sudden onslaught and the tumult of battle cries, the soldiers of the 21st Integrated Brigade were enveloped in terror. Fear clouded their minds, rendering them incapable of effective organization or command. Most of these soldiers were experiencing the brutal realities of war for the first time, confronting the specter of death in such close proximity. The battles of the day left them physically and mentally drained, their hearts racing with fear. After enduring until nightfall, they lay in bed, utterly fatigued. Yet the terror within them made sleep elusive. When they closed their eyes, the gruesome images of the day's carnage flickered before them like a haunting nightmare. Many were uncertain if they would survive until dawn, if they would see the light of the next day. In their restless tossing and turning, they eventually succumbed to a fitful sleep. However, not long after they had drifted into slumber, a sudden cacophony of shouts and screams erupted around them, shattering the night's silence like a malevolent specter demanding their souls. This abrupt clamor, coupled with the anguished cries of patrolling soldiers being slaughtered, instinctively ignited the soldiers' survival instincts. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: escape this dreadful place. Many had no time to don their uniforms, fleeing in terror into the night. In the chaos, rationality was lost. Some fired indiscriminately at their comrades, while others viciously stabbed at those nearby with their bayonets. Once allies in battle, fear transformed them into enemies, turning upon one another. Amidst the pandemonium, countless soldiers screamed and fled in confusion as panic rapidly spread, engulfing the entire camp in turmoil. Liu Dingshan's troops, having conducted numerous night raids, were resolute in their objective to incite chaos through arson. Organized by squads, they exhibited far greater cohesion than the disoriented soldiers of the 21st Brigade. As for Qian Yulin, the commander of the 21st Brigade, he was unaware of the number of assailants launching the night raid. Witnessing the chaos, he abandoned any notion of organizing a counterattack and urged his guards to escort him toward the 17th Brigade and the command post. In his flight, he left no one to rally the troops. Meanwhile, at the rear of the 21st Brigade, the 17th Brigade, upon hearing the distant cries and chaos, hesitated to assist, uncertain of the enemy's strength. Thus, Liu Dingshan's forces infiltrated the 21st Brigade's encampment as if it were a deserted domain, swiftly destroying 2 mountain guns and a substantial quantity of military supplies. Had the artillery battalion of the 17th Brigade not returned to their unit, Xue Jiabing's forces would have faced total annihilation. Liu Dingshan's men suffered minimal losses and successfully executed their night raid. After their triumph, Liu Dingshan and Zhou Laoxuan led their troops swiftly up the mountain, subsequently retreating under the cover of the cavalry, escorting the wounded toward Song County. The following morning, the encampment of the 21st Brigade lay in ruins, littered with corpses, mingled with the wails of a few survivors. Tents and various military supplies had been completely incinerated. The 21st Brigade, originally numbering 400, had lost approximately 800 men during the previous day's battle. Yet after the night raid, fewer than 500 remained, many of whom perished at the hands of their own comrades. A significant number had vanished, fleeing to unknown destinations. In this manner, before even reaching the outskirts of Song County, an entire brigade had been lost. Xue Jiabing's expression darkened as he squinted at Qian Yulin standing before him, visibly trembling in fear, devoid of color. Upon the adjutant's report, Xue Jiabing's eyes widened in fury, rage surging forth. He stood abruptly, bellowing, "You've lost an entire brigade. How dare you still draw breath?" This outburst sent Qian Yulin reeling, his face paling further. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he crawled to Xue Jiabing's feet, weeping profusely. He discarded all semblance of pride, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Commander, I have wronged you. I have wronged Commander Feng. Please spare my life. I shall make amends." Yet, Xue Jiabing's fury remained unabated. In a fit of rage, he kicked Qian Yulin, sending him sprawling on the ground. "Spare you?" Xue Jiabing's voice dripped with contempt and anger. "Over 3,000 men lost, and you still dare to ask for mercy." Having said this, he turned away from Qian Yulin, barking at his adjutant Wang Xiaozhong. "Drag him out and execute him on the spot." "Yes," Wang Xiaozhong responded promptly. Soon, Qian Yulin, still struggling and crying for mercy, was dragged away by 2 soldiers. Wang Xiaozhong, drawing his sidearm, followed them with a grim expression. Moments later, a sharp gunshot rang out, silencing Qian Yulin's cries. Zhao Debao, the commander of the 17th Brigade, cautiously inquired, "Commander, what shall we do now? Should we retreat to Luoyang and regroup?" Xue Jiabing shot him a furious glare, shouting, "Retreat? If I do not eliminate Liu Dingshan, how can I return to Luoyang?" He commanded, "Organize the troops immediately. We shall assault Jiugao Mountain. Anyone who dares to mention retreat will face immediate execution." "Yes." The officers in the tent stood at attention, responding in unison. Chapter 15. Beneath the walls of Song County. After crossing Jiugao Mountain, Xue Jiabing's forces encircled Song County. However, after several assaults, he discovered that Liu Dingshan had fortified the city impenetrably, especially since he no longer possessed the powerful mountain artillery. After multiple attempts, he was compelled to lay siege to Song County. At this juncture, Xue Jiabing should have considered retreat. Yet, he could not swallow his pride. As a commander stationed in Luoyang, how could he fail to subdue a single Liu Dingshan? Word of such a defeat would tarnish his reputation in Luoyang. Moreover, with the loss of the entire 21st Brigade, retreating was no longer an option. Thus, both sides remained locked in this stalemate. Atop the walls of Song County, Liu Dingshan stood resolute, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the defensive structures. Beside him, Captain Zhou Laoxuan accompanied him, wearing a relaxed smile. Zhou Laoxuan suddenly spoke, inquiring jovially, "Commander, When shall we conduct another night raid? Liu Dingshan halted, slowly turning to Zhou Laoshuan, and replied, What night raid? Since our last success, have you not noticed that Xue Jiabing has fortified his defenses more rigorously at night than during the day? Zhou Laoshuan nodded in understanding. At the age of 40, he was a quintessential warrior, more inclined towards brute force than strategy. His survival, until now, was attributed to his prowess with a blade and a stroke of luck. Initially, he served as a cook in the Jinsong army. During a skirmish, he single-handedly felled several enemies with his blade, earning a promotion to platoon leader. After the Jinsong army faced defeat and planned to retreat from Henan, Zhou Laoshuan, unwilling to abandon his homeland, led his men in defection and later became a bandit. By chance, he came under Liu Dingshan as command. Relying on his physical strength and fearless spirit, he eventually rose to the rank of captain. At this moment, a burly man with a scarred face, who had been eavesdropping on Liu Dingshan and Zhou Laoshuan, interjected, What shall we do then, commander? Are we to simply endure? This man was Hou Xiaotian, the 2nd Battalion commander under Liu Dingshan and a local from Song County, originally a swordsman and the leader of the Honkyangui. In the winter of 1927, in dire straits with insufficient clothing and food, he, accompanied by 700 brothers, sought refuge with the renowned Liu Dingshan in the territory of Song County. Hou Xiaotian, his presence imposing with a ghost-headed knife at his waist, commanded respect. His soldiers, primarily from the Hongchanghui of Song County and local bandits, each bore not only firearms, but also a cold weapon. Upon aligning with Liu Dingshan, Hou Xiaotian transformed into a major battalion commander within the Northwest Army. Liu Dingshan, disdainfully observing the troops of Xue Jiabing below, remarked nonchalantly, Let them linger. We can afford it. Our county has ample grain, while Xue Jiabing has but a meager supply. No sooner had he spoken than a tall, handsome young man, with a respectful demeanor, interjected, Indeed, the commander is astute. We are conquering without engaging in battle. This young man, Yang Jiajun, the eldest son of Liu Dingshan's sister's family, now served as the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion, Guard Battalion, holding the rank of major. A native of Song County, he graduated from the 9th class of the Baoding Army Officer School with a specialization in infantry, and was among the last cohort to graduate in 1923 at the age of 21. Initially serving as Liu Dingshan's aide-de-camp, he was later entrusted with the command of the Guard Battalion, responsible for safeguarding the grain and ammunition depots, as well as the command post. As the sole individual in the brigade capable of interpreting military maps and sketching positions due to his military academy background, he was of considerable value. Liu Dingshan, his face suddenly stern, reprimanded, Mind your tongue. Was your input necessary? Faced with his uncle's admonishment, Yang Jiajun dared not show any displeasure, lowering his head promptly. In truth, he understood that this was his uncle's way of looking out for him. Among the 3 battalion commanders stood a middle-aged man in military attire, devoid of rank, named Chen Shou-yi, a local militia leader and a well-known wealthy individual. His subordinates were local militia members, equipped with crude cannons and muskets. Though numerous, their combat effectiveness was notably lacking. Nonetheless, they proved useful in transporting ammunition and evacuating the wounded during conflicts. Subsequently, Liu Dingshan continued to patrol the county's defenses with them. Meanwhile, Liu Zhengting, having returned to Luoyang, led the White Russians across Jiugao Mountain. Upon his return, he learned from the locals in Luoyang about Xue Jiabing's campaign against his father. Consumed by urgency, Liu Zhengting wished he could sprout wings and fly back to Song County. Later, disguised as Germans with the White Russians, he successfully evaded scrutiny from the Luoyang command and managed to transport a batch of arms out. Upon arriving back in Song County, he gleaned from various deserters of the 21st Reorganized Brigade that his father had launched a night raid on Xue Jiabing's forces. Learning of his father's victory, Liu Zhengting finally felt a sense of relief. At this moment, Liu Zhengting, along with Colonel Mikhail and Captain Komarov, stealthily observed Xue Jiabing's troops under the cover of several guards. Upon witnessing the encirclement of Song County by Xue Jiabing's forces, Colonel Mikhail looked at Liu Zhengting with skepticism, asking Liu, Isn't your father a warlord? Is another warlord truly attacking him? Liu Zhengting met Colonel Mikhail's gaze with calmness, candidly responding, Indeed, you are correct, Colonel Mikhail. Our nation is vast, populated with countless warlords. It is nothing uncommon for one to contend with another here. His tone was tranquil, as if such warlord skirmishes were a common occurrence. Colonel Mikhail nodded thoughtfully, unable to suppress his astonishment. Oh, what a remarkable country you have. Meanwhile, Captain Komarov, increasingly troubled, fixated on Xue Jiabing's forces, expressed his concerns to Liu Zhengting. Liu, what shall we do? They have surrounded your father's stronghold, and we cannot infiltrate. In response to Captain Komarov's apprehension, Liu Zhengting remained composed, reassuring him. Let us not rush. We shall devise a plan shortly. Chapter 16. Use of pack horses as cavalry. After a thorough reconnaissance, Liu Zhengting, armed with a stick, meticulously sketched the layout of Xue Jiabing's encampment and troop deployment on the ground. As he drew, he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, only over 5,000 men dare to disperse their forces in such a manner. Is this not an opportunity for me? Colonel Mikhail and Captain Komarov, upon witnessing Liu Zhengting's clear and concise sketch, exhibited expressions of astonishment. Wow, Liu, where did you acquire such exceptional drawing skills? Colonel Mikhail exclaimed. Liu Zhengting chuckled lightly, casually stating, I learned in Germany. Sensing Liu Zhengting's intentions, Colonel Mikhail perceptively inquired, Liu, do you intend to eliminate this force? Liu Zhengting did not shy away from his ambition, nodding earnestly, indeed, that is my plan. However, I require your cooperation. Exchanging glances, Colonel Mikhail and Captain Komarov shared an understanding, with Colonel Mikhail affirming, of course, we are mercenaries after all. As the employer, you have the prerogative to command us in accordance with our agreement. Yet, Colonel Mikhail suddenly cautioned, nonetheless, I advise against recklessness. Their numbers are tenfold ours. Although their equipment appears subpar, we must formulate a detailed strategy to ensure our success. Furthermore, my men currently lack horses and can only act as infantry. Otherwise, you would witness the true power of our Cossack cavalry. Liu Zhengting smiled and nodded, assuring him, rest assured, Colonel Mikhail, I will not allow your men to perish in vain. He then articulated his carefully devised plan. Following a tactical discussion, the White Russians set their plans into motion. United in purpose, they swiftly unloaded boxes from their carts, containing the much-needed weaponry, rifles, Maxim machine gun parts, and mortar components. Many among the families of these White Russian soldiers were once skilled technicians in factories, adept at assembling weaponry. They promptly opened the boxes, skillfully extracting various components, and proceeded to assemble them methodically. Meanwhile, inside Xue Jiabing's tent, a sudden outburst of furious shouting and the sound of shattered dishes erupted. Again with the steamed buns and pickles. Where's the meat? How can you expect me to eat? Xue Jiabing's thunderous roar reverberated, evidently dissatisfied with the meager rations. Standing nearby, his aide Wang Xiaozhong trembled in fear, cautiously explaining, Commander, our food supplies are indeed dwindling. We have run out of meat. Yet, his explanation did little to quell Xue Jiabing's wrath, inciting further tirades. Can't you go hunt in the mountains? Are you a fool? With a pained expression, Wang Xiaozhong helplessly reiterated, Commander, this year has seen severe drought. The mountains of Jiugao are barren, devoid of even a trace of rabbits. However, Xue Jiabing remained unyielding, continuing to rage. Humph. I care not. I demand meat. Find a way. Suddenly, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted from behind them. The sound was startling, causing Xue Jiabing to leap from his seat, aghast as he turned to Wang Xiaozhong, demanding, What? Who fired the gun? Why is there gunfire from behind? Standing beside him, Wang Xiaozhong exhibited a look of bewilderment and confusion, stammering in response. I do not know, Commander. Xue Jiabing's anger was instantly ignited, and he erupted with curses. Fool! Can't you just go and check? Are you the adjutant, or am I the adjutant? Regaining his composure, Wang Xiaozhong hurriedly dashed outside. At that moment, the sudden gunfire startled Liu Dingshan, who was in the midst of his meal. He slammed his chopsticks down on the table and shouted with a grave expression, What is happening? Where is the gunfire coming from? Is that Xue Jiabing attacking the city again? However, before the adjutant could respond, Liu Dingshan impatiently strode outward, calling out as he walked, Let us go. We must quickly ascend the city wall to take a look. At this juncture, Wang Xiaozhong burst into the tent, exclaiming, Commander, this is bad. A horde of foreigners has suddenly appeared behind us. Xue Jiabing widened his eyes in astonishment, gripping Wang Xiaozhong by the collar, and inquired, What? Foreigners? Are you certain? Wang Xiaozhong nodded vigorously, responding, Absolutely, Commander. They are indeed foreigners. They have already charged forward. A look of incredulity washed over Shui Jiabing's face, and he muttered under his breath, "Foreigners? Henan is our Northwest Army's territory. Where could they possibly come from?" Wang Xiaozhong's body trembled with anxiety as he urged, "Commander, we must flee quickly. The foreigners are already attacking." Yet, Shui Jiabing disregarded him, resolutely stepping outside the tent to witness the unfolding situation for himself. Upon looking closely, he indeed saw a throng of foreigners, wildly shouting and brandishing their weapons as they charged directly toward the camp. Originally, Shui Jiabing's field command post was situated at the rear of the entire army, relatively safe. However, in his fury-driven madness to completely besiege Song County, he had dispatched all his troops, leaving only a scant number of guards and supply units. Now, the situation had taken a dramatic turn, exposing his command post directly at the front lines of battle. Even more terrifying was the extraordinary accuracy of these White Russians' marksmanship. As the battle commenced, soldiers at the camp's periphery were ruthlessly mowed down by a Maxim machine gun positioned on a small hill. Realizing the foreigners were surging toward them like a tide, Shui Jiabing finally snapped back to reality. His face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and he shouted in terror to the guards behind him, "Hurry, quickly! Provide cover for my retreat." In the distance, Captain Komarov and his men rode on pack horses, wielding their gleaming sabers like a pack of ferocious wolves, charging forth. Although the speed of these pack horses paled in comparison to the war horses used by cavalry, they had no other choice. In this short-distance sprint, the pack horses may lack explosive power, but they were still somewhat usable. Meanwhile, Shui Jiabing's troops, unaware of who was attacking them, fell into chaos once again. Furthermore, it was more critical that Liu Zhengting, observing the assault on Shui Jiabing's command post from the city tower, pondered whether to seize the opportunity to strike at a fallen opponent. Chapter 17. Haha. Old Liu is about to get rich. Old Liu is going to prosper. Shui Jiabing, who had initially held an absolute advantage and surrounded Song County, could never have imagined that an unexpected assault would come from behind him. Even more astonishing was that the attackers were foreigners. This was Henan, the Central Plains, the territory of the Northwest Army. Weren't the foreigners supposed to be in large cities like Shanghai and Beijing? Moreover, why would the foreigners want to attack him? This turn of events was utterly bewildering. Shui Jiabing, the commander stationed in Luoyang, was completely caught off guard. He had placed his command post at the rear, only to be captured alive by the foreigners on pack horses, becoming a prisoner of war. Subsequently, Shui Jiabing found himself at gunpoint from a young man who bore a striking resemblance to Liu Zhengting, compelling him to demand the surrender of his troops. However, not everyone was willing to capitulate. The commander of the 17th Regiment, Zhao Debao, witnessing the unfavorable turn of events, did not hesitate to lead a portion of his troops in a hasty retreat. Thus, this war concluded unexpectedly and hastily. Liu Zhengting within Song County could hardly fathom that he might win this battle. Upon witnessing the severance of Shui Jiabing's retreat, he was filled with bewilderment, pondering from where this force had emerged. Initially, Liu Zhengting even suspected this could be a trap set by Shui Jiabing to lure him in. However, the reality astonished him. It was his son leading a group of foreigners to capture Shui Jiabing alive, an outcome that thrilled Liu Zhengting immensely. He promptly waved his hand, rallying his troops to exit the city to seize captives and procure weapons. Upon seeing his son, Liu Zhengting threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Ha! My son truly lives up to his lineage. Well done, father." Liu Zhengting, accompanied by Colonel Mikhail and Captain Komarov, approached, escorting the defiant Shui Jiabing. Liu Zhengting nodded approvingly, praising, "Well done, my son. Excellent." He then turned, pointing at the foreigners behind Liu Zhengting with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "By the way, Ding Yu, where did these foreigners come from?" Liu Zhengting stepped forward, quietly explaining to his father, "Father, these are the White Russians. I signed a contract with them for their services." Liu Zhengting was taken aback, exclaiming, "White Russians? The old Russians?" Liu Zhengting was no stranger to the White Russians. However, when he casually referred to them as old Russians, it incited discontent among the White Russians. Mikhail and Captain Komarov, who understood Chinese, simultaneously displayed expressions of anger upon hearing the term. They glared at Liu Zhengting with wide eyes. Realizing his faux pas, Liu Zhengting's heart sank, and he felt a pang of embarrassment. He coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his indiscretion. Lowering his voice, he curiously asked Liu Zhengting, "Oh, can they really understand what I'm saying?" Liu Zhengting, sensing his father's discomfort, quickly nodded and explained, "Yes, father, many who can live in our country understand our speech." He then added, "The military supplies I procured in Shanghai were purchased from them." Liu Dingshan's eyes widened in shock. Incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Liu Zhengting and exclaimed, "What? You really managed to buy arms? I thought you were off in Shanghai, indulging in revelry with the foreign devils." Hearing his father's remark, Liu Zhengting rolled his eyes in exasperation. At this moment, Liu Dingshan lowered his voice and continued to inquire, "By the way, son, I have heard that hiring them does not come cheap. With so many of them, how do you have the funds to procure arms?" Indeed, the pay for White Russians has always been exorbitant, a fact known to many warlords. Liu Dingshan's astonishment was not without reason. For instance, the subordinates of General Dogmeat received $14 a month, and that was the actual amount. This level was double that of the Chinese soldiers' $7. Yet even this $7 was something many troops could not afford. For example, Liu Dingshan's motley unit only received a meager $3 a month. This was considered decent, as they were Liu Dingshan's private soldiers, and he personally distributed the funds. Thus, there was no occurrence of them being deprived of their pay. In contrast, the Northwest Army, Sichuan Army, and Guangxi Army were the worst off. The Northwest Army, due to its territory being the most barren, could only afford $2. Furthermore, to maintain military expenses, the Xibei Army has been requisitioning taxes in Henan, and this situation has persisted well into 1938. Particularly at this moment, certain units have completely ceased the distribution of military funds, compelling soldiers to rely on pillaging civilian resources for sustenance. In the impending Central Plains War, the impoverishment of Han and Shi, who have aligned themselves with Boss Chong, is a significant factor. The Sichuan Army receives $4, but after deducting provisions, approximately 25 yuan, the net amount is merely 15 yuan. Due to the soaring grain prices in the Sichuan plains since 1929, $1 can only purchase 12 jeans of rice. The commanders of the Sichuan Army have ceased regular pay, opting instead to distribute opium. Consequently, the phenomenon of double-gun soldiers is prevalent within the Sichuan ranks. The Guangxi Army nominally pays its soldiers a monthly salary of $4. However, it implements a half-soldier, half-farmer system, obliging soldiers to cultivate public fields, with the yield offsetting 30% of their military pay. Nevertheless, these factional warlords frequently delay salary payments. The most stable forces are the Jinsui Army, the Northeast Army, and Boss Chang's Central Army. The troops under Yan Laoshi and Zhang Xiaolu benefit from controlling coal mines and munitions factories, thus receiving a consistent monthly payment of $7. Notably, the Northeast Army enjoys free barracks, medical care, and winter fur coats, making them a high-income group among the motley forces. As for Boss Chang's Central Army, it is a direct lineage backed by financial magnates and the national treasury. Hence, in this era, military pay is the most secure. Moreover, this is merely the soldier's remuneration. Officers receive even higher wages. Liu Zhengting nodded and recounted to his father the details of his arms purchases. Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's account, Liu Dingshan gazed at his son in astonishment, as if he had discovered a new world. After a prolonged silence, Liu Dingshan exclaimed, "Heavens! Please repeat that. How much weaponry did you acquire? Are you jesting with me?" Liu Zhengting could predict his father's reaction. His father's independent mixed brigade had yet to amass 2,000 rifles. They possessed merely 2 Maxim guns, let alone cannons, which Liu Dingshan dared not even imagine. Yet his son had ventured to Shanghai and returned with such delightful surprises. Furthermore, the arms were procured at an astonishingly low price. Typically, purchasing arms from trading companies and transporting them to Songxian incurs exorbitant costs. Liu Zhengting smiled and earnestly stated, "Father, what I say is true. The guns are in the back. If you doubt me, you may verify for yourself shortly." Upon confirming his son's truthfulness, Liu Dingshan's heart raced with excitement, and his grin revealed his back molars. In a moment of exuberance, Liu Dingshan embraced his son and joyfully shouted, "Ha ha! Old Liu has struck it rich. Old Liu is on the path to prosperity." However, after this outburst of joy, Liu Dingshan's smile faded, replaced by regret and longing. Liu Zhengting, puzzled by his father's demeanor, quickly inquired, "Father, what troubles you?" Liu Dingshan clapped his hands, lamenting, "Ah, Had I known my son possessed such capabilities, I would have given you more funds. Observing his father's reaction, Liu Zhengting could not help but chuckle. Chapter 18. The Future of the Liu Family and the Fate of Luoyang. That evening, Liu Dingshan summoned his son Liu Zhengting to his study to deliberate on the future of the Liu family. Since his son had gone abroad for studies, their conversations had been sparse. After much anticipation for his son's return, illness had nearly claimed his life. Until today, Liu Dingshan had regarded his son as a mere child. However, Liu Zhengting's recent trip to Shanghai had completely transformed his perception. He had obtained arms at the most economical prices and had hired seasoned White Russians. Moreover, he had informed his father that many of these hired White Russians were scholars and skilled professionals. Most importantly, Liu Zhengting had demonstrated the qualities of an exceptional leader, calmly and decisively leading 500 men to alter the course of the conflict. Each of Liu Zhengting's accomplishments, when examined individually, surpassed the capabilities of ordinary individuals. When considered collectively, they could only be described as extraordinary talent. Liu Dingshan understood his own limitations. At best, he was a competent military commander without deeper strategic insight. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in his current position, merely a brigade leader of a makeshift army in Songxian. Realizing his son's remarkable abilities, Liu Dingshan resolved to engage his son in earnest discussion and seek his counsel. He gazed at Liu Zhengting, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, and then asked in a low voice, "Dingyu, how do you propose we handle the matter of Shuejiabing?" Liu Zhengting responded without hesitation, "Release him." "Release him?" Liu Dingshan replied with a hint of surprise. Liu Zhengting affirmed, "Yes, father. You are of the old Beiyang, and you certainly would not execute Shuejiabing." Liu Zhengting looked at his father with confidence. Liu Dingshan nodded. This was the principle of the old Beiyang. Do not kill defectors, do not execute prisoners. And those who surrender are spared from death. Warfare is warfare, but rules must be upheld. One cannot indiscriminately kill surrendering individuals, regardless of their rank. The defeated party can simply send a telegram to declare their withdrawal, and that concludes the matter. Of course, there are rare exceptions. However, most adhere to this unwritten rule. Yet for Liu Dingshan, Shuejiabing's life or death was of little consequence. What he truly desired was Luoyang. Thus, he cast a meaningful glance at his son, urging him to continue. Liu Zhengting, understanding his father's cue, elaborated, "However, while it is permissible to let him go, we must not allow him to depart easily." Liu Zhengting paused, continuing, "After all, Shuejiabing is the garrison commander of Luoyang. He has commanded troops for many years and must have accumulated considerable resources. Therefore, if he wishes to return to his post as garrison commander, he must pay a hefty ransom to redeem himself." A hint of cunning colored Liu Zhengting's tone. Hearing this, Liu Dingshan furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with his son's proposal. He pressed him, "Are you suggesting we abandon Luoyang?" Liu Zhengting flashed a mysterious smile and cryptically replied, "We want it, but not at this moment." Liu Zhengting then detailed his reasoning to his father. "Father, Shuejiabing is a direct subordinate of Fengxian. Moreover," he pointed to the map hanging on the wall, "Luoyang is surrounded by Fengxian's sphere of influence. Even if we were to seize Luoyang now, it would be difficult to hold it. Furthermore, if we occupy Luoyang, we would certainly provoke the petty-minded Fengxian. In that case, we might even lose Songxian. Thus, the timing for our assault on Luoyang is not yet ripe." Liu Dingshan pondered his son's analysis, nodding thoughtfully. You make a valid point." Subsequently, Liu Dingshan expressed his perspective. "However, we have now become irrevocable enemies with Shuejiabing." Liu Dingshan's expression turned grave as he stated, "I worry that if we release him, once he has regained his strength, he will surely seek vengeance against us. Thus, can we devise a plan to place someone else in the position of garrison commander in Luoyang?" Yet Liu Zhengting countered, "Father, the garrison commander of Luoyang must be Shuejiabing." Liu Dingshan questioned, "Oh, why is that?" Liu Zhengting replied, "Father, one of Shuejiabing's 2 brigades has been severely weakened by you, and the other has been captured by us. If this news reaches Fengxian, do you think Shuejiabing can survive?" Upon hearing this, Liu Dingshan's eyes brightened as he slapped the table, wholeheartedly agreeing indeed. How did I not think of that? If Fengxian were to learn of this, that old rascal would undoubtedly face execution. Liu Zhengting nodded in acknowledgement and continued, stating that not only must we release him, but we should also return his men and weapons. This way, he would save face possessed some degree of power, and the city of Luoyang would remain stable. At that point, Feng Fengxian would find it difficult to pursue him. However, Liu Dingshan vehemently disagreed. Upon hearing that we would return both men and weapons, he immediately exclaimed, "What? We are to return both men and weapons? Absolutely not. I refuse to agree." With wide eyes and a belly full of anger, Liu Dingshan insisted. "We could use these captives and weapons to expand our forces. Why return them?" Liu Zhengting quickly poured a cup of tea for his father, patiently trying to soothe him. "Father, please do not be hasty. Let me finish my thoughts." Although Liu Dingshan was somewhat irate, he still bore with it and looked at his son, curious to hear his reasoning. With a confident smile gracing his lips, Liu Zhengting spoke slowly. "Father, consider this. If Xue Jiabing possesses neither soldiers nor weapons, won't Luoyang descend into chaos? Not to mention the 17th Brigade Commander Zhao Debao, who escaped with his men. Would he still heed Xue Jiabing?" Liu Zhengting's pace quickened, his tone becoming increasingly resolute. "Once Luoyang falls into disorder, Feng Fengxian will surely appoint someone else. In that case, we would be the ones to suffer." Hearing this, Liu Dingshan, who had initially been angry, could not help but nod slightly in agreement. Observing this, Liu Zhengting felt a surge of relief. Silently praising his father for not being a stubborn traditionalist, he continued his analysis. "Thus, father, I reiterate, we must hand Luoyang over to Xue Jiabing. Only in this manner can we stabilize the situation." Taking a deep breath, he added, "As long as Luoyang remains in his hands, we have the opportunity to reclaim it. Furthermore, returning the men and weapons to him serves as leverage in our negotiations for funds." With a cunning smile, Liu Zhengting elaborated, "Moreover, returning the captives does not mean we must return them in their entirety. We can select the elite among the captives to retain, while returning the old, weak, sickly, and those loyal to him. This strategy would ensure that Luoyang remains stable under his control, while also alleviating our burden of provisions, truly a twofold benefit." After expressing these thoughts, Liu Zhengting gazed at his father with a smile. After listening to his son's detailed analysis, Liu Dingshan found it quite reasonable and nodded vigorously. Increasingly convinced of Liu Zhengting's wisdom, unable to contain his admiration, he praised, "Excellent. My son's analysis is spot on. We shall proceed as my son suggests." "Indeed, Dinyo. Who would have thought that studying abroad would endow you with such prowess?" Yet, Liu Dingshan, who had long aspired to expand his territory, could not help but inquire, "So when will we seize Luoyang?" Without hesitation, Liu Zhengting replied with a single word, "Wait." The night's discourse between father and son laid a foundation for the Liu family's future. The following morning, having lost sleep over concerns that Luoyang might encounter further turmoil, Liu Zhengting resolved to personally negotiate with Xue Jiabing. In truth, Xue Jiabing was not overly concerned for his safety. However, without his troops, he had lost his anchor. When Liu Zhengting bluntly presented his terms, Xue Jiabing's face was one of disbelief. What surprised him was Liu Zhengting's willingness to return the captives and confiscated military equipment. In this era, possessing firearms equated to power. Thus, Xue Jiabing acquiesced to all of Liu Zhengting's conditions. After the negotiations, Liu Zhengting, in Xue Jiabing's name, sent a telegram to the command post in Luoyang ensuring them that Xue Jiabing was safe. Simultaneously, to guarantee that Luoyang remained calm, Liu Zhengting released Xue Jiabing's aide, Wang Xiaozhong, instructing him to ride with Xue Jiabing's handwritten letter and depart from Song County. Wang Xiaozhong was not merely Xue Jiabing's aide. He was also his nephew. The following afternoon, after a long journey, a weary Wang Xiaozhong returned to Song County, bringing with him 500,000 silver dollars. Once the transaction was complete, Xue Jiabing, accompanied by a portion of his loyal officers and a group of defeated soldiers, left Song County in a rather disheveled state, a stark contrast to his previous grandeur. Meanwhile, Liu Dingshan, bolstered by the acquisition of weapons, ammunition, and newly procured military supplies, began to expand his forces vigorously. Following discussions with Liu Zhengting, he decided to maintain the independent mixed brigades designation, but altered its structure to a regular formation of 1 brigade with 3 regiments. Liu Dingshan continued to serve as the brigade commander, Major General, while the position of Chief of Staff was temporarily filled by his son, Liu Zhengting, Colonel, a self-assigned rank. The brigade comprised 3 directly subordinate units, a special operations battalion including a guard company and communication company, an engineering company, and a supply company, 3 infantry regiments, a cavalry battalion, an independent artillery battalion, and a White Russian battalion. Each infantry regiment contained 3 infantry battalions, with each battalion subdivided into 3 infantry companies, each comprising approximately 120 to 150 men, including 1 company commander, 3 platoon leaders, and 9 squad leaders. They were equipped with around 100 rifles, Hanyang, Mosin-Nagant, and 3 Czech ZB-26 light machine guns, mostly captured. Each battalion also included a machine gun platoon with 4 heavy machine guns. The total strength of each battalion ranged from 400 to 500 men, leading to a combined total of 200 to 500 men across 3 battalions. The brigade headquarters and directly subordinate units consisted of approximately 250 personnel, with 3 battalions totaling around 750 men. The cavalry battalion included 3 cavalry companies, along with support troops, totaling around 400 men. The independent artillery battalion featured 3 artillery companies, with each company equipped with 4 82mm mortars, totaling 300 men from captured and procured sources. The White Russian battalion comprised 2 cavalry companies and 1 infantry company, totaling 500 men. Overall, the brigade, including headquarters and directly subordinate units, 400 to 600 men, amounted to approximately 500 personnel, excluding the White Russian battalion, which was comprised of mercenaries. After Xue Jiabing's departure, Liu Dingshan waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to slaughter pigs and sheep for a celebratory feast. That evening, Song County was aglow with lights, and the air was thick with the rich aroma of meat. Soldiers gathered around the bonfire, feasting heartily, their faces adorned with smiles of satisfaction, their mouths dripping with grease. In this era, the mere ability to consume meat or even enjoy a bowl of meat soup and cornbread was considered a luxury. The local populace was equally buoyed by the festive atmosphere. Many, in search of a meal, willingly came forward to assist with chores and cooking. Once the meal commenced, numerous individuals received steaming bowls of meat soup and assorted flatbreads. This sumptuous dinner left many townsfolk envious, sparking thoughts of joining the military, as in such turbulent times. Having sufficient food and clothing was a rare privilege. Serving in the army not only resolved the issue of basic sustenance, but also provided a source of income. Consequently, the youth of Song County began to stir with the desire to enlist. The following afternoon, Liu Dingshan convened an important military meeting in the military camp's conference room. Present were Battalion Commander Zhou Laoshuan, 2nd Battalion Commander Ho Xiaotian, and Guard Battalion Commander Yang Jijun, along with Colonel Mikhail and Lieutenant Komarov from the White Russian contingent. Additionally, several officers who had defected from Xue Jiabing's forces were also in attendance. Liu Dingshan's army had always been a ragtag ensemble, with a severe shortage of mid to high-ranking officers. Therefore, the recruitment of these officers was akin to a timely boon. Before the commencement of the meeting, the elderly gentlemen, including Zhou Laoshuan, were animatedly conversing, their faces aglow with excitement as they discussed the news of troop expansion they had learned at the celebration banquet the previous night. This revelation ignited their enthusiasm, for an expansion of the military could herald promotions for them. Just as their conversation reached a fervent pitch, a resounding call echoed from outside. The brigade commander has arrived. Instantly, all chatter ceased, and the attendees rose with solemn expressions to welcome Liu Dingshan. Clad in military uniform adorned with the insignia of a major general, Liu Dingshan approached the main seat with a cheerful demeanor, followed closely by Liu Zhengting, who had donned his uniform but had yet to display any rank insignia. Once seated, Liu Dingshan gestured for the officers below to take their seats, saying, "Please, everyone, be seated." In unison, they replied, "Yes, Brigade Commander." Liu Zhengting occupied the first position to the left of Liu Dingshan. After all were seated, Liu Dingshan leisurely began. "I have summoned you all here today to discuss matters concerning the troop expansion." No sooner had he finished speaking than an eruption of excited chatter filled the previously quiet conference room. The officers, brimming with eagerness, seemed impatient to discover the ranks they would assume. However, just as their spirits soared, Liu Dingshan shifted his tone, stating, "Before we delve into the discussion on troop expansion, I have an important announcement to make." His gaze swept over each attendee, finally resting on his aide, Captain Zhang Jian. With an understanding nod, Zhang Jian stepped forward. Clutching a document, he approached Liu Dingshan, unfolded the document, cleared his throat and solemnly announced the commendation decree promoting Liu Zhengting to the rank of colonel. Upon hearing this news, the officers were taken aback by Liu Zhengting's promotion, but none voiced dissent. The reason was simple. The military belonged to the Liu family. Liu Zhengting was Liu Dingshan's biological son, and the bestowal of a rank was ultimately at Liu Dingshan's discretion. They were all acutely aware of their dependence on the Liu family's patronage. Moreover, Zhang Xiaolu had recently graduated from military academy and was also awarded the rank of major general. Thus, granting Liu Zhengting the rank of colonel seemed entirely reasonable. Furthermore, Liu Zhengting had indeed excelled, successfully procuring a substantial amount of urgently needed armaments and leading a surprise attack on Xue Jiabing's command with the White Russians, securing victory in the battle. It could be said that Liu Zhengting's promotion was thoroughly deserved, and his capabilities and contributions were beyond reproach. Chapter 20. The Expansion Order. Having attained his military position, Liu Zhengting commenced his duties as Chief of Staff, proclaiming, from this day forth, our brigade will officially implement a structure of 1 brigade with 3 regiments. He paused momentarily before continuing. As you are aware, our troop numbers have been relatively small, necessitating an organizational structure based on battalions. However, this arrangement has led to numerous complications. The organization among the battalions has been chaotic, with personnel and equipment varying significantly, severely impacting the brigade's combat effectiveness and coordination. Therefore, we will now undertake a comprehensive reorganization and redistribution of our forces and equipment, ensuring uniformity across all units. At this juncture, although smiles adorned their faces and applause followed, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. They recalled that under the previous battalion structure, each battalion effectively functioned as their own private army, with the soldiers and officers being their own charges. The thought of reorganization raised concerns about the potential loss of their military authority. Liu Zhengting continued, firstly, the position of brigade commander will still be held by my father. Upon hearing this, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted, with everyone expressing their respect for Liu Dingshan, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Liu Zhengting raised his voice, solemnly declaring, additionally, I have appointed Colonel Mikhail as the brigade's combat advisor. The inclusion of the White Russians was met with a warm reception, as their combat prowess had been witnessed in the recent battle, where their marksmanship was nothing short of remarkable. Finally, Liu Zhengting surveyed the room once more and stated, in addition to the 1 brigade with 3 regiments, we will also establish a cavalry battalion, an independent artillery battalion, and a White Russian independent battalion. After detailing the specific organizational structure, Liu Zhengting began to announce the names of the commanding officers. The commander of the 1st Regiment will be Zhou Laoshuan, former commander of the 1st Battalion, and he will be awarded the rank of colonel. At this proclamation, Zhou Laoshuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment, revealing a broad smile. The unexpected joy left him momentarily speechless, as he had not anticipated not only being appointed to the position of regiment commander, but also being promoted from major to colonel. Though he had considered the possibility of a promotion, the reality of the order had left him even more exhilarated. In his excitement, Zhou Laoshuan found himself grinning foolishly in his seat. Just then, Hou Xiaotian, standing beside him, nudged him gently and whispered, Laoshuan, why are you just sitting there grinning? Quickly stand up and thank our brigade commander. Oh, yes. I'm just too excited, I almost forgot. Zhou Laoshuan exclaimed as if awakening from a dream. He promptly straightened his posture, hurriedly adjusting his uniform before taking a deep breath and offering a rather uncoordinated salute to Liu Dingshan. After saluting, he spoke with great enthusiasm. Thank you, Brigade Commander, for your support. I assure you I will not disappoint your expectations. Liu Dingshan looked at Zhou Laoshuan's endearing and earnest demeanor with immense satisfaction. Nodding encouragingly, good. Laoshuan, you must work hard. Zhou Laoshuan enthusiastically nodded, repeatedly affirming, yes. Then, as if remembering something, he turned to Liu Zhengting and offered a salute. Expressing his gratitude, thank you, Chief of Staff. Liu Zhengting promptly returned the salute, a smile gracing his face in acknowledgement of Zhou Laoshuan's gratitude. The commander of the 2nd Regiment will be Hou Xiaotian, the former commander of the 2nd Battalion, serving as acting regiment commander, and he will be awarded the rank of lieutenant colonel. Upon hearing this, Hou Xiaotian's heart raced, and a smile of excitement spread across his face. Yet amid the joy, He felt a tinge of regret at being merely an acting commander with a lieutenant colonel rank, which paled in comparison to Zhou Laoxuan's elevation. Nevertheless, Hou Xiaotian quickly adjusted his mindset, recognizing that he had not achieved any notable feats in the recent battle, unlike Zhou Laoxuan, who had participated in the night raid against the enemy under Liu Zhengting, leading to a significant victory over Xue Jiabing's 21st Division. Hou Xiaotian promptly stood, faced Liu Zhengting, and saluted, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brigade Commander. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations." He then turned to Liu Zhengting, offering a proper salute, "Thank you, Chief of Staff," and subsequently took his seat. With the 2 regiment commanders appointed, attention turned to the 3rd Regiment. Yang Jiajun, seated beside them, quickly composed himself, straightened his back, and awaited the announcement of his name. Liu Zhengting continued, "I will concurrently serve as the commander of the 3rd Regiment." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Jiajun, who had been somewhat agitated, was instantly taken aback. The other longtime subordinates of Liu Zhengting also displayed expressions of confusion and astonishment. They had anticipated that Yang Jiajun would take on the role of the 3rd Regiment commander, much like Zhou and Hou. Yang Jiajun himself held this belief, convinced that despite lacking notable military achievements, his years of service to his uncle warranted such a position. After all, he was his uncle's own nephew. To his dismay, the outcome was far from what he had expected. Disappointment washed over him as he concealed his smile, his countenance darkening. The cavalry battalion commander was temporarily assigned to Komarov, who was bestowed with the rank of major. The independent artillery battalion was entrusted to Yan Sheng, also receiving the rank of major. The independent White Russian battalion was overseen by advisor Mikhail. Upon hearing the names of the 3 battalion commanders called, Yang Jiajun realized his name was not among them, leaving him utterly disheartened. He could not fathom the implications of his uncle's and cousin's decisions. Had he faltered in some way? Just as his mind spiraled with thoughts, he was abruptly nudged by Hou Xiaotian beside him. Coming to his senses, Yang Jiajun, filled with perplexity, inquired, "Ah, what is the matter?" Chapter 21. Time to earn money. A smirk of satisfaction lingered at the corner of Hou Xiaotian's mouth as his gaze fell upon Yang Jiajun. He intentionally teased, "Hey, little Yang, why are you just standing there like a fool? The brigade commander has appointed you as the deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment and has conferred upon you the rank of lieutenant colonel. Why aren't you getting up to express your gratitude to the brigade commander?" Hearing Hou Xiaotian's words, Zhou Laoxuan and the others also broke into smiles, their gazes now fixed on Yang Jiajun. However, unlike Hou Xiaotian, Zhou Laoxuan's smile exuded a sense of goodwill. Yang Jiajun, whose courtesy name was Yifang, was a mere 28 years old, a graduate of the 9th class of the Baoding Military Academy's infantry department. After serving as Liu Zhengting's adjutant for several years, he ascended to the position of commander of the well-equipped escort battalion, on par with Zhou Laoxuan and Hou Xiaotian. This equality had fostered a sense of discontent in Hou Xiaotian toward the younger Yang Jiajun, who, in his view, had risen through the ranks solely due to familial connections rather than genuine prowess. Thus, when he learned that Yang Jiajun had not been appointed as the regiment commander, he naturally reveled in his misfortune. Particularly, seeing the handsome visage of Yang Jiajun darken further fueled Hou Xiaotian's delight. Prompted by Hou Xiaotian's reminder, Yang Jiajun suddenly snapped back to reality. He hastily rose to his feet, first saluting his uncle and cousin with a precise military gesture. Then, a stiff smile creased his face as he uttered a few obligatory words of thanks. It must be noted that Yang Jiajun, being a graduate of a formal military academy, executed his salute with the same standard of precision and decorum as Liu Zhengting, evoking a sense of comfort among the onlookers. Subsequently, Liu Zhengting announced the appointments and dismissals of officers at the regiment and battalion levels. Aside from Yang Jiajun being appointed as the deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment, the other 2 regiments' deputy commanders were all former defectors, elevated to the rank of lieutenant colonel to consolidate loyalty. As for the positions of company, platoon, and squad leaders, these were to be decided by the respective regiment commanders and submitted for approval. After the announcements, Liu Zhengting outlined several military regulations, essentially stating that the army had expanded and must now adopt the decorum of a regular military force, abandoning the previous laxity. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, the crowd exited the military camp in high spirits. Notably, Zhou Laoxuan, and Ho Xiaotian exuberantly called for a celebratory drink. In stark contrast, Yang Jejun appeared to be the one most perplexed and discontented by the proceedings. As he left the military camp, his silhouette bore an air of desolation. His mind consumed with questions of where he had gone wrong, or whether his uncle's actions were intended to elevate Ding Yu at his expense. Lost in thought, Yang Jejun was unaware of how he exited the gates of the camp. "Cousin, wait a moment." His reverie interrupted. Yang Jejun instinctively turned around. Upon recognizing the visitor, he forced a somewhat unnatural smile and inquired, "Ding Yu, do you need something from me?" Suddenly recalling something, he stood at attention and saluted, exclaiming, "Oh, I almost forgot. Good day, Commander." Liu Zhengting, with a smile, patted Yang Jejun on the shoulder and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy, cousin?" Yang Jejun awkwardly chuckled, somewhat distractedly explaining, "No, why would I be unhappy? Cousin, let us go together," Liu Zhengting said, moving toward the direction of the county town. Yang Jejun, his expression complex, hurriedly followed Liu Zhengting's retreating figure. Observing Yang Jejun's apparent despondency, Liu Zhengting reassured him, "Cousin, you need not worry. The position of brigade commander will eventually be yours." Taken aback by Liu Zhengting's words, Yang Jejun hastily rebutted, "You're thinking too much, Ding Yu. I hardly care about that." Liu Zhengting grinned broadly, replying, "Cousin, I knew you would understand. After all, we are family." He then adopted a more serious demeanor, stating, "Cousin, I have come to the 3rd Regiment not to usurp your position, but to work alongside you to cultivate our troops. Our brigade currently lacks weaponry and equipment. But do you know what we are most efficient in?" Yang Jejun pondered briefly before pinpointing the issue, talents. Liu Zhengting nodded in agreement and continued, "Indeed, although our troops have expanded, the number of officers remains critically insufficient." His voice rose slightly, underscoring the gravity of the situation. "We are particularly lacking in both senior and junior officers." He paused, lowering his voice to emphasize, "aside from you, who graduated from a formal military academy. The others, like Commander Zhou and Commander Ho, either hail from backgrounds of banditry or are defectors." His words carried no hint of disdain, merely an objective acknowledgement of reality. While they might currently manage their respective duties, what of the future? Yang Jejun was momentarily stunned. He had never considered Liu Zhengting's perspective to be so far-reaching. In contrast to Liu Zhengting, who had been contemplating broader implications, Yang Jejun had been preoccupied with military power and position, failing to adopt a more holistic view of the challenges at hand. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, instilling a sense of shame. At that moment, Liu Zhengting suddenly raised his arm, pointing decisively toward Luoyang. His voice rang with conviction. "Cousin, to be born in chaotic times is a blessing. A true man must seize the moment. Our future shall not be constrained by the small confines of Song County. When the time is ripe, we will not only capture Luoyang, but also conquer all of Henan, and even extend our reach to broader territories." Liu Zhengting's impassioned words ignited a spark within Yang Jejun, rekindling the fervor he had felt upon graduating from military academy. Pausing for effect, Liu Zhengting added, "Moreover, we must prepare for an unforeseen crisis ahead. Thus, for a sustainable future, we must forge a formidable army. Although our organizational structure has improved, combat effectiveness may still be lacking." Yang Jejun was taken aback, instinctively asking, "Crisis? What crisis?" Liu Zhengting scoffed, "Corruption within the state, lagging industry, and rampant warlords. Foreign powers have long cast envious glances upon us. Under such circumstances, crises are inevitable." In that instant, memories of past national grievances flooded Yang Jejun's mind. Following their conversation, Liu Zhengting had successfully allayed his cousin's concerns. Moving forward, Liu Zhengting intended not only to train the troops with Yang Jejun, but also to strategize on methods of generating revenue. The military presence has increased significantly, leading to a monthly expenditure of approximately 50,000 in military salaries and provisions. Given the impoverished state of Song County, relying solely on tax revenue and illicit earnings is utterly insufficient to sustain such a large force. Although the Liu family retains some wealth, it cannot all be depleted. Thus, Liu Zhengting must devise a means to generate income. He has already conceived of a plan, inspired by insights gleaned from a phone he brought with him. Thankfully, the phone does not require charging, otherwise he would be at a loss for alternative solutions. Chapter 22. Utilizing tea seed oil to manufacture soap. Liu, Come take a look. In a modest laboratory, a striking figure resembling a character from Chekhov emerges. A snow country sprite named Anya Mikhailova, who is the niece of Colonel Mikhail. Her unblemished, flaxen hair is casually swept back, with errant strands framing her elongated neck reminiscent of a swan. With her aristocratic, gray-blue eyes glinting under the sunlight, they shimmer like glass beads, and when she smiles, fine lines emerge at the corners, akin to delicate cracks on a frozen lake surface. At a height of 172 meters, Anya not only possesses ethereal beauty, but also a graceful figure, accentuated by a modified qipao that cinches her waist, revealing the elegant contours of her calves as she moves. Anya Mikhailova graduated from a German university with a degree in chemical engineering. Following a harrowing escape to Shanghai with her father, she sadly lost both parents during their flight. After her uncle, Colonel Mikhail, was hired, they arrived in Song County. Upon learning of Anya's expertise in chemistry, Liu Zhengting sought her assistance in his quest for profit. Liu Zhengting leaned in closer, inhaling the scent with a furrowed brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. No, this simply won't do. It's far too inferior. Anya observed the congealed soap base in the beaker, her brow furrowing as she noted the failure of yet another experiment. The gray-green solid was marred by unreacted lard, resembling a soap that had been soaked in water. The high acid value of the fats must be addressed. Poking the solid with silver tweezers, a flicker of irritation crossed her gray-blue eyes. Liu Zhengting rummaged through an old wooden box in the corner, discovering treasures collected by Anya from White Russian refugees. Half a bottle of French perfume, rolls of medical gauze, and several enamel measuring cups. Suddenly, he unearthed an oiled paper package containing dried tea seed cakes. How about this? Anya raised an eyebrow, recognizing the substance commonly used in rural southern areas for washing hair. Ground and soaked, it produces lather, but she had never heard of it being used for soap. I once read about it. Liu Zhengting vaguely compared it to modern shampoo advertisements featuring tea seed oil essence, with a high oleic acid content. It is more stable than tallow and carries a pleasant scent that might neutralize the lard's odor. He crouched, sketching a diagram and scrawling with charcoal on a wooden board. Shall we try controlling the saponification reaction at 80 degrees? Avoid boiling water and stir gently to ensure the fats and lime mix thoroughly. Anya stared at the hastily written instructions, a smile threatening to break out. It was her first encounter with someone using a candy syrup analogy to explain the saponification process. Yet, as her fingers brushed the tea seed cake, she felt the delicate texture of the oils. Her curiosity piqued about the Eastern individual beside her and his innovative thinking. Nevertheless, she decided to give it a try. 2 hours later, as the amber-hued soap mixture solidified in the porcelain basin, exuding a subtle herbal fragrance, even she could not resist slicing off a small piece with a silver knife. Holding it in her palm, she was astonished to find it produced fine bubbles. Anya had not anticipated that the product made from tea seed cakes would surpass the mildness of the French soap sold at Shanghai Ciantra department store. Liu Zhengting, witnessing the result, leaned closer, eagerly closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. Instantly, a refreshing and pleasant aroma enveloped him, prompting an excited exclamation. Wow, this scent is simply delightful. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he beckoned Anya to join him for a whiff, for the fragrance was indeed extraordinary. Anya, smiling slightly, leaned in to take a gentle sniff. The delicate aroma washed over her like a clear spring, soothing and rejuvenating, prompting her to close her eyes and savor the exquisite scent. However, in the next moment, Anya's eyes flew open wide, her face alight with joy and excitement as she exclaimed, "Goodness, this is truly remarkable. Liu, how did you ever think of using tea seed cakes?" Liu Zhengting, equally exhilarated, pressed on, "Is it really that good? How does it compare to those foreign products?" Anya did not respond immediately. Instead, she excitedly picked up a small piece of soap and approached the nearby sink. She scooped a ladle of water and meticulously washed her hands. Then, placing the small piece of soap in her palm, she began to gently knead it. As she worked the soap, a gentle herbal fragrance began to waft through the air, akin to a soft breeze. After rinsing off the foam, she held her hands to her nose, taking a deep breath. The fresh, herbal scent seemed to penetrate her very soul, evoking an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. A blissful smile spread across Anya's face, as though she had been transported into a wonderful dream. After a moment, Anya exclaimed, "This is simply incredible. It smells divine." Liu Zhengting, reading her expression, surmised the outcome. "Can this be mass-produced?" Anya turned her head, nodding enthusiastically, "Absolutely. Producing this is not difficult. However, I need to refine it further. Otherwise, it won't store well and may develop mold within 2 weeks." Thus, without further ado, she immersed herself back into the intense experimentation. Seeing Anya so absorbed, Liu Zhengting finally exhaled in relief. The production of soap stands as one of his most practical means of generating income at present. Initially, he had contemplated manufacturing stockings, but he realized that such items were best sold in America, necessitating collaboration with American partners, which he deemed unreliable given the ruthlessness of American capitalists, exemplified by figures like Rockefeller. The notion of producing sulfanilamide had crossed his mind, as it had been discovered from dyes. This method was indeed feasible. However, during this period, sulfanilamide was as precious as gold and had yet to be introduced to the market. The medical value of sulfanilamide far surpassed that of aspirin, marking it as a strategic pharmaceutical capable of altering destinies. Should he successfully develop sulfanilamide, the Liu family would face dire consequences. For such a significant invention would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of various domestic and foreign forces. Consequently, after careful consideration, he resolved to temporarily set aside the alluring prospect of sulfanilamide and instead focus on products already available for wealth accumulation. Soap and shampoo emerged as his primary choices. These everyday items, while seemingly ordinary, possessed immense market demand, promising stable income. Moreover, he harbored grander ambitions, intending to enlist Anya's assistance in the production of aspirin and quinine. Although these two medications already exist, he possesses methods to enhance them within his mobile device. Furthermore, the advent of these products is unlikely to attract significant attention. After careful consideration, he ultimately concludes that only soap, shampoo, aspirin, and quinine can swiftly amass wealth for him while avoiding becoming a target for various factions. However, the manufacturing process for aspirin and quinine must remain strictly confidential, with no leaks permitted. Otherwise, not only would his plans be thwarted, but he could also face dire consequences. Regarding the matter of secrecy, Liu Zhengting gazed at Anya's graceful figure, and ideas began to form in his mind. Chapter 23. Is this foreign beauty intentionally enticing me? That afternoon, Anya successfully developed a soap that was ahead of its time. In the following days, with Liu Zhengting's guidance and assistance, she astonishingly managed to create a series of samples including shampoo, body wash, and facial masks. The launch of these products filled Liu Zhengting with exhilaration. He was so excited that he found it difficult to sleep through the night. He was acutely aware of the power these items held. In both the future world and contemporary society, products related to beauty, wellness, and anti-aging possess immense allure for women. Armed with these advanced products, Liu Zhengting firmly believed he could extract substantial wealth from the pockets of foreigners. He even envisioned using these items to breach foreign borders in exchange for firearms, ammunition, cannons, and aircraft, or even to procure arms factories. However, while Liu Zhengting was lost in dreams of wealth, a troubling concern gnawed at him. This concern revolved around Anya Mikhailova, the key figure behind the production of these products. As one of the creators, Anya held the core technologies and secret formulas. If he could not manage his relationship with her properly, the consequences of such secrets being divulged would be unimaginable. Liu Zhengting realized he must find a way to secure Anya's loyalty, ensuring she would not disclose this secret to anyone. After careful contemplation, Liu Zhengting resolved to sacrifice his own allure. That very evening, Liu Zhengting decided to invite Anya to his bedroom for dinner. The table was adorned with several delicate dishes and a bottle of open Dukong wine, the aroma wafting invitingly. Just as Liu Zhengting waved his hand to dismiss the servants, the curtain was suddenly lifted as if stirred by a gust of wind. Liu Zhengting felt a surge of excitement as a familiar fragrance enveloped his senses. Indeed, Anya stood gracefully at the door of his bedroom. When Liu Zhengting's gaze fell upon Anya, he was momentarily stunned, forgetting to greet her. Anya was clad in an ivory-white Russian gown, the unique collar resembling that of a Russian noble's attire, adorned with 3 round pearl buttons that nestled perfectly in the delicate hollow of her collarbone, accentuating her long neck and elegant demeanor. The gown's tailored waist was impeccably cut, as if measured with precision, highlighting her slender waist and graceful figure. The skirt flared naturally at her hips, resembling a blooming flower, subtly revealing her calves clad in white stockings and elegant heeled leather boots, further enhancing her tall and poised stature. Most striking were her bare, fair shoulders, rosy neck, and her alluring bosom. It must be said, the figures of foreign women in their youth are indeed captivating. Liu Zhengting's astonished expression did not escape Anya's notice. Seeing Liu Zhengting captivated by her, Anya's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Liu, is this your room? It seems a bit too modest, doesn't it?" Anya remarked, brushing a stray lock of hair from her temple, her flaxen hair loosely tied in a bun, with a few strands cascading down her neck, swaying gently with her movements. Momentarily recovering from his surprise, Liu Zhengting managed a somewhat awkward smile, explaining somewhat uneasily, "Oh, it is a bit shabby. However, I am not particularly concerned with material possessions." Once seated gracefully, Anya blinked her beautiful eyes and, with a playful smile, inquired, "Oh, then what do you care about?" Liu Zhengting found himself momentarily at a loss for words under her gaze, inwardly cursing. Damn it, why is she looking at me like that? Is this foreign beauty deliberately trying to seduce me? It was a good thing, yet he felt he could not allow Anya to lead him by the nose. Consequently, he swiftly turned away, pouring wine for Anya with a feigned calmness. As he poured, his gaze inadvertently fell below Anya's neck, causing his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. To mask his tension, he casually remarked, "I don't believe I've seen this outfit before." However, he could distinctly feel his throat was somewhat dry as he spoke. Anya appeared unaffected by Liu Zhengting's nervousness. She gracefully stood up like a noble swan, twirling lightly. Then she halted, her beautiful eyes fixed on Liu Zhengting. A slight smile on her lips as she asked, "Do you find it beautiful?" Liu Zhengting was completely entranced by Anya, unable to divert his gaze. Her alluring shoulders, fair neck, and captivating figure made his heart race and throat dry. He was so anxious he could hardly speak, finally stammering, "Beautiful, truly like a fairy, so lovely." "Is that so? Really?" Anya seemed pleased by Liu Zhengting's compliments. Liu Zhengting smiled and nodded, "Of course. How could I possibly lie to you?" After resuming her seat, Anya's expression shifted slightly to one of melancholy as she slowly revealed, "This gown was a gift from my mother many years ago. When the Russian nobility fled, they could part with everything but must retain at least one gown." Liu Zhengting slid his glass towards her, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against her hand, feeling as though he had touched a cool piece of jade. "It is indeed lovely, but around here, if someone wore this to the market, they would likely be chased and scolded by old ladies with canes." He joked lightly, though his gaze could not help but linger on her curves. As Anya chuckled, the pearl buttons trembled gently with her breath. "That is because your people are too conservative and feudal. This allows for the most beautiful aspects of a woman to be showcased." She raised her glass and took a sip, the curve of her throat hidden partially by the collar. After swallowing, Anya widened her gray-blue eyes in surprise, exclaiming, What kind of wine is this? It's even better than our vodka." To Liu Zhengting's astonishment, it seemed the Russians truly enjoyed their spirits. Before he could even encourage her, she was already indulging herself. Moreover, she appeared quite unfazed by the high proof of Dukong. This could be promising. Liu Zhengting raised his glass with a smile, explaining, "This is Dukong wine, a renowned liquor from Woyang. It boasts a history of thousands of years, far surpassing your vodka." He then proactively clinked glasses with Anya, who, with a joyful demeanor, readily drank again. At this time, the White Russians had a profound fondness for vodka. It could even be said that vodka was an essential symbol of their identity during their exiled lives. Even in times of scarcity, they would go to great lengths to acquire it. For them, vodka was not merely a drink, but a nostalgic connection to their homeland. Just like Anya's uncle, Colonel Mikhail, who, even when he could barely afford food, would find ways to procure a bottle of vodka, only pouring out a small cup during festive occasions, claiming, "This is the taste of St. Petersburg." As for Anya, it had been a long time since she had tasted vodka. It seemed to know quite well what women like. Anya gently set down her wine glass and suddenly spoke. Her voice carried a hint of languor, seemingly infused with a faint smile. From the tea seed cake to the soap, her words paused momentarily as her gaze slowly swept over the small porcelain box containing a white paste. It was the facial mask she had just crafted today, exuding a subtle fragrance. Liu Zhengting was in the midst of savoring a peanut when he heard Anya's words. He smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by her compliment. For it is known that in this world, Women are the most beautiful and possess an ardent love for beauty. Liu Zhengting's voice was deep and magnetic, his gaze resting upon Anya with a discerning intensity. No woman can resist the allure of beauty. Anya listened quietly to Liu Zhengting's words, a smile unexpectedly blossoming at the corners of her mouth. She reached out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a simple gesture that made the neckline of her gown loosen slightly, revealing a delicate patch of skin at her collarbone, smooth and radiant like mutton fat jade. In truth, while Liu Zhengting harbored intentions towards Anya, the exiled princess was also secretly assessing him. Moreover, Liu Zhengting was not only handsome and robust, but also the son of a general. Most notably, he possessed an air of mystery, as if there were secrets he kept hidden from her. As a highly educated intellectual of modern times, Anya was acutely aware of her needs, particularly in these tumultuous times. Chapter 24. Halashao, is it acceptable? The two sat facing each other, relishing the delicate dishes as they drank and conversed. Liu Zhengting initially presumed that the slender Anya would not possess a strong tolerance for alcohol. However, to his astonishment, Anya continued to drink glass after glass of baijiu, exhibiting no signs of intoxication. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a warrior nation. Her capacity for drink was remarkable. In no time, they had finished an entire bottle of baijiu. Yet, apart from a slight flush adorning her already exquisite face, Anya appeared entirely unaffected by the alcohol. Liu Zhengting inwardly lamented, wondering how this could be. At this rate, she would remain sober while he succumbed to inebriation. It seemed that his plan was on the verge of unraveling. Being at this juncture, Liu Zhengting reluctantly signaled for another bottle of baijiu. As the fresh bottle was placed on the table, Anya, with her cheeks resembling ripened apples, boldly seized the bottle and poured herself a generous glass before filling one for Liu Zhengting. Observing her audacious gesture, he silently chastised himself for underestimating her. Cheers, Liu. Let's toast. Thank you for the delightful wine. Anya raised her glass, her eyes sparkling enticingly as she addressed Liu Zhengting. Since departing from the Russian Empire, it has been ages since I have tasted such exquisite wine. With that, she downed the drink, the fiery sensation coursing down her throat. The piquancy of the Dukong liquor was more profound than any she had previously encountered, as if a flame rolled down her throat, igniting her stomach with warmth. Yet, this sensation only heightened her pleasure. How exhilarating! Anya could not help but dab her lips with a handkerchief, a thin veil of moisture glimmering in her gray-blue eyes. This wine must be savored slowly. Liu Zhengting poured himself a generous glass, his gaze drifting towards the collar of her gown that revealed her collarbone, his throat tightening slightly. Just like making soap, one must not rush. Anya chuckled, her fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her glass. You seem to know everything. Tea seed cake, distillation methods, even the principles of brewing. She leaned forward slightly, the neckline of her satin gown parting with the movement. Liu, how many more of those techniques have you gleaned from your readings? Sensing Anya's bold demeanor, Liu Zhengting felt a surge of warmth from her gaze. He unabashedly leaned closer, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he inquired. What? Are you eager to know? Anya blinked her large, spirited eyes, her gaze fixed on his handsome visage. Of course. Can you tell me? Liu Zhengting's lips curved into a subtle smile, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor as he slowly replied. Certainly. However, Anya, with her tipsy gaze, focused intently on Liu Zhengting, her smile radiant as she asked, however what? As your partner, shouldn't you share this with me? The close proximity and intimate atmosphere inevitably stirred Liu Zhengting. Anya seemed to sense his heightened awareness but raised her glass and drank deeply. After setting down her glass, Anya wore a soft smile and queried, Liu, are all Chinese so reserved? Liu Zhengting's heart fluttered as he discerned her implication. It depends on the circumstances. She lifted her eyes to meet his, her gray-blue irises reflecting his image. Sensing Anya's thoughts, Liu Zhengting felt his heart race. Liu, can you tell me what you desire? She asked, her fingertips lightly resting on his hand pressed against the table. Liu Zhengting was taken aback by Anya's boldness, which only heightened his excitement. Thus, he dropped any pretense and clasped her hand, his expression fervent as he confessed, What I seek is not much. I want you to continue assisting me in the research of these products. And he paused, his gaze roving over Anya, before continuing thoughtfully, I want you to remain by my side. Anya suddenly burst into laughter, her voice laced with a tipsy delight. I didn't expect you to be more direct than us Russians. She tightened her grip on him, the satin of her gown crumpling at their clasped hands. Since you mentioned making soap from tea seed cake, I've been thinking, however. Her words trailed off abruptly as Liu Zhengting's decisive action silenced her. Anya's response was hurried and light, as if afraid of shattering something precious. Her fingers clutched at his clothing, burying her face in the crook of his neck. Inhaling the mingling scents of Dukong's potency and Jasmine's sweetness. The wine bottle tipped over on the table, amber liquid spilling out and soaking a large swath of the tablecloth. Liu, do you love me? Will you protect me for a lifetime? Anya's voice, muffled against his neck, was soft and tender, evoking a sense of affection. She clung tightly to Liu Zhengting, as if wishing to keep him forever in her embrace. Liu Zhengting reciprocated her embrace, holding Anya close. Love, from now on, you are mine. Liu Zhengting's voice was deep and resolute, his words carrying the weight of a vow, stirring warmth within Anya's heart. From this day forth, this place is your home. You are no longer alone. Liu Zhengting spoke sincerely, each word imbued with care and affection for Anya. Then, he gazed into Anya's enchanting face, earnestly confessing, Anya, do you consent? Without a trace of hesitation, Anya replied, I do. I am willing. Her laughter radiated like blossoms blooming in spring, and she nuzzled against Liu Zhengting's embrace, akin to a cat finding its warm nest, content and blissful. With Anya's affirmative response, Liu Zhengting finally felt at ease. Soon, the room echoed with Anya's exuberant voice. Oh, Hala Shao. Hala Shao. Liu Zhengting paused, looking at her in confusion. Huh? Why do you say that? Huh? If I don't say it like this, how should I? Anya, blushing, replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You will be my woman. So you should learn our way of speaking, Liu Zhengting declared with pride. All right, how should I say it then? Anya, her large, spirited eyes sparkling with curiosity, inquired. I will ask you later. Is it acceptable? Is it acceptable? Is it acceptable? Liu Zhengting deliberately elongated his voice, tinged with a hint of mockery. If you feel great, you shall respond. Zhong, Zhong, Zhong. Liu Zhengting explained with a smile. Zhong? Anya attempted to say, her tone slightly uncertain. Yes. Liu Zhengting nodded with satisfaction. That's it. Splendid. Anya gazed at Liu Zhengting with playful interest and suddenly inquired, what if one feels otherwise? Then you say, Bu Zhong. Liu Zhengting replied without hesitation. I understand now. Dear Liu. Anya's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Seeing Anya's obedient demeanor filled Liu Zhengting with immense contentment. Soon, the sounds of Liu Zhengting teaching Anya how to speak Henan dialect filled the room. Anya, who possessed Slavic noble blood, was not easily conquered. With Liu Zhengting's efforts, Anya finally grasped the meaning of Zhong. After exchanging this international colloquialism 4 or 5 times, Liu Zhengting had indeed managed to win over the Slavic noblewoman, Anya. The next morning, the two were awakened from their slumber by noises from outside the room. Young master, young master. Upon waking, Anya promptly nudged the slumbering Liu Zhengting. Groggily, he inquired, Hubo? What is it, Hubo? Young master, the master is looking for you. Liu Zhengting abruptly sat up, puzzled. My father? Now? Yes, young master. With some reluctance, Liu Zhengting conceded. All right, I shall come immediately. Once Hubo had departed, Liu Zhengting began dressing. Observing Anya, still lying in bed, he teasingly pinched her chin and remarked, My little treasure, Zhong or Bu Zhong? Beaming, Anya bashfully nodded and playfully replied, Zhong. Liu Zhengting burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha, excellent. As long as it's Zhong, you may sleep a bit longer. I shall see what my father requires. Anya obediently nodded, watching Liu Zhengting leave. After his hearty laughter, Liu Zhengting turned to depart, but suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly stumbling to the ground. Ha ha ha. Witnessing Liu Zhengting's clumsy state, Anya covered her mouth and chuckled. Embarrassed, Liu Zhengting explained, Hee, my foot slipped, the floor is a bit slick. With a face full of disarray, he hurriedly exited the room, maintaining his dignity as a man. Meanwhile, Anya, nestled under the covers like a sly Siberian fox that had pilfered a chicken, revealed a cunning smile. As Liu Zhengting stepped out of the room, he quickly leaned against the wall, muttering, Damn, this foreign mare is indeed fiery. Fortunately, my physical condition is robust. Alas, such allure is not something an ordinary man can sacrifice. Chapter 25, Kneel. the authority of a father. Upon entering the hall, Liu Zhengting immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. His mother, Zhou Wanqing, wore an unnatural expression, her gaze occasionally drifting toward her son as if she wished to speak but was restrained by her husband's presence. In stark contrast stood his father, Liu Dingshan, whose face was stern, glancing sideways at Liu Zhengting with an expression that scrutinized him like a criminal. Upon seeing his son enter, Liu Dingshan let out a displeased snort, followed by a heavy thud as he slammed his teacup onto the table, producing a sharp sound. Liu Zhengting, bewildered, looked at his father with confusion, unable to comprehend what had triggered such anger. He hastily approached his parents, respectfully greeting, "Father, Mother." Zhou Wanqing, upon hearing her son's greeting, nodded quickly and gently said, "Yes, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I had someone prepare meals for you and that foreign girl. Even had some eggs fried." However, Liu Dingshan glared fiercely at Zhou Wanqing, reprimanding, "Eating? What nonsense is that?" Liu Zhengting looked at his father with a puzzled expression, his confusion only deepening. Unsure of what was occurring, he mustered his courage and cautiously asked, "Father, what on earth is going on? Why are you so furious?" Little did he know, this inquiry ignited Liu Dingshan's ire even further. "What do you think?" His voice thundered like a storm in Liu Zhengting's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Huh, what should I say?" Liu Zhengting was utterly perplexed, staring blankly at his father. His father slammed the table, furiously shouting, "What do you mean? Kneel!" Liu Zhengting's mind was filled with question marks, utterly baffled by what he had done wrong. Sensing the escalating tension, Zhou Wanqing quickly urged her son, "You, kneel down quickly. Do not provoke your father any further." Though Liu Zhengting felt tremendous reluctance, he understood that during this era, a father's authority was not to be challenged. Thus, with a face full of resentment, he gritted his teeth and slowly knelt down. Observing his son's stubborn demeanor, Liu Dingshan's anger flared even more. He pounded the table in frustration, continuing to chastise, "What? Are you still not convinced?" Liu Zhengting, undaunted, met his father's gaze defiantly and retorted, "Father, it is only natural for a son to kneel before his father. But if you are this enraged, you must enlighten me on what has transpired." Liu Dingshan stood abruptly, pointing a finger at Liu Zhengting, and shouted, "Oh, you unfilial son! Do you truly not comprehend where you have erred?" Having fought battles for half his life, Liu Dingshan exuded an imposing presence that was difficult for most to withstand. However, Liu Zhengting remained undeterred, defiantly responding, "Very well. Since you claim I am in the wrong, I implore you to clarify where I have erred." Liu Dingshan's fury escalated, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed, "Fine. Today, I shall elucidate your mistake. Do you not realize you are already betrothed?" Liu Zhengting froze at those words, comprehending the gravity of the situation. In this era, such matters were of utmost importance. No wonder his father was so enraged. His mother, who had always been affectionate towards him, had not come to his defense. It all stemmed from this. Damn, I was utterly foolish. Last night, I was preoccupied with Zhong or Buzhong, completely forgetting this is the Republic. Moreover, the subject of Zhong or Buzhong is a foreigner. My parents would undoubtedly find it unacceptable. At that moment, his father's furious reprimands thundered in Liu Zhengting's ears once more. "What? Have you forgotten our ancestral customs after years of foreign education? Do you not understand the significance of a betrothal?" Liu Dingshan's anger intensified as he pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Zhengting, scolding, "I can overlook your dealings with foreigners. I understand the principle of learning from the West to counter the West. But you dare to bring a foreign woman into our home for such antics? Have you no regard for your father? Father, please listen. I truly intended what was best for our Liu family." After uttering this, Liu Zhengting nervously glanced around, ensuring that the servants were outside the hall, before quietly explaining to his parents. He explained to his parents the identity of Anya, as well as her assistance in creating soap and other beauty products. He elucidated that the reason for wanting to secure Anya was to ensure that this secret would not leak, allowing for rapid wealth accumulation. Listening to their son's explanation, the expressions of his parents softened slightly. They had already used the soaps and found them to be superior to those sold in the foreign trade firms of Luoyang. Upon hearing their son mention the potential selling price of these products, both Liu Dingshan and Zhou Wanqing displayed astonishment. Liu Dingshan slowly descended from his seat, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, Are you saying those small items can fetch a hefty price? Liu Zhengting nodded affirmatively. Indeed, father. A piece of imported high-end soap can sell for 508 taels. The soaps crafted by Anya and myself are even better with a more potent fragrance. And selling them for a tael, or perhaps even more, is entirely feasible. What? You say how much? That single piece of soap can sell for a tael? Liu Dingshan rose once more, anxiety etched on his face. Yes, father, if we manage our operations well, it could be sold for an even higher price. Liu Zhengting responded confidently. He continued to elaborate. Moreover, Anya and I have not only created soap, we can also develop other new products. If we pursue a high-end market strategy, the prices will be even more lucrative. Liu Zhengting emphasized Anya's pivotal role to persuade his parents to agree to his desire to marry her. After listening, Liu Dingshan expressed his concerns, but what about the costs? Won't this be complicated? And if you can produce it, can't the foreigners do the same? If they manage to replicate it, will we still be able to sell it? Liu Zhengting smiled proudly, patting his chest as he assured his father, Father, rest assured. This formula is known only to Anya and me. They will not be able to replicate it anytime soon, and even if they do, I have other products ready for the market. Pausing for a moment, Liu Zhengting continued. Regarding the costs, the investment is actually quite minimal. Take soap for instance. We can acquire a load of tea seed cakes for just 5 silver dollars. If we consider that each piece of soap requires 50 grams, then a load of tea seed cakes can produce approximately 1,000 pieces of soap. Thus, the raw material cost per piece of soap is only 0.0005 silver dollars, which is significantly lower than the production cost of imported soaps. At this point, Liu Zhengting's tone grew more animated as he added, additionally, making soap is not a complicated task. As long as we control the formula and procure machinery and equipment from Shanghai, we can mass produce it. His excitement crescendoed. When the time comes, we will sell these soaps in major cities like Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Nanjing. Those ladies will surely be eager to purchase them. After all, which woman does not cherish beauty? Mother, you have used it. If it were you, would you not be willing to buy it? Zhou Wanqing, coming from a wealthy background, pondered for a moment before nodding and smiling. Yes, I believe they would. Liu Zhengting envisioned the bustling market where people clamored for soap. Continuing, not only that, we could also export these products abroad. Once my products gain popularity in the market, those foreigners will undoubtedly come to us seeking collaboration. His eyes sparkled with confidence as he urged, Father, just think by that time, would it still be difficult for us to procure arms? Not to mention military factories. I would certainly be able to establish them. After hearing his son's grand vision, Liu Dingshan sat in silence, his expression grave, without uttering a word. Chapter 26. The Official Wife. Shun Wanjun. Liu Dingshan's face revealed a profound sense of dilemma. After a moment, he sighed and said with evident difficulty, Your ideas are indeed commendable. However, you're already bound by a marriage contract. This engagement has been established long ago, and we cannot simply break it. He paused, then continued, Moreover, what does it mean for you to marry a foreign woman? The Liu family, regardless of circumstances, holds a respectable position in Songxian County. How would you take a foreign bride? If this were to become known, how would others view our family? As Liu Dingshan spoke, his agitation grew, his voice rising in intensity. If this were to happen, our family's reputation would be irreparably damaged. If our ancestors were to learn of this, how could I face them? His tone was heavy with helplessness and anxiety. Liu Zhengting observed his father's reaction, fully aware that he was on the verge of being persuaded. However, his father had always placed great importance on family reputation and face, making it difficult for him to accept this reality. Thus, Liu Zhengting quickly stood and approached his father, eager to reason with him further. Father, I understand your concerns, but look at the times we live in. We are no longer in the feudal dynasty. This is a new society, the Republic. After a brief pause, he spoke in a slightly teasing tone. Consider when you first joined the army, wielding a sword against the enemy. But now, who possesses the guns and artillery is the one in command. Finally, Liu Zhengting earnestly advised, we must keep pace with the new era. Otherwise, if the Liu family is left behind, you would have no face to meet our ancestors. Besides, did you not say that we should learn from the strengths of others to overcome them? My marriage to Anya is a strategy to utilize foreign technology against foreigners. If I do not marry Anya, how can I keep her? What if she decides to leave one day? Upon hearing his son's words, Liu Dingshan let out a heavy sigh. Observing his father's troubled expression, Liu Zhengting turned to his mother, hoping she might intercede. However, Zhou Wanqing shook her head, her eyes expressing helplessness. After all, in this era, significant matters were predominantly decided by men, leaving women without authority in the household. Resigned, Liu Zhengting could only hope his father would change his perspective. After a lengthy silence, Liu Dingshan finally spoke, as if contemplating carefully. You make a valid point. In such chaotic times, if we do not grow stronger, we risk being swallowed by others. Rather than that, it is better to strengthen ourselves first. Seeing his father beginning to be swayed, Liu Zhengting's face lit up with a triumphant smile. However, unexpectedly, Liu Dingshan's tone shifted. Nonetheless, this marriage contract cannot be annulled. His voice was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Liu Zhengting's eyes widened, astonished by his father's resolution. If you truly wish to marry Anya, then proceed. However, she may only be a concubine. Liu Dingshan continued, his meaning unmistakable. Liu Zhengting was taken aback, unable to fathom that his father would propose such a solution. Moreover, Liu Dingshan suddenly raised his voice. She must wait until you have brought your official wife into the home before she can enter. What? Liu Zhengting exclaimed in shock, clearly taken aback by this condition. He had not anticipated that after securing a foreign woman, he would still need to marry an official wife. For a moment, he was quite agitated. Observing his son's expression, Liu Dingshan abruptly turned his gaze, sternly fixing his eyes on Liu Zhengting, his face a mask of discontent. What? Are you dissatisfied with this arrangement? His voice conveyed an air of authority, causing Liu Zhengting to worry that his father might suddenly change his mind. I tell you, Liu Dingshan continued, my patience is limited. If you do not agree to this condition, then this matter is at an end. Do not bring it up again. Liu Zhengting dared not utter a word of complaint. He hastily grasped his father's sleeve, nodding repeatedly. I am satisfied. I'm satisfied. I will listen to you, father. Will that suffice? Noticing his son's compliance, Liu Dingshan's expression softened slightly, yet he maintained a stern demeanor as he said, well, since that is settled, you shall accompany me to Liaoning County tomorrow to visit your future father-in-law and discuss the early marriage of your legitimate wife. Ah, so soon? Liu Zhengting exclaimed in surprise, clearly taken aback by the swift timeline. Liu Dingshan glared at his son, admonishing, nonsense. If you do not hurry and you happen to bring home a foreign girl, I will be the laughingstock. Besides, had you not gone abroad for your studies, you would have married long ago. At your age, I already had you. With no other option, Liu Zhengting nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall follow your arrangements, father. After persuading his parents, the matter concerning Anya was settled. The next step was the significant moment of Liu Zhengting's marriage. However, he had no recollection of his future bride. All he knew was that her name was Shun Wanjin, a native of Liaoning County, the hometown of his mother, Zhou Wanqing. As for why his parents insisted on this union, it was not solely due to ancestral customs. There were two other significant reasons. First, Shun Wanjin's family was considered prominent in Liaoning County, a match of equal social standing. Second, the name itself was quite exquisite. It was said that when naming Shun Wanjin, her family had consulted a fortune teller regarding her auspicious fate. Wanjin signifies a sacred and noble bird, symbolizing beauty and virtue, while Zhun derives from Jinyu Jishan, implying the attainment of both fortune and wisdom at the highest level. Together, they convey the meaning of auspiciousness and prosperity. Upon hearing his wife mention this name, Liu Dingshan had immediately applauded in delight, thoroughly impressed. Though he lacked formal education, he understood the auspiciousness of the name. He resolved then and there to ensure that Shun Wanjin would join the Liu family as a daughter-in-law. Subsequently, with Liu Dingshan's rise to prominence as a brigade commander, the engagement between the Shun and Liu families became even more solidified. That afternoon, after Anya awoke, Liu Zhengting recounted his discussions with his parents. Although Anya felt a tinge of disappointment about Liu Zhengting's engagement and her position as a concubine, she did not react strongly, as her current identity was that of a displaced person. In this era, the status of the White Russians was indeed quite low. If she were to marry Liu Zhengting, it would provide a home for the White Russians who had accompanied her. Thus, the arrangement was finalized. The following morning, Liu Dingshan and Liu Zhengting donned new attire, brimming with vitality and bearing lavish gifts, embarking on their journey to Liaoning County under the protection of cavalry. given that the bride, Shen Wanjin, was already 19. A relatively late age for marriage in that rural setting, her family was particularly eager for her to wed. After a brief discussion, both families swiftly reached a consensus, finalizing the marriage between Liu Zhengting and Shen Wanjin. On the day of the wedding, the atmosphere was joyous, decorated with lanterns and accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs, creating a vibrant celebration. Amidst the blessings of all present, Liu Zhengting and Shen Wanjin performed a series of traditional wedding rituals, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to parents, and the couple bowing to each other. Having lived 2 lives, Liu Zhengting did not anticipate that after his journey through time, he would not only gain a wife but also be surrounded by affection. He felt no resistance to this marriage arranged by his parents. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, guests gradually departed, leaving only Liu Zhengting and Shen Wanjin, the newlywed couple, in the bridal chamber. Liu Zhengting, having consumed considerable alcohol during the day, felt slightly dazed. He staggered to the bedside, trembling hands parting the bridal veil. The sensation was akin to opening a surprise box. As the veil fell away, revealing an exquisitely beautiful oval face, Liu Zhengting was momentarily speechless. Shen Wanjin's beauty far exceeded his expectations. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her silken hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her large eyes sparkled like clear autumn waters, and beneath her prominent nose, her lips resembled ripe cherries. Adorned in vibrant bridal attire, her beauty was accentuated to perfection. Liu Zhengting gazed in a daze, utterly captivated by Shen Wanjin's beauty. Meanwhile, Shen Wanjin, witnessing her ideal husband for the first time, was equally impressed. Liu Zhengting left a remarkably favorable impression on her. Not only was he handsome, but he also exuded a unique masculine charm. Initially, she had not held high expectations for the son of a warlord, imagining he might be burly and coarse. However, upon seeing Liu Zhengting clearly, she found him entirely unexpected, delivering a delightful surprise. Notably, when she noticed Liu Zhengting staring at her, seemingly entranced, a wave of joy surged within her. She shyly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms. At that moment, under the influence of alcohol, Liu Zhengting felt a dryness in his throat, as if a fire burned within him. His gaze was drawn to Shen Wanjin's bashful demeanor, intensifying his impulsive thoughts. Eventually, unable to suppress his desires any longer, Liu Zhengting lunged at Shen Wanjin like a famished wolf, pressing her down onto the bed. In an instant, the room was thick with an air of intimacy. Shen Wanjin's gentle demeanor and Anya's fiery personality presented a stark contrast, embodying 2 entirely different charms. This disparity allowed Liu Zhengting to experience a unique allure. A night of passion ensued, unspoken yet understood. Chapter 27. The Jiangfeng Conflict and Feng Fengxian's Resignation. In the year of the Republic, 1929, the Jiangui War reached its climax. In early May, the Gui army retreated to Longzhou, leading Li and Bai to resign and flee to Vietnam. After resolving the Li and Bai issue, Boss Chang began mobilizing troops from Shandong and Henan, turning his sights on Feng Fengxian, who had been watching from the sidelines, hoping to benefit from the chaos. The rapid collapse of the Gui faction took Feng Fengxian by surprise. At this juncture, the issue of defense in Shandong became the catalyst for their conflict. During the northern expedition, Boss Chang had allocated Shandong to Feng Fengxian, and the provincial governor, a supporter of Feng Fengxian, was also appointed by Boss Chang. However, Feng Fengxian was left with an incomplete Shandong, marked by the Jinan massacre, as Japanese forces occupied Jinan, and the Jiaodong region and Jiaojing Railway fell into Japanese hands. The provincial governor of Shandong was forced to establish the provincial government in Tainan. In April 1929, under domestic and international pressure, Japan decided to withdraw its troops from Shandong. By this time, the relationship between Boss Chang and Feng Fengxian had already fractured. Boss Chang forbade son Liang Sheng from taking over Jinan and Qingdao, and appointed his own candidate as the provincial governor of Shandong, taking full control of the province's recovery. On May 16th, he used force to oust the provincial governor, igniting the conflict between the 2 parties. In early May 1929, the tensions between the 2 sides became increasingly evident, with both sides creating a public narrative to seize the moral high ground. Feng Fengxian learned from the lessons of the Gui faction. He declared opposition to Boss Chong, but not to the central government, cleverly distinguishing between the two. The Gui faction openly rebelled against the Nanjing central government, rendering themselves targets of universal condemnation. On May 16th, the leaders of the Northwest Army issued an unusual communication, appointing Feng Fengxian as the supreme commander of the Hudang Jiuguo Army for the Northwest route, and commenced military actions. Following a series of military maneuvers, on May 19th, Feng convened a meeting in Huayin where he announced 4 grave accusations against Chong Laoban and resolved to rise against him. However, during the meeting, his confidant Han Fujian expressed dissent, arguing that the regions of Shaanxi and Henan were too impoverished to sustain hundreds of thousands of troops. He deemed it overly conservative to forfeit such vast territories without a fight, advocating for a proactive assault instead. But who was Feng Fengxian? He consistently practiced paternalistic management. In a fit of rage, he slammed his hand on the table, ordering Han Fujian to kneel in the courtyard. Even though Han Fujian was a high-ranking general commanding tens of thousands of men, he could only suppress his discontent and comply. What Feng did not anticipate was the extraordinary nature of his paternalistic leadership. His military commands were as unyielding as a mountain, and all were compelled to obey him. Soon, trouble arose. In response to Feng's rebellion, Chong Laoban undertook dual strategies. First, he mobilized the armies of Zhu, Liu, and Tang to converge in eastern, southern, and northern Henan, encircling Feng's forces from 3 sides. Second, he intensified efforts to bribe high-ranking leaders of the Northwest Army with positions and money. On May 22nd, Chong initiated a financial offensive, successfully bribing Han Fujian, who had been punished by Feng, promising him the position of chairman of Henan province. Harboring resentment towards Feng, Han promptly issued a nationwide proclamation to maintain peace and support the central authority, leading his troops to Luoyang. Subsequently, Shi Yusan, stationed in Xiangyang, also received a substantial sum and was promised the chairmanship of Anhui province. Shi Yusan, a former disciple of Feng, was inherently capricious and immediately pledged allegiance to the central authority. In addition to these 2 generals, Commander Yang, stationed in Nanyang, who had long-standing conflicts with Feng, also issued a proclamation supporting the central government. Thus, without a single shot fired, 3 of Feng's subordinates defected, leaving him already short of supplies, without resources to confront Chong Laoban. On May 23rd, Chong, confident of victory, ordered the removal of all of Feng Fengxian's positions and expelled him from the party. By May 27th, in utter despair, Feng proclaimed his resignation and announced his departure abroad for inspection. Consequently, this conflict concluded with Feng's abdication. As this war commenced, an urgent order was unexpectedly dispatched to Liu Zhengting, leading an independent mixed brigade, instructing him to rapidly reposition to Luoyang to strengthen its defenses. Upon receiving the order, Liu was filled with excitement, contemplating that this could be his chance to seize Luoyang. After all, what military achievement could be attained without engaging in battle? With a force of over 6,000 men, including an artillery battalion, he felt emboldened to confront even a division of ragtag troops. However, just as he prepared to comply eagerly, his son Liu Zhengting interjected with opposition. Liu Zhengting calmly analyzed the current situation for his father, pointing out that while Feng appeared formidable, he could not contend with Chong Laoban. Recent toppled leaders like Li and Bai were not significantly more powerful than Feng. Given the unclear circumstances, it would be unwise to stake everything on a gamble. The consequences could be dire. After hearing his son's reasoning, Liu Zhengting experienced an epiphany. He recognized his impulsiveness and the need to consider the myriad complexities involved. Thus, he feigned acceptance of Feng's order to avoid unnecessary complications, while in reality, he delayed troop deployment under the pretext of preparing supplies. As Liu Zhengting hesitated, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. Within mere days, Han and Shi, among other Northwest generals, abruptly switched allegiances, joining Chong Laoban's camp. This unforeseen development clarified the gravity of the situation for Liu Zhengting. He realized that not only could he not compare to Han and Shi, but even with other ragtag generals like Liu Zhenhua and Ma Hongkewei, his independent brigade was vastly outmatched. With only a few thousand men, had he insisted on marching to Luoyang to align with Feng, he would have found himself utterly inadequate. After careful consideration, Liu Zhengting resolved to temporarily abandon his ambitions of capturing Luoyang. He understood that in such a convoluted situation, Preserving his existing territory was the wisest course of action. Therefore, he decided to steadfastly hold his ground and await a more opportune moment. Noticing his father's despondency, Liu Zhengting resolved to engage in another private conversation with him. Understanding his father's anxieties and confusion regarding the situation, as a time traveler endowed with knowledge and perspective beyond this era, meticulously outlined the historical progression, elucidating the relationships and potential trajectories among the various factions. Liu Dingshan listened intently, gradually replacing confusion with clarity. He began to grasp that despite the current complexities and adversities, opportunities were not entirely absent. After considering his son's insights, Liu Dingshan rekindled his confidence. He resolved to enhance the training of his troops, elevating their quality and combat readiness. Simultaneously, he began closely monitoring the evolving situation, biding his time for a suitable opportunity. With the assistance of White Russian mercenaries, the training standards of the independent mixed brigades swiftly improved. After the conclusion of the Changfeng conflict and the gradual stabilization of the situation in Luoyang, Liu Zhengting felt the time had come. He boarded a train bound for Shanghai with his guards and the first batch of goods he had produced. This time, he had a clear objective, before the outbreak of the Central Plains War, to exchange his valuable goods for more arms and recruit additional White Russians. Following the resignation of the dog-meat general, his contingent of White Russian troops had disbanded due to a lack of financial support. Now, these disbanded White Russians were concentrated in Shanghai, Tianjin, Nanjing, Qingdao, and the Northeast. At this juncture, if he could offer stable livelihoods and generous salaries to his former White Russian troops, he could successfully recruit them. After all, approximately 200,000 White Russian refugees were currently scattered across China. With arms, coupled with the training assistance from the White Russians and technical support, Liu Zhengting was confident he could independently manufacture firearms and artillery before the onset of the anti-Japanese war. Chapter 28. Seeking a Representative. Upon returning to Shanghai, Liu Zhengting remained captivated by the city's allure, particularly after spending an extended period in a small place like Songxian. The modernity of Shanghai evoked memories of the world before his time travel. The broad expanse of the Huangpu River surged with waves, its waters rushing eastward. Foreign cargo ships, warships, and domestic vessels traversed the river, the cacophony of steam whistles creating a lively atmosphere. These vessels, large and small, some laden with goods while others sailed empty, left long trails in the water, a testament to the city's prosperity and bustle. The banks were equally vibrant, lined with an array of European-style villas resembling exquisite castles, stretching endlessly along the river. These villas showcased diverse architectural styles, some Gothic, others Baroque, and still others Rococo, together forming a unique tableau of European architecture. In addition to these villas, foreign nationals were ubiquitous. First-time visitors to Shanghai might easily mistake it for a foreign land. This scene left Liu Feng, the captain of the guard accompanying Liu Zhengting, utterly astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he took in the sights, almost unable to trust his own vision. "My goodness, is this truly Shanghai?" he exclaimed in awe. Liu Feng, although sharing the same surname as Liu Zhengting, is not a relative of his. He graduated from the Luoyang Military Officer School and originally served as a squad leader under Shui Jiabing. Due to his impressive marksmanship and agility, he caught Liu Zhengting's attention and was appointed as the captain of the guard. "Oh heavens, even in Luoyang City, we cannot compare to this," one of the guards muttered, his eyes filled with longing and envy for the city. Major Komarov of the White Russian forces, observing the guards' reactions, couldn't help but chuckle. He addressed them in his somewhat halting Chinese, saying, how can Luoyang compare to here? This is Shanghai, an international metropolis, the center of the world." Having returned to Shanghai, Komarov was no longer the impoverished man who could only wear tattered military uniforms and afford no bread. Since aligning himself with Liu Zhengting, he not only received a generous military salary on time, but also indulged in potent Dukong liquor. This time, he accompanied Liu Zhengting to help his employer recruit more compatriots. As Liu Zhengting walked ahead, he suddenly turned to Komarov and said, "Komarov, let us part ways here." Komarov nodded affirmatively, understood Liu. Liu Zhengting further instructed, "You must recruit as many people as possible, whether they're civilians, skilled workers, soldiers, or even children. I want them all." Komarov was somewhat taken aback, surprised by Liu Zhengting's regard for the White Russians. He nodded vigorously Rest assured, Liu, I will share my experiences with them truthfully. I believe my compatriots will be eager to join. After saluting, he led several White Russian soldiers away. Once they departed, Liu Zhengting arranged the goods and guards near the train station. He then took Liu Feng and a few guards, carrying several small boxes, and left the station in a rickshaw. Liu Zhengting had already devised a plan for whom to seek in Shanghai. Initially, he intended to approach a newspaper to promote his soap through advertisements. However, upon arriving in Shanghai, he changed his mind. After all, advertisements do have an impact. But in this era, their reach is limited. If he wanted his product to achieve instant popularity, he needed a celebrity endorsement. Although the term endorsement had not yet entered the modern commercial lexicon, the association between celebrities and product promotion had already formed a clear business logic. Especially in trading ports like Shanghai, such collaborations became a vital strategy for domestic goods to compete against foreign products, closely aligning with modern endorsement practices. By 1929, celebrities had become a mature marketing tool in newspaper advertisements. Stars from Shanghai Star Film Company, such as Wu Dai and Ruan Lingyu, frequently appeared in cigarette and cosmetic ads. However, given Liu Zhengting's current influence and financial means, he could not afford these major stars. Nonetheless, he had already identified a candidate, Chong Qingru, a rising star from Shanghai Star Film Company. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a small car pulled up in front of an apartment on Henry Road, now Shinla Road. Once the vehicle came to a stop, a graceful woman stepped out. Miss Chong. At the sound of this call, the woman hesitated slightly, her brow furrowed, indicating unfamiliarity with the voice, yet she instinctively turned around. Before her stood a man clad in a white suit. Tall and upright, he wore pristine white shoes, exuding an aura of elegance and competence. His hair was impeccably styled, not a strand out of place, giving him a particularly spirited appearance. As Miss Chang's gaze met Liu Zhengting's, an unusual feeling surged within her. However, before she could fully savor this sensation, Liu Zhengting approached her with a warm smile. As Liu Zhengting drew closer, her two bodyguards became visibly tense, their hands instinctively reaching towards their concealed firearms. Liu Zhengting noticed this detail, but remained unperturbed, maintaining his gentle smile. When he stood before Miss Chong, he politely inquired, "Miss Chong, may I have a moment of your time to discuss something?" However, before Liu Zhengting could finish his sentence, the two bodyguards swiftly stepped forward, blocking his path with outstretched arms. One of the bodyguards, with an impassive expression, stated, "Miss Chong is busy. Please leave." These bodyguards have been hired by the film company for Miss Chang's protection, as Shanghai could indeed be quite chaotic. Naturally, the film company prioritized the safety of stars like her. This action caused Liu Zhengting's guards to bristle with discontent, ready to confront the bodyguards. Observing this, Liu Zhengting quickly raised his arm to restrain his guards. He then turned back to Miss Chong with a smile and said, "Miss Chong, my name is Liu Zhengting, and I have come from afar. I wish to discuss a matter with you, and hope you can spare me a little time." Miss Chang's initial impression of Liu Zhengting was rather positive. However, after a moment's hesitation, she apologetically replied, "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, but I have filming tomorrow and truly have no time. Perhaps another time?" Liu Zhengting was not one to relinquish such an opportunity and quickly responded, "Miss Chong, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration. It won't take much of your time." Given her favorable impression of Liu Zhengting and seeing his persistence, Miss Chong hesitated for a moment before conceding, "All right then, but it must be just you who comes in." Upon hearing this, the servants and bodyguards accompanying her were taken aback. However, since Miss Chong had already agreed, they had no choice but to comply. Consequently, after Liu Zhengting was searched by Miss Chang's two bodyguards, he entered her apartment. Chapter 29. What he seeks is not merely foreign money, but also foreign military factories and arms blueprints. The conversation with Miss Chong proceeded smoothly, almost effortlessly. There was no need for extensive verbal exchange, as the allure of beauty is irresistible to any woman, especially to a star like her. When Liu Zhengting produced the soap crafted by Anya, Miss Chang's eyes immediately sparkled, as if drawn in by a mystical force. She cautiously took the soap in her hands, examining it closely, her face radiating genuine admiration. "Oh my! The surface of this soap is so smooth, like porcelain, with a texture so delicate it feels almost flawless. There are no bubbles, particles, or scratches visible. It's simply astonishing." Subsequently, Miss Chong closed her eyes and gently inhaled, exclaiming in delight, "How marvelous!" Its fragrance is also quite unique, devoid of any harsh chemical odor. Rather, it possesses a faint, refreshing scent that is incredibly soothing and pleasant. She lauded the quality of the soap, conducting a meticulous observation and evaluation from every angle. With excitement, she scrutinized the soap in her hand, noting its smoothness, color, shape, and the meticulous attention to detail in its craftsmanship. Compared to the Lux soap she usually purchased, this soap was in an entirely different league. Had this soap been presented by a foreigner, she would have unhesitatingly deemed it an imported luxury item. With her heart racing, Miss Chong requested her servant to bring a basin of water to test the soap's actual performance. Little did she know, the results would leave her even more astonished. At that time, the soap, laden with impurities from oils, produced sparse and fleeting bubbles. In cold water, it was even challenging to lather without the aid of hot water. Post-wash, the skin would feel taut and parched, often leading to flakiness in winter. Particularly for a celebrity like her, using foreign soap required immediate application of petroleum jelly post-cleansing, lest the makeup would cake. Moreover, after a month of opening, the fragrance would significantly diminish, often blending with the oily scent inherent to mixed soaps, frequently resulting in a fishy aroma, especially with lower-priced soaps. However, the soap developed by Liu Zhengting and Henan, owing to its pure base and judicious proportion of coconut oil, yielded delicate and dense bubbles, with a diameter of 0.103 millimeters, that could quickly form even in cold water, with a bubble retention time extending beyond 5 minutes, compared to approximately 2 minutes for soaps in 1929. The inclusion of glycerin and olive oil created a moisturizing film, leaving the skin feeling supple without any tightness. Furthermore, the fragrance was released gradually, maintaining its presence for 3 to 4 months without any unpleasant oily scent. The disparity between the two types of soap fundamentally stemmed from the difference between empirical and scientific production methods. After washing her hands, in a bid to test the soap in her possession, Chong Qing-ru often had her maid wash her face on the spot to assess the soap's efficacy. Upon her maid's completion, after drying her face with a towel, Chong Qing-ru eagerly touched the young maid's face. Subsequently, with an expression of astonishment, she exclaimed, "My goodness! Mr. Liu, is this soap truly magical? Does it really possess moisturizing properties? Is this genuinely your creation, not that of a foreigner?" A confident smile spread across Liu Zhengting's face as he nodded, affirming, "Yes, Miss Chong, this is indeed my creation. Did you not detect a hint of traditional Chinese medicinal fragrance? Do you believe that foreigners comprehend our traditional medicine?" With this revelation, Chong Qing-ru realized that the soap did indeed carry a subtle herbal aroma. Overwhelmed with excitement, she remarked, "Mr. Liu, you are simply remarkable. If this soap were sold in Shanghai, it would undoubtedly be a sensation." Liu Zhengting chuckled confidently, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have great faith in my product." He then turned to the film star and calmly stated, "All right, Miss Chong, shall we discuss a potential collaboration?" Taken aback, Chong Qing-ru instinctively replied, "Collaboration?" Liu Zhengting nodded, "Yes, a collaboration." Although she was unclear about the implications, she sensed it would be advantageous for her. Thus, she quickly approached Liu Zhengting and sat beside him on the sofa. Dismissing the attendants, she personally fetched tea leaves and brewed a cup for him. Once they were alone, with a twinkle of excitement in her eyes, she inquired, "Mr. Liu, what do you mean by collaboration? I do not quite understand." Liu Zhengting smiled warmly and clarified his intentions. "I would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for our soap to help promote it." Chong Qing-ru looked at Liu Zhengting with curiosity. Spokesperson? It dawned on Liu Zhengting that the term spokesperson was not yet in common usage in this era. Yes, a spokesperson. It means to assist in promoting our soap. Now understanding, Chong Qing-ru recognized that there were indeed instances of celebrities endorsing products in this time, particularly with leading film stars like Hu Dai and Ruan Lingyu, who had established market values. Companies that sought their endorsement would naturally need to offer compensation, with rates increasing alongside notoriety. After grasping Liu Zhengting's reasoning for approaching her, Chong Qing-ru smiled and asked, "Why me? I am merely somewhat well-known, and compared to the major stars, my influence is still limited." In response to her query, Liu Zhengting did not provide a direct answer, but rather spoke in a roundabout manner. Miss Chong, need you even ask? You are the most suitable spokesperson for our product. Not only are you beautiful, but your figure is also exceptionally admirable, and you possess knowledge. you are the perfect representative. In truth, Liu Zhengting's choice of Chongqing Ru was not solely based on her appearance and intellect. Her influence was paramount. After some inquiries, Liu Zhengting learned that this celebrated actress, favored by the film industry, had previously studied abroad. Proficient in foreign languages, she had formed friendships with many affluent ladies and frequently attended foreign social gatherings. Liu Zhengting's ambitions extended beyond mere profits from cosmetics. He aspired to leverage this soap to penetrate international markets and broaden his sales avenues. He planned to invest subsequently in skincare products, hair care items, and facial masks. His aspirations were not limited to acquiring wealth from foreigners. He also sought the machinery and design blueprints from foreign military factories. With the imminent threat of Japanese occupation looming over northeast China, he was determined to establish a comprehensive arms factory without delay. As long as he continuously innovated and introduced new products, he could overshadow foreign offerings and monopolize the cosmetics industry. In time, the foreigners would have no choice but to seek collaboration with him, enabling him to negotiate terms and exchange cosmetics for essential resources. Relying solely on financial means would not suffice to procure what he needed. Faced with Liu Zhengting's high praises, Chongqing Ru felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. To speak candidly, even without compensation, she would be more than willing to assist Liu Zhengting in promoting his soap, for it had thoroughly captivated her heart. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chongqing Ru eventually smiled and readily responded, "Very well, since you hold me in such high regard, I shall agree. However, what would our collaboration entail?" The two then proceeded to discuss a series of specific collaboration plans. Later that evening, after preparing herself, Chongqing Ru attended a ball organized by the French. Dressed elegantly, she walked the red carpet into the ballroom. The rustle of her moon-white gown sweeping across the marble floor mingled with the saxophone melodies drifting through the air. Zhang Peizhu, the wife of a French comprador, was delicately selecting macarons with a silver pick, her jade bracelet spinning swiftly on her wrist. "Isn't that Miss Qing Ru?" Zhang Peizhu tilted her chin towards the dance floor. Beside her, Mrs. Shi, another comprador's wife, set down her champagne flute and leaned in closer. "Oh, what cosmetics has Miss Qing Ru used? Her skin looks so radiant, quite different from how we usually see her." At that moment, Chongqing Ru was engaged in conversation with the wife of the French consul general, her gown's neckline perfectly accentuating her collarbone, which bore a hint of the delicate fragrance of white jasmine. This scent was not as overpowering as the perfumes of the foreign ladies in the ballroom. Rather, it carried a blend of floral notes, mingled with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of face powder. "What perfume does Miss Chong use?" asked Lillian, the wife of a prominent figure from Taikou Trading Company, as she approached with a high-stem glass, her French tinged with a London accent. "It is even more refined than the fragrance I brought back from Paris." Receiving such high praise, Chongqing Ru felt elated. She smiled and produced a small wooden box from her handbag. The gilded characters Luo Dan shimmered warmly under the rotating lights. Upon opening it, the deep brown soap bore the impressions of fingertips. "Thank you for the compliment, Lillian, but I did not use any perfume. Instead, I used a new soap from Luoyang." Not only did Lillian express disbelief, but even the wife of the French consul general seemed taken aback. "Oh, soap? Miss Chong, you must be joking. How could soap smell this exquisite?" She gently picked up the small wooden box and took a delicate sniff. "Indeed, it is delightful. My goodness. Did you say it's from Luoyang? I have never heard of that place." The wife of the French consul gazed at Chongqing Ru in astonishment, pressing her for answers. In the past, these foreign ladies would often speak with an air of superiority about the novelties from their own countries, as if their homeland were the center of the universe, dismissing all others as insignificant. However, this time, when Chongqing Ru produced the exquisite bar of soap, the dynamic shifted. Holding the soap, a sense of pride welled within her, and a gentle smile graced her lips as she leisurely explained, "Hee, Luoyang is not a country, but a city in our Henan province." Upon hearing this, Madame Lillian gasped, exclaiming, "A city in your country? My goodness! Your nation can produce such miraculous items?" Her voice brimmed with astonishment and incredulity. The French consul's wife looked at Chongqing Ru with skepticism, remarking indeed, "As far as I know, although you have domestically produced soaps, none are as extraordinary as this one in my hand." Her doubt was palpable. Unfazed by their skepticism, Chong Qingru maintained her smile and replied, "In fact, this soap is indeed made in Luoyang, and the person who crafted it is my friend." Madame Lillian caressed the soap, feeling its delicate texture and faint fragrance, and could not help but exclaim, "Wow! My heavens, is it truly that remarkable? Yes, this soap is indeed extraordinary. When I film, the makeup clogs my skin all day, causing discomfort. But after washing with this 3 times, my face breathes again." With that, Chong Qingru took back the soap from Madame Lillian, poured a bit of water into her palm, and created a lather as fine as mist. As she rubbed it, a gentle aroma soon wafted through the air. Seeing the soap's magical qualities, the 2 foreign ladies curiously began to knead it in their hands. Observing their engrossed conversation, Zhang Peizhu and other Chinese ladies, along with several foreign women, gathered around with intrigue. Upon learning of the soap's wonders, these affluent ladies excitedly engaged in animated discussions. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of beauty and skincare. Noticing the growing crowd, Chong Qingru produced several more bars of soap for them to experience. Zhang Peizhu was the first to reach for a bar, her fingers turning the soap over in awe. "Miss Chong, is this truly our domestically produced soap? Goodness, it's simply unbelievable." Her fingertips brushed the surface before she brought it to her nose, suddenly exclaiming, "Heavens, it has a herbal scent, even more pleasant than the honey sandalwood soap from Shanghai." In truth, she wanted to add that it was far superior to those foreign perfumes. But her sensitivity regarding the foreigner's sentiments held her back. Mrs. Shi, somewhat animated, pointed to her cheeks, which were prone to peeling, and inquired eagerly, "Miss Qingru, look at my cheeks, they constantly flake. Will this soap help?" Her husband had just purchased 3 boxes of Lux soap for her, which had left her skin feeling tight. At that moment, she couldn't help but admire Chong Qingru's porcelain complexion, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. Chong Qingru, now surrounded, smiled and explained, "Of course, this soap also has skincare benefits. After using it, I don't require any additional products." Madame Lillian, increasingly curious, inspected the soap with her blue eyes. Her husband's trading firm had just received a batch of French soap, adorned with images of ladies in corsets on the tin, yet the actual results were disappointing. With a sudden boldness, she asked in stilted Mandarin, "Chong, may I try it?" Chong Qingru smiled warmly, retrieving an unopened bar and handing it over. "Feel free to try it. I can even gift you a bar." Madame Lillian expressed her gratitude with excitement. "Oh, Miss Chong, thank you for your generosity." She promptly dabbed some foam on her wrist, noting, "It feels softer than the soap at home, with a much richer lather." Soon, a queue formed at the lounge near the dance floor as eager patrons sought to test the soap. Zhang Peizhu pulled along the 3rd wife of a textile magnate to wash their hands, while Mrs. Shi and Madame Lillian pressed Chong Qingru for information on where to purchase it. With a slight tinge of regret, Chong Qingru shook her head gently, saying, "I'm sorry, but it's not available for purchase yet. My friend hasn't decided to sell it." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the faces of the affluent ladies. This response was taught to her by Liu Zhengting, who understood that despite his confidence in the soap he developed, he was reluctant to launch it into the market without a reliable local partner. After all, without sufficient connections and resources, the consequences of encountering unscrupulous individuals could be dire. At that moment, the band suddenly switched to a lively tango, the exuberant rhythm prompting one to dance. Yet, the affluent ladies remained undeterred, still engrossed in their chatter, leaving the gentlemen at the ball quite perplexed. Just then, Zhang Peizhu returned, her hands glowing from washing. The silver bracelet on her wrist sparkled in the light, nearly blinding the onlookers. "My goodness, Miss Qingru, this soap feels absolutely wonderful. I don't even need to apply lotion. My skin feels so hydrated. It's truly miraculous," Zhang Peizhu exclaimed, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. "Miss Chong, where can I buy this?" Indeed, the soap's effects were extraordinary. Chong Qingru smiled in response. "Unfortunately, it's not available on the market yet. My friend is still in the preparations." "Oh, how unfortunate," Zhang Peizhu lamented. "Such an excellent soap. I must use this brand in the future. When it becomes available, please let me know where I can purchase it. Miss Qingru." Meanwhile, Madame Lillian was engaged in hushed conversation with the French consul, her fingers absent-mindedly caressing the lingering scent on her wrist, seemingly enchanted by the soap's fragrance. She recalled a statement made during last week's board meeting, where someone had claimed that Chinese goods fetched no value in the market. Yet at this moment, She envisioned that if this bar of soap were showcased in her husband's trading firm, the wealthy ladies draped in fur coats from various nations would likely fight over it. As the ball drew to a close, these affluent ladies continued to surround Chang Qingru, peppering her with questions. In the end, Chang Qingru graciously gifted each of the prominent ladies a bar of soap from her collection. Her generosity won the admiration of these affluent women, laying the groundwork for future promotion of other products. Chapter 31. The Soaring Price of Luodan Soap. 3 days later, Luodan soap from Luoyang was launched at 4 major department stores: Yong'an, Xinshi, Xinxin, and Daxin. On the day of the launch, the entrances of the 4 department stores were bustling with eager patrons. Many young servants and maids had formed long lines, anxiously awaiting the store's opening. This frenzy was ignited by the miraculous soap, Luodan. Ever since the affluent ladies had experienced its extraordinary effects that night, the news spread like wildfire through their social circles. Everyone was filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to personally experience its allure. On the day of the launch, in addition to the much-admired Chang Qingru promoting the product, her colleagues and wealthy friends also came to show their support. This undoubtedly added considerable glamour and popularity to the inaugural sales event of Luodan brand soap. Inside the Yong'an department store, a group of waitresses clad in qipao busily arranged boxes of Luodan soap into the glass counters. These soaps were meticulously packaged in deep brown bars, nestled within peony-patterned wooden boxes, resembling precious pieces of art. The gilded characters spelling Luodan shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, their edges dusted with fine particles of Luoyang sandalwood, exuding a subtle fragrance. At first glance, Luodan soap was already several tiers above ordinary soaps. Its exquisite packaging and unique design made its distinction immediately apparent. Finally, as working hours commenced, 2 clerks slowly opened the store doors. However, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A long queue had formed outside, comprised entirely of women. These women, elegantly attired in various styles, clearly belonged to the affluent elite. Evidently, in their eagerness to secure the limited edition soap, they had sent their servants to queue early. When the department store was about to open, they came personally to ensure they could purchase Luodan soap at the earliest opportunity. In the astonished gaze of the clerks, these opulently adorned ladies surged into the department store, with Zhang Peizhu, the wife of a French comprador, leading the charge. She deftly maneuvered through the crowd, her jade bracelet clinking against the glass counter. "This one, this brand, bring me 10 bars," she commanded, pointing at the samples on display, her fingers still carrying the faint scent of the greenery from the previous week's ball. Clerk Shaoli raised a polite smile, then courteously explained, "I sincerely apologize, madam. Due to the limited production of this soap, we must enforce a purchasing limit of 2 bars per person." Hearing this, Mrs. Shi, standing beside Zhang Peizhu, displayed an incredulous expression. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "What? A purchasing limit? Only 2 bars of soap?" Zhang Peizhu, equally astonished, quickly regained her composure and insisted, "We could pay a premium. Aren't they $2 each? We are willing to offer 5. "Oh no, we'll pay 10. Mrs. Shi immediately chimed in, Yes. We'll pay $10. Please sell us a few more bars. Or better yet, sell us all you have." However, their words stirred a tempest among the other customers, particularly a certain mistress of a wealthy businessman, who rolled her eyes in disdain and muttered, "What nonsense is this? Just because you have cash, do you assume we do not? If you buy them all, what will we do?" The women at the back of the line voiced their discontent as well. "Exactly. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, please move along and do not waste our time." As Zhang Peizhu and Mrs. She noticed the clerk's unwavering adherence to the purchasing limit amidst the pressure from behind. They reluctantly fished out a few silver dollars from their bags and purchased 2 bars. However, as they reached the doorway, Zhang Peizhu paused. With an air of arrogance, she instructed her attendant and maid, "You shout out $10 for each bar of soap. I want as many as you can get." Mrs. Shi, inspired by her words, promptly relayed the same to her servants. Concurrently, in other department stores, the sales atmosphere was equally fervent. Due to the purchasing limit, each individual could only acquire 2 bars of soap. Yet, this limitation revealed a business opportunity for many ordinary citizens, who intentionally queued to purchase soap with the aim of reselling it to the affluent ladies willing to pay a premium. Nevertheless, the number of soaps available at the counters was limited, Each department store had only about 200 bars for sale. Consequently, despite the long lines, many left empty-handed. The imbalance between supply and demand caused the price of soap to skyrocket, with the initial $2 bars suddenly inflating to an astonishing $20. This was no trivial sum, as $2 at that time could sustain a family for a considerable duration. However, while the impoverished were numerous, the wealthy were also plentiful. Moreover, this was Shanghai, where affluence was commonplace, and foreigners were ubiquitous. For those affluent ladies, the mere price of $20 for a bar of soap was hardly a concern. The rationale behind the purchasing limit was twofold. Firstly, to create a sense of scarcity, and secondly, due to the limited supply of soap brought by Liu Zhengting. His objective was not only to enhance the soap's visibility, but also to acquire production equipment. Otherwise, relying solely on manual production would yield only around 250 bars per day, while the Shanghai Wuzhou Guban factory could produce between 1.5 to 2 million bars monthly. Mr. Liu, remarkable indeed. I never expected our domestic soap could be sold for a price exceeding that of foreign products. A middle-aged man excitedly remarked to Liu Zhengting while raising his glass. Liu Zhengting responded with a confident smile, nodding, "That is certainly the case. Domestic goods have always been commendable. They were merely hampered by developmental constraints." It turned out that Liu Zhengting chose to partner with Xiang Songmao, the owner of Shanghai Wuzhou Guban Soap. He opted against collaborating with foreign firms due to their unfavorable terms. In this era, foreigners held a deep-seated disdain for the Chinese, since they looked down upon him. Why should he seek their favor? Once the product gained recognition, these foreigners would inevitably come seeking him. The choice to collaborate with Xiang Songmao stemmed from his presence in all 4 major department stores and his expertise in soap production. A condition of their partnership was that Xiang Songmao would assist in procuring a batch of machinery to help Liu Zhengting expand production. However, every new product launch from Liu Zhengting would also include a share for Xiang Songmao, who would receive priority access to the technology of older products upon their release. Liu Zhengting intended for his products to adopt a high-end positioning, making this arrangement acceptable to him. As for concerns about imitation, Liu Zhengting felt no anxiety. In this era, the lack of modern chemical analysis methods hindered precise determination of the ingredient ratios in the soap. They lacked advanced chemical knowledge and struggled to comprehend the impact of raw material purity on the final product. Liu Zhengting's core advantage in soap production lay in his scientifically based formula logic, stable quality, and precise functional positioning. Thus, as long as the specific ratios remained undisclosed, he had no fear of imitation. It was precisely this inability to replicate his soap that compelled Xiang Songmao to agree to the partnership. Furthermore, he was taken aback by Liu Zhengting's ability to produce samples of new products so swiftly. Chapter 32. The Rascals of Shanghai. In the French concession of Shanghai, Junpei is a short alley situated in the bustling city center. Though brief, it harbors its own peculiar charm. The owner of this residence is evidently of significant stature. In the parlor of the mansion, a man clad in a deep blue silk mandarin jacket converses with a short, stout elder beside him. The man appears sharp and capable, while the elder seems somewhat aloof. The man, brimming with excitement, exclaims to the elder, "Brother, this is truly a splendid opportunity." The short and stout old man merely responded with a cold smile, seemingly indifferent to the man's words. He casually replied, "Ha, what good opportunity." The man, realizing the old man's disinterest, hurriedly explained, "Big brother, look, the French consul general has personally sent someone to ask for our assistance. Isn't this an opportunity? If we can execute this matter splendidly, perhaps we can help you return to the police precinct." Upon hearing the phrase "return to the police precinct," the old man's lips twitched slightly, revealing a sardonic smile. He then scoffed. "Return to the police precinct? Do you genuinely believe such a stroke of luck might occur?" Observing the old man's lack of enthusiasm, the man persisted, "Big brother, how can we know without trying? Perhaps this is our chance for redemption." These 2 individuals were among Shanghai's notorious triad leaders. The tall, rugged man with a fierce gaze was none other than Zhang Xiaolin, one of the 3 major ruffians. The short, stout elder was Huang Jinrong, the foremost gangster of Shanghai. Huang Jinrong, renowned as the top ruffian, was originally the son-in-law of Lin Guisheng. Initially, he prospered through his wife, Lin Guisheng, and later leveraged his position as an inspector in the French concession police force as a stepping stone to power. He monopolized the underground industry through the influence of the Qing gang and amassed wealth through opium trafficking and entertainment, ultimately rising from a lowly thug to the most prominent gang lord in Shanghai. However, following the extraordinary events of 1927, Huang Jinrong voluntarily resigned from his position as the inspector of the police precinct. With the loss of this position, he relinquished control over Shanghai's core resources, and his influence diminished from all of Shanghai to the confines of his old territory in the French concession. At this time, although Huang Jinrong was no longer as formidable as Du Yuesheng, he still commanded the Huang mansion and had thousands of Qing gang disciples. As Huang Jinrong's power waned and Du Yuesheng's influence surged, along with Zhang Xiaolin's growing ambitions, the equilibrium of their triangle was disrupted. Zhang Xiaolin began frequenting Zhejiang warlords and high-ranking Shanghai military officials, establishing an independent armed support system, separate from Huang Jinrong. Recently, upon hearing that the French consul general sought Huang Jinrong's assistance, Zhang Xiaolin, akin to a fly drawn to filth, shamelessly approached him once more. The reason he did not dare to act independently was due to Liu Zhengting's collaboration with Boss Xiang, and Liu Zhengting's storage location was within the Chinese sector, very close to the French concession. If Huang Jinrong could intervene, any ensuing troubles could be easily resolved. Ultimately, persuaded by Zhang Xiaolin, Huang Jinrong decided to take action, deeming the matter trivial. In his view, if he could indeed return to the police precinct, it would be fortuitous. Even if he could not, he could extort a sum from this affair. That evening, at the Shanghai docks, Liu Zhengting was inspecting the equipment that had just arrived in Shanghai. A middle-aged man smiled at Liu Zhengting, assuring him, "Rest assured, Boss Liu, our employer has instructed us not to deliver any defective goods." After saying this, he had someone open one of the boxes, pointing to the equipment inside and introducing, "Look, these are all brand new machines just shipped from Japan." Liu Zhengting nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, Boss Xiang is trustworthy." He then waved his hand, instructing his guards, "All right, pack it up, send it directly to the train station and dispatch the items back as soon as possible." However, at that moment, a group of men clad in black short coats approached the docks with an aggressive demeanor. The guard captain, Lu Feng, hurriedly leaned closer to Liu Zhengting and whispered, "Boss, there's trouble." Liu Zhengting's expression darkened as he observed the unexpected arrivals, coldly commanding, "Inform the brothers that the situation is dire. Arm yourselves and be ready for action." As Lu Feng nodded excitedly, a peculiar glint in his eyes, the middle-aged man beside Liu Zhengting displayed an unnatural expression upon seeing the group. Just then, the men reached Liu Zhengting and his entourage. The leader, with a fierce countenance, inquired, "Who is Liu Zhengting?" Liu Zhengting, noticing they did not recognize him, wore an innocuous smile and stepped forward to ask, "May I inquire what brings you to seek our boss?" Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's words, the man's eyes widened in anger as he retorted, "Aren't you the boss? If you're not the boss, what are you talking to me for? Go, bring your boss here." Yet, Liu Zhengting maintained a smile and calmly asked, "May I ask your name, good sir? It will be helpful for me to relay your message to our boss." The arrogant Huang Lao-san, with his head held high, proclaimed proudly, "I'm a man of Boss Huang, here to speak with Liu Zhengting about a matter." Upon hearing the title Boss Huang, a thought flashed through Liu Zhengting's mind, and he instinctively remarked, "Boss Huang? Could it be Huang Jinrong?" Upon realizing the audacity with which the other party addressed his boss, Huang Lao-san's eyes bulged with fury, and he spat, "Damn it, you little brat. How dare you call our boss by his name?" Furthermore, as if mere cursing was insufficient, Huang Lao-san attempted to grab Liu Zhengting by the collar. However, as his hand reached out, a sharp crack echoed, akin to shattering porcelain. Then, Huang Lao-san felt a piercing pain in his right arm. Startled, he looked down to see blood gushing from his arm, a horrifying sight. In shock, he raised his head, only to discover Liu Zhengting holding a gun, its dark muzzle aimed directly at him. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Huang Lao-san was filled with a mix of astonishment and rage, trembling with fury. A subordinate beside him, his expression shifting, shouted, "Damn it, brothers!" Yet before he could finish, a crimson hole appeared in his forehead, and he fell backward. Simultaneously, several others who attempted to draw their weapons were gunned down by Liu Zhengting's guards. In that moment, no one dared to move. Not only were Huang Lao-san's men intimidated, but even those affiliated with Boss Xiang were struck with fear. Under the threat of a gun to his forehead, Huang Lao-san ceased his bravado. Under Liu Zhengting's interrogation, he divulged all he knew. It turned out that Huang Jinrong had not only sent people to kidnap him, but also dispatched others to raid Liu Zhengting's warehouse. Upon hearing this news, Guard Captain Lu Feng expressed his concern, urging, "Chief, we must return to the warehouse immediately." However, Liu Zhengting reprimanded him. "What is there to panic about? The warehouse is fortified with nearly a company of troops. If we can't even defend the warehouse, we might as well not be soldiers." Upon hearing Lu Feng address Liu Zhengting as chief, both Huang Laosan and Baxiang's men were left bewildered. They realized that Liu Zhengting was not merely a boss, but a soldier. This clarified why this group acted with such decisiveness. After reprimanding his subordinates, Liu Zhengting commanded, "Pack up the machines. Back to the warehouse." In response to Lu Feng's inquiry about what to do with these men, Liu Zhengting coldly replied, "Eliminate them. A bunch of lowly thugs daring to act insolently before me. They truly think too highly of themselves." Chapter 33. The gangsters of Shanghai confront the military. Outside a warehouse near Shanghai's North train station, several serious-looking men were vigilantly patrolling the vicinity. Their eyes scanned the surroundings, leaving no suspicious movement unchecked. These individuals were Liu Zhengting's guards, brought from Luoyang to safeguard the warehouse. Just then, one of the older guards, having just pulled out a pack of cigarettes and prepared to light one, was approached by a younger man from behind. "Third brother, can I have one too?" the young man cheerfully asked. The slightly older guard, hearing the noise, turned his head and cast a contemptuous glance at him. With irritation, he remarked, "Oh, you little brat. What do you want? Can you even smoke?" The young man, seemingly unfazed by Sanji's attitude, continued to smile and replied, "Oh, you still look down on others? Sangu, I can smoke, you know." Observing this, Sangu rolled his eyes and scoffed. "Come on, don't talk nonsense. Your puffing is meaningless." As he spoke, he tore open the cigarette package. Simultaneously, he raised the pack to the young man and said, "Look, this is not our dry tobacco. This is Hong Shuangshi. 5 copper coins." Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he still pulled out a cigarette and handed it to the young man, muttering, "I'm telling you, if you can't smoke, give it back to me. Don't waste it." After receiving the cigarette, the young man quickly smiled and pulled out a match from his pocket. With a swift strike, he ignited the match and eagerly handed it to the old soldier. Satisfied, leaned forward to light his cigarette. After taking a deep puff, the old soldier closed his eyes and remarked, "This cigarette is indeed not bad, but it lacks the robust kick of dry tobacco." He then added, "These damn Shanghainese really know how to enjoy." Cough, cough, cough. The old soldier turned back and laughed mockingly. "I knew you wouldn't know how to smoke." After finally stopping his cough, the young man nervously said, "Cough, cough, cough." "Sangu, it's not." The old soldier impatiently interrupted. "Not what?" "Just wasting stuff." The young man hastily threw the cigarette away and pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Sangu, look over there. A group of people is coming towards us." Just as the old soldier was about to scold him for wasting it, he followed the young man's finger and suddenly stopped. He then discarded his cigarette, pulled out a box cannon from his waistband, and said to the young man, "Damn it, they're coming. Quickly, go back and inform the deputy company commander that someone is stirring up trouble." "All right, I'm on it." The young man ran towards the warehouse without looking back. Inside the warehouse, a group of people was lounging on the mats, boasting loudly. Most of these guards were experiencing their first time away from home and witnessing the splendor of Shanghai. Just as they were getting carried away with their boasting, the young man burst through the door. "Deputy company commander. Deputy company commander. Bad news. A group of men in black has suddenly appeared outside, and they seem to be here to cause trouble." His voice echoed throughout the large warehouse, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned to the young man. At that moment, a young man leisurely smoking a cigarette, who had been listening to the old soldier's lewd stories, abruptly sat up upon hearing the young man's words. He widened his eyes and, with a serious expression, asked, "What? What did you say?" Seeing this, the young man hurriedly approached him, a hint of panic in his tone as he explained, "Deputy company commander, a group of men in black is outside. Senga sent me to notify you." The young man scrutinized the young man and pressed further. "How many? Did you see clearly? Were they armed? Did they have guns?" The young man racked his brain to recall the scene and quickly replied, "It was too dark. I couldn't see clearly. I only saw a large crowd of people in black heading our way, probably over 100. It seemed like some of them were holding knives. As for guns, I couldn't see that well from such a distance." The young man then asked a crucial question. Are you sure they are coming for us? Deputy Company Commander. I saw clearly. They are coming towards us. Upon hearing this, the young man cursed under his breath. Damn it. There is only our big warehouse around here. It seems they are indeed here for us. Just as he finished speaking, a burly man suddenly sprang up from the ground, cursing. Damn it. Just as I've heard. There are thugs everywhere on Shanghai Bund. I didn't expect these thugs to dare come after us soldiers. Deputy Company Commander. Let us go. Let us show these bastards what we VE got. Immediately, the warehouse erupted with fervor. The guards were filled with rage, clamoring to rush out and give those thugs a taste of their strength. Meanwhile, the young man stood in the middle of the crowd, his face pale, silent, and seemingly deep in thought. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes sharp, exuding a sense of determination and decisiveness. After a few seconds, the young man finally spoke. His face contorted with anger as he shouted, Damn it! Let us go. Brothers, grab your weapons. Leave one squad to guard the warehouse, and the rest follow me to confront these thugs. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards erupted in enthusiastic shouts, yes. Subsequently, they scrambled to their feet, hastily retrieving their weapons from their bodies or nearby wooden crates. These guards were elite troops drawn from the independently mixed brigades, Direct Guard Company, and the 3rd Regiment, and the weapons in their hands were naturally of high quality. Each man wielded a Mauser C96 pistol, also known as a box cannon, renowned for its fierce close-range firepower, standard for squad leaders, platoon leaders, and close protection personnel. In addition to these sidearms, many also retrieved submachine guns and Thompson submachine guns from the crates. The previously mentioned burly man and his companions even shoulder-checked light machine guns, all excitedly brandishing their weapons as they rushed out of the warehouse. As they burst forth, they indeed spotted a group of men dressed in black, swaggering towards them. These black-clad individuals walked with an air of arrogance, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, resembling the stereotypical image of gangsters from films. However, when this group of black-clad men caught sight of the armed guards charging out of the warehouse, they were immediately taken aback. The frontmost figure, startled by the sudden scene, froze in place as if struck by a spell, not daring to move. Looking at the black-clad men, although they were not unarmed, their weapons paled in comparison to the elite guards. Most of them only wielded box cannons, and while some had submachine guns, their numbers were limited. The majority of the underlings in the back were armed with nothing more than glaring knives. The young deputy company commander, realizing that this group had clearly come prepared and with ill intentions, decisively shouted, Damn! Brothers, open fire! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger of his pistol. Pop! Pop! Several sharp gunshots rang out. The guard behind him wore excited expressions, rapidly firing while quickly seeking nearby cover, employing the tactics taught by their white Russian instructors. Chapter 34. Kidnapping Huang Jinrong. Huang Jinrong and the thugs under Zhang Xiaolin were notorious on Shanghai Bund, committing all manner of wicked deeds. They not only extorted protection fees, but also managed gambling houses and engaged in a series of violent criminal activities, effectively exhausting every malicious act one could imagine. These individuals relied on their superiors and had always bullied the weak and acted tyrannically on Shanghai Bund, never having faced any opposition. Therefore, when Huang Jinrong ordered them to burn down warehouses and seize property, they swaggered in, as they always did, calling for reinforcements with a fierce demeanor. However, they were utterly unprepared for the fact that their adversaries were regular soldiers. A rogue is merely a rogue. Throughout history, there has never been a report of a rogue triumphing over an army. After just a few rounds of intense gunfire, dozens of individuals lay dead on the spot. The underlings stationed behind them scattered like frightened birds. Some, unable to escape, hastily discarded their weapons, clasped their heads, and cried out for mercy. At that moment, in a tea house near Shanghai Beijian, Zhang Xiaolin was leisurely savoring fragrant tea, when a sound of gunfire erupted nearby. The corners of Zhang Xiaolin's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a cold smile. He believed that his subordinates had succeeded. Suddenly, a panicked underling rushed in, exclaiming, Boss! Boss! It's bad! The commotion startled Zhang Xiaolin, who was contemplating pleasant thoughts while enjoying his tea. The trembling of his hand caused tea to spill, scalding him slightly. In a fit of rage, Zhang Xiaolin sprang to his feet and, with a face full of fury, delivered a fierce kick to the underling. With a loud thud, the underling cried out in agony and fell backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Before the underling could comprehend the situation, Zhang Xiaolin's scolding voice rang in his ears. "Damn it! What are you yelling about? If you shout again, I'll have someone cut out your tongue." Terrified by Zhang Xiaolin's threat, the underling quickly covered his mouth, afraid to utter another sound. For Zhang Xiaolin was known to be as ruthless as they come, surpassing even Huang Jinrong and Du Yuesheng in his mercilessness. Once his anger subsided, Zhang Xiaolin, with a grim expression, demanded, "Speak. What happened to frighten you so?" Hearing the question, the underling snapped back to reality. Upon recalling the recent events, he nervously replied, "Boss, something has happened. Many brothers are dead." Upon hearing the report, Zhang Xiaolin's heart sank. In a panic, he swiftly advanced, gripping the collar of the underling as if to lift him off the ground. His eyes widened, glinting with menace as he glared at the underling, shouting, "What? Say that again. Speak clearly." The underling, pale and trembling uncontrollably, stammered, "Boss, something serious has occurred. We had just approached the warehouse when dozens of armed men suddenly charged out. They were all wielding machine guns, and they even had grenades." His voice was filled with fear and despair. "We barely had time to react before many of our brothers were shot dead." Tears brimmed in his eyes, threatening to spill over. It was evident that the harrowing scene would haunt him for a lifetime. Zhang Xiaolin was taken aback by this information, his eyes widening further in disbelief. He incredulously asked, "What? All machine guns? And grenades?" He then muttered to himself, "Damn it. How was I unaware that such a formidable group existed in Shanghai? Yes, boss, I witnessed it with my own eyes. If I hadn't been at the back, I might not have made it back myself." The underling's voice dwindled, still shaken. Zhang Xiaolin's face reflected shock, his brows furrowing tightly as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decisively waved his hand and commanded, "Go." Without a second thought, he turned and led his underlings out of the tea house. They swiftly boarded their prearranged vehicles and sped away, vanishing at the end of the street. Meanwhile, a car and a truck slowly approached the entrance of Huanggongwan. The guards stationed at the gate, each with a box pistol at their sides, noticed the vehicles, and a small leader among them flashed a smile of eagerness. He hurried forward, enthusiastically greeting, "Third brother, you're back so soon?" Huang Laosan, seated in the back seat, lowered the window, revealing a somewhat unnatural expression. Nodding slightly, he replied, "Open the door." The small leader, oblivious to Huang Laosan's odd demeanor, maintained his cheerful facade as he called out, "All right, third brother." He quickly turned to his subordinates, shouting, "Open the door. Third brother has returned." At his command, the gate creaked open, and the two vehicles entered in succession, driving directly into Huanggongwan. The cars came to a halt before the apartment, their tires screeching against the pavement. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of hurried footsteps accompanied the sound of the door opening, as Liu Zhengting led a group of armed guards into the scene. The underlings guarding the apartment's entrance were about to greet Huang Laosan when they suddenly felt something cold pressed against their foreheads. Their eyes widened in terror, and before they could react, a deep and stern voice commanded, "Don't move. If you dare make a sound, I'll serve you a peanut." After neutralizing the guards at the entrance, Liu Zhengting, unflinching, escorted Huang Laosan inside Huanggongwan. Minutes later, a series of women-esque screams, sharp gunfire, and the cries of the wounded echoed from within the apartment. Upon hearing this commotion, Huang Jinrong, who had been seated in his study, immediately lit up with intensity in his small eyes. He swiftly opened the drawer before him, revealing a golden revolver. However, before he could grasp the weapon, the door to the study was flung open. A group of serious-looking young men, armed and ready, stormed in. Lu Feng, gripping a dark handgun, pointed its menacing barrel directly at Huang Jinrong, exuding an air of unyielding authority. "Don't move." Lu Feng's voice was low and commanding. Any attempt to resist would surely lead to regret. His gaze remained fixed on Huang Jinrong, ready to act at the slightest sign of defiance. Yet Huang Jinrong, once the most notorious rogue of Shanghai, had weathered countless storms and remained unfazed in the face of such threats. A slight smile crept onto his lips, devoid of fear or panic, instead revealing an enigmatic calm. "Ha ha, brother, we're all in this for profit. No need for such hostility." Huang Jinrong's tone was serene and gentle, as if Lu Feng's gun posed no threat to him. Little did he know, Lu Feng was not swayed by such rhetoric. He sneered, mercilessly retorting, "Shut your mouth. Who is your brother?" His voice echoed in the room, laced with disdain and contempt. "Put your hands up. I want to say it twice." Having a younger man hold a gun to his head and insult him was an indignity Huang Jinrong had never endured in his years of privilege. Yet, in this precarious situation, he knew he had to suppress his anger. As the leader of Shanghai's underworld, he understood that rash actions would only plunge him into deeper peril, much like the slap he had dealt Liu Gongzi years prior. Therefore, he feigned nonchalance and replied, All right, don't be tense. I won't make any rash moves." As he spoke, he slowly raised his hands. Nevertheless, Huang Jinrong did not forget to probe the identity and intentions of his captors. Adopting a seemingly casual tone, he inquired, "Young brother, which faction do you belong to? Just state your demands, and I shall surely oblige." "Hee, Huang boss, it seems you've forgotten that you wanted to have a chat with me. I'm merely here at your invitation." A confident Liu Zhengting in a white suit entered, wearing a smile. That evening, the entire Shanghai Bund was abuzz with explosive news. The most notorious gangster, Huang Jinrong, had been kidnapped. Chapter 35. The expansion of a Far Eastern Cossack cavalry regiment is possible. The news of Huang Jinrong's abduction spread like wildfire, leaving the Shanghai Bund in shock. Although the once mighty Huang, now a fallen phoenix, had lost his previous influence, his stature still surpassed that of mere mortals, overshadowed only by his protégé, Du Yuesheng. While Huang Jinrong's glory had faded, he remained a formidable figure. Upon learning of her father-in-law's kidnapping, his daughter-in-law, Liu Zhengting, the wife of Huang Jinrong's adopted son, Huang Junpei, resolved to seek assistance from Du Yuesheng. In present-day Shanghai, there was scarcely an issue Du could not resolve. That very night, Liu Zhengting approached Du Yuesheng. "Mr. Du, I find myself utterly helpless. I implore you to assist me." Seated in a pear-wood armchair, Du Yuesheng donned a dark blue silk robe adorned with subtle patterns. Though of average height, he held himself upright, akin to bamboo rooted in a crevice. He exuded an effortless authority that caused the smoke-filled room to gravitate around him. His face, a well-defined square, bore no hint of menace, and his complexion was the delicate white typical of Jiangnan men, lacking any signs of hardship. It was evident he had been sheltered in a mansion for years, far removed from the brutalities of street life. Most striking were his eyes, gently downturned at the outer corners, which crinkled into fine lines when he smiled, radiating warmth akin to that of an elder. Yet, in this moment his expression was somber, his gaze shrouded in shadow, dark and profound. After listening to Liu Zhengting's lament, Du Yuesheng let out a soft sigh and remarked, Boss Huang has truly made a grave misstep. I have long been aware that Liu Zhengting, who collaborates with Boss Shi, is a military man. By this time, Du Yuesheng's influence had eclipsed that of Huang Jinrong. The three men, united by mutual benefit, had lost much of their brotherly camaraderie. Implicit in Du Yuesheng's words was the notion that Huang Jinrong had already suffered a setback at the hands of young Master Liu, yet dared to provoke a military figure. No sooner had he spoken than an elderly gentleman seated to his right nodded slightly and added, "Indeed, I have inquired about Liu Zhengting. His father is a brigadier general in the Northwest Army." The elderly man, clad in a dark blue robe, appeared gaunt with high cheekbones. Yet his fair complexion exuded a calmness characteristic of an educated individual. His eyes, slightly sunken, bore narrow double eyelids with pupils reminiscent of darkened tea. Unlike Du Yuesheng's deep black gaze, his words struck at the heart of the matter, and though his tone remained placid, Liu Zhengting felt a jolt of realization. She had yet to explain the circumstances, yet this elder had discerned the essence of the situation. At that moment, the elder turned to Liu Zhengting and inquired, however, "Boss Huang has already stepped back from the front line. Why would he suddenly provoke Liu Zhengting?" Liu Zhengting pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "This afternoon, Boss Yang paid a visit, and then..." Du Yuesheng's motion of fiddling with a walnut momentarily slowed, his expression unreadable. "Oh, so that is the case." As Du Yuesheng contemplated how to address the issue, the elder suddenly suggested, "Mr. Du, perhaps I should pay a visit?" The elder's gaze towards Du Yuesheng held no flattery, but rather an air of mutual deliberation. Du Yuesheng blinked in surprise, uncertain of the elder's intent. After a brief exchange of glances, Du Yuesheng nodded. "Very well, since Mr. She has proposed it, we shall proceed as he advises." Liu Zhengting was taken aback, relieved that Mr. Shi was willing to intervene. His reputation was as formidable as Du Yuesheng's. Meanwhile, Prior to Huang Jinrong's abduction, Liu Zhengting had already dispatched Boss Xi's associates to the station with the equipment. He had even instructed them to inform the deputy company commander to hand over the warehouse goods to Boss Xi's people. Once the transfer was complete, the deputy company commander was to escort the equipment back to Luoyang. Liu Zhengting was currently escorting Huang Jinrong near the north station of Shanghai, accompanied by a small contingent of guards. In addition, he had urgently contacted the White Russian Major Komarov, directing him to bring the recruited White Russian troops to meet him at the North Station. Under Major Komarov's leadership, a network was established to locate scattered White Russians throughout Shanghai. These officers and soldiers, aged between 27 and 35, had participated in the Russian Civil War and possessed combat experience. Alongside these soldiers, numerous women and children, including skilled workers and experts, were persuaded by Komarov to join him in Luoyang in search of stable life. Liu Zhengting's motivations for abducting Huang Jinrong were clear. He sought to establish a reputation in Shanghai. To conduct business there, he needed to make a name for himself. Otherwise, trouble would inevitably find him, as it had this very night with the French seeking Huang Jinrong's assistance. Fortunately, he had a company of guards. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Upon meeting Liu Zhengting, Komarov excitedly exclaimed, barely containing his joy, "Liu, I have brought everyone. When shall we return to Songxian City? It has been days since I savored that delightful Dukong wine." Liu Zhengting chuckled at Komarov's eagerness, replying, "Haha, we shall depart shortly. Once I handle a minor matter, we will set off immediately." Then, Liu Zhengting shifted the conversation, posing a question of utmost importance. "By the way, Komarov, how many have you recruited?" A sly smile crept onto Komarov's lips as he feigned mystery, responding in a deliberately grave tone. "Take a guess, Liu." After a moment's contemplation, Liu Zhengting tentatively ventured, "Including women and children. Could it be 1,000?" Komarov shook his head, the brightness of his smile intensifying, clearly unimpressed by Liu Zhengting's estimate. Sensing the shift, Liu Zhengting quickly revised his guess. "Oh, is it perhaps 2,000?" Komarov erupted into laughter as though he had heard the grandest of jokes. "Ha, Liu, you truly underestimate my capabilities." Finally, Komarov revealed the astonishing truth. In addition to 500 Far Eastern Cossack cavalry, there are over 500 women and children. Liu Zhengting was taken aback by the sheer number, grasping Komarov's arm in disbelief. "What? So many?" 500 seasoned Far Eastern Cossacks can not only form a cavalry regiment, but also yield an ample selection of instructors. And among the 500 women and children, there are numerous skilled workers. This is a treasure trove. Moreover, with the inclusion of these women and children, he would gain firm control over the White Russians. Beyond Shanghai, he had also dispatched agents to recruit more White Russians. If all went well, he could assemble an entire White Russian division. With a clear plan in mind, Liu Zhengting immediately instructed Komarov, "Ensure the women and children board the earliest train. Let them return to Luoyang first." Just then, Li Jiqing and the elderly gentleman arrived at the scene. Chapter 36. I no longer desire 3 million, just 1 million will suffice. Under Liu Zhengting's watchful gaze, a middle-aged woman, exquisitely dressed and impeccably groomed, assisted an elderly man as they slowly entered. The elderly gentleman, clad in a dark blue robe, moved with deliberation, his health seemingly compromised. Liu Zhengting had a vague recollection of the middle-aged woman, having seen her in attendance during the abduction of Huang Jinrong earlier that day. It was only later that he discovered she was, in fact, the wife of Huang Jinrong's adopted son. As for the elderly gentleman, whose hair had begun to show signs of silver, Liu Zhengting had never encountered him before. With an air of nonchalance, he cast a glance in their direction, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, enigmatic smile as he casually inquired, "So, is the sum of 3 million taels prepared?" His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that commanded attention. Upon hearing this, Li Jiqing's expression shifted to one of acute anxiety. She nervously regarded Liu Zhengting and stammered, "Not yet, Mr. Liu. The time frame you've set is rather too brief, and I am truly struggling to gather the funds." However, before she could finish her sentence, Liu Zhengting brusquely interrupted her. He slammed his hand on the table, rose to his feet, and fixed an icy glare on Li Jiqing, snorting disdainfully, "Humph." Unable to gather the funds. Yet when young Master Liu demanded money, You were most accommodating." He then let out a couple of cold laughs and continued, "Humph. It appears you look down on us." Suddenly, he bellowed, "Bring forth the men. Remove 2 of Boss Wang's fingers. I wish to see whether you seek money or his life." Lu Feng, the captain of the escort team behind Liu Zhengting, complied with a resounding yes. This caused Liu Zhengting's face to drain of color as she anxiously glanced at the elderly man beside her. At that moment, the old gentleman spoke up. "Wait, young friend, are you a subordinate of Huan Zhang?" Upon hearing the elder reference Fengxian's courtesy name, Liu Zhengting was genuinely taken aback. By all accounts, he was a subordinate of his father, Liu Dingshan, who was indeed nominally affiliated with Fengxian's Northwest Army. Liu Zhengting regarded the elder with a gravity that betrayed his confusion regarding the man's identity, sensing a familiarity with Fengxian in his tone. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Zhengting finally spoke, his voice tinged with curiosity. "May I inquire, esteemed sir, who you are?" The elder smiled faintly, a hint of modesty gleaming in his expression. He replied softly, I am but a humble and inconsequential individual." Internally, Liu Zhengting scoffed at such self-deprecating rhetoric. Nevertheless, in a bid to ascertain the elder's true identity, he suppressed his annoyance and continued with a tone of humility. "You are too modest, esteemed sir. I implore you to enlighten me." The elder, gratified by Liu Zhengting's respectful demeanor, revealed a satisfied smile and, shaking his head slightly, declared his name. "I am Yang Du, with the courtesy name Shizi." Upon hearing this, Liu Zhengting furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "Yang Du? An actor?" The name struck a familiar chord in his memory, although he could not immediately recall the specifics. Repeating the name to himself, a sudden realization illuminated Liu Zhengting's eyes, and he instinctively raised his voice, tinged with astonishment. "Could it be that you are the gentleman who remarked that for China to perish, all Hunan people must die?" His familiarity with this figure stemmed from his nightly readings of historical accounts of the Republic published in Yangtze. Just a few nights prior, he had perused Yang Du's autobiography, a narrative detailing a life that was nothing short of legendary during the late Qing and early Republican eras. He had been successful in examinations, studied abroad, served as a monk, and participated in the imperial cabinet. During Yuan Shikai's restoration attempt, he had also been a significant supporter. Moreover, he had partaken in revolutionary efforts and, after Yuan's demise, even joined the Nationalist Party, contributing to the rescue of Mr. Li. Most astonishingly, he had secretly affiliated with the Communist Party and maintained a single-line connection with Mr. Wu. This man was indeed remarkable, traversing every conceivable path in his quest to save the nation. In a nutshell, his life could be summarized as a doctor who does not know the cause of illness will try every remedy, though his technique may lack precision. His heart is in the right place. In the present historical context, he found himself in Shanghai, embarking on a journey to salvage the nation through gang endeavors. Yang Du, equally surprised, inquired, "Oh, young friend, you have heard of me?" Liu Zhengting found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Suddenly inspired, he maintained a composed facade and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Yang. When my father and I visited Commander Feng, he mentioned you." "Oh, I see," Yang Du nodded, his expression revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Observing the burgeoning rapport between the two men, Liu Zhengting finally exhaled a sigh of relief, yet concerned for her father's plight. She gently tugged at Yang Du's arm. At her prompting, the elder returned his focus. "Young friend, since that is the case, might you grant me a favor?" Without hesitation, Liu Zhengting acquiesced, of course. Liu Zhengting was taken aback by the extent of Yang Du's influence, astonished that a single request could resolve the matter. Overjoyed, she turned to Liu Zhengting to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Liu, thank you." She then respectfully bowed to Yang Du, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Shizi." However, Liu Zhengting abruptly raised a hand and addressed Liu Zhengting. "Wait, I merely stated that I could grant Mr. Yang a favor. I did not imply that this matter is resolved." "Oh, what?" Both Yang Du and Liu Zhengting looked at Liu Zhengting in bewilderment. With a steady demeanor, Liu Zhengting fixed his gaze on Yang Du and calmly elucidated, "Mr. Yang, my relationship with Boss Wang is one devoid of grievance or animosity. Initially, I had no acquaintance with Boss Wang at all, but who could have anticipated that he would be manipulated, and by foreign interests no less. He not only attempted to seize my goods, but also sought to abduct me. after I painstakingly developed a product capable of surpassing foreign competitors. Boss Huang dispatched individuals to capture me. Is this not an egregious act? Does it not bolster foreign arrogance while undermining our national spirit? To put it bluntly, is this not tantamount to treason? Liu Zhengting's impassioned rhetoric resonated with Yang Du, who nodded fervently in agreement. I, Liu Zhengting, may not be a person of great repute. However, I intend to continue my business here. If I were to let Boss Huang off so easily, what impression would that leave on others? They would undoubtedly perceive me, Liu Zhengting, as someone easily bullied, someone they could trample upon. As Liu Zhengting spoke with increasing fervor, his voice inadvertently rose. He recalled how, when young Master Liu had captured Boss Huang, he had demanded a staggering 3 million. After a brief pause, he continued, Now it is my turn. I demand 3 million. Is that unreasonable? He cast his gaze towards Yang Du and Liu Zhengting, seemingly awaiting their response. However, before Yang Du could speak, Liu Zhengting swiftly waved his hand and added, Of course, Mr. Yang, I still wish to honor your request. In light of your influence, I shall forego the 3 million and settle for 1 million. Is that acceptable? After all, 1 million for Boss Huang's life is not excessive. Is it? If I am not mistaken, Boss Huang Sanshin Company generates tens of millions annually in dividends, does it not? His argument was coherent and logical, infused with a palpable respect for Yang Du, who found himself at a loss for how to dissuade Liu Zhengting from his stance. Finally, under the mediation of Yang Du, Liu Zhengting reluctantly agreed to a sum of 1 million. The reason Yang Du personally intervened was due to the news he received about Liu Zhengting's groundbreaking soap that could surpass foreign products. In this era, the ability to develop something that outshines foreign goods is indeed a rare achievement. The ever-venturesome Yang Laoxiansheng, always willing to explore various routes to save the nation, thus took the initiative to meet Liu Zhengting. Upon their meeting today, Liu left a very favorable impression on Yang Laoxiansheng, especially as this young man seemed to possess a fervent sense of patriotism. Chapter 37. In-depth collaboration with Boss Xiang. With Yang Laoxiansheng's efforts, Huang Jinrong was redeemed for 1 million taels. Soon, this event spread throughout Shanghai. Since then, no one dared to target Liu Zhengting lightly. Furthermore, Boss Xiang of Wuzhou Factory declared that anyone who crossed Liu Zhengting would be opposing him as well. Boss Xiang is indeed a person of considerable stature. He will later become the father-in-law of the protagonist, who is a time-traveler lacking trusted allies and must rely on marriage to bind interests in the short term. In another timeline, without the emergence of Liu Zhengting, Boss Xiang's Wuzhou Factory produced affordable and high-quality soap, winning widespread acclaim from consumers. Not only did they triumph in the commercial battle against foreign competitors, but their product also became one of the most renowned bestsellers of the time. Following the September 18th incident, they publicly declared a boycott of Japanese goods and organized all employees into the 1st Volunteer Corps, with Boss Xiang himself serving as the commander, hiring military instructors for rigorous training. Employees were mandated to train for an hour after work to prepare for battle, incurring the animosity of the Japanese army. After the outbreak of the January 28th incident, Boss Xiang undertook the government's task of producing military supplies, personally overseeing production, tirelessly creating medicines to supply the front lines. Ultimately, due to his patriotism and practical efforts to save the nation, Boss Xiang fell victim to the wrath of the Japanese. It was precisely because Boss Xiang was a pragmatic businessman devoted to national salvation that Liu Zhengting chose to collaborate with him. Witnessing Boss Xiang's loyalty, Liu Zhengting promptly decided to forge a deep partnership. Upon Liu's arrival, Xiang Songmao greeted him with a broad smile, warmly welcoming him. Boss Liu, you truly are a remarkable young talent. His eyes reflected admiration for this promising youth. As a patriotic businessman, he naturally hoped that such a prodigy would not align with foreign interests. The nation in this era was exceedingly backward, and many talents ultimately remained abroad. Hence, during discussions about collaboration with Liu Zhengting, Boss Xiang not only took the initiative but also promised generous terms. Additionally, he had considered ways to entice Liu Zhengting. Upon learning that the notorious Huang Jinrong was seeking Liu, he immediately leveraged his connections to exert pressure on Huang. As one of the industrial giants of Shanghai, Boss Xiang was far more than merely a businessman. He possessed considerable influence and networks. However, he was unprepared for the unexpected turn of events. Huang Jinrong not only failed to capture Liu, but was instead captured by him. The two sat opposite each other in Boss Xiang's study, the aroma of tea wafting through the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Boss Xiang took the initiative to inquire, expressing genuine concern. Boss Liu, indeed a remarkable young man. I wonder if your visit entails any matters in which I could assist? Liu Zhengting quickly waved his hand, humbly replying, Not all, Boss Xiang, you flatter me. I am here primarily to discuss matters of collaboration with you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Songmao's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, but he promptly smiled and responded, Oh, matters of collaboration? Did we not already finalize this previously? Liu Zhengting, taking a sip from his teacup, smiled and said, Ah, Boss Xiang, I have come to explore more profound collaboration with you. He then calmly conveyed his purpose for visiting. After listening, Boss Xiang's expression turned incredulous. His eyes widened as he stared at Liu Zhengting, his mouth slightly agape, seemingly at a loss for words. After a significant pause, Boss Xiang finally regained his composure and, with a puzzled expression, asked, Liu Laodi, are you suggesting that you will provide me with the formula for Luodan soap? With a serious demeanor, Boss Xiang fixed his gaze on Liu Zhengting and asked, Do you realize how popular Luodan soap is at this moment? It is said that on the black market, a single bar has been auctioned off for an astonishing $12. Moreover, foreign merchants are eyeing your formula with great interest, even offering hefty sums for it. Liu Zhengting, after hearing Boss Xiang's remarks, nodded calmly, showing no signs of being swayed. Boss Xiang, observing Liu's demeanor, sensed he was not jesting, yet his confusion deepened. However, he was evidently perplexed by Liu Zhengting's decision and still found it hard to believe what he had just heard. Thus, he awkwardly chuckled and asked, Liu Laodi, you're not joking with me, are you? Of course, I am serious, Liu Zhengting replied, a confident smile gracing his lips as he slowly continued. However, I do have a few conditions. Boss Xiang furrowed his brow, gazing at Liu Zhengting with curiosity, and inquired, Oh, conditions, certainly, please feel free to elaborate. As a businessman, he had never been one to believe in the idea of free gifts falling from the sky. Such a precious formula without any conditions seemed implausible to him. After all, when they previously discussed collaboration, Liu Zhengting had been particularly adamant. Whenever the topic of the formula arose, no matter what conditions he offered, Liu Zhengting remained firm. Nevertheless, if he could secure the formula, he was willing to pay a price. Liu Zhengting then presented his terms. The first condition, mass production, was permissible, but the price must align with Liu Zhengting's pricing of $2. Unauthorized sales would incur substantial penalties for breach of contract. The second condition, for each bar of soap sold, Liu Zhengting would receive 60% of the profit, equating to $1.20. Boss Xiang would be responsible for costs and labor, which were minimal yet still profitable. The third condition, assistance in procuring a complete set of chemical production equipment, along with technical workers to help Liu Zhengting establish his chemical factory in Luoyang. As for the excess soap produced, Liu would assume full responsibility for sales, alleviating any concerns on that front. Throughout the negotiations, Boss Xiang also voiced his opinions and objections, all of which Liu Zhengting addressed in detail. Liu had meticulously planned everything, with a sales strategy targeting international markets rather than domestic ones. Boss Xiang was taken aback by Liu Zhengting's foresight, given his youth. Consequently, they swiftly finalized their collaboration. The decision to partner with Boss Xiang stemmed from two factors. His status as a patriotic businessman ensured a trustworthy long-term collaboration, and his possession of mature chemical production equipment was crucial. Liu Zhengting urgently needed funds for arms purchases and could not afford delays in soap production, which would hinder subsequent plans. After settling the terms, Boss Xiang hesitated momentarily before asking, Liu Laodi, I am curious, why did you choose to collaborate with me? Liu Zhengting, smiling, took a moment before responding, because we are both Chinese. This seemingly simple statement struck Boss Xiang profoundly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he searched Liu Zhengting's face for any hint of insincerity. Yet, Liu's gaze remained clear and resolute, devoid of any evasion. He then added, Moreover, I am aware that you, Boss Xiang, are a patriotic businessman dedicated to national industrialization. This utterance struck a powerful chord within Boss Xiang, causing his body to shudder slightly as astonishment washed over his face. Mr. Xiang never anticipated that the young Liu Zhengting before him would possess such profound insight into his innermost thoughts. As Mr. Xiang gazed intently at Liu Zhengting, his initial doubts gradually transformed into admiration. Liu Zhengting continued, stating that, like Mr. Xiang, he aspired to contribute to the development of the nation through his own efforts. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Xiang felt a surge of emotion. He looked deeply at Liu Zhengting and solemnly declared, "Very well. Based solely on your words, I, Xiang, shall never betray your trust." Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Xiang, visibly moved, rose to his feet and firmly grasped Liu Zhengting's hand. After discussing their business collaboration, Liu Zhengting requested Mr. Xiang's assistance in procuring grain, as Henan was on the brink of a severe drought. Recognizing Liu Zhengting as a trusted confidant, Mr. Xiang readily agreed. Having settled these matters, Liu Zhengting needed to undertake one final task before returning to Henan, procuring arms. With the impending drought, many would flee in search of sustenance. As a native of Henan, Liu Zhengting felt compelled not only to provide disaster relief, but also to expand his forces in light of the impending calamity. Chapter 38. Acquisition of a Mauser M1924 rifle production line. With Mr. Xiang's enthusiastic support, Liu Zhengting unhesitatingly invested the entire sum of 1 million into the grain procurement initiative. Initially, he had contemplated how to persuade his father to contribute funds for purchasing grain in anticipation of the looming famine. Leveraging his extensive network, Mr. Xiang introduced Liu Zhengting to a grain merchant whose business primarily focused on the northern regions. This connection enabled Liu Zhengting to procure grain from nearby provinces such as Henan, Shaanxi, Gansu, and Anhui at prevailing prices, significantly reducing costs. Under Mr. Xiang's meticulous arrangements, Liu Zhengting successfully acquired grain worth 1 million taels, which included not only a small quantity of rice and flour, but also a larger amount of more affordable staples like sweet potatoes, corn, and soybeans. Although these grains appeared ordinary, they represented a lifeline for those teetering on the brink of hunger. With these provisions, many could temporarily escape starvation and preserve their lives. It is fair to say that without Mr. Xiang's assistance, Liu Zhengting would have found it exceedingly difficult to procure such a substantial quantity of grain efficiently, let alone save considerable expenses. After finalizing the grain purchase plan, Liu Zhengting turned his attention to procuring arms. Due to the immense popularity of his soap in Shanghai, various foreign firms were eager to collaborate with him, which facilitated his acquisition of military supplies. "Mr. Liu, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you in person," exclaimed Mueller, beaming as he presented a steaming cup of black coffee to Liu Zhengting. Liu Zhengting smiled warmly and nodded amicably at Mueller. Accepting the coffee, he replied in impeccably fluent German, "Hello, Mr. Mueller. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's flawless German, Mueller's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wow, Mr. Liu, you speak German?" Liu Zhengting smiled modestly and explained, "Naturally, I attended a military academy in Germany." Mueller's surprise gradually faded, replaced by understanding, and he chuckled, "Ah, I see." With that, Mueller directly inquired, "By the way, Mr. Liu, did you come specifically to discuss the soap business with me?" Liu Zhengting's lips curled into a confident smile as he nodded affirmatively, replying, "Mr. Mueller, you are indeed astute. I am here precisely for that purpose." Mueller's excitement became evident as he eagerly asked, "So, how much do you intend to sell the formula for Luodan's soap?" To his surprise, Liu Zhengting responded, "Mr. Mueller, I do not plan to sell the formula." Mueller was taken aback, his tone tinged with displeasure as he questioned, "Oh, if you do not intend to sell, then what are we to discuss?" Liu Zhengting replied with a smile, "We are, of course, here to discuss business." Mueller retorted with irritation, "If you're not selling the formula, what is there left to talk about?" Undeterred by Mueller's change in demeanor, Liu Zhengting continued, "Mr. Mueller, as I understand it, my Luodan soap enjoys great popularity among Westerners." Although Mueller comprehended Liu Zhengting's implication, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't be meeting with you." Liu Zhengting took a leisurely sip of his black coffee and calmly stated, "Mr. Mueller, I certainly will not sell the formula. However, I can offer you a batch of Luodan soap." Mueller scoffed, his expression laced with disdain as he remarked, "A separate sale? Mr. Liu, if my information is correct, you currently lack the capacity to produce soap in large quantities, otherwise you would not be limiting your sales." Liu Zhengting placed his coffee down and, maintaining an air of composure, replied confidently, "Mr. Mueller, you do not genuinely believe that my limited sales are due to a lack of stock, do you?" Mueller appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly contemplating Liu Zhengting's words. "Mr. Mueller, is it not true that Westerners place great importance on integrity?" Liu Zhengting inquired with a smile. Mueller nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Indeed, integrity holds a crucial position in our Western culture." Liu Zhengting continued, "This principle is equally applicable to us Easterners. We too place significant value on credibility." Intrigued, Mueller asked, "Oh, what do you mean by that, Mr. Liu?" After a brief pause, Liu Zhengting replied earnestly, "If we enter into a contract and I fail to deliver the agreed-upon quantity of soap on time, I would willingly transfer the Luodan soap formula to you without reservation. What do you think?" Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's proposition, Mueller's face lit up with surprise. He was acutely aware that Luodan soap was exceedingly popular in the market, even garnering praise from his wife after she used it. If he could successfully introduce this soap to the European market, it would undoubtedly be met with enthusiasm and remarkable sales. Moreover, Liu Zhengting's offerings extended beyond Luodan soap. He possessed samples of other products that Mueller's wife had also tried, all with promising results. This reality had driven representatives from various foreign firms to tirelessly seek connections with Liu Zhengting. After some contemplation, Mueller, visibly excited, said, "Very well. However, before we sign the contract, I would like to clarify, Mr. Liu, are you exclusively selling this soap to us?" Liu Zhengting replied with a gentle smile, "I cannot guarantee that, but I can assure you that you will be my very first major client." Moments later, a smile broke across Mueller's face as he accepted Liu Zhengting's proposal. "All right, let us proceed as you suggested. How many do you intend to sell me?" Liu Zhengting raised his hand, indicating 500,000 bars of soap. "What do you think? Is that not a substantial quantity?" Mueller looked momentarily stunned, seemingly struggling to believe Liu Zhengting's assertion. 500,000 bars equated to 1 million taels. Such a large batch of soap could undoubtedly fetch several times its price in the European market, even if other representatives managed to purchase Liu Zhengting's soap later. By the time it reached Europe, he would have already made a considerable profit. Realizing this, Mueller nodded in agreement. "All right, 500,000 bars it is. But how soon can you deliver?" Seeing Mueller's agreement, Liu Zhengting smiled and replied, 15 days. The delivery will be on time." Mueller did not hesitate for a moment and readily agreed. "All right, let us proceed with the 15 days as you suggested. We can sign the contract now." After the contract was finalized, he expressed his willingness to pay a 20% deposit immediately. However, he insisted that the contract must stipulate that should the delivery fail, Liu Zhengting would have to surrender the formula for the Luodan brand soap. To his surprise, Liu Zhengting shook his head and said, "Of course, but I do not want money." Mueller looked at Liu Zhengting in astonishment and asked, "What do you want then?" A mysterious smile spread across Liu Zhengting's face as he replied, "I want arms. I demand an equivalent value in arms." Mueller was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Arms worth 1 million taels of silver? Liu, are you truly a warlord?" It seemed that Mr. Mueller had already conducted some investigation into him. Liu Zhengting nodded with a smile. Mueller awkwardly chuckled, saying, "Well, business is business." Subsequently, the two signed the formal contract, with each retaining a copy. The Li and Yang Company's warehouse in Shanghai had a substantial stockpile of arms. After much negotiation, Liu Zhengting acquired a batch of arms along with a complete production line for the Mauser M1924 rifles. The agreement included assembly line equipment and technology transfer worth 550,000 taels of silver, immediate arms procurement for 450,000 taels, and hidden cost reserves of 100,000 taels, thereby establishing a dual assurance system for combat readiness. Liu Zhengting directly took 3,000 Mauser M1924 rifles, 100 MG 8 heavy machine guns, and 12 75mm mountain guns from the warehouse. Since Mueller sought to foster a good relationship with Liu Zhengting, the price of the arms was even more favorable than that offered by the regular supplier. Additionally, he graciously provided a hidden cost reserve of 100,000 taels of silver. Following the arms deal, Liu Zhengting departed from Shanghai, leaving the transaction with Mueller to be managed by General Xian. Chapter 39. Colonel Kaluo Fu of the White Russians. On May 27, 1929, The Northeast Army dispatched military police to search the Russian consulate in Harbin and arrested the Russian consul general. Simultaneously, they closed the Russian Employees Union of the Chinese Eastern Railway and forced both the director and deputy director of the Russian side to suspend their duties. Upon hearing this news, the White Russians, who had been hiding in the Northeast to avoid retribution, celebrated as though it were a festival, joyfully singing and dancing. Among them was Colonel Koluo Fu, whose original name was Vladimir Ivanovich Kolarev. He was a colonel in the Tsarist army, previously affiliated with the 36th Infantry Regiment of the 12th Siberian Infantry Division. He had served as a battalion commander and, after the revolution, followed the White Army leader Alexander Kolchak, becoming the commander of the machine gun battalion of the Far Eastern White Army. Following the collapse of Kolchak's regime in 1920, he led the remnants into northeast China along the Chinese Eastern Railway. To facilitate communication with the Chinese, he adopted the Chinese name Koluo Fu. Fortunately, at that time, General Zhang had always harbored suspicion towards the Red Russians while adopting a utilitarian stance towards the White Russians. Consequently, he allowed the White Russians to remain in the Northeast and recruited them to form White Russian cavalry brigades and mortar battalions, permitting them to settle along the railway. Other leaders in the Northeast, apart from General Zhang, were also inclined to accept these battle-hardened White Russian soldiers, particularly General Go-Ro, who had an entire regiment of White Russian troops under his command. Like his compatriots, Colonel Koluo Fu lived a precarious life in the Northeast, fearing expulsion and retribution at any moment. Upon learning of the expulsion of the Russians, the joy in Colonel Koluo Fu's heart was beyond words. With a deep-seated hatred towards the Russians, the news of their departure filled him with immense satisfaction. Hearing reports from his subordinates, Colonel Koluo Fu could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Ha! General Zhang's tactics are far more formidable than General Zhang's. His face radiated with excitement, filled with admiration for General Zhang. In the words of the ancient Chinese, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Colonel Koluo Fu exclaimed. I initially thought General Zhang was impressive enough, but it seems his son surpasses him. Indeed, General, his subordinates echoed. I also heard that General Zhang Jinghui not only ordered the expulsion of the Russians, but also closed the Russian consulates in Harbin, Qiqihar, and Heir. This news further exhilarated Colonel Koluo Fu, who slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Excellent. Well done. The other White Russian officers present were also infected by Colonel Koluo Fu's enthusiasm, erupting into laughter. However, at that moment, a White Russian lieutenant suddenly appeared troubled and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, Sir, do we still need to leave? His question abruptly silenced the laughter in the room, with all eyes turning towards him. Colonel Koluo Fu scoffed lightly, seemingly displeased with the lieutenant's question. He glared at the lieutenant and decisively stated, Leave? Why should we leave? We are staying. His decision surprised the other officers, but Colonel Koluo Fu did not grant them much time for contemplation. He proceeded to articulate his analysis of the current situation. A conflict is inevitable here, and when it occurs, General Zhang will certainly have use for us. After a brief pause, his gaze became fervent, as if ignited by a blazing fire, and he passionately proclaimed, I know this General Zhang well. He spends money like water. If we can demonstrate our value and capability in the forthcoming battle and prove that our combat effectiveness surpasses that of his troops, we shall earn enough to support our families. Soon, others in the crowd echoed, Exactly. Wherever we go, we're fighting for our lives. Why must we flee thousands of miles away? Another added, Indeed, how can we be certain that what Colonel Mikhail said is true? Colonel Koluo Fu's expression grew increasingly grave as he solemnly remarked, Yes, these are all questions. Moreover, there is one crucial reason. That is, this place is at least closer to our homeland. After saying this, he slowly turned his head, gazing solemnly in the direction of his homeland. Upon hearing Colonel Koluo Fu's words, the other officers felt a wave of melancholy wash over them. The White Russian officers, who had initially resolved to leave, now abandoned their thoughts of departure. Just then, the lieutenant who had spoken earlier lowered his voice and posed a critical question. But what if General Zhang cannot defeat the domestic situation? This question struck the hearts of every White Russian officer like a heavy hammer, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. After all, they had experienced the ferocity of their adversaries firsthand. To their surprise, Colonel Koluo Fu immediately shot him a disapproving glance. He He glared at the lieutenant and coldly retorted, "Humph. Impossible. General Zhang commands hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, they have unified and have domestic support. How could they possibly fail?" He firmly believed that there would be no all-out war with China over the interests of the Chinese Eastern Railway. With a wave of his hand, his face darkened as he declared, "Enough. Stop speaking. Anyone who does not wish to remain here can leave on their own." After hearing Colonel Ku Luo Fu's resolute statement, the lieutenant dared not say anything further. Consequently, after the meeting, the lieutenant sought out the messenger dispatched by Colonel Mikhail to relay Colonel Ku Luo Fu's decision. Thus, it became clear why Liu Zhengting placed such high value on the combat effectiveness of the White Russians. He understood that to swiftly forge an elite force, merely relying on advanced equipment was far from sufficient. A truly formidable army requires not only sophisticated weaponry, but also a multitude of experienced instructors to guide training. Presently, Liu Zhengting finds himself unable to recruit such a number of instructors. If he were to undertake the training himself, he would have neither the time nor energy to focus on financial matters and development. Furthermore, it is beyond his capacity to train such a vast number of troops alone. At this juncture, the émigrés from the White Russian community undoubtedly represent the most suitable candidates. They possess extensive combat experience across various military specialties, particularly in the scarce field of artillery. In this era, the significance of artillery cannot be overstated, and the expertise they bring is invaluable. Beyond these White Russian officers, the skilled workers and intellectuals within their ranks are essential for Liu Zhengting's rapid advancement. More importantly, these émigrés have lost their homeland and are in dire need of a new sanctuary and a stable life. Should he offer them generous treatment that ensures their families can live in tranquility, it is certain that they would serve him loyally. Thus, Liu Zhengting decisively dispatched numerous White Russians to the northeast, particularly to Tianjin, where their population was concentrated, to recruit them into his army. However, to his surprise, upon learning that General Zhang intended to adopt a hardline approach towards the Russians, the émigrés in the northeast altered their previously cooperative stance and declined his invitation. They are bound to regret this decision, for in the matter of reclaiming the Zhongdong Railway, General Zhang is destined to suffer significant losses. Meanwhile, in Nanjing, Boss Chong, who has a vested interest in his relationship with General Zhang, will only offer verbal support. Moreover, the Japanese are likely to engage in covert maneuvers regarding this situation. In the end, not only will General Zhang face repercussions, but this group of self-righteous White Russians will also encounter grave misfortunes. For when the Russians prevail, they will undoubtedly launch a campaign against the White Russian forces along the Zhongdong Railway. After all, the animosity between them is irreconcilable. Chapter 40. Commander Liu calls for recruits. Outside the military camp in Songxian, the spirited shouts and battle cries of the soldiers resonated within the city. Amidst this clamor, a unique convoy gradually approached. This contingent belonged to the cavalry battalion directly under the command of the brigade, escorting several wagons that jostled along the uneven road. With each bump, the sound of colliding coins echoed from the wagons, a melody that stood out amidst the din, capturing the attention of the refugees outside the city. Witnessing the scene, the refugees gathered around, pointing and whispering among themselves, their eyes fixated on the large crates atop the wagons, revealing a glimmer of avarice and envy. These refugees, clad in tattered garments and bearing haggard expressions, had evidently endured prolonged suffering. The contents of those crates represented an irresistible temptation for them. Today, Songxian is markedly different from its former self. In addition to the local residents, a significant influx of refugees has arrived from various regions. Since May, Henan and Shaanxi have suffered from relentless drought, leading to crop failures that have left many without sustenance. Confronted with such dire circumstances, the populace of Henan and Shaanxi was compelled to leave their homes and embark on a journey of escape. Upon hearing that disaster relief efforts were underway in Songxian, news spread swiftly to neighboring areas. Many who had been tormented by hunger wasted no time in setting forth on the arduous journey to Songxian. Upon arrival, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the rumors were indeed true. Large-scale relief activities were being conducted. Each day, several fixed points outside the city provided porridge to the victims, often supplemented by occasional distributions of millet cakes. For those who had endured prolonged hunger, this was akin to a lifeline. However, for those refugees burdened with families. Relying solely on 2 daily servings of porridge and sporadic millet cakes was insufficient to meet their needs. Thus, when they learned that joining the labor teams could guarantee them ample food and additional millet cakes, many eagerly enlisted. Once part of the labor teams, they were assigned various tasks. The majority engaged in the expansion of Songxian, working on new city walls and newly constructed buildings. Others were taken to the foot of the mountains to dig. Liu Zhengting intended to establish crucial military factories and other significant facilities within the caverns of the mountains to protect them from air raids. Fortunately, with Luoyang situated in the west of Henan, there were mountains available for this purpose. Though the work was arduous, it at least allowed the refugees and their families to fill their stomachs. Additionally, those with dexterous skills among the refugees were selected for lighter tasks in the factories, where they could perform menial labor. Compared to their previous assignments, working in the factories was considerably easier and the remuneration was favorable. Not only could they enjoy ample meals each day, but they would also receive a certain amount of grain as payment. If they performed well, they might even become official factory workers, earning a substantial monthly wage. What excited the refugees most was the impending recruitment drive in a few days. It was rumored that once selected, their days would consist solely of training and dining, with guaranteed full meals and even the occasional chicken or meat. Most importantly, each newly enlisted soldier would receive a monthly stipend of $6. A group of refugees huddled together, murmuring, "These soldiers are indeed fortunate. They receive pay." One elderly lady, gazing enviously at the soldiers clad in new uniforms and wielding rifles, remarked, "Indeed, I have heard they receive $6 each month." An elderly gentleman, his face lined with wrinkles, sighed and lamented, "Ah, if only I were younger, I would join the army as well." At that moment, a man from Shaanxi, whose head was bound with a gray cloth, overheard their discussion and exclaimed with a distinct accent, "How much? $6. Huh, Henan folk, are you jesting? Do you know how little they pay in Fengxian's brigade station in Shaanxi? His ragtag army can pay $6? Nonsense." The elderly lady who had spoken earlier bristled at this and shot him a glare, retorting, "Hey, who are you calling a liar? I heard it directly from the soldiers themselves. The widow Chun, who fled with me, just married a soldier from Songxian 2 days ago." The soldier said it himself, and it can't be false. Upon hearing this, the Shaanxi man appeared taken aback, yet unwilling to accept the truth. He clung to his beliefs. That must be an officer. It couldn't he possibly be a soldier? The elderly lady, incensed by this remark, rolled her eyes in protest. "Oh, why are you so stubborn? The man who married the widow, Chun, is indeed a soldier. He said himself. He enlisted less than a month ago." The surrounding refugees, having listened to the exchange, chose to side with the elderly lady's account. Just then, another group of soldiers emerged from within Songxian, each carrying paste and brushes. Under the officer's guidance, they began posting notices near the porridge stalls, and the officers wielded simple loudspeakers to amplify their announcements. Once the announcements were posted, the officers began to shout through their megaphones. Their voices were loud and clear, cutting through the cacophony of the crowd. "Fellow villagers, listen closely. We have wonderful news." The officers shouted, "The troops under Commander Liu are expanding, and recruitment will commence in 3 days." This proclamation was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that stirred the hearts of the listeners. The refugees, who had previously kept their distance from the soldiers, excitedly gathered around upon hearing the officers' words. Those selected would receive their first month's pay immediately. Moreover, a monthly salary of $6 would be granted. The officers continued, their voices laced with enticement. "And fret not about any deductions by superiors, as you may have witnessed with previous convoys. Salaries will be delivered directly into each person's hands. In addition to the salary, new recruits would receive uniforms and shoes, fully outfitted from head to toe." The officers added eagerly, "In the army, not only would there be enough food to eat, but one could also enjoy chicken and meat." The officers elaborated further, making the conditions sound all the more alluring. Finally, they exclaimed with enthusiasm, "For those who become officers or sergeants, the benefits are doubled. Furthermore, you may return home to visit your family each year." Upon hearing this, the surrounding refugees were filled with excitement. For those who had endured the torment of hunger and poverty, such conditions felt like a blessing from the heavens. Though they could not enlist themselves, their children could certainly work. Thus, they buzz around the recruiting officers like bees, asking questions, eager not to miss any detail. In this time of hardship, merely having enough to eat was a luxury, let alone receiving money. For most, this was a dream they scarcely dared to envision. Yet now, this opportunity lay before them. How could they not be thrilled? At every kanji stall, officers were explaining the recruitment criteria. This recruitment not only sought regular infantry, but also included artillery and engineering units, among other specialized roles. Additionally, cooks, supply soldiers, nurses, and doctors were also being recruited. However, most of these recruits were refugees. For such roles, they could only hope for a chance. Chapter 41. Payday. Payday. Brothers. As the cavalry regiment escorted the carts into the barracks, the camp erupted in excitement. At that moment, in the training field of the 2nd Regiment, Colonel Ho Xiaotian, now clad in a new uniform, sat impatiently in a chair, sipping tea while observing the soldiers train below. In the past, he would have sought a place to drink or indulge in opium rather than remain in the barracks to watch over the soldiers. However, regulations had tightened. Even exiting the camp required a report to the brigade headquarters. Even he, as the acting commander, was not exempt. Since Liu Zhengting assumed the role of brigade chief of staff, he had recommended the establishment of special supervisory departments, such as the military law section and operational training section. These departments were directly overseen by Liu Zhengting, with their staff composed of newly recruited officers, all of whom were military academy graduates with experience in various units. They followed orders strictly, punishing anyone who erred. Due to this situation, Ho Xiaotian had often complained to brigade commander Liu Dingshan. Yet, while Liu Dingshan appeared to pacify him, he was undoubtedly supportive of his own son. Later, spurred on by Ho Xiaotian, a captain under him instigated a rebellion. When the military law section intervened to detain the captain, the soldiers in the regiment even assaulted the officers from the military law section. Ultimately, it was Liu Zhengting who personally led a team to rescue them. Following this incident, Liu Dingshan angrily convened an emergency meeting that very night. Holding a torch, he publicly reprimanded Ho Xiaotian for failing to manage his subordinates. Everyone expected the reprimand to last only a moment, but to their astonishment, Liu Dingshan executed the instigating captain on the spot before all the officers and soldiers. In addition to the captain, all rebellious soldiers were dismissed from the army. Even though these soldiers had fought alongside Liu Dingshan, he showed no leniency. Liu Dingshan's iron-fisted approach left Ho Xiaotian trembling in fear. From that moment on, not only did Ho Xiaotian refrain from causing trouble, but no one in the brigade dared to violate Liu Zhengting's established discipline. However, refraining from trouble did not mean he had swallowed his pride. Hearing the jubilant shouts within the camp, Ho Xiaotian's aide approached and whispered, "Commander, it seems they are about to distribute the pay." Squinting, Ho Xiaotian muttered, "Let them distribute it. Even if they do, there's nowhere to spend it. Life has become increasingly wearisome. No drinking, no smoking. Even stepping outside the barracks requires a report." Growing more agitated, Ho Xiaotian smashed the porcelain bowl he held onto the ground. Noticing his displeasure, the aide dared not say more and quietly retreated. At that moment, a messenger from the brigade hurried over to Ho Xiaotian, announcing loudly, "Report, Acting Commander Ho, the cavalry regiment has brought the pay, and the chief of staff has asked me to inform our regiment to halt training and prepare for the distribution of salaries." The already disgruntled Ho Xiaotian felt even more irked upon hearing the messenger refer to him as acting commander. He abruptly seized the teapot from the table and hurled it at the messenger's feet. With a sharp crash, the teapot shattered into pieces. The messenger, startled, quickly stepped back. The aide understood the situation and stepped forward to reprimand the messenger, saying, "What the hell are you shouting about? Commander Ho is Commander Ho. Why are you calling him Acting Commander Ho?" Just as he finished reprimanding the messenger, Ho Xiaotian suddenly stood up and slapped the aide across the face. "Who the hell are you calling acting?" The aide, dazed and covering his stinging face, nervously explained, "Commander, I wasn't scolding you. I just have a habit of saying it that way. It was unintentional." "Oomph. If you can't control your mouth, I'll make sure you regret it." Ho Xiaotian was well aware of the situation. He was merely taking the opportunity to vent his frustrations. The messenger stood frozen in fear, not daring to breathe. Ho Xiaotian cast a sidelong glance at him, coldly stating, "Inform the chief of staff. I'm aware." He then raised his voice sharply, shouting, "Get out." The messenger, startled, stood straight and saluted, responding yes. Once the messenger left, Ho Xiaotian instructed the aide to notify each battalion to gather and prepare for the distribution of salaries. When the topic of pay arose, Ho Xiaotian's grumbling intensified. In the past, salaries were distributed directly to him as the captain, who would then hand them out to the soldiers. When he needed money urgently, he would delay distribution. After all, those under him had followed him since his days as a bandit, and he had always had the final say. Liu Zhengting was well aware of this. Yet to maintain stability among Ho Xiaotian and his men, he pretended to be oblivious. But now, Liu Zhengting had directly altered the previous regulations. Each unit was to report to the finance department for consolidation, and salaries would be distributed individually. Although this method might take a bit longer, it proved highly effective. It ensured that the soldiers knew who was issuing the pay and prevented any deductions from their salaries. Liu Zhengting's actions have directly garnered the support of the soldiers. As for whether his old subordinates, such as Ho Xiaotian, would be displeased, Liu Dingshan naturally paid it no mind. Their relationship had always been one of cooperation, with military salaries never delayed. After each battle, he would generously distribute rewards from his own pocket. Previously, his regiment was merely a makeshift assembly, but the circumstances had notably changed. Liu Dingshan understood well that in order to bolster his power, he must establish rules. Without regulations, nothing could be achieved. Moreover, with ample resources at his disposal, both weaponry and funds, he was not lacking in soldiers. Furthermore, he treated veterans like Ho Xiaotian with great care, often providing them with double portions of pay. Especially during the expansion of the troops, he even promoted them, demonstrating his benevolence. Nevertheless, human greed knows no bounds. Despite this, Ho Xiaotian was still filled with various grievances. His discontent grew particularly acute as he watched the shiny silver dollars, unable to siphon off any for himself. Although he harbored numerous grievances, the idea of enticing men to abandon Liu Dingshan's regiment was no longer feasible. After the last expansion, despite his old subordinates still being in his second regiment, they had been thoroughly dispersed, mixed in with new recruits across various battalions. This realization came to Ho Xiaotian only later. To compound his troubles, every evening, the regiment organized cultural classes for the officers, teaching them literacy and principles of conduct. Even the dignified acting regiment commander, Ho Xiaotian, had to obediently attend these lessons. What was worse, the soldiers' daily training was entirely overseen by White Russian instructors. These instructors were well-trained and had high expectations, commanding both respect and obedience from the soldiers. Thus, it could be said, somewhat harshly, that even if Ho Xiaotian wished to withdraw his troops, few would follow him. After all, they were not only well-fed and warmly clothed, but also received their full salaries each month. Contemplating this, Ho Xiaotian's expression darkened, and his brow furrowed deeper. When the troops assembled, the officers and soldiers eagerly gazed towards the parade ground entrance. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the distance. As the cavalry regiment escorted the finance department personnel, bringing the military pay steadily forward. Upon their arrival, a company commander from the cavalry regiment and a captain from the finance department hastened to Ho Xiaotian's side. The two halted before him, standing straight like spears, saluting him with a formal military gesture and greeting in unison. Acting Regiment Commander Ho. Although Ho Xiaotian harbored a dislike for these young officers, he could not deny that the military academy graduates executed their salutes impeccably, unlike his own, which remained far from presentable. He cast a disdainful glance at the pair and coldly responded. Despite his dissatisfaction with the title, he dared not express anger towards these two individuals. After all, one was a company commander from the regiment's cavalry, and the other a staff officer from the finance department. If he were to lash out at them for no reason, he would surely incur Liu Dingshan's wrath. Both of them, being military academy graduates, inherently looked down upon Ho Xiaotian, who hailed from a bandit background. Nevertheless, the military was a place governed by strict regulations, and regardless of personal feelings, adherence was mandatory. The finance captain inquired, acting regiment commander Ho, "May we distribute the military pay?" Ho Xiaotian nodded, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, "Go ahead, the money is in your possession anyway." After consulting with Ho Xiaotian, the finance captain instructed his subordinates to set up the military pay, roster, tables, and benches on the parade ground. Once prepared, the finance staff began calling out names to distribute the pay. Soon, the parade ground was filled with excitement. As names like Zhang Shan and Wang Si were announced, soldiers leapt forward, their faces beaming with joy as they received the gleaming silver dollars. With the assistance of the finance personnel, they pressed their fingerprints beside their names. Holding the hefty 6 silver dollars, the soldiers could hardly contain their smiles, their mouths stretching wide with delight. For them, this was a considerable fortune. After all, in the current society, a single silver dollar was enough to feed a family of 3 for a week. Once the soldiers had received their pay, it was time for the officers to be compensated. The disbursement commenced from the lowest rank and proceeded in order. Finally, it was the turn of the 2nd Regiment S Battalion and regiment-level officers. Battalion Commander Huang Jiaxiang received 60 silver dollars, while Deputy Regiment Commander Zhang Dicai was allotted 90. As the finance personnel announced the amounts, the officers stepped forward to claim their respective shares. At last, Ho Xiaotian's name was called. Acting Regiment Commander Ho Xiaotian, 120 silver dollars. Hearing his name, Ho Xiaotian wore a stern expression, walking forward at a leisurely pace. The staff officer, standing nearby, promptly stood up, offering 2 portions of pay while explaining, "Commander Ho, this amount is specially approved by Commander Liu." Ho Xiaotian merely hummed an acknowledgement and nodded. Understood. His tone was somewhat frosty, then he called out, "Deputy Huang." "Here." Deputy Huang responded eagerly. The perceptive Deputy Huang quickly stepped forward to accept the military pay handed over by the staff officer. Just when they thought the proceedings were concluding, the finance personnel astonishingly began to call out the names of the White Russian instructors. In the past, the White Russians had always received their salaries separately, a long-standing practice. To their surprise, today they would be paid alongside the others. Yet, when it came time for the White Russian instructors to collect their wages, the Chinese soldiers in attendance were left astounded. The salaries of the White Russian instructors were simply exorbitant. A standard White Russian soldier earned a monthly salary of 12 silver dollars. For the Chinese soldiers, this was an astronomical figure. Moreover, those who also served as instructors received an additional monthly bonus equivalent to a full salary. They could earn as much as 24 silver dollars, 4 times that of the Chinese soldiers. A White Russian major could collect as much as 160 silver dollars a month. The major instructing the 2nd Regiment, for instance, earned an astonishing 320 silver dollars monthly. Observing the White Russians excitedly receiving their pay, the officers and soldiers present exchanged envious and bewildered glances. They silently lamented, "We are all soldiers. Why do the White Russians receive such high wages?" Meanwhile, the acting regiment commander Ho Xiaotian's expression grew increasingly grim upon hearing the pay allotted to the White Russian instructors. His own double salary was still less than that of a single White Russian major. That night, the most discussed topic throughout the military camp was the salaries of the White Russians. Many believed that since they were all soldiers, why should the White Russians' wages be double theirs? However, some recognized that the White Russians possessed superior marksmanship and knowledge, making their higher wages justifiable. Nevertheless, the majority held the former view. In a tavern within Songxian City, Ho Xiaotian, along with his old subordinates like Zhou Laoshuan, gathered to drink. Infuriated, Ho Xiaotian slammed his drinking bowl onto the table, cursing vehemently, "What the hell is this? A White Russian major earns more than me, the regiment commander. This is utterly ridiculous. We've all followed the commander through life and death. Just look at where we are now. The commander treats these Russians better than us old brothers." After listening to Ho Xiaotian's grievances, the once cheerful subordinates, who were delighted by the recent military pay, now wore glum expressions. To be honest, this is human nature. We do not fear scarcity, but inequity. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Zhou Laoshuan scrutinized Ho Xiaotian and the others with a serious demeanor. Upon noticing Zhou Laoshuan's gaze, Ho Xiaotian turned to him and asked, "Brother Zhou, do you think what I said makes sense?" Zhou Laoshuan broke into a hearty smile and patted Ho Xiaotian on the shoulder. "Little brother, your words hold truth." After a brief pause, he added, "Yet, they also lack reason." Ho Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, confused by Zhou Laoshuan's statement. "Brother, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." Zhou Laoshuan did not respond, but lifted the large bowl before him and gulped it down. He then wiped his mouth and looked at Ho Xiaotian, speaking earnestly, "Brother, we have indeed fought many battles alongside the commander, shedding blood and facing blades together. However, the commander has never treated us unfairly." After a moment, Zhou Laoshuan continued, Regardless of who fights valiantly, does the commander not reward those who excel first? Moreover, whether we win or lose, has the commander ever withheld our pay? Has he ever denied us a morsel of meat? He then turned to his fellow old brothers and said, without the commander, how many of us seated here would become battalion commanders, who would receive double pay? Brothers, am I not speaking the truth? Upon hearing Zhou Laoxuan's words, the individuals present instinctively nodded in agreement. Hou Xiaotian was utterly unprepared for Zhou Laoxuan to so effortlessly dispel the dissatisfaction among the old subordinates. This left Hou Xiaotian, who sought to stir trouble, feeling quite discontented. He had gathered everyone to gauge their sentiments. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, agitation evident in his voice. Brother Zhou, you are indeed correct. However, he swiftly shifted his tone. What concerns me is not how the commander treats us, but rather the possibility of the commander being deceived. How long have those Russians even been under the commander's service? What efforts have they truly made? Hou Xiaotian paused slightly before continuing. I admit their marksmanship may be somewhat superior, and they possess more knowledge than we do. Yet his voice escalated. We brothers are seasoned fighters. What constitutes a battle? It relies on a fearless heart. Do those tall, muscular white Russians possess the courage to fight with the same ferocity as us? With a deep sigh, he gazed at those around him and stated thus, I am not complaining about the commander's unfairness, but merely expressing my concern that he may be deceived by these Russians. No one knew what the attendees truly thought after hearing Hou Xiaotian's words. However, it was evident that some resonated with his sentiments. The more Hou Xiaotian spoke, the more fervent he became, his pace quickening. Brother Zhou, how many Russians are currently in our ranks? Just recently, several thousand more have arrived, haven't they? His agitation grew, his voice echoing in the room. How much will it cost to sustain these Russians over the past month? How much wealth does the commander possess to withstand such expenditure? In truth, the target of Hou Xiaotian's ire was not the Russians, but Liu Zhengting. These old Russians were all recruited by Liu Zhengting. Furthermore, since Liu Zhengting's arrival in the army, he frequently invoked military regulations, causing significant discomfort among the old subordinates. Nevertheless, Liu Zhengting was the son of Liu Dingshan. Thus, Hou Xiaotian relentlessly directed his grievances towards the Russians. Zhou Laoxuan, being a straightforward man, could not fathom Hou Xiaotian's underlying motives. Nonetheless, he patiently replied, Little brother Hou, your concerns are valid, yet I trust the commander has his own perspectives. After saying this, he turned to the other brothers, addressing them. What kind of life did we lead before? None of us even had proper military uniforms. And what weapons did we possess? Now look at us. Who among us is not well equipped? Our armaments are hardly inferior to those of General Feng's elite forces, right? Yes, rules may have increased, but without rules, do we even resemble an army? We cannot behave like bandits. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed. Attention, all commanders. The commander has issued an order. The messengers shouted in unison, their voices reverberating in the hallway, prompting the commanders to swiftly return to the barracks for a meeting. Upon hearing this command, everyone in the room instinctively stood up. Observing this, Hou Xiaotian dashed out of the private room, intercepting one of the messengers to inquire, what is happening? What's the matter? The messenger, seeing it was Hou Xiaotian, quickly responded, it seems there is some disturbance in Luoyang. Everyone exchanged glances, fully aware that Luoyang was currently under the control of Boss Chong, and they belonged to the Northwest Army faction. It seemed a battle was imminent. Zhou Laoxuan, with a grave expression, surveyed those around him and suddenly remarked, as the old saying goes, the truth is revealed on the battlefield. Whether the Russians are reliable or not, we will find out in combat. With that, he took the lead and exited the restaurant. Chapter 43. The Flames of War Approaching. Since Feng Fengxian's defeat in the Jiangfeng conflict, he announced his resignation and prepared to leave the country. However, on his way out, he was detained by Yan Laoku while passing through Shaanxi. Since then, the core leaders of the Northwest Army became embroiled in a struggle for power. Song Zhiyuan, as the acting commander-in-chief, endeavored to maintain unity within the troops. However, old guard generals like Sun Liangsheng and Pang Bingshuan resisted constraints, leading to chaotic multi-headed command. At this point, Boss Chong temporarily lowered his guard against the Northwest Army and shifted his focus towards Yan Laoku. Han Fuzhu, who had already allied with Boss Chong, was appointed as the chairman of Henan province. At this moment, Henan province had effectively become Han Fuju's territory. Luoyang, now under the command of Cao Fulin, a general under Han Fuju, had experienced a power shift. The former commander of Luoyang, Xue Jiabing, had his forces coerced into Han subservience when Han Fuju unexpectedly turned against him during his passage through Luoyang. Due to the disbandment of his forces by Liu Zhengting, his strength had significantly diminished, rendering him of little value to Han. He was forced to demote himself to brigade commander and was stationed outside Luoyang. Coincidentally, Henan was plagued by drought this year, and without the title of Luoyang commander, Xue Jiabing could no longer secure funds or provisions. Reluctantly, he had to deplete his personal savings to support his troops. After all, without an army, he had nothing left. However, after being extorted by Liu Zhengting, his savings were meager, compelling him to downsize his forces. Recently, Cao Fulin received orders from Han to center operations in Luoyang, collecting the second half of the year's tobacco tax and land rents from various counties, while reorganizing the entire militia in Henan province to bolster his military strength. During this period, Cao Fulin happened to arrive in Luoyang, and upon learning of the situation from Xue Jiabing, he discovered that Song County was surprisingly wealthy. Upon hearing that Liu Zhengting had purchased a large quantity of grain from outside the province, which had already arrived at Luoyang train station, he immediately seized the relief supplies Liu Zhengting had procured from elsewhere. Furthermore, he prepared to make Song County the first county for reorganization. Consequently, in the name of Henan Provincial Chairman Han Fuju, he sent a notice to Song County, demanding it remit funds and provisions while preparing for the reorganization. Inside the military camp outside Song County, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Liu Zhengting sat majestically at the head of the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, surveying the group of subordinates below him. Standing beside him was Liu Zhengting, the chief of staff of the independent mixed brigade, who succinctly briefed everyone on the current situation. After a brief moment of silence, Liu Zhengting suddenly bellowed in his resonant voice, "Brothers, are you all aware of the situation? Let us hear your thoughts." No sooner had he spoken than Ho Xiaotian, unable to contain himself any longer, sprang to his feet. "Commander, let's engage them. Just next door. We've just driven off Xue Jiabing, and now another Cao Fulin has come. Do they think we, the people of Henan, are easy prey?" Anger was etched across Ho Xiaotian's face, his fists clenched tightly. Zhou Laoshuan chimed in beside him. "Exactly. Old Ho is right. We must confront them. Look at how impoverished we are in Song County. They come to take advantage of our misfortunes. If it weren't for the commander's benevolence, our people in Song County would have starved to death long ago." Yang Jiajun, the deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment, abruptly stood up and proclaimed loudly, "That's right. Commander, in chaotic times, we must use our fists. We cannot sit idly by." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Although we currently have only 1 brigade as strength, we can rival a fully equipped Revolutionary Army brigade. In fact, we might even surpass the equipment and firepower of General Feng's elite units. Moreover, we have our White Russian brethren to support us. Even if we face a division, we are not without our chances." Since Liu Zhengting returned from Shanghai, he brought with him new forces and resources. Subsequently, the troops underwent another reorganization based on the previous expansion. The original independent White Russian battalion had expanded into a strengthened regiment of 3,000, thanks to more White Russians brought back from Shanghai and those recruited from other regions. This White Russian regiment consisted of 2 Cossack cavalry battalions, 3 White Russian infantry battalions, and an artillery battalion. Furthermore, Liu Zhengting had replaced the outdated Russian equipment of the 3rd Regiment with the modern German arms he had acquired from Shanghai, transferring the obsolete Russian equipment to the White Russian troops, allowing them to use the weapons they were most familiar with, which undoubtedly significantly enhanced their combat effectiveness. As the leaders of the 3 regiments expressed their resolve, a faint smile finally appeared on Liu Zhengting's face. As for the attitude of the White Russians, it was unnecessary to inquire. These men would dare to do anything as long as they were paid. Liu Zhengting stood up and declared loudly, "Excellent. Since my brothers are resolute, I, Liu, can rest assured." At that moment, Ho Xiaotian suddenly stood up and shouted, "Commander, let me be the vanguard in this battle. Last time, when I fought against that coward Xue Jiabing, I didn't gain any merit. I am quite aggrieved about it. This time, regardless of what happens, you must give me this opportunity to change my status. Remove the acting from my title." As he spoke, He tugged forcefully at the insignia of his rank, a 2-star major. Liu Dingshan observed this display with great delight, initially ready to grant Ho Xiaotian's request with a wave of his hand. However, his gaze suddenly fell upon his son, who stood quietly to the side, smiling as he watched Ho Xiaotian's performance. Liu Dingshan was struck by a thought. His son had previously advised him to utilize the staff effectively, ensuring it did not become a mere facade. If he were to make a decision unilaterally now, would it disrupt his son's strategy? Since his son joined the army, Liu Dingshan had been relieved of much of his worry. Moreover, the changes brought about by his son's plans and decisions had indeed earned Liu Dingshan's trust. Therefore, maintaining his smile, he altered his intended response. Haha, good. Old Ho's determination is commendable. Everyone should learn from Old Ho. However, we are no longer a group of scattered soldiers. We are now a regular army. Liu Dingshan continued, his gaze sweeping across each person present. The staff will formulate a detailed battle plan regarding who will engage in combat and who will remain behind. Expecting Liu Dingshan to agree to his request, or perhaps even promote him to a higher position before the battle. Ho Xiaotian felt disappointed when the response turned out to be different from his expectations. Liu Dingshan smiled gently and gestured for Ho Xiaotian to sit down. Then, with a solemn expression and a serious tone, he addressed them, brothers, as the ancients wisely said, plans lead to success, while lack of planning leads to failure. Every endeavor must be planned to achieve maximum results. He paused for a moment before continuing. I recall the days when we fought without a plan, charging forward with swords in hand, heedless of the dangers. It was this very lack of planning that led to numerous defeats, costing the lives of many good brothers who followed me. After a short pause, Liu Dingshan raised his voice, but this time is different. Our ranks are not only filled with courageous comrades, but also with those educated in military academies. His gaze swept over the crowd, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. I, Liu, believe that as long as we work together, there is no battle we cannot win. Liu Dingshan's rise to the rank of brigade commander was not solely due to his courage, but also his charisma and understanding of human relations. At this moment, he adeptly soothed the emotions of his old subordinates, while also acknowledging the status of the military academy graduates, subtly supporting his son. After a brief pause, he added, rest assured, I can guarantee that you will all have the opportunity to achieve merit on the battlefield. This statement somewhat eased the awkwardness felt by Ho Xiaotian. After all, his position at that moment was quite precarious. All right, after the meeting, everyone should prepare accordingly. Liu Dingshan concluded, be ready at all times. Once the combat orders are issued, we must act immediately. As his words fell, everyone stood up in unison, responding loudly, yes. Chapter 44. The Concerns of Father and Son. What? You intend to leave Zhou Laoshuan's regiment behind, while taking the 3rd Regiment with you to Luoyang? In his study, Liu Dingshan stared in disbelief at his son Liu Zhengting, as if he had heard an unbelievable proclamation. His voice involuntarily rose an octave, and he gripped the combat report tightly, struggling to comprehend his son's decision. Liu Zhengting stood before his father, his expression serious and resolute. He met his father's gaze unwaveringly, nodding firmly as he said, yes, father. Liu Dingshan slammed the combat report onto the table, his brow furrowed in discontent with his son's arrangement. After a slight hesitation, he finally asked, what is the reasoning behind this? The majority of the officers and soldiers in the 3rd Regiment are military academy students and new recruits. They have never even seen blood. Are you not worried they might falter in battle? In response to his father's doubts, Liu Zhengting remained calm and composed, even smiling slightly as he confidently explained, Father, rest assured, the 3rd Regiment was trained by me and my cousin. Their combat effectiveness will be on par with seasoned veterans. The only thing they lack is practical experience. This is a perfect opportunity for them to gain some real combat experience. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, they will eventually have to face the battlefield. If we do not give them a chance to practice now, how will they avoid mistakes in a real fight later? If we encounter a major conflict down the line, wouldn't all the resources we invested be wasted? Liu Dingshan understood that his son's words held truth, yet he still harbored his own concerns. He gazed at the confident visage of his son, letting out a resigned sigh as he spoke. My concerns do not stem from this matter. Liu Zhengting understood his father's apprehensions, and a faint smile graced his lips. He then candidly articulated the worry that lingered in his father's heart. Father, I am aware of your concerns. It is merely your trepidation regarding Ho Xiaoyan's potential changes. Liu Dingshan looked at his son with mild surprise, not expecting that his young offspring would contemplate such matters. However, he did not perceive the situation as dire, replying slowly, "There is unlikely to be a change. I have a fair understanding of his character. My genuine worry lies in the possibility that, once on the battlefield, he may not heed your commands." After a brief pause, he added, "After all, this is your first time leading troops, and I will not be by your side. My seasoned subordinates may not necessarily respect your authority." He then stood and began to pace the study, his tone increasingly grave as he reflected on the complexities of war, which is far from the simplicity of a training ground where defeat can be easily remedied. The situation on the battlefield is ever shifting, and any single factor could precipitate unforeseen consequences. A moment's inattention could lead to the collapse of an entire campaign. Finally, Liu Dingshan earnestly advised his son, "The reason I instructed you to leave the 3rd Regiment behind and take the 1st and 2nd Regiments is due to your uncle Zhou's steadfast loyalty. He will undoubtedly consider my sentiments and follow your directives." With a worried gaze, he continued, "However, Ho Xiaotian differs. Before he allied with me, he was a mere bandit leader. Though he fights fiercely, once he allied with me, our relationship became one of superior and subordinate. Yet his troops have always been under his command. Had I not treated him reasonably well, he might have established his own faction by now. Although you have interspersed his ranks with your men, the majority remain his loyal subordinates. When the time comes for battle, he will surely have the final say." Both father and son understood that Ho Xiaotian represented a variable, and neither dared to contemplate leaving him behind. After all, if the battle were lost and Song County remained intact, they could always start anew. But if Song County were to fall, their foundation would be irrevocably damaged. Originally, according to Liu Zhengting's plan, he intended to gradually transfer Ho Xiaotian and Zhou Laoshuan's officers to other units, eventually replacing them with military academy graduates. Alternatively, should either of them falter, he could easily replace their leadership. However, the unexpected situation in Luoyang had altered all plans. This was not to say that Liu Dingshan harbored no sentiments of loyalty. Rather, to achieve great ambitions, the power of command must rest firmly in their hands. Otherwise, if they were to be hindered by subordinates, how could they aspire to dominate Henan? The rearmament must continue, and opportunities were still available to them. Although Ho Xiaoyan's descent was considerable, in contrast to Ho Xiaotian, Zhou Laoshuan seemed to understand his role well, adhering to the rules with diligence. After listening to his father's concerns, Liu Zhengting replied, "Father, there is no need for alarm. My purpose in bringing these troops is to train them. I still have a White Russian reinforcement regiment at my disposal. Should the situation turn dire, I have these men to cover my retreat. As for the 2nd Regiment, I will regard them merely as cheerleaders, encouraging us." Liu Dingshan appeared momentarily taken aback, questioning, "Cheerleaders? What does that mean?" Liu Zhengting suddenly realized that such a term was not yet coined in this era, and hurriedly explained, "Oh, this is a foreign term, signifying those who stand by to cheer and shout encouragement." Upon hearing this, Liu Dingshan's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Oh, I see." At that moment, Liu Zhengting reassured his father, "Father, you need not worry excessively. Brother Ho may not harbor ulterior motives. Even if he does, I assure you he shall come to regret it." A subtle smile, enigmatic and elusive, graced Liu Zhengting's lips as he lowered his voice and leaned closer to his father, whispering, "Father, when I departed the military camp this afternoon, I had already arranged for cavalry to secure all routes leading to Luoyang." As he spoke, a flicker of determination ignited in his eyes. If Ho Xiaotian truly does possess deceitful intentions, then tonight, once we have captured him red-handed, I shall personally see to his arrest. Liu Dingshan, taken aback by his son's calculated words, displayed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated such intricate forethought from his young heir. However, Liu Dingshan quickly regained his composure, nodding approvingly as he remarked, "Oh, your thorough consideration brings me great comfort." Yet, Liu Dingshan shifted his tone, advising, "However, should Ho Xiaotian indeed have treacherous designs, do not act against him. Leave that to me." Liu Zhengting cast a puzzled glance at his father, uncertain as to why he would make such a request. Nevertheless, he acquiesced with a nod, responding, "Understood, father." With all matters of discussion concluded, Liu Dingshan slowly settled into his chair and gestured to Liu Zhengting, saying, "Very well. You may take your leave to inform the troops to prepare for departure. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally accompany the men to bid you farewell. Yes, father, please rest early." With that, Liu Zhengting gradually exited his father's study. Upon his departure, he promptly instructed his staff to relay military orders to the various regiments. Following the orders, Zhou Laoshuan's 1st Regiment began taking defensive positions, while the other 2 regiments, alongside the White Russian contingent and the accompanying direct battalion, commenced preparations for their march the following day. Additionally, provisions and ammunition were being gathered within Song County. The next morning, clad in a crisp military uniform and acting in his capacity as the brigade's chief of staff, Liu Zhengting led the 2nd and 3rd Regiments, the Independent Artillery Battalion, and the White Russian Reinforcement Regiment towards the Luoyang region. After a period of training, the soldiers exhibited a marked improvement in morale. Meanwhile, within the Luoyang Defense Command, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Chao Fulin strode in, his face contorted with anger, flanked by aides and guards. His hurried steps betrayed a heart brimming with discontent and fury. "Attention!" With the aides' commanding shout, the officers within the command swiftly rose to their feet, their eyes collectively fixed on Chao Fulin. He walked directly to the center of the room and took his seat with deliberate slowness. Once settled, a heavy silence enveloped the room, only his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered assembly. After a moment, he spoke in a measured tone. "Take your seats." His voice was chilling and deep, sending a shiver through those present. The brigade and regiment leaders responded in unison, "Yes." They cautiously resumed their seats, the room suffused with an atmosphere of oppression. Chao Fulin, formerly the commander of the 14th Division of the National Revolutionary Army's 2nd Group Army, served under Han Fujiu. Following their alliance with Boss Chong, he was reassigned to lead the 6th Army of the 3rd Route Army, retaining his position as the 14th Division commander. At this juncture, the division had expanded to over 9,000 troops, maintaining the Northwest Army's traditional structure of 3 brigades per division, though each brigade now comprised 3 regiments instead of 2. Despite receiving reinforcements from Nanjing after aligning with Boss Chong, the supply was limited due to their status as a mixed unit. The rifles primarily include Hanyang models. The Jin-made Type 38, the old-style tube, and the Czech VZ-24, presenting significant challenges for logistical maintenance. Although some light and heavy machine guns and mortars have been supplemented, his troops continue to adhere to the combat methods of the Northwest Army, placing particular emphasis on night battles, close-quarters combat, and grenade assaults, with each company equipped with over 500 grenades. The soldiers predominantly hail from Henan, Shandong, and Shaanxi, yet they are seasoned fighters adept at defensive warfare. After the adjutant recounted the intelligence regarding Liu Dingshan's troop movements, the brigade commanders present exhibited a range of expressions. At that moment, Chao Fulin's countenance darkened considerably. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fell upon Xue Jiabing to his right, revealing his impatience as he brusquely inquired, "Brigadier Xue, did you not previously engage Liu Dingshan's forces? Pray tell, how many men does his unit comprise, and what is their equipment situation?" Before Xue Jiabing could respond, Chao Fulin, as if provoked, slammed his hand on the table, rising in a fit of rage and exclaiming, "Damn it! A mere independent mixed brigade. I have yet to seek trouble with him, and yet he dares to come to me. He must be tired of living." Upon hearing Chao Fulin's words, the brigade commanders and his retinue were equally incensed, vocally condemning Liu Dingshan's audacity. Chao Fulin's inquiry towards Xue Jiabing stemmed from 2 reasons. First, Xue Jiabing had indeed clashed with Liu Dingshan's forces and should possess some understanding of their condition. Second, the cavalry scouts he dispatched had been slaughtered by Liu Dingshan's White Russian cavalry before they could gather any intelligence. Thus, the information he possessed about Liu Dingshan's troops was derived solely from the distant observations of the surviving cavalry. As of now, he was only aware that Liu Dingshan had mobilized his forces, yet he remained oblivious to the number of troops or their equipment. Xue Jiabing, upon hearing this, was taken aback, unable to fathom Liu Dingshan's audacity to confront him in Luoyang. Although Liu Dingshan had bested him previously, undoubtedly expanding his forces, it seemed implausible that he would dare to challenge a division. Slowly rising, Xue Jiabing furrowed his brow, seemingly endeavoring to recall details from their prior encounter. After a considerable pause, he respectfully replied, "Report to the commanding officer. I remember that before engaging Liu Dingshan, his troop strength was less than 2,000, primarily consisting of local militias armed with makeshift weapons and a band of mountain bandits, lacking even a single cannon. Chao Fulin, already incensed, revealed a subtle smirk upon hearing Xue Jiabing's report, responding in a tone laden with condescension. Oh? A ragtag brigade like that managed to best your two fully organized brigades? You truly are remarkable. As Chao Fu Lin's words echoed, the brigade commanders cast disdainful glances towards Xue Jiabing, perceiving him as inept. Confronted with their scornful gazes, Xue Jiabing's expression turned awkward. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered an explanation. Primarily my subordinates' forces are mostly new recruits, lacking practical combat experience. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, it was my subordinate Qian Yulin who acted recklessly, leading to a night raid by Liu Dingshan's bandits. The new recruits, having no combat experience, were caught off guard, resulting in a complete rout. Xue Jiabing, of course, would not admit to his own misjudgment, instead partially attributing the failure to the deceased Qian Yulin, and he refrained from mentioning his own capture to mask his incompetence. Nevertheless, in the eyes of Chao Fu Lin and others, his explanation was deemed somewhat reasonable, as organized brigades were indeed tasked with training new soldiers. Despite the plausibility of Xue Jiabing's explanation, Chao Fu Lin remained unimpressed. With a scoff, he pressed on. And what now? Your two brigades, numbering 6,000 to 7,000, have dwindled to a single brigade. Do enlighten me on how many guns and artillery you provided him last time. Faced with Chao Fu Lin's mockery, the subservient Xue Jiabing dared not display any discontent. After a brief contemplation, he ventured a guess. Report to the commanding officer. Based on my estimates, Liu Dingshan's forces should now number over 3,000, with minimal heavy firepower. As for artillery, there should not be much. The cannons I initially brought along were ordered to be destroyed during the retreat. Unbeknownst to Xue Jiabing, he concealed the fact that Liu Zhengting had procured munitions from Shanghai. Upon hearing this estimation, Chao Fu Lin formulated a plan in his mind. A ragtag brigade of over 3,000 men, lacking substantial artillery and heavy firepower, appeared to be an opportune target. Even if Xue Jiabing's words bore some embellishment, the actual situation could hardly differ significantly. While Chao Fu Lin remained perplexed as to Liu Dingshan's motivations, he understood a simple yet crucial truth. With overwhelming force, one could conquer even the most formidable adversary. After all, he commanded a division. If he could not vanquish a mere ragtag brigade, how could he justify his position as a division commander? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chao Fu Lin could no longer remain seated. He abruptly stood, raising his voice in a fervent declaration. Well, since Liu Dingshan is so woefully ignorant of his place, let him not blame me for disregarding our shared ties within the Northwest Army. Without hesitation, Chao Fu Lin issued the combat orders. He resolved to leave the 14th Division's 3rd Brigade and 1st Regiment to guard Luoyang, ensuring the security of the rear, while he would personally lead the remaining troops, including Xue Jiabing's 17th Organized Brigade of over 2,000 soldiers, totaling more than 10,000 to March 4th. Chao Fu Lin's plan was straightforward: to deliver a devastating blow to Liu Dingshan's forces with overwhelming might, thereby annihilating them completely. This would not only showcase his military prowess, but also send a clear message to the local militia across Henan province regarding the consequences of opposing him. In due course, they would undoubtedly accept his restructuring without a hint of rebellion. As soon as the orders were given, the entire force sprang into action. That afternoon, a massive column of over 10,000 soldiers marched out of Luoyang, swiftly advancing towards Yichuan. Chapter 46, Night Combat. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Liu Zhengting, leading his forces after 2 days of marching, finally arrived within the boundaries of Yichuan before nightfall. Earlier that afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Liu Zhengting received reports from cavalry scouts indicating that Chao Fu Lin, commanding the 14th Division, was approaching Yichuan. While Chao Fu Lin remained unaware of Liu Zhengting's troop strength and equipment, Liu Zhengting utilized the advantage of cavalry to ascertain the general strength and armament of Chao Fu Lin's 14th Division. Inside the military tent, Liu Zhengting was convening a military meeting. With a grave expression, he fixated on the officers gathered within, slowly articulating, according to the latest intelligence, Chao Fu Lin's 14th Division, in conjunction with Xue Jiabing's 17th Organized Brigade, comprises approximately 14,000 troops. He paused momentarily to allow the officers to absorb this figure before continuing, after aligning with Han Fuju and pledging allegiance to Boss Chong. The entire division has received a replenishment of firepower, ensuring that each soldier is armed with a rifle. Furthermore, each company is equipped with 2 Czech-style light machine guns, alongside a limited number of heavy machine guns and 4 mountain artillery pieces from the division's artillery battalion. Liu Zhengting meticulously detailed the enemy's firepower configuration, providing the officers with a clearer understanding of the adversary's capabilities. However, Cao Falin will undoubtedly retain a portion of his forces to garrison Luoyang. I estimate that at least a regiment will remain. He analyzed that this would consequently diminish the actual combat strength they could deploy. Overall, although the firepower of the 14th Division may not surpass that of our brigade, its ranks are primarily composed of skilled fighters from Shaanxi and local warriors from Henan. Liu Zhengting cautioned, therefore, we must strive to avoid close-quarter combat. The officers within the military tent listened intently to Liu Zhengting's intelligence briefing. Our side comprises 2 infantry regiments, an independent artillery battalion, and a White Russian reinforcement regiment, totaling over 7,000 troops. More importantly, each company is equipped with 4 light machine guns in addition to 2 MG-08 heavy machine guns. In addition to this firepower, the independent artillery battalion possesses 12 82mm mortars. The artillery battalion under the White Russian reinforcement regiment is armed with 12 75mm mountain guns. While we may lack in numbers, our firepower overwhelmingly surpasses that of the 14th Division. After providing a general overview of the 14th Division's strength and equipment, Liu Zhengting rose and approached the map, indicating it as he spoke. The distance from Luoyang City to Yichuan County is less than 30 kilometers, according to the reconnaissance by our cavalry. The 14th Division is executing a forced march and is expected to arrive at Yichuan County around 8 o'clock this evening. Cao Falin is hastening to Yichuan simply to eliminate us swiftly. Thus, every regiment must prepare for battle and remain on alert. Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's words, the officers within the tent fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Yang Jiajun, the deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment, stood and inquired, Chief of Staff, since Cao Falin's 14th Division is marching rapidly, shouldn't they rest for the night? Liu Zhengting smiled at the query and retorted, if you had 10,000 men and your enemy was merely a ragtag brigade, what would you do? Yang Jiajun, following Liu Zhengting's line of reasoning, pondered briefly and instinctively replied, of course, I understand now. Chief of Staff. Liu Zhengting returned to the table and addressed them. All right, every regiment, prepare accordingly. If the 14th Division does not take action, we shall find ways to engage them. The acting commander of the 2nd Regiment, Ho Xiaotian, the deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment, Yang Jiajun, Colonel Mikhail of the White Russian Reinforcement Regiment, and the commanders of each battalion rose simultaneously, responding loudly, yes. Liu Zhengting's prediction proved accurate. Around 8 o'clock that evening, the advance units of the 14th Division finally arrived at Yichuan County. Once all troops had gathered, Cao Falin immediately convened a military meeting. Upon learning that Liu Dingshan's forces were encamped within Yichuan County, Cao Falin promptly resolved to eliminate this ragtag unit under the cover of darkness. At 9:30 p.m., after consuming their rations, the units of the 14th Division began to advance towards the location of Liu Dingshan's independent mixed brigade, organized by brigade. After receiving Cao Falin's orders, Xue Jiabing could not help but curse. Damn it, we are all ragtag units, yet he looks down on me. However, one must bow their head when under the roof of another. Suppressing his resentment, he instructed his aide, Wang Xiaozhong, go, inform each regiment to prepare for the assault. Zhao Debao, who had been demoted to deputy brigade commander, could not refrain from complaining. Brigade commander, isn't this just using us as cannon fodder? Xue Jiabing became even more irritated and reprimanded him sharply. What can I do about it? If I dare to object, do you believe Cao Falin won't send someone to disarm us immediately? Then, noticing Wang Xiaozhong still standing behind him, he scolded, hurry up, what are you standing there for? Wang Xiaozhong quickly responded, yes. Brigade commander. Just as he turned to leave, Xue Jiabing suddenly called out, wait, tell each regiment commander that when the fighting starts, keep your eyes peeled. If I order a retreat, make sure to run back quickly. Yes, Chao Falin, being an astute commander, planned to have Xue Jiabing's troops take the lead to gauge Liu Dingshan's firepower. If all went well, he would unleash a full assault. If circumstances changed, he would adjust his strategy accordingly. Perhaps it was the favor of the heavens. The moonlight was favorable that night, allowing for a faint view of the terrain. Around 10 o'clock, under the protection of his guards, Xue Jiabing personally approached the front lines, observing his men, armed and crouched, cautiously making their way toward the enemy's encampment. At this moment, Liu Zhengting's forces were also making adjustments. Facing Xue Jiabing's troops was the 2nd Regiment led by Hou Xiaotian. After receiving orders from Liu Zhengting, Hou Xiaotian instructed his battalion commanders behind him, inform the brothers in each company that when the fighting begins, only 1 light machine gun per company is allowed to open fire. All heavy machine guns are strictly prohibited from firing. The 3 battalion commanders replied in unison, "Yes, Commander." Next, Hou Xiaotian issued another command. Also, have the brothers prepare their sabers. If the enemy attempts to flee, let them feel the bite of our blades. My intention is for everyone to witness my prowess. Hou Xiaotian's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Upon hearing Hou Xiaotian's arrangements, the deputy commander, Zhang Ducai, could not help but remind him, "Commander, didn't he, the chief of staff, say we must not pursue the enemy proactively?" Unbeknownst to him, Hou Xiaotian turned his head, casting a cold glare and asking, "Who is the commander here, you or I?" Hou Xiaotian, Zhang Ducai, displaying a look of distress, replied, "But the chief of staff has issued orders that soldiers must obey commands." Zhang Ducai, being appointed by Liu Zhengting, was naturally obliged to uphold his directives. Hou Xiaotian widened his fierce eyes, bellowing, "Silence! Answer me. Is it you who decides the 2nd Regiment, or is it I, Hou Xiaotian?" Zhang Ducai hesitated briefly and reluctantly replied, "Of course, it is your decision." Hou Xiaotian snorted, "Humph. Then keep your mouth shut." He then sternly lectured, "Since you claim that soldiers must obey orders, then, as a deputy commander, you must obey my commands. Whatever I instruct you to do, you must comply. If anything goes awry, I, as the commander, will bear the responsibility. You only need to do your job as a deputy commander." Zhang Ducai resigned, nodded yes. "I understand, Commander." After the meeting adjourned, Zhang Ducai quickly summoned a trusted staff officer to report the earlier events to the chief of staff. Approximately 5 minutes later, Xue Jiabing's troops, like thieves in the night, stealthily approached. Utilizing the faint moonlight, they could be vaguely seen as a large group of soldiers, guns in hand, crouching low, stealthily advancing towards this direction. Their movements were exceedingly cautious, as if fearful of making even the slightest sound that might betray their presence. However, every action they took was under the vigilant scrutiny of the 2nd Regiment. Once the enemy was fully exposed within the sights of the 2nd Regiment, Hou Xiaotian wasted no time in raising his weapon and firing a shot, simultaneously shouting, "Fire! Give it to them hard!" In an instant, gunfire erupted like popcorn, dense and ferocious. Bullets rained upon Xue Jiabing's advance units, who could not react in time and were struck by the sudden onslaught of firepower. After a barrage of gunfire, a significant portion of Xue Jiabing's advance units collapsed, cries of agony and moans echoing in the air. Witnessing this scene, Xue Jiabing felt nearly driven to madness, his fury erupting as he bellowed, "Retreat! Quickly retreat! Get back here at once!" The soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, turned and fled in a frenzy. Thus, Xue Jiabing's forces, having abandoned dozens of corpses, hurriedly retreated like a disturbed beehive. The officers and soldiers of the 2nd Regiment, taken aback by the enemy's fragility, erupted in cheers of excitement. Observing the enemy's chaotic flight, Hou Xiaotian sheathed his weapon, grasped his gleaming saber, and exuberantly shouted, "Brothers, in the heat of battle." The fervent call to arms echoed as one declared, "If you wish to receive double pay like the Russians, then follow me. Should we triumph in this conflict, I shall fight for your rewards." With that, he brandished his great sword and leapt out of the trench, pursuing the troops of Xue Jiabing. Chapter 47, Night Combat, Part 2, Report to the Chief of Staff. Acting Commander Hou Xiaotian of the 2nd Regiment has led his men into the fray. A hurried aide, assigned by the 2nd Regiment's Deputy Commander Zhang Ducai, rushed into Liu Zhengting's command center, his voice tinged with alarm. Liu Zhengting stood contemplating over a map when he heard the news. He abruptly turned, disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, What? Who permitted him to pursue? Did I not issue orders for everyone to hold their positions and refrain from reckless attacks? His voice resonated throughout the command center, unmistakably laced with fury. Liu Zhengting's gaze swept across the assembled officers, finally settling on his adjutant, Liu Feng, as he demanded, "Did you relay my orders?" Feeling the weight of his superior's anger, Liu Feng's heart raced, and he quickly replied, "Yes, Chief of Staff." The orders were communicated. It was Ho acting as the commander on the line. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhengting's expression darkened further. Anger coursed through him, and he struck the table with a fist, producing a resounding thud. Damn it, this Ho Xiaotian, a man who brings more trouble than success. His roar echoed menacingly in the command center. Nighttime combat posed numerous challenges for both sides. Liu Zhengting had formulated a strategy to conceal their firepower, creating a false sense of security for the enemy. He planned to wait for the enemy to launch a full-scale assault, relying on their superior firepower to crush them in one decisive blow. Even if the enemy remained cautious, they could delay until dawn to engage in a final confrontation. However, he never anticipated that Ho Xiaotian would so brazenly defy his orders. Liu Zhengting forced himself to suppress his fury as he contemplated a remedy. Approximately a minute later, he suddenly turned to Zhou Laozhan, who had been brought along specifically to ensure Ho Xiaotian adhered to commands. Yet, Liu Zhengting worried that sending Zhou might imply doubt about Ho's leadership. To avoid unnecessary complications, he had refrained from dispatching Zhou initially. Reflecting now, he realized his naivety. "Zhou, the situation is dire, and I have no other options. I must trouble you to go personally," Liu Zhengting said gravely. Zhou Laozhan, without hesitation, nodded and replied, "Very well. I shall go at once." Relieved by Zhou's readiness, Liu Zhengting continued, "Once you arrive, instruct Deputy Commander Zhang Dicai to take command of the 2nd Regiment." Zhou Laozhan understood the gravity of the situation and promptly affirmed, "Understood." However, just as he was about to depart, a hint of concern crossed his face. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "And what about old Ho?" Liu Zhengting pondered before responding, "Take the security platoon with you. If possible, rescue him." Zhou Laozhan felt reassured by Liu Zhengting's plan. After all, he and Ho Xiaotian were longtime comrades. Yet, Liu Zhengting added a cautionary note. "Zhou, you are a seasoned veteran. The battlefield is ever-changing. If rescue proves impossible, I implore you to prioritize the greater good." Zhou Laozhan nodded solemnly, "I understand." After Zhou's departure, Liu Zhengting ordered an aide nearby, sent a message to Colonel Mikhail. "We must wait until the enemy's artillery reveals itself before launching an attack." "Yes, Chief of Staff." On the battlefield, Ho Xiaotian charged ahead, wielding his great sword, closely following the retreating vanguard of the 17th Composite Brigade. With swift strikes, he felled a slower soldier, blood splattering across his face. Elated, he wiped the blood from his eyes and shouted to his comrades, "Ha ha! Brothers, let us slay. Our moment for glory has arrived." Witnessing Ho Xiaotian's valor and the apparent weakness of the 17th Composite Brigade, his subordinates were invigorated. On the front lines of the 17th Composite Brigade, Deputy Commander Zhao Debao watched in dismay as Ho Xiaotian cut through his men like wheat. Enraged, he turned to Xue Jiabing, declaring, "This is outrageous. He is far too arrogant. Commander, allow me to lead the charge." Xue Jiabing shot him a sidelong glance, reprimanding him sharply. "Charge? What do you mean? A few casualties are nothing compared to losing our entire brigade." Zhao Debao grimaced, questioning, "What then, Commander?" Xue Jiabing appeared to have a plan. Sneering as he instructed his aide, sent a message to Chao Fulin, stating that we are overwhelmed by the enemy's numbers and lack the heavy firepower to hold our ground. Request reinforcements. Then, turning to Zhao Debao, he commanded, "Tell the men to retreat." Zhao Debao stared at Xue Jiabing in shock, hastily asking, "Are we abandoning our position, Commander?" Xue Jiabing rolled his eyes, scolding, "Are you foolish? What need have we for position? Chao Fulin views us as expendable, and you would make yourself one too? Retreat." Zhao Debao, though reluctant, reminded him, "But Commander, what if Division Commander Chao holds us accountable for fleeing?" Xue Jiabing regarded Zhao Debao as if he were simple-minded, pointing at him as he retorted, "Let him question us. As long as my troops remain intact, what can he do? If we lose our men, we will have no strength left to rise again." Zhao Debao saw the logic in Xue Jiabing's words and nodded hastily. "Understood, Commander." In Chao Fulin's command center, He sat calmly at the center, an experienced general who discerned from the distant gunfire that Liu Dingshan's troops were deliberately concealing their strength, attempting to lure him into a trap. Until that moment, Cao Falin had not gleaned any effective intelligence, still believing Liu Dingshan commanded the opposing forces. The prowess of the White Russians was indeed formidable. Yet, he found himself puzzled. If the enemy sought to ensnare him, why would they strike first? At that juncture, an aide rushed to Cao Falin, reporting loudly, "Report. Division Commander, the 17th Composite Brigade has sent a message requesting support." Cao Falin's Chief of Staff, Zhang Junhua, quickly surmised Shui Jiabing's intentions. Leaning close to Cao Falin, he quietly advised, "Commander, the battle has just begun, and Shui Jiabing is already seeking reinforcements. He clearly aims to conserve his strength." Cao Falin, fully aware of the situation, smirked disdainfully. "Humph. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Once this battle concludes, I will deal with him." After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively ordered, "Immediately inform Brigade Commander Li Huanwen to take control of Shui Jiabing's position at once." Zhang Junhua nodded, preparing to relay the command. Cao Falin continued, "No matter what schemes Liu Dingshan is concocting, if he dares to strike, I must show him the consequences and quell his arrogance. Inform Li Huanwen that he has half an hour to eliminate this enemy force." Zhang Junhua nodded once more, "Yes, Commander." As a renowned general of the Northwest, Cao Falin was not reckless. Even with a significant numerical advantage, he remained vigilant, aiming for a steady and methodical approach. Even if the conflict could not be resolved overnight, ensuring Liu Dingshan could not escape was paramount. Thus, aside from the deployment of Li Huanwen's brigade, the remaining forces remained on standby. Liu Zhengting, too, had not anticipated that the situation would unfold in such a manner. A mere 10 minutes later, the 1st Brigade received orders from the division headquarters and swiftly made their way to the position of the 17th Reorganized Brigade. However, upon their arrival, they were struck with astonishment, discovering that only a small contingent of the 17th Brigade soldiers was encircled by Ho Xiaoyan's troops, while the majority of the 17th Brigade was nowhere to be seen. This news enraged Brigade Commander Li Huanwen, who erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it! That Shui Jiabing has fled the battlefield. I must report this to the division commander." Yet, with the situation as it was, he had no time to dwell on grievances. The immediate priority was to execute the division command. Without hesitation, he issued a directive, "Order the 1st and 2nd regiments to encircle from both sides. I intend to annihilate this enemy force." At that moment, on the battlefield, Ho Xiaoyan and his subordinates were fiercely engaged in combat, oblivious to the encirclement approaching from the flanks. The commander of the 1st Regiment, Qiao Lizzi, surveyed the battlefield and chuckled derisively. "Damn them. They also wield blades." He then instructed his men, "Tell the brothers to conserve ammunition. First, let us unleash a volley of grenades. Once they explode, charge forward and teach these Henan ruffians how to wield a knife." The thoughts of 2nd Regiment Commander Rong Guangxing were akin to those of Qiao Lizzi. On one hand, the officers and soldiers of the 1st Brigade predominantly hailed from Shaanxi, known for their knife skills. On the other hand, due to the logistical challenges faced by the Northwest Army, they rarely had opportunities for live-fire training. Given the poor visibility during night operations, it was prudent to conserve ammunition. As Ho Xiaoyan's troops were embroiled in fierce combat, they were suddenly startled by a faint hissing sound. This subtle noise failed to raise their alarm, but soon a pungent odor of gunpowder enveloped them. This ignited the awareness of the battle-hardened veterans among them. Yet, before they could comprehend the unfolding situation, a series of deafening explosions erupted around them. The thunderous detonations of grenades sent shrapnel flying, and many were struck down by the sudden onslaught, suffering grievous injuries. "Ah, my eyes!" cried one soldier, clutching his face as blood seeped through his fingers. "Ah, my legs!" Another moaned in agony as he collapsed, his legs mangled by the shrapnel. "Help me! My hand!" screamed a third, his hand obliterated, blood staining the earth beneath him. Fortune favored Ho Xiaoyan, for he miraculously escaped being struck by shrapnel amidst the chaos. However, the cacophony of explosions left him dazed, rendering him momentarily deaf. He stood there, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to regain his senses. Before he could fully regain his composure, a thunderous battle cry erupted from either side. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he sensed imminent danger and instinctively dodged a large blade aimed at him. Faced with the sudden appearance of the enemy, he abandoned all caution and swung his own weapon without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, the adversary, caught off guard by his sudden evasion, could not react in time, and with an expression of disbelief and terror, they witnessed their body cleaved in two. Having narrowly escaped death, Hou Xiaotian quickly regained his bearings and surveyed his surroundings. His old subordinates lay strewn about, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, a horde of shadowy figures wielding large knives charged towards them. Realizing the dire predicament, Hou Xiaotian's eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed, "Retreat! Quickly, brothers, retreat!" Yet, the situation was beyond his control, as the two regiments of the 14th Division had already blocked their escape routes. Hou Xiaotian and his men fought desperately to break through, but waves of enemies continuously impeded their progress. Compounding their troubles, the assailants matched his men's skills with their blades. As he watched his subordinates fall one by one, panic seized Hou Xiaotian, and his own strikes grew increasingly erratic. Beside him, an old subordinate, panting heavily after dispatching an enemy, looked at Hou Xiaotian with tear-streaked cheeks and a quivering voice. "Brother, what do we do now? There are more and more enemies. We cannot break through." Hearing this only intensified Hou Xiaotian's anxiety. After cleaving another opponent to the ground, he felt his hands tremble uncontrollably around the hilt of his weapon. Yet, he glared fiercely with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "What else can we do? If our heads roll, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. Kill. The more we take down, the better for us." His voice echoed across the battlefield, a revelation of madness amidst despair. At that moment, another subordinate suddenly questioned, "Brother, do you think the chief of staff will send someone to rescue us?" This inquiry momentarily froze Hou Xiaotian's expression. However, a bitter smile soon crossed his face, an acceptance of the harsh reality. After a long pause, he replied, "How can they save us? I am already disobeying orders. If I escape execution, I'll consider myself lucky." With that, he gazed compassionately at his beleaguered subordinates, his eyes betraying deep guilt and remorse. "I'm sorry, brothers. I intended to lead you to victory, but alas, it seems I have brought you into peril." Just as Hou Xiaotian succumbed to profound despair, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from behind him. The sound, akin to a tempest, resonated with a relentless cadence. For Hou Xiaotian, this cacophony was nothing short of divine music. The gunfire emanated from submachine guns, Thompson submachine guns, and Czech light machine guns. The sheer intensity of the firepower indicated the presence of the division's direct security battalion. A wave of indescribable exhilaration surged through him. "Brothers, hold on," Hou Xiaotian shouted with fervor. "The chief of staff has sent reinforcements." This revelation revitalized the morale of his previously dispirited subordinates. Under Hou Xiaotian's leadership, they seized their weapons once more and charged with renewed hope. In stark contrast to Hou Xiaotian's elation, Brigade Commander Rong Guangxing of the 14th Division's 2nd Regiment felt a cold sweat trickle down his back upon hearing the gunfire. His regiment was tasked with encircling Hou Xiaotian and his men, and such ferocious firepower meant that many of his soldiers would undoubtedly have fallen. Yet, Rong Guangxing was unwilling to let Hou Xiaotian escape. Gritting his teeth, he issued a daunting command. "Damn it! Does a ragtag brigade possess this much automatic firepower? Order the security platoon to advance. We must annihilate those within the encirclement. We cannot falter now." He then shouted to his men, "Tell Xiao Lizzie to stop playing with knives. If we don't resolve this battle soon, we'll all be dead." However, Rong Guangxing clearly underestimated the capabilities of the security battalion. Not only did they boast formidable firepower, but their marksmanship was also exceptionally precise. Accompanied by the relentless firepower of automatic weapons, a multitude of grenades rained down upon the soldiers of the 14th Division. At this moment, Zhou Laoxuan led the guard company and his subordinates' pistol squad, armed with automatic firepower, rendering the 14th Division soldiers unable to lift their heads. Rong Guangxing could hardly believe that the enemy was equipped solely with automatic weapons. In merely 2 minutes of reciprocal fire, Rong Guangxing's guard squad was decimated. Furthermore, Liu Zhengting's chosen battlefield was a vast expanse, making any attempts at ambush futile. Witnessing the significant losses of his elite guard unit, Rong Guangxing could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it! We can't hold on any longer." Retreat. Inform the brothers to withdraw. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaotian was also nearing his breaking point. Although the gunfire from the guard company grew increasingly closer, the enemy became more frenzied. Previously, they had engaged with knives, but now they wielded firearms. In the chaos, Hou Xiaotian suffered wounds on his shoulder and calf. At that moment, he lay on the ground, despondent, and bitterly smiled. Damn it! It seems the heavens are ready to claim me. However, just as despair enveloped him, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Old Ho! Old Ho! Where are you? Are you still alive? Hou Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned towards the voice. Confirming he had not misheard, he cried out in joy. Brother Zhou, I'm here. I'm here. Chapter 49, Night Battle, Part 4. At the frontline command center, Li Hanzhong furrowed his brow tightly, his face a mask of fury and resentment. Li Hanzhong, known by the courtesy name Huanwen, hailed from Xinqiu County in Henan Province. He had served as a platoon leader, company commander, battalion commander, regimental commander, and brigade commander in the Northwest Army. This past May, he had aligned himself with Han Fujian, pledging loyalty to Boss Chong. What? Our own Guangxing and Xiao Lizzie fools. 2 regiments cannot defeat a remnant enemy force? They have brought shame upon my brigade. Li Hanzhong suddenly roared. His furious outburst sent a tremor through everyone within the command center. As one of the most capable brigade commanders under Cao Falin, Li Hanzhong was renowned for his valor and decisive leadership. He could not accept such a result, especially under his command. Colonel Lan Yong, the chief of staff of the 14th Division, stood nearby, his face etched with concern as he cautiously inquired, Brigade Commander, what shall we do now? The division headquarters is awaiting our report. Already perturbed, Li Hanzhong, in a fit of rage, paced back and forth within the command center. Suddenly, as if resolving upon a decision, he came to a halt, turned to his aide, and commanded, convey my orders. Tell Rong Guangxing and Xiao Lizzie to reorganize their troops immediately and prepare to assault the enemy's position. If I cannot subdue this band of remnants, I will annihilate them myself. What is one ragtag brigade? I can handle it myself. The aide promptly saluted and swiftly exited the command center to relay the orders. Li Hanzhong's gaze then shifted back to Lan Yong, his tone slightly softened but still tinged with anger. Chief of Staff, you will personally convey my message to the division commander. Lan Yong's heart raced. He feared the brigade commander was sending him to face the division commander's inquiries and pressures. Yet he dared not hesitate, quickly responding, Yes, brigade commander. Just as he prepared to turn away, Li Hanzhong fixed him with a determined gaze and added, Relay to the division commander that if we fail to seize the enemy's position again, I, Li, will present my head to him. Lan Yong was taken aback by Li Hanzhong's resolute stance. However, with the brigade commander's words, he felt more equipped to address the division commander. After hastily agreeing, he departed the command center to report back to the division. At the position of the 2nd Regiment of the Independent Mixed Brigade, Hou Xiaotian and his remaining loyal subordinates, under the cover of the guard company, finally broke through the encirclement. Hou Xiaotian's body was marred with wounds, his clothes stained crimson with blood. Yet, seemingly undeterred by his injuries, upon returning to the position, he bore the agony and struggled to rise, eager to express his gratitude to Zhou Laoshuan. However, just as he lifted himself, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and the world spun around him. Then, a resounding slap struck his bloodied face. The blow caught Hou Xiaotian off guard, leaving him with a stinging pain that felt as though his skin had been scorched. Instinctively, he covered his face, bewildered and astonished as he gazed at Zhou Laoshuan, unable to comprehend why he had been struck. Brother Zhou, why? Hou Xiaotian stammered, his voice laden with confusion and grievance. Zhou Laoshuan stood before him, eyes wide with fury, his chest heaving with anger. He pointed an accusatory finger at Hou Xiaotian, bellowing, What do you think? Do you even have the audacity to ask me? Do you know how many people you have put in jeopardy with your recklessness? Huh? Hou Xiaotian, overwhelmed by Zhou Laoshuan's fierce demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless. He stared blankly at Zhou Laoshuan, filled with guilt and self-reproach. Zhou Laoshuan's voice grew louder and more impassioned. Why did you not follow orders? Huh? Do you think your actions honor the trust of the commander? Do they honor your brothers who followed you? Listening to Zhou Laoshuan's accusations, Hou Xiaotian glanced around. The few surviving old subordinates were all wounded, which weighed heavily on his heart. This rugged man, who had not shed a single tear despite his numerous injuries, now found his eyes reddening with remorse as tears streamed down his face. I just wanted to achieve merit. I thought to remove the word acting from my title. I truly did not think so much. Zhou Laoxuan was taken aback by Hou Xiaoyan's absurd and childish justification for defying military orders. Enraged, he trembled with fury and kicked Hou Xiaotian forcefully, cursing, "To hell with your merit. You disregard everything in pursuit of glory? Huh? Is this how you conduct yourself? Why don't you just die?" Caught off guard, Hou Xiaotian fell to the ground from the force of the blow. Though Zhou Laoxuan's kick appeared fierce, he had tempered it, mindful of Hou Xiaoyan's injuries. Observing this, Hou Xiaoyan's loyal subordinates rushed forward to assist him. Some even clung to Zhou Laoxuan's legs, pleading for mercy for their commander. Yet, unexpectedly, Hou Xiaotian pushed them away. He wept like a child, snot and tears mingling as he cried out, "Don't help me. Everyone get away. Let Brother Zhou kill me. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die." As he spoke, he seemed to lose his sanity, repeatedly slapping his own face. The resounding sound echoed in the air, stirring the hearts of all who witnessed it. This scene deeply unsettled Zhou Laoxuan. However, he felt he had no choice. His anger was too great. Hou Xiaoyan's actions had resulted in the near-total loss of the old soldiers of the 2nd Regiment. Moreover, the repercussions were severe. The Chief of Staff was strict in his command. If he were to make an example of Hou Xiaotian and execute him, no one could intercede on his behalf. Thus, in front of the brigade's guard company, Zhou Laoxuan had to act in this manner. At the very least, once the news reached Liu Zhengting, it might quell his anger. Just then, a sudden sound of artillery fire pierced the air. Zhou Laoxuan instinctively jolted, shouting, "Get down! It's shelling! Get down!" The soldiers at the position, trained under White Russian instructors, immediately dropped to the ground as they had been taught, taking cover in the trenches. Fortunately, the 14th Division's 1st Brigade had only a few 60mm mortars amongst its 3 regiments. Coupled with the difficulties in logistical support, they had only managed to fire a few rounds before ceasing the bombardment. As the cannonade subsided, the officers from various companies anxiously shouted, "Hurry, hurry, prepare for shooting. The moment the cannon stops, the enemy will rush forward." Indeed, shortly thereafter, under the faint moonlight, they could vaguely discern a dark mass of figures slowly advancing towards their positions. At this moment, the cadets on the front lines began to demonstrate their worth. Fortunately, the officers heeded the deputy commander's orders and did not charge ahead with Hou Xiaotian. Otherwise, the 2nd Regiment of the Independent Mixed Brigade would have been utterly decimated. Although the junior leaders felt anxious within, they maintained a facade of calm. They lowered their voices, speaking in slightly hoarse tones to the new recruits beside them. "Brothers, stay steady. Do not panic. No one is allowed to fire without command. We must wait until the enemy is close before we shoot. Do you understand? Prepare the light and heavy machine guns. Don't be stingy with the bullets. Give them hell. And remember to remove the safety pin before throwing grenades. Otherwise, they'll be duds." As the great battle loomed, the recruits were as nervous as mice under the gaze of a cat, only able to gulp nervously. Some were trembling uncontrollably, their eyes fixed ahead, while others found their hands shaking around their rifles. Observing these conditions, the company and platoon leaders felt a surge of urgency. They could only continuously encourage the recruits, attempting to soothe their anxiety through their words and actions. Once the artillery fire ceased, Zhou Laoxuan quickly stood up and hurried to Hou Xiaotian's side to check if he had been injured by the shelling. Upon discovering that Hou Xiaotian had merely fainted, he urgently prompted his old subordinates, "Quick, take your commander down for the medic to tend to his wounds." After arranging this, Zhou Laoxuan addressed the guards, "Brothers, since we are here, let's help defend." He then led the guards into the fray. As the enemy approached the 2nd Regiment's position, one of the battalion commanders raised his box cannon without hesitation and bellowed, "Brothers, fire! Give it to them hard." His voice thundered across the field like a clap of thunder. With his rallying cry, the gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. The sounds of pistols, rifles, light machine guns, and heavy machine guns intermingled, forming an impenetrable wall of fire. Bullets rained down upon the enemy like a tempest, causing them to be caught off guard, and they fell in droves. Flames shot into the sky, and the night was momentarily transformed into day, illuminating the entire battlefield. Yet, the enemy was not deterred by this ferocious barrage. A company commander from the 14th Division raised his hand and shouted, "Brothers, charge!" The commander has promised $50 to whoever reaches the enemy's position first. Upon hearing this call, the morale of the 14th Division's soldiers soared, and they yelled battle cries, brandishing their rifles and drawing their sabers as they quickened their advance. However, this engagement was unlike any before. In previous night battles, the enemy's firepower had been limited. They merely needed to rush the enemy's position to engage in close combat. But this time, the independent mixed brigade's continuous and concentrated fire rendered any thoughts of regret obsolete. The soldiers at the forefront fell like wheat before a scythe under the relentless fire of light and heavy machine guns. Simultaneously, many warriors, having exhausted the 5 rounds in their Mosin-Nagant rifles, swiftly seized grenades from the ground and unhesitatingly hurled them at the enemy. The grenades traced arcs through the air before exploding among the enemy ranks, stirring up clouds of dust and smoke. Meanwhile, the company and platoon leaders shouted while firing, "Light and heavy machine guns, do not stay in one spot. Once your magazines are empty, change positions. Do not wait for the shells to find you." Each company within the 3 regiments of the Independent Mixed Brigade was equipped with 4 light machine guns and 2 heavy machine guns. In total, the brigade boasted 36 light machine guns and 18 heavy machine guns, along with 4 heavy machine guns from the battalion's firepower platoon, allowing a single regiment to wield 22 heavy machine guns. Comparatively, the Central Army's 1st Division was only equipped with 3 645 light machine guns, 35 per company, and 1 218 heavy machine guns, 68 per regiment and 46 per battalion. This firepower configuration was only afforded to elite units. The ordinary Central Army did not enjoy such advantages. Thus, in terms of firepower, the Independent Mixed Brigade's forces would overwhelmingly surpass all but the elite units of the Central Army. Moreover, the 2nd Regiment was further reinforced by the Guard Company as firepower. It was clear that even a charge from 1 or 2 regiments would be futile against such overwhelming force. Within the 14th Division's headquarters, the atmosphere remained relatively calm. However, when the 1st Brigade's Chief of Staff, Lan Yong, conveyed the words of the brigade commander, Cao Fulin's reaction was unexpected. He did not express anger. Rather, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes, seemingly elevating his assessment of Li Hanzhong. Yet at that moment, the intense gunfire erupted on the front lines, shattering the tranquility of the division's headquarters. The gunfire was not only dense, but also extraordinarily fierce, completely contrary to what Cao Fulin had anticipated. His expression darkened, and his brow furrowed tightly, as if he had recognized a serious problem. Something is amiss. This gunfire is not right, Cao Fulin muttered, his voice laced with anxiety and unease. This is definitely not the firepower of a mixed brigade. Could Liu Dingshan be concentrating all his firepower here? His judgment was evidently rooted in past combat experiences. As a former member of the Northwest Army, he had fought many battles, but had never encountered a unit with such formidable firepower. Soon, Cao Fulin's demeanor grew increasingly grave. After pondering for merely a minute or two, he decisively issued multiple commands. Quick, notify the mortar battalion. Immediately support the 1st Brigade's assault. His voice bore urgency, clearly reflecting his concern for the 1st Brigade situation. Inform the 2nd Brigade to launch a probing attack against the enemy before them. I want to see if every regiment under Liu Dingshan indeed possesses such potent firepower. Cao Fulin's tone was resolute, as if he sought to ascertain the true strength of the enemy through this probe. He could hardly believe, nor did he wish to believe, that the enemy's firepower configuration was genuinely this formidable. Notify the 3rd Brigade to allocate a regiment temporarily under Li Hanzhong's command. Undoubtedly, he was a future exceptional commander in the resistance against Japan, decisively making multiple decisions in the face of unexpected circumstances. Upon hearing these commands, the staff members in the headquarters stood up in unison, responding, yes. They swiftly set about relaying Cao Fulin's directives. The entire 14th Division was enveloped in a tense atmosphere due to this series of commands. Meanwhile, Liu Zhengting had not anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner. What initially seemed like a chaotic scenario was unexpectedly unlocked through a series of fortunate miscalculations. Within the command center of the Independent Mixed Brigade, a staff officer suddenly received a call, his expression turning serious. After hanging up, he promptly approached Liu Zhengting to report. Report, Chief of Staff. In front of the 3rd Regiment's position, a small contingent of enemies was detected, seemingly conducting fire reconnaissance against our defenses. Upon receiving this news, Liu Zhengting felt a surge of excitement within him. Clenching his fists tightly, he envisioned the dawn of victory. He then bellowed with fervor, "Excellent! They've finally taken the bait." Without hesitation, Liu Zhengting issued the combat orders. "Inform Yang Jiajun. As long as the enemy's main forces have not arrived, we shall only retaliate with rifles and grenades. The use of light machine guns is strictly prohibited." He emphasized sternly, "Let him know that anyone who dares to prematurely expose our firing positions will face execution." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt regarding his determination. The staff officer promptly replied, "Yes, Chief of Staff," and swiftly relayed Liu Zhengting's commands. Shortly thereafter, Liu Zhengting issued another directive, sent a message to Colonel Mikhail. "Once the enemy's artillery opens fire, I want an immediate assault." "Yes, Chief of Staff," the officer responded loudly. At the same time, the assaults by the 2 regiments of the 14th Division were quickly repelled. The soldiers of the 14th Division fell to the ground before they even approached the enemy's positions, struck down by the barrage of gunfire. Now, before the 2nd Regiment of the Independent Mixed Brigade, the ground was a river of blood, littered with corpses. This time, Li Hanzhong refrained from blaming the 2 regiment commanders under his command, as he had witnessed firsthand the terrifying web of fire. Having received orders from the division headquarters, he awaited the arrival of the mortar battalion and reinforcements. Given the current circumstances, launching an attack would be tantamount to suicide. After successfully fending off the 14th Division's assault, the long-suppressed emotions of the soldiers in the 2nd Regiment erupted like a volcano. They roared with exhilaration, their voices resonating across the battlefield. Particularly, the squad and platoon leaders were filled with an indescribable excitement. For many of them, this was their first experience commanding troops in battle. The victory in this confrontation served as the finest testament to their capabilities. The tension that had once gripped them was now replaced with joy, and they felt immense pride in their soldiers' performance. In this moment, these junior officers truly grasped the invaluable experiences imparted by their instructors during their training. Under their command, and with the assurance of formidable firepower, the 2nd Regiment managed to repel multiple enemy assaults with only minimal casualties during the defensive engagements. In stark contrast to these seasoned officers were the fresh recruits. They had just endured their first battle, and the brutality and bloodshed had inflicted a profound impact on their bodies and minds. Once the fighting ceased, they returned from excitement and adrenaline to a state of normalcy. Overwhelmed by the acrid stench of blood, they seemed to have lost all reactions except for vomiting. Gazing at the scattered enemy corpses in front of their positions, their stomachs churned violently and bile rose in their throats. Yet, amid their retching, they secretly felt fortunate to have joined the Independent Mixed Brigade. However, this state of affairs did not last long. With the shouts of the squad and platoon leaders, the soldiers' attention was swiftly drawn back to reality. "Stop puking. Do you still have anything in your stomach?" One of the platoon leaders roared in anger. A company commander approached a soldier from behind and slapped him on the head. "Scolding, what are you looking at? You know it will make you sick, yet you still stare. Get moving. Hurry and help dig the machine gun emplacements. The enemy's shells will be here soon." The commander's words conveyed both his dissatisfaction and concern for the recruits. As the machine gun emplacements neared completion, the squad and platoon leaders urged everyone except the lookout get into the trenches. Prepare for the shelling. The soldiers hurriedly dove into the trenches, anxiously awaiting the enemy's bombardment. Just as calm returned for a brief moment, sporadic gunfire erupted from the adjacent 3rd Regiment's position. Chapter 51, Night Combat, Part 6, The Glorious Moment of the Cossack Cavalry. Once the division's mortar battalion was in position, the 14th Division's 1st Brigade launched another assault. Due to the difficulties of night firing and limited ammunition, Li Hanzhong had no choice but to send men to attack once more. Only after the 2nd Regiment's firing positions were exposed could the mortar battalion deliver precise strikes. However, if it was merely a feigned attack, the 2nd Regiment's light and heavy firepower would undoubtedly remain concealed. With no other options, Li Hanzhong instructed the attacking troops to spread out as much as possible to minimize casualties. Rat-tat-tat. Boom. The light and heavy machine guns on the 2nd Regiment's position roared to life once again. The reconnaissance team from the 14th Division's South Mortar Battalion quickly pulled out chalk and marked reference points on a makeshift map. After completing their markings, the reconnaissance team swiftly retreated to the forward command post and used the telephone to relay the intelligence back to the mortar battalion's position. Bang, bang, bang. With a furious roar of 9 82mm mortars, the 2nd Regiment's position erupted into flames. The 82mm mortars supplied to the 14th Division were modeled after the British Stokes mortar, produced by the Shanghai Arsenal in 1923 and weighed 68 kilograms, with shells weighing 38 kilograms and a maximum range of 28 kilometers. This predates the later Min-20. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, a shell hurtled towards a heavy machine gun bunker in the 2nd Regiment's position at an astonishing speed. In an instant, flames surged skyward, and smoke enveloped the area as the entire bunker was obliterated by the blast wave. In that heart-stopping moment, the main and assistant gunner did not even have time to scream before they were annihilated along with the machine gun's components, scattered everywhere. This horrific scene was unbearable for the surrounding soldiers to witness. Meanwhile, not far away, the brigade commander of the 14th Division, Liu Zhengting, observing the battlefield through binoculars, felt a rush of exhilaration upon witnessing this. He shouted with enthusiasm, "Excellent! I told you to be arrogant." Immediately, Liu Zhengting turned to his aide standing beside him and commanded, "Inform Rong Guangxing and Xiao Lizhi. The support from the artillery battalion is limited. They must seize this opportunity and take the enemy's position immediately." "Yes, brigade commander." The aide, not daring to delay, promptly turned and left to convey the brigade commander's orders. Simultaneously, on the 2nd Regiment's position, the squad and platoon leaders engaged in fierce combat suddenly realized that their firing points were being struck by shells. It dawned on them that the situation was dire, and they shouted at the top of their lungs, "Relocate the position. Machine guns, relocate. Stop firing." However, it was already too late. Just as the light and heavy machine guns ceased fire, the soldiers of the 14th Division, like cats catching the scent of blood, seized the opportunity. They stood tall and surged toward the 2nd Regiment's position in a fierce charge. Unfortunately, many light and heavy machine guns had no time to relocate. To repel the enemy's assault, they had to fire under the threat of enemy artillery. But with shells continually raining down, more machine guns and gunners were blown apart. Within the 2nd Regiment's command post, various battalions, feeling the pressure on the front lines, sent requests for reinforcements. Zhang Datsai, the vice-regimental commander, drenched in sweat, was commanding a regiment for the first time. As the situation grew tense, he had already dispatched all available personnel. Faced with this predicament, he felt at a loss for how to respond. Suddenly, Zhang Datsai recalled something important and shouted at a staff officer, "Where are our artillery? Get me in touch with the brigade headquarters." Upon hearing the artillery fire, Liu Zhengting at the Independent Mixed Brigade Command Post immediately began to devise new orders. Notify the White Russian Infantry Battalion to support the positions of the 2nd Regiment. Inform the Independent Artillery Battalion and the White Russian Mountain Artillery Battalion that they may commence firing. Tell them not to conserve ammunition for me. Send a telegram to Colonel Mikhail, informing him of my desire to witness the might of the Cossack cavalry. Following the outbreak of hostilities, the White Russian Reinforcement Regiment has been disbanded, with the cavalry operating independently, while 2 White Russian infantry battalions serve as reserves. And the White Russian Mountain Artillery Battalion remains on standby. Simultaneously, after conducting a fire reconnaissance on the 3rd Regiment's positions, the 2nd Brigade of the 14th Division discovered that the feigned attacking forces encountered no light or heavy machine guns when they approached within 50 paces of the 3rd Regiment's positions. This led Chao Fulin to believe that the Independent Mixed Brigade had indeed concentrated its heavy firepower on the 2nd Regiment's positions. Seizing what he perceived to be the enemy's weakness, Chao Fulin issued a command for a general assault, dispatching 2 regiments from the 2nd Brigade to launch an attack against the positions of the Independent Mixed Brigade's 3rd Regiment, intending to annihilate the Independent Mixed Brigade in one fell swoop. On a small hill located behind the headquarters of the 14th Division, Colonel Mikhail and Major Komarov, along with other White Russian officers, stood with an air of pride, their gazes fixed intently on the 14th Division's positions several kilometers away. Long before the Independent Mixed Brigade arrived in Ichuan territory, Colonel Mikhail had led 2 battalions of Cossack cavalry discreetly away from the main force. They stealthily eliminated the cavalry scouts of the 14th Division while completely evading enemy reconnaissance, all to spring a surprise at the most critical moment. The instant the mortar battalion of the 14th Division opened fire, Colonel Mikhail knew it was their turn to enter the fray. Upon receiving notification from Liu Zhengting, Mikhail's eyes ignited with fervor. The Cossack cavalry, once hailed as the finest cavalry in the world. For many years, Mikhail, living in exile, had suppressed this sense of glory within him. As a White Russian nobleman, he had once enjoyed a life of splendor. Yet in recent years, his life had undergone a profound transformation. He was forced to leave his homeland, wandering through countless hardships and setbacks, particularly in Shanghai, that bustling international metropolis. He witnessed foreigners of his complexion indulging in a life of luxury and excess. They reveled in endless wealth and power, while he struggled to secure even the most basic necessities. Butter and vodka, once staples of his daily life, had become unattainable luxuries since his exile. To add to his anguish, he was compelled to sell his finest military uniforms and formal attire for meager income. In that moment, he lost the dignity and identity of a nobleman and imperial officer. No longer was he the proud and revered figure, but rather a displaced and destitute refugee. Especially poignant was the plight of his fellow Cossack warriors, who transformed into mere laborers, sometimes resorting to petty thievery. Their female companions were even more unfortunate, with some resorting to selling their bodies for sustenance. This stark disparity inflicted a heavy blow to the self-esteem of both him and the White Russian officers behind him. They could not accept such a grim reality. However, a turning point in his fate quietly arrived when he met Liu Zhengting, the son of a warlord. Since aligning with Liu Zhengting, their lives underwent a fundamental change. Liu not only provided them with comfortable accommodations, but also generously offered them potent liquor that surpassed vodka in strength. This spirit rekindled within him some of his former ambition and valor. Moreover, Liu Zhengting issued them substantial military pay, greatly improving their living conditions. Yet recently, many Chinese soldiers began to question the generous treatment they received. Faced with this situation, he understood it was time for them to prove their worth. They could no longer be viewed as parasitic dependents on the charity of others. They must demonstrate their abilities and loyalty through tangible actions. Finally, it was our time to rise. Colonel Mikhail's voice was low yet resolute, revealing a long-suppressed excitement. His expression was stoic, yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity. Then, he turned and smoothly mounted his horse. Other White Russian officers followed suit, swiftly mounting their steeds. They gripped their sabers tightly, their blades glinting ominously, as if foreshadowing the carnage and bloodshed to come. Colonel Mikhail, with an impassive countenance, gazed at his subordinates and bellowed in Russian, "Warriors, the moment to revive the glory of the Cossack cavalry has arrived." His voice echoed through the air, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Yura! Yura!" The Cossack cavalry behind him swiftly unsheathed their sabers, shouting with fervor, "Forward!" With this command, Colonel Mikhail spurred his horse, charging down the hill like an arrow released from its bow. The Cossack cavalry followed suit, their spirits soaring as they brandished their sabers in pursuit. The sound of their galloping hooves resonated throughout the valley, akin to a black whirlwind sweeping through. Chapter 52, Night Battle 7 Defeat. Thunderous roars accompanied by the deafening sounds of artillery erupted as the independent mixed brigade S-24 mortars and mountain guns fired simultaneously. The cacophony was akin to a cataclysm, instilling fear in the hearts of all. "Kill! Brothers, kill!" The ranks of the 14th Division South soldiers shouted in a battle cry, striving to breach the defenses of the independent mixed brigade and storm their positions, following the orders of their division commander. The 1st and 2nd Brigades of the 14th Division organized their troops for a fearless charge, launching a full-scale assault on the positions of the independent mixed brigade. However, their advance was swiftly stymied by intense firepower. The machine gunners of the independent mixed brigade unleashed a merciless barrage, bullets raining down like a torrential storm, causing the soldiers of the 14th Division to fall in droves, painting the earth red with their blood. Particularly for the soldiers of the 2nd Brigade of the 14th Division. They had believed themselves to be the safest. Yet unexpectedly, they were directly struck by suddenly emerging machine guns and artillery fire. Their assault abruptly halted. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the 1st Brigade of the 14th Division, supported by the artillery battalion, had nearly breached the positions of the independent mixed brigade S2nd Regiment. However, they were met with a deluge of shells that mercilessly cut off their advance. Soldiers who had barely reached the forefront of the positions found themselves gasping for breath, only to be ruthlessly suppressed by the newly arrived White Russian reinforcements, unable to advance even a single step. Within the command center of the 1st Brigade of the 14th Division, Li Hanzhong gripped his binoculars tightly, his face pale as a ghost, lips trembling slightly as he muttered, "Why are there so many cannons? And mountain guns as well? It's over, it's all over." In the headquarters of the 14th Division, Chao Fulin, who had been sitting calmly awaiting good news, suddenly changed countenance and involuntarily stood up from his chair. With an expression of disbelief, he stared blankly and asked, "Where is the gunfire coming from? Where is it coming from?" Inside the military tent, a deathly silence enveloped the room, all staff members displaying expressions of shock and fear. Chao Fulin turned to them abruptly, screaming in a frenzy, "Speak! Are you all dead? Where is the gunfire coming from?" Faced with the division commander's furious outburst, everyone exchanged glances, none daring to respond. At that moment, a staff officer stumbled into the tent. "It's bad. It's bad." The chief of staff felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware that Chao Fulin's emotions were on the brink of eruption. If this officer's words further incited his displeasure, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he hurriedly stepped forward, seizing the officer by the collar and pulling him close. In a low, stern voice, he reprimanded, "Silence. You must be quiet. What are you shouting about? Why the panic? What on earth has happened?" The staff officer appeared visibly startled, his complexion as pale as parchment. His body trembled involuntarily, as if he had encountered something dreadful. After a considerable pause, he managed to regain his composure and stammered, "It's bad, Chief of Staff. There are cavalry troops at the position of the mortar battalion." The Chief of Staff's heart sank. An ominous premonition surged within him. His brow furrowed tightly as he pressed for clarification. "What about the cavalry? Speak clearly." "The position of the mortar battalion is swarming with cavalry," the officer finally articulated, though his voice still quavered with fear. Chao Fulin, already seething with rage, widened his eyes in disbelief upon hearing this news. Fixating on the officer, his gaze was rife with incredulity and fury. "What did you say?" Chao Fulin's voice was deep and authoritative. "Repeat that." The officer, intimidated by Chao Fulin's imposing presence, trembled as he swallowed hard and mustered the courage to repeat, "Commander, there are a multitude of cavalry at the mortar battalion's position. The mortar battalion has been overrun." As he uttered the last words, his voice nearly cracked into sobs, his face etched with despair and pleading. Chao Fulin's expression darkened ominously, his fists clenched tightly, fingernails digging into his palms. Yet, he refrained from erupting immediately, suppressing the ire within, and continued to inquire, "How many cavalry? Where do they come from?" The officer shook his head, a mournful visage, and replied, I don't know how many cavalry there are. As for where they came from, I am also unsure." Chao Fulin inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He recognized that this was not the moment for anger. The pressing concern was to ascertain the situation and devise a strategy to confront this unforeseen crisis. "Commander, we should retreat," the officer, emboldened by Chao Fulin's lack of further approach, ventured. "The artillery position is less than 2 kilometers from our headquarters. The cavalry can reach us in mere minutes. If we don't leave now, we will." Before he could finish, he collapsed backward, disbelief and reluctance filling his eyes. Chao Fulin's face grew grim. He holstered his sidearm and declared, "Those who disturb my troops shall die." Witnessing this scene, the officers within the tent turned pale with fear. Subsequently, Chao Fulin turned to the Chief of Staff and commanded, "Chief of Staff, immediately notify the various brigades. Order them to halt their assault and consolidate their forces. Even in retreat, we must maintain order." "Understood, Commander." Chao Fulin then directed his gaze at his aide, instructing, "Order the guard company to be on alert. Anyone approaching the headquarters who cannot answer the password shall be executed on the spot." "Yes, sir." However, just as his orders were issued, a chilling cacophony of eerie cries erupted around the headquarters, swiftly followed by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves and incessant gunfire. This sudden upheaval caused the officers, who had only just settled, to change countenance instantly. A wave of panic spread like wildfire among them. Struggling to regain his composure, Chao Fulin could no longer suppress his rage. He slammed his hand on the table, rose, and bellowed, "Damn it! Are the soldiers I command merely pigs? Guards, Arm yourselves. Yet upon seeing his officers' ashen faces, his fury blazed even more fiercely. He glared at them, brandishing his weapon, and shouted, "What are you staring at? Are you carrying fireworks at your waists? Draw your weapons and fight." At that moment, the chief of staff, who had just returned from making a call, rushed in, breathless. He had already grasped the situation outside the headquarters. Upon witnessing the tense atmosphere within, he swiftly halted the aide who had reached the doorway, whispering urgently, "The situation has spiraled out of control. Our priority is to ensure the safety of the commander. We must prepare for retreat." The aide, reluctant to disobey Cao Fulin's orders, hesitated, his face contorted with concern. But, seeing this, the chief of staff, frantic, had no time to elaborate. He chastised sharply, "What are you hesitating for? There is no time to waste. Follow my orders, hurry." Thus, the chief of staff and the aide hastily approached Cao Fulin. The chief of staff exchanged a glance with the aide, who seized the opportunity to swiftly disarm Cao Fulin of his pistol. Together with several guards, they began to escort him outside. While struggling, Cao Fulin shouted, "What are you doing? What is this? Are you revolting? Let me go, I want to fight." Once Cao Fulin was led out of the tent, the chief of staff, with a grim countenance, commanded the officers, "What are you all waiting for? Take whatever you can carry. Retreat." As Cao Fulin's chief of staff, he understood that in this dire situation, the only course of action was to preserve the commander's forces as much as possible. As long as the troops remained intact, there was hope for a resurgence. Meanwhile, Colonel Mikhail, leading the Cossack cavalry, upon eliminating the mortar battalion of the 14th Division, received word that the headquarters of the 14th Division was nearby, and immediately redirected his forces towards it. "Warriors!" Mikhail raised high the Chasic curved saber, stained with the blood of countless foes since the era of the Tsar. Its blade pointed towards the brightly lit headquarters of the 14th Division. In a gravelly voice, thick with a Russian accent, he shouted to the White Russian cavalry behind him, "Look, there, the enemy's headquarters. Capture their commander alive. Take it. Yura, Yura, for the motherland. Yura, exterminate them. Take everything." Thousands of Cossack cavalry ignited with fervor. They roared like wild beasts, their voices devoid of faith. Only raw greed and bloodthirsty fervor remained. The sound of hooves transformed from sporadic clattering into a thunderous, destructive roar, akin to heavy war drums pounding the earth. Mikhail led the charge, his steed galloping with ferocity, becoming a streak of black lightning that surged toward the 14th Division's headquarters, a beacon in the darkness. The night cloaked them in its embrace. The darkened sky concealed their massive forms as they thundered across the dry grass, swirling clouds of dust rising in their wake, casting a shadow that loomed ominously beneath the dim moonlight. The sentries at the village perimeter, only realizing the approaching wave of cavalry as it drew near, were horrified to see the glinting swords, the fearsome faces, and the faded, double-headed eagle insignia on their uniforms under the flickering lantern light. Enemy attack. Cavalry. It's the White Russians. Quick fire. The piercing whistle and frantic shouts in thick Henan and Shaanxi accents barely emerged before being drowned out by the frenzied Yura cries and the thunder of hoofs. Bang, bang, bang. Sporadic gunfire erupted from the village sentry post as several charging steeds fell, their riders thrown off, only to be trampled into the ground by the relentless hooves that followed. Yet this feeble resistance was like a stone cast into the sea, creating no ripples whatsoever. "Kill!" Mikhail roared, his Chasic saber slicing through the air in a beautiful arc. He was the first to breach the rudimentary defenses constructed from wooden barriers and barbed wire at the village entrance. The immense force of his steed sending a soldier attempting to intercept him flying, crashing into a nearby haystack. Mikhail's saber descended, cleaving another soldier from shoulder to skull, blood gushing forth, staining the cold barrier red. The Cossack cavalry surged into the brightly lit village like a torrent unleashed, slashing left and right, causing chaos and destruction. At this moment, heavy machine guns around the headquarters erupted into a frenzy of fire. The gallant Cossack cavalry charged relentlessly, with riders being struck down and horses collapsing with mournful cries. The cavalrymen were flung from their mounts, trampled amidst the chaos by the hooves of their comrades. Yet, the White Russian mercenaries pressed on, disregarding their own lives. They utilized earthen walls, haystacks, and farmhouses for cover, advancing in a serpentine manner, though many fell. Others took their place. They were desperate souls fighting for coin, valuing life far less than the glimmering gold. "Yura, annihilate them," roared a one-eyed veteran, circling around the flank of a machine gun position. At the moment the gunner changed magazines, he lunged forward, his saber striking like a viper, piercing the gunner's neck with deadly precision. Blood gushed forth, and the machine gun fell silent. Another cavalryman charged directly at another light machine gun, his steed's immense bulk sending both the gunner and his assistant flying, their ribs shattered beneath the pounding hooves. With the loss of the machine gun fire, the defenses of the guard company crumbled instantaneously. Although the soldiers of the Northwest Army fought valiantly, brandishing their iconic sabers in hand-to-hand combat, they appeared clumsy and fragile against the cold steel of the sabers and the weight of the horses' hooves. The Cossack cavalry descended upon them like tigers among sheep, sabers flashing in the dim light. The sabers effortlessly deflected the soldiers' blades as they were cut down, pierced, and trampled, their cries of agony mingling with the sickening crunch of bones and the sound of sabers entering flesh, composing a symphony of death. The headquarters of the 14th Division transformed into a slaughterhouse, blood saturating the parched earth. Chapter 53. Post-War Statistics. After the White Russian cavalry assaulted the headquarters, to ensure that Chow Feline could escape, the staff extinguished all the lights. However, along with the darkness, the orders of Division Commander Chow Feline vanished, as did the coordination of the staff and the calls of the messengers. The 14th Division, already disadvantaged in firepower, had lost its only indirect fire support, the mortar battalion, during the initial onslaught of the White Russian cavalry. Now, even the command center had been obliterated. Liu Zhengting seized this rare opportunity, commanding the entire brigade to launch a counterattack. As the cries for battle erupted, the various brigades of the 14th Division had already lost any semblance of effective resistance and organization. Charge! Eliminate Han Fuju's troops. Capture Chow Feline alive. The soldiers of the independent mixed brigade surged towards the wavering positions of the 14th Division like a tidal wave, spurred on by the prospect of victory. The cacophony of shouts, gunfire, and artillery thundered, drowning out the sporadic and desperate resistance of the 14th Division. This sound was no longer the clarion call of battle, but rather a death knell. The frontline commanders of each brigade and regiment frantically called the division headquarters, met only with the cold, busy signal and the increasingly ominous sound of approaching hooves accompanied by the war cries of Yura. Panic quickly spread, and soon a staff officer, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted in despair, "The headquarters is done for. The White Russians have breached our defenses. Where is the division commander? Unable to contact him. The mortar battalion is gone." In the night, the brigade and regiment commanders were oblivious to the number of enemy forces, the main attack direction, or where to strike or retreat next. At that moment, they could only resort to their survival philosophy. In the face of life and death, the notion of a unified command had become a luxury. The brigade and regiment commanders, those officers who usually barked orders with authority, were now consumed by a singular thought: survival, preserving the meager resources of their subordinates. Thus, chaotic commands were issued: retreat, move west, no, the east is safe, hurry, retreat, gather, regroup before retreating. Conflicting orders and directions ensued. Consolidating forces, organizing effective defenses, in the face of overwhelming fear and the absence of unified command. These notions became mere chatter. The brigades and regiments scattered like frightened sheep, hastily and chaotically retreating in what could more accurately be described as a rout. Fortunately, the night provided cover for the retreating soldiers of the 14th Division. Thus, the entire division descended into extreme chaos. Soldiers, panicked and disoriented, fled in all directions. The original battle formations long since shattered, devoid of any order. This chaotic scene was a true reflection of the Warlord era during the Republic of China. The officers' command abilities varied greatly. The soldiers' combat skills were inconsistent, and there was a lack of unified leadership and effective organization. At that moment, while the 14th Division was engulfed in turmoil, the forces of the independent mixed brigade seized this excellent opportunity and launched a comprehensive counterattack without hesitation. The battlefield was soon filled with the deafening cries of battle. The soldiers of the 14th Division were terrified by this sudden assault, further exacerbating their panic as they scattered. However, in the pitch darkness, Many could not even determine the direction in which to flee. In such chaotic circumstances, though many experienced veterans felt anxious, they did not succumb to confusion like the new recruits. Once they realized escape was impossible, they discarded their firearms and weapons, choosing surrender over death. Yet, amidst this extreme disarray, not everyone resembled a headless fly. Those seasoned veterans, accustomed to the specter of life and death, though internally flustered, reacted differently. They understood that in a situation of absolute disadvantage and chaos, resistance equated to death, and fleeing might not guarantee survival either. When soldiers from the independent mixed brigade appeared with bayonets and torches, these veterans swiftly made the most rational choice to surrender. They would promptly discard their Hanyang rifles, detach their bayonets, and even willingly cast aside their belts of ammunition and grenades, raising their hands high and forcing a meek, harmless smile upon their faces. They would skillfully plead, "Spare me, Commander. I was conscripted against my will. I no longer wish to fight. Just feed me. Your wisdom is unmatched, Commander. I am willing to serve under you." These words flowed from their lips with ease. In this tumultuous era, wielding a weapon was merely a means to survive. Today, they might serve Han Fuzhu, and tomorrow, Liu Dingshan. To them, there was no distinction. Loyalty? Faith? In the face of hunger and death. These ephemeral concepts paled in comparison to a warm bun and the preservation of life. Survival became the sole creed in these chaotic times. Thus, the confusion persisted throughout the night. When the eastern sky began to glow with the light of dawn, the soft rays of morning filtered through the thin clouds, illuminating the battlefield, which had been saturated with smoke and the stench of blood, now appeared to be largely cleared. Move quickly. Move quickly. Don't dawdle. The soldiers of the independent mixed brigade, armed and driving forth the recently captured enemy from the thickets, advanced towards their encampment. Liu Zhengting, hands clasped behind his back, ambled through the camp accompanied by a group of staff officers. Just then, a combat staff officer rushed over with the speed of the wind, coming to attention before Liu Zhengting and rendering a sharp salute. "Report, Chief of Staff. The situation of each regiment has been compiled," the officer announced clearly and forcefully. Liu Zhengting nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and instructed, "Proceed." "Yes," the staff officer responded, quickly retrieving a report from his file, and began to read aloud. According to the post-war statistics, the 2nd Regiment had killed over 1,500 enemy troops and captured nearly 2,800. After a brief pause, the officer continued with a grave expression. The 2nd Regiment suffered the loss of 1 battalion commander, 2 deputy battalion commanders, 5 company commanders, and 9 platoon leaders. Additionally, 2 company commanders sustained serious injuries, and acting regiment commander Ho Xiaotian suffered multiple stab and gunshot wounds, but after urgent medical care, his life is no longer in danger. Finally, he reported, in total, the regiment lost over 500 officers and soldiers, with more than 100 lightly injured and over 30 severely wounded. Upon hearing the casualties of the 2nd Regiment, a frost seemed to envelop Liu Zhengting's countenance, a flicker of resentment glimmering in his eyes, especially the hands behind his back, clenched into fists with great force. The advisors standing behind him, who had initially felt buoyant after a victorious battle, now wore expressions of grave concern. Upon hearing the casualty report from the 2nd Regiment, their smiles vanished instantaneously, replaced by solemnity and anxiety. The losses were staggering. With 600 to 700 men lost in a single blow, the casualty rate was alarmingly high. Liu Zhengting let out a deep sigh, seemingly attempting to expel the turmoil and oppression festering within him. His voice, low and measured, conveyed a hint of regret and resentment as he remarked, 3,000 enemies slain. Yet we suffer 800 losses. If not for Ho Xiaotian's reckless actions, perhaps the 2nd Regiment would not have endured such significant damage. Most of the fallen soldiers had been encircled after disobeying Ho Xiaotian's orders. The ensuing positional battle incurred minimal losses. However, had it not been for Ho Xiaotian's reckless maneuver, the 1st Brigade of the 14th Division might not have launched a direct assault, and the outcome could have been entirely different. All things considered, there were gains and losses. After a brief silence, Liu Zhengting gestured for the advisors to continue their reports. The advisor nodded, took a deep breath, and continued. The 3rd Regiment has killed and wounded approximately 300 enemies, capturing nearly 1,900 prisoners. He then detailed the specific losses of the 3rd Regiment, One deputy company commander was killed, and 3 platoon leaders were wounded. In total, over 80 soldiers from the regiment had perished, with 32 lightly injured and 7 severely wounded. Compared to the 2nd Regiment's casualties, the 3rd Regiment's losses were virtually negligible. The Cossack cavalry of the White Russians annihilated an entire enemy mortar battalion and routed the enemy's 14th Division headquarters, capturing over 500 personnel. The advisor's report continued. Finally, he detailed the spoils of the battle. According to the statistics from his staff, more than 7,000 various models of rifles, 35 light machine guns, and 6 heavy machine guns were seized. Additionally, 9 complete 82mm mortars were captured. After hearing the statistics from the 3rd Regiment and the White Russian reinforcements, Liu Zhengting's expression visibly brightened. He subsequently arranged for the troops to handle the aftermath. Amidst a desolate wilderness stood a dilapidated temple. Although in ruins, this temple became a temporary refuge for the panicked soldiers of the 14th Division. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the brigade commanders who had narrowly escaped led their beleaguered troops to rendezvous with Cao Fulin. Commander, the brothers who made it back number less than 4,000. Many may have gotten separated from the main force. The division's chief of staff, Cheng Lushan, reported to Cao Fulin with a bitter expression. With a grim countenance, Cao Fulin asked in a low voice, "What about Huanwen? Have you seen his brigade headquarters?" Cheng Lushan hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding, "Not yet. Perhaps Brigade Commander Li's retreat direction differs from ours." His voice betrayed an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. While he said this, everyone understood that it was likely Li Huanwen had been captured. Brigade Commander Su Yaowen of the 2nd Brigade and Brigade Commander Wang Wenshi of the 3rd Brigade looked at Cao Fulin with downcast expressions, not daring to breathe a word. During the retreat the previous night, they had all fled separately, and the division headquarters was close to the 1st Brigade's position. Upon hearing of trouble at the division headquarters, Li Hanzhong personally led the security company to provide support. Had it not been for Li Hanzhong's timely assistance, Cao Fulin might have also been captured. However, to ensure Cao Fulin's escape, Li Hanzhong and his security company could not make it out. Cao Fulin's face darkened as he panted heavily, evidently struggling to contain his inner fury. Just the day before, he had led a force of over 10,000 men, marching triumphantly out of Luoyang. Yet, in the span of a single night, a division of over 10,000 had dwindled to just 1.5 brigades. To make matters worse, many of his subordinates had not only lost their weapons, but had also abandoned all heavy firepower and supplies. Suddenly, Cao Fulin seemed to recall something. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Chief of Staff Cheng Lushan, demanding fiercely, "Where is Xue Jiabing, that son of a dog? Where is his reorganized brigade now?" The people within the temple suddenly perked up, remembering that Xue Jiabing's troops were also unaccounted for. Since the battle began the previous night, they had not seen him. The group exchanged glances, desperately trying to recall if anyone had spotted the reorganized 17th Brigade. With clenched teeth, Cao Fulin cursed bitterly, "When I see him again, I shall skin him alive." After a considerable time, Cao Fulin, forcefully suppressing his rage, instructed Cheng Lushan, "Old Cheng, I need to ask you to do something." Cheng Lushan promptly replied, "Commander, please give your orders. I hope you can meet with Liu Dingshan on my behalf." Cao Fulin requested. Cheng Lushan looked at Cao Fulin in bewilderment, not comprehending the meaning behind his words. Cao Fulin sighed, his expression filled with resignation as he explained, "Talk to Liu Dingshan about how we can retrieve our supplies and prisoners. Whether it requires money or other conditions, get him to make an offer." Upon hearing Cao Fulin's words, Cheng Lushan immediately understood. The 14th Division was the foundation of Cao Fulin's position under Han Fujiu. Without it, his forces would surely be swallowed by others. Thus, under Cao Fulin's instruction, Cheng Lushan returned with several guards. Chapter 54, Commander of the Luoyang Defense, promoted to Major General. 2 days later, Liu Zhengting led his troops into Luoyang City without firing a single shot. This ancient and prosperous city marked Liu Zhengting's first conquest since arriving in this time and space. Upon entering Luoyang, Liu Zhengting's forces did not incite widespread panic or chaos. On the contrary, his subordinates exhibited remarkable discipline and organization, swiftly securing key points throughout the city, ensuring safety and order. The smooth capture of Luoyang was largely due to Liu Zhengting's agreement to negotiate with Cao Fulin. Liu Zhengting's decision stemmed from a strategic consideration of the current situation. Henan was now under Han Fuji's U.S. domain. Should conflict arise, the Northwestern Army, lacking Fengxian support, would undoubtedly withhold assistance. At that juncture, the scenario would become exceedingly complex and precarious, and a complete rupture could result in even greater troubles, which was not Liu Zhengting's intention. The purpose of this military engagement was twofold: to train the troops and to convey to Cao Fulin that they were not easily bullied. However, the war had escalated beyond expectations. As for Cao Fulin, his pursuit of negotiations was because the 14th Division was the cornerstone of his standing under Han Fuji. Should he lose the 14th Division, his forces would inevitably be subsumed by others. Therefore, when Cheng Lushan approached Liu Zhengting to seek negotiations on behalf of Cao Fulin, Liu Zhengting had already devised a strategy. He adeptly exploited Cao Fulin's desperation to reclaim prisoners and supplies, successfully achieving his objectives. After intense bargaining, a mutually acceptable agreement was reached. According to the terms, Cao Fulin was required to pay for the ransom of prisoners as well as for arms, ammunition, and supplies. However, Liu Zhengting firmly refused to relinquish critical resources such as heavy machine guns and mortars, as these were urgently needed. Following tense negotiations, Cao Fulin ultimately consented to pay 3 million taels as ransom in exchange for over 5,000 prisoners and more than 7,000 rifles. After regaining these prisoners and weapons, coupled with the assimilation of Xue Jiabing's reorganized brigade, the 14th Division finally regained its vitality. Additionally, Cao Fulin was obliged to relinquish Luoyang and guarantee no further incursions into Liu Dengshan's territory. Once the exchange was complete, Cao Fulin discreetly departed Luoyang with his troops, and the city returned to its former tranquility. After the transfer of power in Luoyang, the news swiftly reached the Northwest Army. Subsequently, it also reached Fengxian, who was under house arrest in Shaanxi. Yin Laoku summoned Feng with the intention of discussing how to jointly oppose Jiang. However, after indulging in numerous large pancakes painted by Boss Chong, Yin Laoku confined Feng to Shaanxi. This incident planted the seeds for the ensuing Central Plains War. While Fengxian was indeed under house arrest and prohibited from leaving his residence, Yin Laoku imposed no restrictions on his communication with his former comrades in the Northwest Army. This was crucial because should the Northwest Army lose contact with Feng, they would certainly turn against him. However, all communications were subject to Yin Laoku's scrutiny. Upon hearing his aide's report while engrossed in reading, Fengxian nearly dropped his book, his face a portrait of astonishment as he turned his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Liu Dengshan's independent mixed brigade has defeated Cao Fulin's 14th Division? Is this news credible?" The aide promptly stood at attention and reported, "Commander-in-Chief, the news has been relayed from Tongguan. It should be reliable." The aide then elaborated, "According to reports from Tongguan, the troops stationed in Luoyang have now been replaced by the flag of Liu Dengshan's independent mixed brigade." A hint of skepticism crossed Fengxian's face as he muttered to himself, "Oh, a ragtag force managed to drive away a regular division of over 10,000 men? How intriguing." He continued to ponder. Though Liu Dengshan is quite formidable, his independent mixed brigade comprises merely over 2,000 men, and they lack even a single firearm. How could he possibly achieve this? Fengxian was well acquainted with the 14th Division and its commander, Cao Fulin, whom he had personally trained. However, Cao was later placed under the command of Han Fuji. As a former fierce general of the Northwest Army, Cao Fulin was indeed a skilled leader, known for his valor in battle, his self-discipline, and his strict expectations of his subordinates. More importantly, he was a man of integrity, treating his troops exceptionally well. Under his command, the 14th Division reached a level of cohesiveness that was nearly impenetrable. With these thoughts in mind, Fengxian became even more perplexed. He simply could not comprehend how Liu Dengshan had managed to defeat Cao Fulin, whose strength dwarfed his own. Nevertheless, this news was undoubtedly a boon for Fengxian. At present, Cao Fulin was one of Han Fuji's most capable lieutenants, and now that Han had betrayed him, aligning himself with his adversary, Boss Chong, Liu Dengshan's troops, ostensibly part of the Northwest Army, had audaciously engaged in battle with Cao Fulin and emerged victorious. This revelation brought a significant surprise to Fengxian, filling him with a sense of pride. Contemplating this, a smile crept across his lips as he mused, Liu Dingshan truly possesses remarkable capabilities. How did I fail to recognize this earlier? Thus, he promptly resolved to reward Liu Dingshan in recognition of his courage and decisiveness. He instructed Ming Xian, who was now the nominal head of the Northwest Army, to immediately promote Liu Dingshan to the rank of Major General and appoint him as the commander of the Luoyang City defense, simultaneously bestowing upon him the designation of a restructured division. Feng Xian issued the command. Upon hearing the order, the aide quickly responded, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief." Feng Xian added, "Furthermore, send Liu Dingshan a regiment's worth of equipment to ensure he can effectively defend Luoyang. Additionally, inform the personnel in Tongguan that any developments in Luoyang must be reported promptly." The aide acknowledged, "Understood, Commander-in-Chief. I will make the arrangements immediately." Once stability returned to Luoyang, the city regained its former vibrancy. The streets were bustling with activity, and the atmosphere was lively. Just as Liu Dingshan stepped through the city gates, before he could firmly establish himself, individuals from Tongguan arrived with several horse-drawn carts. Upon hearing that Commander Feng had sent envoys for a reward, Liu Dingshan felt a surge of joy and promptly instructed his subordinates to welcome them in. The envoy, an officer clad in the uniform of the Northwest Army, greeted Liu Dingshan with a smile and conveyed Commander Feng's accolades. Liu Dingshan was overjoyed, never having imagined that not only had his son won the battle, but he had also captured the coveted Luoyang. This was once the stronghold of General Wu, a leading figure of the old Beiyang. To his astonishment, he found himself elevated in rank thanks to his son's achievements. Thus, Liu Dingshan seamlessly ascended to the position of Luoyang City Defense Commander and was promoted to Major General. Even more exhilarating was the fact that Commander Feng had granted him a designation for a restructured division, signifying that he could rightfully expand his forces once more. Upon hearing that a regiment's worth of equipment was also included, Liu Dingshan became even more ecstatic, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to the messenger for Commander Feng's generosity. However, when Liu Dingshan glimpsed the so-called regiment's equipment, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The regiment's worth of equipment turned out to be merely 1,000 dilapidated old rifles that could barely fire. Yet, this was to be expected. The Northwest Army was in dire straits, and any quality resources were likely reserved for their own use. These antiquated rifles were cobbled together from various units. Nevertheless, Liu Dingshan reassured himself that even the smallest of gains held value. Although these old rifles might be of little use to his troops, they could serve the local militia and police effectively. After sending off the envoy from the Northwest Army, Liu Dingshan instructed his son to devise a plan for expansion. However, before any formal expansion could occur, Liu Zhengting had an important task to undertake, persuading Li Hanzhong to surrender. Previously, during the last battle, Li Hanzhong had been trapped by Cossack cavalry while attempting to cover Cao Felin's retreat. Facing capture, Li Hanzhong had contemplated a noble death, only to have his weapons seized by the guards and thus became a prisoner. Upon hearing of Li Hanzhong's capture, Liu Zhengting was elated. Having been an avid player of various strategy games prior to his arrival in this parallel universe, he had always been keen on collecting renowned generals. Now, for the first time in this alternate reality, he had captured a future hero of the anti-Japanese resistance. Hence, Liu Zhengting resolved to personally persuade Li Hanzhong to surrender. Chapter 55, Persuading the Historical General within the military camp of Shigong in Luoyang. Li Hanzhong was detained in a solitary room with a window. He remained clad in the mud-stained gray uniform of the Northwest Army, and though his leather belt was worn and tattered, it was still fastened tightly. Days had passed since his capture, yet he found it perplexing that no one had come to interrogate him, nor had he suffered any form of mistreatment or disdain. On the contrary, every day, sumptuous meals were delivered to him punctually, leaving him utterly bewildered. Initially, upon seeing the lavish spread before him, he had thought it was a last meal. In a moment of desolation, Li Hanzhong was struck by the realization that at just 31 years of age, having risen from a junior officer to the commander of a brigade, it felt profoundly unjust to meet his end now. But what could he do? What could he change? With a deep sigh, he raised the jug of wine before him and drank deeply. As the alcohol coursed through him, Li Hanzhong found clarity. If he was to die, he would at least do so with a full stomach. Since joining the Northwest Army, he had seldom enjoyed such lavish fare. Having come to terms with his fate, he began to feast heartily, drinking copiously until he eventually passed out. To his surprise, the following day, not only was he not executed, but he was also presented with another feast. Each meal continued to be lavish, with a variety of sumptuous dishes served before him, leaving Li Hanzhong bewildered by the significance of it all. Today marks the 4th day of captivity. Outside the barracks, the occasional sounds of White Russian soldiers conversing in Russian can still be heard. Li Hanzhong is not unfamiliar with the language. Prior to 1927, the Northwest Army maintained close ties with the Russians and received considerable assistance from them. As a general of the Northwest Army, Li Hanzhong had indeed interacted frequently with the advisors and instructors sent by these Russians, though they were not White Russians at that time. During these days of captivity, Li Hanzhong remains perplexed by the defeat. He simply cannot comprehend how an independent mixed brigade could possess such an abundance of light and heavy machine guns, as well as a significant number of artillery pieces. Even more puzzling is the sudden emergence of this Cossack cavalry. What truly baffles him is why, with such substantial resources, they would confine themselves to a small county town. With such a formidable force, they could traverse Henan province without anyone daring to challenge Liu Zhengting. Just as he wrestles with these thoughts, the door to the barracks is suddenly pushed open. Li Hanzhong's body jolts, and he swiftly turns around, his gaze piercing as it fixes upon the entrance. A young man dressed in military attire strides in, exuding an aura of authority and confidence. He is tall and upright, his handsome features sharply defined, with a slight smile playing on his lips beneath a prominent nose. Li Hanzhong's gaze falls upon the insignia at his collar, his eyes widening in astonishment as he realizes that the young man bears the same rank of Major General as himself. Following closely behind the young general is a captain, who carries several exquisite dishes and a bottle of wine into the barracks. Yet, the captain's sharp and cold gaze remains fixed on Li Hanzhong. Li Hanzhong's demeanor grows increasingly serious as he closely watches the young general, a flicker of suspicion and alertness crossing his eyes. Finally, he can no longer restrain himself and inquires, "Who are you?" The young general offers a faint smile, one that seems to harbor a deeper meaning. Upon entering, he directly takes a seat on a wooden chair in the barracks. He then produces a handgun from his pocket and slams it down onto the table with a resounding thud. Instantly, Li Hanzhong's attention is drawn to the firearm, and he recognizes it as a Browning M1903 pistol, his own sidearm. "General Li, this Browning M1903 is the one you captured during the battle at Nankou, isn't it?" Liu Zhengting remarks as he pushes the pistol towards Li Hanzhong. "Back then, you held a company and managed to block an entire regiment of the Feng army, using this very gun to kill the Feng army's battalion commander. General Feng personally awarded you the Medal of Courage for that, if I'm not mistaken." Li Hanzhong is momentarily taken aback. He did not expect this young general to be so well acquainted with his past. This only heightens his curiosity regarding the young man's identity. Thus, he asks again, "Who exactly are you? I don't believe we've met before." Liu Zhengting smiles slightly and reveals his identity. "I am Liu Dingshan's son, Liu Zhengting." Upon hearing this, Li Hanzhong's lips curl into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. "Oh, Liu Dingshan's son?" Li Hanzhong's voice carries a trace of condescension as he mockingly adds, "Haha, that explains why you were able to attain the rank of Major General at such a young age." In response to Li Hanzhong's insolence, Liu Zhengting remains unperturbed. After all, anyone unfamiliar with him might arrive at such a conclusion. However, Liu Feng, Liu Zhengting's adjutant, cannot contain his indignation. Nowadays, the military cadets and young officers hold Liu Zhengting in the highest regard. With his eyes wide open, he points an accusatory finger at Li Hanzhong and exclaims, "Li Hanzhong, don't be so arrogant. Our chief of staff earned his generalship through his own merit, and he personally commanded the recent battle." Liu Feng's agitation intensifies as he speaks, his chest heaving with anger. "Your 14th Division was beaten to the point of begging us for peace. How dare you flaunt your authority here, you defeated general?" Liu Feng's words darken Li Hanzhong's expression, and his lips tremble slightly. He had assumed he lost to the seasoned General Liu Dingshan, only to discover that he was bested by this young man before him. At that moment, Liu Zhengting suddenly interjects, feigning anger as he scolds Liu Feng. "Be quiet. I'm speaking with General Li. You have no place to interrupt." Liu Feng is momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and hesitantly calls out, "Chief of Staff." However, Liu Zhengting glares at him and barks out. Liu Feng, feeling helpless, casts a disgruntled glance at Li Hanzhong before exiting the room. Once his adjutant departs, Liu Zhengting allows a subtle smile to grace his lips, standing up slowly to pour a glass of wine for Li Hanzhong. He then lifts his own glass. Gazing sincerely at Li Hanzhong and humbly states, "General Li, I sincerely apologize for my lack of discipline with my subordinates, and I hope you can forgive me." Li Hanzhong is completely taken aback, not only by Liu Zhengting's lack of anger, but also by his humility and courtesy. Particularly impressive is the fact that someone so young could command a successful military operation against his own 14th Division, which causes Li Hanzhong to reassess Liu Zhengting's demeanor and character, diminishing much of his animosity. Thus, Li Hanzhong quickly raises his own glass, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he expresses his apology. "Not at all. It is I who was too reckless. Major General, please do not take it to heart." He then sincerely adds, "However, I truly did not expect someone as young as you to possess such commanding abilities and a broad-minded disposition. I must say, I admire that greatly." With that, Li Hanzhong downs his drink in a show of respect and apology towards Liu Zhengting. After finishing their drinks, the two return to their seats. However, respect does not equate to ignorance. Li Hanzhong is acutely aware of Liu Zhengting's intentions. Therefore, he adopts a serious demeanor and speaks firmly. "I am grateful for your kindness, Major General, but if you are here to persuade me to surrender, there is no need for further discussion. I have already failed Commander Feng and cannot betray Chairman Han." Liu Zhengting is momentarily taken aback, not expecting his initial attempt to win over a historical figure to result in such a setback. In response to Li Hanzhong's refusal, Liu Zhengting displays no displeasure. Instead, he smiles slightly, looking at Li Hanzhong and asking, "General Li, if that is the case, may I ask you this? Do you feel you are living up to the people of Henan? Do you believe you are serving the nation and its citizens?" Li Hanzhong blinks in surprise, furrowing his brow as he gazes at Liu Zhengting in confusion. "Oh, what do you mean, Major General?" Liu Zhengting suddenly lets out a deep sigh, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. He then slowly poses the question, "General Li, you and I are both from Henan. Reflect on this. What kind of life are the people of Henan enduring these days?" His voice, though slightly subdued, is filled with emotion and resignation. He continues, "Since the establishment of the Republic, warlords have divided the land. Our region of Henan has suffered immensely from conflict, causing the populace to be displaced. Regardless of who occupies Henan, it is merely a matter of territory and the plundering of military funds. No one has ever taken the plight of the common people into consideration. Look at the present situation. The common people are living in dire poverty, lacking both food and clothing." At this point, Liu Zhengting's emotions appear to be somewhat agitated. After a brief pause, he continued, "Take that Chairman Han you mentioned as an example. This year, Henan has suffered from severe drought. Yet what has he done? The people are on the brink of starvation, while his eyes are fixated solely on territory and military power. He shows no concern for the lives of the common folk." Liu Zhengting's tone grew increasingly stern as he fixed his gaze intently on Li Hanzhong. Faced with such piercing inquiries from Liu Zhengting, Li Hanzhong's expression turned gravely serious. The barrage of words stirred a tempest within his heart, leaving him unable to find tranquility. Ultimately, Liu Zhengting lamented with deep sorrow. Moreover, for so many years, there has been incessant civil war. The losses incurred are all to the detriment of our nation's defense forces. Nowadays, foreigners have established concessions in many areas of our country, enjoying privileges far superior to ours. They brazenly oppress our homeland and our people. Tell me, as a soldier, can you truly stand idly by and witness all of this unfold? In the face of Liu Zhengting's interrogation, Li Hanzhong's countenance grew somber, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. He could only lower his head in silence, lost in contemplation. After concluding his remarks, Liu Zhengting allowed ample time for Li Hanzhong to reflect. The generals of the Republic of China, though often lacking in righteousness, were not devoid of patriotism. Li Hanzhong would surely come to understand this. After a prolonged silence, Liu Zhengting finally broke the stalemate, his voice low and serious as he addressed Li Hanzhong. "Commander Li, I recognize your deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. However, Commander Feng has already stepped down, and the Northwest Army is now a disbanded entity. Han Fuzhu, in his eyes, sees only territory and military forces, with no regard for the greater good of the nation and the people. What future can you hope for if you follow him?" Liu Zhengting's tone became even more severe, seemingly questioning Li Hanzhong. Before Li Hanzhong could respond, Liu Zhengting swiftly produced a piece of paper from his pocket and unhesitatingly presented it to Li Hanzhong. Commander Li, I, Liu Zhengting, will never force you against your will. Liu Zhengting's gaze remained fixed on Li Hanzhong as he continued. I offer you two choices. First, if you still wish to return to the 14th Division. Here is the travel order. I will also provide you with an additional $500 for your journey and send someone to escort you safely out of Luoyang. He paused momentarily, then took a deep breath before continuing. Alternatively, you may choose to stay and join me in organizing our military forces, forging a valiant army to await the opportune moment to fight for our nation and our people. At last, considering any potential doubts Li Hanzhong might have, Liu Zhengting added, Of course, if you believe I am merely speaking grandiloquently, you need not change your banner. You may bring your old comrades and guard the area from Luoyang to Yichuan, protecting the local populace from banditry. I shall supply rations and resources. Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's words, Li Hanzhong abruptly lifted his head, staring in astonishment at Liu Zhengting, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. After delivering these words, Liu Zhengting refrained from further persuasion and walked straight towards the exit. Just as Liu Zhengting was about to leave, the previously wavering Li Hanzhong finally spoke up. Wait. Major General. Liu Zhengting halted, slowly turning around to face Li Hanzhong. After grappling with his thoughts, Li Hanzhong let out a deep sigh, straightened his posture, and stated earnestly, Major General, I am willing to remain and assist you. Thus, Li Hanzhong became the first historical general Liu Zhengting had successfully recruited since his arrival in this parallel universe. 3 days later, Liu Dingshan, the commander of the Luoyang defense, officially appointed Li Hanzhong as the commander of the reorganized 1st Independent Brigade. Subsequently, Liu Dingshan's troops underwent their third expansion. While this expansion was underway, turmoil erupted in the northeast. Under the instigation of Boss Chong, General Zhang's negotiations with the Russians collapsed. By mid-September 1929, the negotiations had completely disintegrated, and the Russians decided to launch a lethal assault on the Northeast Army. On October 2nd, 1929, over 1,000 Russian infantry launched an attack on the positions held by the defenders of Manzhuli, resulting in fierce combat. By the end of November 1929, the Northeast Army had suffered nearly 10,000 casualties across various fronts, along with substantial losses of equipment and supplies. Meanwhile, following the outbreak of the Zhongdong Road incident, the Japanese actively obstructed the movements of the Northeast Army, forbidding the transfer of armed forces via the Southern Manchuria Railway under their control. The Japanese Guangdong Army, stationed in Liaoning, continuously organized drills and repaired fortifications, preparing to seize the opportunity to incite conflict amid the hostilities. During the armed clashes, the Russian army systematically targeted the areas inhabited by White Russians. First, after the Russian Amur River fleet captured Tongjiang, they immediately conducted searches of the surrounding White Russian villages, arresting those involved in attacks against the Russian forces and destroying secret arsenals along the Songhua River. After taking Manzhuli, they arrested over 1,000 local White Russian expatriates on charges of collusion and deported more than 100 to Russia for trial. In Heir, the Russian army dismantled the Far East Cossack headquarters established by the White Russians, seizing a large quantity of anti-Soviet pamphlets and weapons. Hurry! Retreat quickly! Leave behind anything that cannot be carried. On the battlefield in the northeast, White Russian Colonel Korov anxiously urged soldiers and their families to flee the land. Korov had initially believed he could distinguish himself in this great conflict and earn General Zhang's favor while striking back against the Russians' arrogance. Instead, he found himself fleeing in every direction. At that moment, a captain hurriedly approached Korov, his expression grim, as if shrouded by a heavy cloud. Upon reaching Korov, he lowered his voice and spoke gravely. Commander, the situation is dire. I have just learned that General Zhang intends to negotiate with them. Upon hearing this, Korov's heart sank, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated that, barely a month into the battle, General Zhang would succumb to the pressure so quickly. If negotiations between the two parties were to succeed, the plight of the White Russians would become even more precarious and dangerous. As his thought crossed his mind, the furrows on Korov's forehead deepened. He frowned, lost in contemplation. As time ticked away, various potential outcomes and countermeasures flashed through Korov's mind. The captain, impatiently observing Korov's furrowed brow, could not help but ask, Commander, what should we do? After a long period of reflection, Korov, seemingly resolved to a decision, suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixed firmly southward, and spoke gravely to Luoyang. Did not Colonel Mikhail send someone to seek us out? We can no longer remain in the northeast. We must go to Luoyang. The captain, upon hearing Korov's words, displayed an expression of incredulity. He widened his eyes and reluctantly said, "Leave the northeast? But didn't you say that would only take us further from home?" Korov let out a bitter laugh, revealing a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. He slowly shook his head, sighed, and replied, "Home? There's no longer a home for us there. If we stay here, we will all be held accountable and judged." Korov's voice quivered slightly. "For the sake of our descendants, for their chance at a safe future, we must leave this place." The captain nodded heavily in response. "Very well, I understand, Commander." Thus, Colonel Korov, accompanied by his subordinates and their families, began their exodus from the northeast. Chapter 57. Establishing a Military Academy. Only after firmly establishing control over Luoyang did Liu Dingshan face the troublesome matters that ensued. He hails from a military background, commanding a cohort of unsophisticated men who have little comprehension of governing a city. Liu Dingshan, only gradually realizing the situation, has come to understand that what he has bitten into is not a tender morsel, but rather a prickly cactus. In Songxian, he is indeed a figure of authority. The county town is minuscule. A mere sneeze on the street can resound throughout the surrounding villages in less than half an hour. The gentry and landowners within the county are familiar faces. Liu Dingshan knows precisely where their ancestral graves lie. They oversee the collection of taxes from street vendors and manage the county's trivial affairs, a role Liu Dingshan is content to delegate. His subordinates, accustomed to wielding firearms, are best suited for maintaining order and collecting protection fees. However, Luoyang is an entirely different matter. The city is home to foreign firms, banks, factories, and shops, as well as the vital railway. Government departments are numerous and complex, far from the simplicity of a county town. As he reflects on his men, who are adept only with weapons, and gazes at the pile of documents and ledgers before him, filled with scrawls resembling ants, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfs him. While he could easily dispatch his men to force open the doors of the government office, asking them to sit in judgment, calculate taxes, or manage the railway would be akin to expecting a donkey to embroider. Ignoring the situation would lead to chaos. He can almost envision the cunning, seasoned officials and the wealthy gentry weaving an invisible net beneath his nose. They would pay lip service while colluding to extract wealth from the common people in his name. More critically, the taxes from Luoyang over the past 3 years have already been plundered by his predecessors, with collections advanced for 5 years ahead. Although he is aware that taxes have been collected early in various locales, he never anticipated Luoyang would be stripped so bare. Unless he resorts to imposing these exorbitant taxes once more, an act that would incite rebellion, or devises some novel strategy, he would struggle to expand his influence in the coming years, let alone sustain his troops. Yet, he observes the local gentry and officials, all of them prosperous and resplendent in their attire. This starkly illustrates that, regardless of the time, power in any locale invariably resides with the local elite. In a moment of clarity, he finds himself admiring General Zhang, who has managed to consolidate the eastern 4 provinces so effectively. Sigh. Liu Dingshan reclines in his chair, exhaling a long sigh. He is accustomed to the charge of battle, to resolving conflicts with guns and fists. Yet, this subtle dagger concealed behind smiles, this web woven from ledgers and regulations, leaves him feeling impotent and restless. At this juncture, the local gentry and established bureaucrats of Luoyang exhibit an overwhelming fervor towards him. Banquets are lined up one after another, with dishes so exquisite they seem unfit for consumption, and aged wines capable of softening one's very soul. Beyond this, they audaciously present him with women. Initially, Liu Dingshan welcomes all, recognizing that to effectively govern Luoyang, he must cultivate good relations with these local dignitaries. However, when seated at the dining table, he truly comprehends the nature of their soft daggers. The local gentry, glowing with health, feign extreme respect, repeatedly addressing him as commander, as the benefactor of their homeland. Yet, as the wine flows and the dishes are consumed, the atmosphere shifts, and they begin to lament their plight. One wealthy merchant, with a pained expression, complains, "Ah, Commander, you cannot fathom the devastation wrought by years of warfare. My modest enterprises have shrunk by more than 70%. Following this, another chimes in, "Indeed, every household suffers. These past years have yielded no profit, and we have already paid our taxes for years to come." Previously, external commanders came only to collect taxes, showing no concern for the plight of the people of Luoyang. The villagers have long awaited a commander from their own ranks, and now, they believe, there is hope for survival. Their words sound melodious, adorned with flattery directed at Liu Zhengting. However, the underlying message is clear. Taxes have already been prepaid, and after multiple changes in leadership in Luoyang, they find themselves financially drained. You, Liu Zhengting, being a local, would surely not behave like your predecessors, would you? Subsequently, a middle-aged man dressed as a government official further laments. "Yes, we have finally welcomed Commander Liu. Our government departments have suffered immensely. Previous leaders, consumed by their own agendas, have left us with empty coffers, and many have gone months without pay." As he speaks, he cannot help but dab at his tearful eyes, portraying a sense of urgency, as if, without Liu Zhengting, their livelihoods would collapse. These lamentations reverberate in Liu Zhengting's ears, akin to a siren song. Listening to their insincere tales while surveying the lavish feast before him and the faces adorned with hidden anguish and yet brimming with vitality, Liu Zhengting sees through their ruse. This assembly of cunning old foxes is evidently bombarding him with sugar-coated artillery, attempting to silence him with their grievances. They imply that he should not expect to extract any further resources from Luoyang. They have already tightened their belts. Should he come to scrape the bottom of the barrel, it would be an act of unkindness and injustice. Gazing at these individuals, Liu Zhengting finally grasps the true essence of shamelessness. Yet, the influence of these gentry has seeped into every corner of Luoyang. In every industry and governmental sector, their presence is felt. Faced with such a vast network of connections, Liu Zhengting finds himself momentarily unable to confront them. More frustratingly, these gentry are well-versed in the art of social maneuvering. They not only flatter Liu Zhengting, but also understand the etiquette required to offer him tributes. However, this large assembly of Luoyang gentry could only muster a meager tribute of a few small yellow fish and a box of silver dollars. While they extend invitations for meals and display great hospitality, this offering is pitifully insufficient. Yet, they have previously expressed their constraints, and to have provided anything at all is deemed commendable. This silent loss is truly infuriating. Ultimately, Liu Zhengting's patience has been entirely exhausted. When yet another gentry member invites him to a banquet, he straightforwardly declines the invitation. Just as Liu Zhengting is lost in his discontent, his son, Liu Zhengting, bursts into the room with enthusiasm. Liu Zhengting's heart lifts, and he eagerly beckons his son, exclaiming, "Dingyu, kulme, kulme, kulme." Indeed, his son is a polymath, skilled in many trades. Not only can he manage factories and generate income, but he can also lead troops. Rather than sulking alone, it is far better to consult his son. At that moment, Liu Zhengting, deep in thought, quickly approaches upon hearing his father's call. Upon reaching his father's side, he respectfully inquires, "Father, what is it that you need?" Liu Zhengting smiles and nods, casually asking, "What have you been busy with lately? How is the reorganization of the troops progressing?" Liu Zhengting pauses briefly, then earnestly replies, "Father, we are nearing completion of the reorganization. Before our arrival in Luoyang, we recruited many new soldiers who are now ready for deployment. However, we still lack many resources on the military side, and I am currently devising ways to address this issue." As Liu Zhengting spoke, he seemed to recall something and added, "Oh, by the way, Father, I have a plan to reopen the military academy in Luoyang." Liu Zhengting, upon hearing his son's words, displayed a look of surprise and inquired, "A military academy? You intend to establish a military academy?" In Chapter 58, at the age of 21, Liu Zhengting was a deputy division commander and chief of staff. After listening to his father's grievances, Liu Zhengting promptly devised a strategy. In these times, whoever held the firearms wielded the authority. Luoyang had changed hands several times, yet the government officials largely remained unchanged, which undoubtedly included a number of corrupt officials among them. As for evidence, he would solicit testimonies from the citizens. Surely, some would step forward to provide proof. Eliminate a few, strike down another batch, and then recruit more. This would swiftly establish authority and ensure these individuals dared not to defy openly. Upon hearing his son's proposal, Liu Dingshan clapped his hands in approval and resolved to implement his son's suggestions immediately. The military academy had originally existed in Luoyang, founded by Feng Fengxian. At its peak, the school boasted over 1,000 students, organized into specialized battalions for infantry, cavalry, artillery, and engineering, with many students hailing from the educated youth of Henan and Shaanxi. However, the academy was disbanded following the failure against Jiang. Nevertheless, Liu Zhengting learned from Li Hanzhong that many instructors were local to Luoyang or had remained after the disbandment. Thus, Liu Zhengting was inspired. Regardless of the circumstances, the military was always in need not of soldiers, but of grassroots officers. These officers were crucial. If they excelled, they could effectively lead the troops. Having been a retired officer in his previous life, Liu Zhengting understood this principle well. Given the current state of Liu Dingshan's forces, it would be more prudent to cultivate talent internally rather than seeking it elsewhere. Moreover, having resolved to establish a stronghold in Henan, initiating the military academy sooner would yield greater benefits in the future. Thus, Liu Zhengting conveyed his thoughts to his father. Listening to his son's proposal, Liu Dingshan excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent! This idea is truly commendable. ISNT, there a Northeast Military Academy established by General Zhang in the Northeast? Establishing a Luoyang Military Academy is indeed warranted." Liu Zhengting nodded with a smile and continued, "Yes, father, with our own military academy, we won't have to worry about a shortage of grassroots officers." However, after a brief moment of joy, Liu Dingshan's brow furrowed tightly. With a pained expression, he sighed. However, establishing a military academy requires substantial funding. Here, we have minimal tax revenue, and each month, the military salaries and sustenance alone consume a significant sum. He added anxiously, "If we were to establish a military academy, our finances would be even more strained." Liu Zhengting, undeterred, confidently patted his chest and assured his father, "Father, do not worry. I will handle the financial matters." The chemical factory in Song County had been renovated and was poised to mass-produce shampoo and body wash. Once the situation in Luoyang stabilized, Liu Zhengting intended to journey to Shanghai. Previously, merely selling soap had secured a production line for rifles and a substantial quantity of arms. It was said that the soap purchased by Li and company sold exceptionally well in the European market. According to Boss Xiang, several foreign firms in Shanghai were eager to establish business relations with him. If he were to take shampoo and body wash with him, it would surely excite them. He would then be able to exchange for even more arms and funds. Additionally, Liu Zhengting currently possessed $3 million from negotiations with Chao Fulin. Hearing his son take on this responsibility, Liu Dingshan felt a sense of happiness, but was also a bit embarrassed. Gazing at his son's confident and handsome visage, he felt a twinge of guilt and gently remarked, "Oh, am I leaving everything to you? As your father, I feel a bit idle. Isn't that inappropriate?" Liu Zhengting quickly replied, "Father, we are family. It is my duty to alleviate your burdens. Besides, you oversee the grand scheme and merely need to take the lead. There is no need for you to attend to every detail." Pleased by his son's words, Liu Dingshan chuckled, "Hi, you cheeky lad. Have you learned to flatter your father?" With a relieved smile, he stood and approached his son, patting him on the shoulder. "Very well. To the capable go the greater responsibilities. I will entrust everything to you." In the following days, before addressing these matters, Liu Zhengting decided to first finalize the reorganization of the troops. After a week of the military's presence in Luoyang, the families of the officers and the newly recruited soldiers from Song County finally arrived. Once the new recruits were present, the reorganization could proceed in earnest. In the conference room of the reorganized division's headquarters in Luoyang, a long conference table stretched across the center, its surface gleaming under the cold white light of the overhead chandelier. Seated around the table were numerous mid to high-ranking officers, dressed in crisp gray military uniforms, their insignias glimmering in the light. Each face bore expressions of excitement and joy as they anticipated the expansion of the reorganized division, which would grant them further promotions. When Liu Dingshan and Liu Zhengting entered the conference room, the previously relaxed officers, engaged in light conversation, immediately composed themselves. They stood in unison, back straight, their gazes intensely focused on the father and son. Liu Dingshan walked steadily to the main seat and sat down. Once seated, his sharp gaze swept over every face present, embodying scrutiny, expectation, and the gravitas of one long accustomed to authority. After a moment, he allowed a slight smile to break the silence, and, in a deep and resonant voice, declared, "Seeing all your cheerful faces, it seems you are already aware of the news?" As his words fell, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted in the conference room. Colonel Zhou Laozhun, with an exuberant grin, exclaimed, "Ha ha, Commander. Congratulations on becoming the commander of Luoyang City Defense and the head of the reorganized division. Truly a double blessing." The other officers chimed in with laughter, and the atmosphere transformed into one of camaraderie and lightheartedness. Liu Dingshan nodded in acknowledgement, responded to Zhou Laozhun, "Ha ha, thank you. I will not forget my brothers now that I have been promoted." The officers seated below erupted in even greater excitement, their faces beaming with smiles. After a while, Liu Dingshan gently raised his hand, allowing his smile to gradually fade as he resumed his authoritative demeanor. The room fell silent, all eyes once again locked onto him. Once quiet, Liu Dingshan, with a serious expression, stated, "Before we begin the meeting, I have an announcement to make." The officers held their breath, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Liu Dingshan. The aide behind Liu Dingshan understood the cue and swiftly approached, holding a deep red appointment letter, sealed with a bright red stamp, and solemnly presented it to Liu Dingshan. Liu Dingshan accepted the scroll, rising slowly, taking a deep breath. Then, in a loud and clear voice, he pronounced, "I hereby appoint Liu Zhengting as the Deputy Division Commander and Chief of Staff of the Reorganized Division, with the rank of Major General." After a brief silence, thunderous applause erupted. The applause was fervent and prolonged, emanating from the depths of their hearts as the officers stood, clapping vigorously, their eyes shining brightly upon Liu Zhengting, who quickly rose and saluted his father before turning to the other officers to express his gratitude. His youthful visage, illuminated by the applause and radiance of the lights, emanated an aura of vigor and confidence. In his sharp, penetrating gaze sparkled an irrepressible excitement. In another realm, many individuals toiled for a lifetime, retiring only to occupy the modest rank of a deputy colonel. Despite their lifelong struggles, they were unable to don the coveted golden star before their retirement. Astonishingly, within mere months of arriving in this new timeline, he ascended to the rank of Major General, attaining a height unattainable in his past life. Although he became a Major General 2 years later than the illustrious General Zhang. It is noteworthy that Zhang's father was a local magnate in the northeast, while his own father only just laid the foundation in Luoyang amidst the chaos of war. This accomplishment, this rapid progression, is nothing short of miraculous. Liu Dingshan gazed upon his son, his eyes filled with pride and contentment. He delicately lifted the insignia of Major General, adorned with a brilliant star, from the tray. With a gentle yet solemn motion, he affixed the insignia to Liu Zhengting's military uniform. As he felt the honor bestowed by the golden star, Liu Zhengting's heart raced intensely within his chest. A 21-year-old Major General. This thought coursed through him like an electric current, igniting waves of exhilarating anticipation. Initially, when Liu Zhengting first entered the military and was awarded the rank of colonel, appointed as the brigade's chief of staff, the officers may not have openly expressed their doubts. But privately, they discussed the matter extensively. They regarded it as merely a manifestation of the age-old tradition of warlords, questioning how a mere youth could shoulder such significant responsibilities. However, at this moment, every individual present, whether Liu Dingshan's former subordinates or the newly joined officers, including the defected General Li Hanzhong, held no reservations, leaving only genuine admiration and respect in their hearts. After all, had it not been for Liu Zhengting's astute recommendations, Liu Dingshan might have heedlessly followed Feng Fengxian's orders during the first major conflict between Jiang and Feng, leading the troops to defend Luoyang. In such a scenario, after Feng Fengxian's resignation, this irregular force would have been swiftly divided. Through Liu Zhengting's efforts, the army not only enhanced its strength, but also secured Luoyang in a crucial moment. More importantly, they had now received the designation of a reorganized division. Consequently, both superiors and subordinates were filled with reverence and admiration for Liu Zhengting. Privately, they willingly referred to him as General. Following the conclusion of Liu Zhengting's appointment, he rose to solemnly announce the expansion plan. From today onward, our troops will officially expand into a division consisting of 3 brigades. His voice rang out powerfully, brimming with confidence. All present were raptly focused on Liu Zhengting, holding their breath in anticipation of his continued address. Chapter 59. A reorganized division of 250,000 personnel. Liu Zhengting retrieved the expansion plan from his briefcase, cleared his throat, and prepared to read. Firstly, the designation of the independent mixed brigade would be retained. Liu Zhengting's voice resonated clearly and robustly throughout the conference room. However, to better align with the new strategic needs, some adjustments will be made to the independent mixed brigade. It would be reduced to the scale of 1 brigade and 2 regiments, while the artillery battalion would be disbanded. His tone was resolute and decisive. Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's words, excitement illuminated the faces of the attendees. They had initially assumed that the reorganization into a division would merely involve establishing 2 additional brigades. To their astonishment, 3 new brigades were to be formed, signifying the availability of more positions. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm, their expressions eager as they looked at Liu Zhengting, impatiently awaiting further details. After a brief pause, Liu Zhengting continued. The brigade headquarters will consist of a brigade commander, a deputy brigade commander, and a chief of staff, each holding respective ranks of major general, colonel, and lieutenant colonel. As for the regiment-level organization, it will adhere to the previous structure. After concluding the discussion on the independent mixed brigade, Liu Zhengting took a moment before proceeding. Next, we will discuss the expansion plan for the reorganized division. The reorganized division will maintain a structure of 1 division comprising 3 brigades, with 1 brigade supervising 3 regiments, and so forth. The division headquarters will be led by a division commander holding the rank of lieutenant general, a deputy division commander with the rank of major general, and a chief of staff at the rank of colonel. The staff department, approximately 50 personnel, will be divided into 4 sections: operations, intelligence, communications, and training, directly overseen by the chief of staff, colonel. The adjutant department, comprising around 30 personnel, will manage administrative duties, security, reception, and logistical coordination, under the leadership of the adjutant officer, lieutenant colonel. The supply department, consisting of about 40 personnel, will handle provisions, clothing, and military salaries, led by the supply officer, lieutenant colonel. The ordnance department, with approximately 20 personnel, will oversee the supply and maintenance of weapons and ammunition, under the direction of the ordnance officer, lieutenant colonel. The medical department, comprising around 30 personnel, will manage the division's field hospital, approximately 100 beds, health teams, and medical rescue operations. The military law department, consisting of about 20 personnel, will be responsible for military discipline and judicial matters. The directly subordinate units include 1 special operations battalion, 380 personnel, consisting of 3 special operations companies responsible for securing the division headquarters and reconnaissance, 2 communications companies, 80 personnel, 4 wired and wireless communications, 3 medical teams, 200 personnel for field hospitals and rescue operations, 1 engineering battalion for 50 personnel for road construction, bridging, and demolition, 1 logistics battalion, 500 personnel with approximately 200 mules and 80 vehicles, 1 cavalry battalion, comprising 3 cavalry companies and auxiliary personnel, totaling around 400, and 1 artillery regiment, 3 artillery battalions, with logistical support totaling approximately 800 personnel. Currently, there exists only 1 battalion of 12 82mm mortars and 1 battalion of 12 75mm mountain guns, with further reinforcements to follow. When discussing the military law department, Liu Zhengting made a deliberate pause to emphasize, the head of the military law department will hold the rank of colonel and will be directly accountable to the division headquarters, overseeing all current troops, including the independent mixed brigade and the White Russian forces. The attendees certainly understood the implications of this statement. Many former officers of the independent mixed brigade recognized that this major general placed great importance on the supervision and enforcement of military discipline. With 3 brigades under its command, each brigade comprising 3 regiments, the brigade serves as a tactical command level between the division and regiments, primarily coordinating combat actions of the subordinate regiments and relaying orders from the division headquarters, rather than engaging in direct combat missions like regiments and battalions. Therefore, the brigade headquarters structure is highly streamlined, lacking independent combat units, and the functional departments of the brigade headquarters have also been reduced. The brigade headquarters will consist of a brigade commander, major general, a deputy brigade commander, colonel, and a chief of staff, lieutenant colonel. The staff, adjutant, supply, and medical departments will all be present, albeit with ranks of major, resembling the structure of a 21st century departmental unit, with the head holding the rank of a regular battalion commander. The sole security force of the brigade headquarters will be one special operations company, approximately 180 personnel, organized similarly to an infantry company, but equipped with superior gear, with the core mission of safeguarding the brigade headquarters and preventing surprise attacks. The communications platoon, approximately 30 personnel, will serve as the critical link between the division headquarters, brigade headquarters, and regiment headquarters, ensuring timely transmission of orders, directly commanded by the brigade staff. The cavalry squad, approximately 10 personnel, will be responsible for relaying urgent orders between the brigade headquarters and division headquarters, as well as between the regiment headquarters, especially in cases of communication disruptions. Each regiment under the brigade will be organized as follows. The regiment headquarters will consist of 50 personnel for command, communications, and logistics. Each infantry regiment will comprise 3 infantry battalions, each battalion further divided into 3 infantry companies and 1 machine gun company, along with a mortar platoon. Infantry company. Each company consists of approximately 120 to 150 soldiers, including 1 company commander, 3 platoon leaders, and 9 squad leaders. They're equipped with around 100 rifles, Hanyang, Mosin-Nagant, Mauser 1924, and 6 light machine guns, either Czech ZB-26 or German MG-08. Machine Gun Company, 150 soldiers with 6 heavy machine guns, Maxim 0815 or German MG-08. Mortar Platoon, 50 soldiers with 2 82mm mortars. Each battalion comprises approximately 650 soldiers, totaling about 2,000 soldiers across 3 battalions. The regiment headquarters and directly subordinate troops, approximately 250 soldiers, bring the total to around 2,250. Upon Liu Zhengting's detailed presentation of the reorganization plan, the initially enthusiastic officers present were left dumbfounded. Except for the composed Liu Dingshan and standing Liu Zhengting, everyone else wore expressions of disbelief and astonishment. A single brigade comprises nearly 7,000 soldiers. This implies that combined with 3 brigades and the divisional headquarters troops, the total could soar to around 240,000. Such a vast structure was beyond the wildest imaginings of the officers present. Particularly, the newly joined Li Hanzhong gazed at Liu Zhengting with skepticism and astonishment, as if observing a madman. Among those present, his experience was only slightly less than that of the veteran Liu Dingshan. However, he had weathered many storms alongside the Northwest Army and had encountered numerous troops. Yet, he had never heard of anyone so affluent as to assemble such a grand force. Not to mention the entire division's heavy and light machine guns, the artillery alone formed a regiment. The concept of an artillery regiment in these times is astounding. Even a hundreds of thousands strong Northwest Army possesses only a handful of cannons. Such an organization and firepower configuration would have been divided into 2 or 3 divisions elsewhere. Even the current Central Army falls far short of this scale and firepower. A profound silence enveloped the conference room, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In truth, Liu Dingshan was also taken aback upon first seeing this plan. However, after his son's thorough explanations and assurances of securing armaments, he regained his composure. After all, most of the equipment in the troops had been acquired through his son's efforts. Liu Zhengting did not wish to form 2 divisions. He merely aimed for the designation of 1 division for now. Moreover, with August already upon them, the scale of the impending Central Plains War, projected to engage over 1 million combatants, was drawing near. If they did not hasten to organize their troops, how would they seize territory when the time came? Although the current equipment was insufficient, the manpower was abundant. Both Shanxi and Henan were experiencing droughts. As long as they distributed weapons and ensured sustenance, there would be no shortage of recruits. They could first assemble the troops, and once Liu Zhengting made a trip to Shanghai, the equipment could be resolved. At that point, there would be a chance to secure Henan province. In the face of the audience's skepticism and astonished gazes, Liu Zhengting remained remarkably composed. He slowly set down the plan in his hands and spoke with measured calm. Indeed, considering our current armaments, there may be some deficiencies. He paused briefly before continuing. However, rest assured, I will procure the necessary equipment for each brigade in the shortest time possible. Finally, he raised his voice to emphasize, prior to this, the weaponry and equipment for the entire army will be centrally managed by the divisional headquarters, prioritizing the training needs of each brigade. Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's assurances and witnessing Commander Liu Zhengting remain steadfast in his position, the officers gradually calmed their initially agitated hearts. Yet, once settled, excitement surged anew. The expansion of the troops was undoubtedly a boon for them. Thus, each officer began to contemplate what position they might attain. Chapter 60. Reorganization completed. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Commander Liu Zhengting slowly began to appoint Zhou Laoshuan. Zhou Laoshuan, seated to Liu Zhengting's right, promptly rose and called out with a loud voice, "Present." The others cast envious glances at Zhou Laoshuan. Liu Zhengting smiled at the honest and simple Zhou Laoshuan, his eyes reflecting trust and admiration as he slowly declared, "Laoshuan, I entrust you with the command of my independent mixed brigade." Zhou Laoshuan was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He had anticipated being appointed as the commander of the reorganized division's 1st Brigade. Unexpectedly, he was to lead an independent mixed brigade. Though somewhat beyond his expectations, Zhou Laoshuan, being a straightforward man, did not dwell on it too much. After all, he was still a brigade commander, and being promoted was sufficient for him. Moreover, he firmly believed that the commander would not shortchange him. After a brief pause, a broad smile returned to his face. Zhou Laoshuan quickly straightened up, saluted with a reasonably standard military gesture, and beamed. "Thank you, Commander. I, Lao Zhou, will certainly live up to your expectations and ensure the defense of Songxian." Liu Zhengting nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, "Haha, with you guarding Songxian, I can rest easy." However, only later did Zhou Laoshuan realize the true kindness behind Liu Zhengting's decision. Having survived for over a decade on the knife's edge, Zhou Laoshuan, nearly 40 and still a bachelor, was assigned to guard Songxian, effectively distancing him from the front line and providing security for his old subordinates. Furthermore, Liu Zhengting also arranged for a marriage proposal for Zhou Laoshuan through his wife. Additionally, there was a particularly crucial reason for placing Zhou Laoshuan in Songxian. Not only was it Liu Zhengting's hometown, but it also housed a military factory. Thus, a reliable person was essential for its protection. Besides Zhou Laoshuan, the only other candidate would be his nephew Yang Jiejun as the brigade commander. However, Yang Jiejun was at an age where he should be out fighting. Keeping him in his hometown would be a waste. Therefore, Zhou Laoshuan was the most suitable choice. Next, Liu Zhengting's gaze slowly shifted to Li Hanzhong. At the moment their eyes met, Li Hanzhong's expression reflected an indescribable emotion, a blend of surprise, disbelief, and excitement. "Huanwen," Liu Zhengting's voice resonated with depth and strength. "I entrust you with the responsibility of the 2nd Brigade of this reorganized division." Li Hanzhong had not anticipated such significant trust from Liu Zhengting as a newly joined defector. He sprang to his feet, standing tall and straight, his eyes fixed on Liu Zhengting, filled with gratitude and determination. "Yes." Li Hanzhong's voice trembled slightly, but was resoundingly clear. "Thank you, Commander Liu, for your kindness. I, Li Huanwen, will not betray your trust." Liu Zhengting regarded Li Hanzhong, waved his hand, and smiled. "Take a seat." Then, Liu Zhengting turned his gaze towards Yang Jiejun. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, he spoke in a steady and powerful tone. "Jiejun, the 3rd Brigade is entrusted to you. Are you up to the task?" Yang Jiejun felt a surge of exhilaration upon hearing his name. How long had it been since he had risen from acting regiment commander to brigade commander? He immediately straightened his posture, standing like a spear, his expression brimming with excitement. "Thank you, uncle. I could do it." Yang Jiejun's voice rang clear and confident. After all, who would shy away from such an opportunity for advancement? Yet, Liu Zhengting suddenly adopted a stern expression and feigned displeasure, scolding. "Humph, you little rascal. I doubt you can handle it. You should consider the nature of this occasion. It is rather chaotic." Realizing his mistake, Yang Jiejun quickly retracted his excited smile and swiftly corrected himself, saying, "Yes, Commander. I will certainly remember your teachings and will never err again." Liu Zhengting's expression softened slightly as he huffed. "Humph. If there's a next time, not only will I strip you of your position as brigade commander, but I will also send you back home to till the land." Yang Jiejun hastily saluted again, responding loudly, "Yes, Commander. I have taken note." Liu Dingshan nodded and gestured for him to sit down. Then, he slowly continued, "As for the commander of this reorganized brigade, I shall temporarily assume the role myself." It was no surprise, yet no one dared to voice any objections. After a brief silence, Liu Dingshan further elaborated, "Of course, I do not insist on holding this position. The main issue is that there are too few talented individuals in our ranks. Or perhaps I have yet to witness who among you possesses true brilliance. However, should anyone excel in the future, I will gladly hand this position over. An opportunity, a genuine opportunity." The eyes of the officers below ignited with eager flames. Suddenly, Liu Dingshan slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle. His voice rose sharply, imbued with a raw, bold spirit. "Therefore, I want you all to listen closely. Here with me, Liu. Only talent matters, not background. Regardless of where you hail from, whether you have carried heavy burdens or studied abroad, as long as you follow orders and adhere to the rules, as long as you can fight and earn me respect and territory, I will promote you. I will reward you with money, women, and support." His words resonated powerfully, infused with a rugged charisma that commanded respect. The officers straightened their backs, their eyes ablaze with ambition. In this era that prizes factions and seniority, Liu Dingshan's declaration of valuing talent above lineage was undoubtedly a much-needed tonic for those capable individuals who previously felt lost and without a path. Subsequently, Liu Dingshan glanced at his son on his left. Liu Zhengting nodded, stood up, and began to announce the list of vice brigade commanders, staff officers, and regiment leaders. Each name uttered prompted the respective individual to stand at attention, responding in booming voices, "Yes. Thank you for your cultivation, Commander." The list included Liu Dingshan's trusted comrades from years of camaraderie, as well as young officers who had distinguished themselves on the battlefield and were promoted out of turn. There were even a few who were captured officers from Chao Fulian and Lihanjiang. This list served as the first practical application of Liu Dingshan's principle of recognizing talent over lineage. Upon concluding the announcements, Liu Dingshan rose once more, his expression grave as he surveyed the officers below. "I have granted you your ranks." His voice was not loud, yet it struck each heart like a hammer. With a singular demand, you must lead your troops effectively. Whoever trains the soldiers well will be rewarded. Promotions and financial incentives will follow. He then shifted his tone to one of utmost severity. "Furthermore, from this day forth, there will be no more notions of old subordinates in my army. Everyone is my subordinate." He emphasized the word everyone, casting a sharp gaze over the old guard. In the face of Liu Dingshan's absolute authority, past loyalties must yield to present loyalty. He slammed the table with great force, causing the teacups to jump, his voice rumbling like thunder. "Whoever fails to lead their troops well, whoever dares to form factions, whoever embarrasses me." His muscles tensed, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. "Do not blame me, Liu, for turning my back. Do not blame the guns in my hands for not recognizing faces." This last phrase carried an unmistakable threat and an unequivocal command. Yes, we shall not disappoint the commander's high expectations. We vow to lead our troops well. After the meeting concluded, the entire division swiftly sprang into action, embarking on the intense and orderly process of reorganization. Zhou Laoxuan departed that very day with his guards, leaving Luoyang for Songxian. His independent mixed brigade would expand locally, using the original 1st Regiment as its core. The reorganized division would expand based on the 2nd and 3rd Regiments of the former independent mixed brigade, alongside the captured officers from Lihanjiang. During this reorganization, those who excelled and had rich combat experience or had achieved military merit were presented with opportunities for promotion. Some were elevated to squad leaders, while others were directly promoted to platoon leaders. The original squad leaders were given chances to become platoon leaders, and platoon leaders could aspire to become company commanders, and so forth. This reorganization greatly invigorated the morale of the grassroots soldiers and temporarily filled the vacancies among junior officers. To prevent any brigade commander from wielding excessive power and potentially harboring ulterior motives, the troops underwent a comprehensive restructuring. Officers were reassigned to various positions to ensure a distribution and balance of power. As a result, even if someone were to rise to the rank of brigade commander, they would not be able to take the entire unit away, thus ensuring the stability and loyalty of the troops. Through this method of exchanging personnel and mixing ranks, all existing boundaries were dismantled. Even the troops under Zhou Laoxuan would eventually adopt this approach. This method guaranteed the authority of the entire force would rest solely with the Liu family. Although Liu Zhengting promoted many individuals through expedient measures, the reorganized troops still faced a shortage of personnel. Due to the rapid pace of expansion, it was difficult to find a sufficient number of suitable candidates to fill all vacant positions. In the face of this challenge, Liu Zhengting remained determined to first establish the framework of the troops. He instructed each brigade commander to lead the existing personnel in training to maintain the normal operations of the unit. Meanwhile, with the formal issuance of the troop expansion plan, the Luoyang Military Academy reopened. The first batch of recruits not only included aspiring youth from Shaanxi and Henan, but also a significant number of soldiers from the army. Those soldiers who had not become officers hoped to enhance their skills through education at the military academy, aspiring to become officers in the future. The reopening of the Luoyang Military Academy resolved the issue of officer shortages for the future expansion of the Liu family's troops. Furthermore, the teaching staff at the academy primarily comprised former instructors, who Liu Zhengting had hired at great expense. In addition to this, Liu Dingshan, in his capacity as the commander of the Luoyang City Defense, sought to recruit officers and military academy instructors from across the nation. The existing White Russian Regiment maintained its original structure, though its artillery battalion had been withdrawn. Thus, should any conflict arise, there would be a means of response. When the reorganization concluded, it seemed as though one individual had been forgotten. Chapter 61. The Future of Industrial Development in Luoyang. Near the Longhai Railway Station in Luoyang, a vast expanse of land was being transformed as new factories began construction. Besides the bustling workers, there were also soldiers patrolling the vicinity of these factories, rifles slung over their shoulders. These new factories were commissioned by Liu Zhengting. In 1929, Luoyang lagged far behind Zhengzhou and Kaifeng due to prolonged warfare, underdeveloped infrastructure, and a lack of funding. At present, Luoyang merely maintained its status as a regional commercial transit hub, without having established a modern industrial system. Even the commercial street of Nangguan, adjacent to the Longhai Railway Station, was particularly underdeveloped. The few foreign businesses present were all operated by locals, further highlighting the economic backwardness of Luoyang at that time. To achieve rapid development in Luoyang within a few short years, industrial growth was imperative. Yet, heavy industry required substantial funding and technology, which was currently unsuitable for Luoyang's development. Consequently, Liu Zhengting resolved to establish a series of factories in proximity to the Luoyang Railway Station, encompassing a chemical plant, a flour mill, a cement factory, a cotton spinning joint factory, a small power plant, and an agricultural machinery factory, among other light industries. By situating these factories near the railway station, the swift transportation of raw materials and products to various locations would be facilitated, with the factories serving as the driving force behind economic development. Through this model of mutual support between agriculture and industry, domestic demand could be effectively stimulated, fostering the prosperity of Luoyang's economy. This developmental path not only aligns with Luoyang's resource endowments, but also has the potential to rapidly establish a comprehensive economic cycle, laying a solid foundation for the future industrialization process. In late autumn, the chill had quietly infiltrated this ancient capital of Luoyang. The Liu family's residence, located to the west of the city, was acquired from a local merchant. Within the courtyard, the frost-covered surface of the blue brick pavement gleamed. Several old locust trees, stripped of their leaves, swayed gently in the breeze, enhancing the air of desolation. Yet, in one corner of the courtyard, a few pots of hardy chrysanthemums bloomed vibrantly in hues of gold and deep purple, defiantly signifying the vitality of life. Perhaps even alluding to the glimmer of hope for the city, seeking a turning point amidst the chaos of the times. In the main hall, Liu Zhengting sat upright in a tailored gray military uniform, with a gleaming officer's belt cinched at his waist and polished riding boots. He exuded an air of resolute competence, characterized by the distinctive briskness and undeniable authority of a soldier. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man of average build with a gaunt visage. Clad in a somewhat faded dark Zhongshan suit, meticulously pressed, he wore round glasses perched on a prominent nose, and his sharp gaze behind the lenses was strikingly penetrating. Reminiscent of two bottomless ancient wells, filled with knowledge, experience, and profound concern for the land. He leaned slightly forward, hands folded upon his knees, embodying a humble demeanor, yet exuding the gravitas of an intellectual seasoned by life's trials. This man was Bai Heling, courtesy name Yunxiu, born in 1881, hailing from the old city of Luoyang, a descendant of the esteemed Bai family. His grandfather had been a scholar in the late Qing dynasty, and his father had engaged in the grain business and pawn shop. Following a decline in family fortunes, Bai Heling ventured out to pursue his studies. In 1905, he was awarded a government scholarship to study political economy at Meiji University in Tokyo, greatly influenced by the pragmatic nationalism that emerged during Japan's Meiji Restoration. During his time in Japan, he inspected textile and machinery factories in Osaka and Nagoya, gaining first-hand insights into modern industrial management. He briefly held the position of county magistrate in Luoyang, but resigned in frustration over the warlord conflicts and heavy taxation, subsequently dedicating himself to industry. To persuade this talented individual to join their cause, Liu Zhengting had expended considerable effort, even involving his father, Liu Dingshan, in a personal visit. Witnessing the sincerity of the Liu father and son, as well as Liu Zhengting's ambitious plans for development, ultimately swayed Bai Heling to accept the invitation. Currently, he was temporarily acting as the mayor of Luoyang, overseeing the city's industrial development. Liu Zhengting politely addressed Bai Heling, stating, "Mr. Yunxiu, Luoyang's development will rely on you." Bai Heling nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard and lingering on the blooming chrysanthemums before finally resting on Liu Zhengting's youthful yet resolute face. A faint smile graced his lips in response, yet the persistent worry etched upon his brow remained evident. "The young general is too kind," he replied, his voice calm and articulate, imbued with the unique accent of Luoyang, steady and powerful. "This is indeed my duty, and for the sake of our people in Luoyang, I shall not shy away from it." He paused, his expression deepening with concern. "However, I cannot help but wonder if the machinery and equipment plan for your factories, particularly those essential for textiles, flour production, and power generation, can indeed be procured smoothly." He furrowed his brow slightly, fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the teacup. Preliminary estimates suggested that the acquisition of these machines would require at least 3 to 4 million silver dollars, a staggering sum in these times. Could the Liu family truly afford such an investment? To be honest, Bai Heling harbored doubts, as the Liu father and son were, after all, mere soldiers. Moreover, given the tumultuous situation, could they maintain control over Luoyang? And could the machinery be safely transported? These concerns loomed as a significant chasm between aspiration and reality. His apprehensions were genuinely felt. Yet, Liu Zhengting appeared to anticipate his doubts, his serious demeanor undiminished, rather fortified with conviction. Leaning slightly forward, he spoke with resolute confidence. "Rest assured, Mr. Yunxiu, I have already established contact with Boss Xiang through my connections in Shanghai. Boss Xiang possesses extensive networks in the Shanghai business community, specializing in import and export, particularly in machinery. I have provided him with detailed specifications and a list of the machines needed, and he is currently working diligently to assist with procurement and transportation arrangements." A subtle smile curved at the corner of his mouth, infused with youthful exuberance as he confidently added, "Perhaps by the time I return from Shanghai, the machines will have already been delivered." Bai Heling observed Liu Zhengting's youthful yet remarkably composed and self-assured countenance, noting the unwavering determination in his eyes. The flicker of worry in his heart began to dissipate. He understood that Liu Zhengting's words were born of considerable confidence. After all, Liu Zhengting owned a chemical factory, producing the well-received Luodan brand soap. He had also heard of Boss Yang, recognizing him as a prominent patriotic businessman. Perhaps Luoyang could indeed thrive under the stewardship of this young general. Taking a deep breath as if making a resolution, Bai Heling finally allowed a hint of relief to surface in his expression, though still tinged with gravity. "Since the young general has made meticulous arrangements, I shall refrain from unwarranted worries. The industrial foundation of Luoyang shall rest upon you and Boss Yang." He rose and slightly bowed to Liu Zhengting, understanding the weight of this trust. Liu Zhengting promptly stood and grasped Bai Heling's arm respectfully, assuring him, "Your words are too generous, Mr. Yunxiu. Please feel free to proceed with your plans." He then shifted his demeanor to one of solemnity, stating, "Upon my return from Shanghai, should you encounter any obstacles in implementing the plans, be it in financial mobilization, personnel coordination, or any resistance. You may directly approach my father. He will offer you his full support. If anyone attempts to cause trouble, you may seek assistance from Director Ho. He then gestured towards the figure seated nearby. Ho Xiaotian. Chapter 62. Investigating Corruption and Reforming Governance. Upon being mentioned, Ho Xiaotian hastily stood up. Having already shed his military uniform, he now donned a sharp black police uniform, with shoulder insignia and badges gleaming coldly in the sunlight. In a remarkable transformation, he had become the chief of the Luoyang police. Following the incident of defying orders on the battlefield, his position had been revoked during the reorganization meeting, providing an explanation within the military. While recuperating in the hospital, Ho Xiaotian felt a deep bitterness upon learning of his demotion, yet he was uncertain how to express it. Just as he grappled with his uncertain future, Liu Zhengting approached him. Although Ho Xiaotian had indeed erred, he had been a long-time subordinate of Liu Dingshan. After years of service, he deserved some measure of assurance, especially since he had made contributions during the last battle, nearly sacrificing his life. Thus, it was only fitting to provide Ho Xiaotian with a safeguard, so as not to invite accusations of ingratitude toward the Liu family. Coincidentally, Liu Dingshan was in the process of reforming the local governance in Luoyang. Consequently, he dismissed the former police chief, who was entangled with various factions, and entrusted the violent apparatus of Luoyang to his loyal subordinate, recognizing both his merits and faults. From the perspective of Ho Xiaotian, the position of police chief is in many ways a fortuitous turn of events. His previous insubordination on the battlefield had led him perilously close to death. Witnessing the demise of so many of his loyal subordinates weighed heavily on his conscience, igniting a profound transformation within him. Once a boisterous figure, he now often found himself lost in thought, enveloped in silence, his mental state having undergone a significant metamorphosis. He was acutely aware that accountability awaited him, yet he had not anticipated being severed from military ties. While he had distanced himself from the military's core, unlike Zhou Laoshuan, the brigade commander, his new role as the police chief of Luoyang provided a semblance of stability. Moreover, being the police chief of Luoyang conferred considerable authority. Mr. Bai, Liu Zhengting's voice pulled Ho Xiaotian back to reality. This is Ho Xiaotian, our police chief of Luoyang. His tone was neutral, devoid of overt emotion. He will oversee public safety in Luoyang. Should any obstacles arise during your industrial endeavors, do not hesitate to approach Chief Ho. He will ensure your path remains clear. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaotian grinned broadly and nodded at Bai Heling. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed in his robust, resonant voice, Mr. Bai, I am Ho Xiaotian. Your affairs will henceforth be my affairs. Should you require assistance, feel free to ask. If anyone dares to trouble you, I shall ensure they regret it. Bai Heling felt a twinge of embarrassment at Ho Xiaotian's forthrightness, as he was accustomed to dealing with a more refined circle of individuals. However, being a man of decorum, he quickly regained his composure, managing a stiff smile and responding with a courteous tone. I appreciate your willingness to assist, Chief Ho. The stability of Luoyang is indeed a crucial foundation for industrial development. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Ho Xiaotian, eager to affirm his commitment, nodded vigorously, assuring, absolutely. Rest assured, Mr. Bai, I will wholeheartedly support your endeavors. After completing their introductions, Bai Heling and Ho Xiaotian took their leave. Once they departed, Liu Zhengting turned towards the side hall where his father, Liu Dingshan, was engaged in administrative duties. Several newly summoned officials were awaiting him, poised to become the cornerstones of Luoyang's new governance. Just days prior, Liu Dingshan had executed a purge of corrupt officials who colluded with local gentry. Damn it, you wretched scoundrels! Liu Dingshan's weathered face, hardened by years of military service, twisted with rage, turning an alarming shade of crimson. Veins bulged at his temples as he raged, spittle flying from his lips. He paced like an enraged lion in the hall, the thud of his boots echoing ominously on the tiled floor, each step resonating with gravity. Scattered across his desk were numerous petitions, stained with the blood and tears of the afflicted, collected from those who had been driven to ruin. To his surprise, investigating these wrongdoings proved remarkably effortless. The populace, eager for justice, eagerly presented their grievances against corrupt officials. Despite being a soldier unaccustomed to civilian life, Liu Dingshan had never abused the common people. The crooked handwriting on the petitions detailed the misdeeds of the former mayor, police chief, and tax director, exposing their collusion with local merchants to exploit the populace, especially during the dire drought that forced families into desperation. Have you no humanity? Liu Zhengting bellowed, slamming a petition onto the table, causing teacups to rattle. You despicable wretches. You are less than beasts. Even animals protect their young. You drink the sweat and blood of the people, devouring their flesh. And now you seek to pick their bones clean? He directed his ire at the quaking former mayor and his cohorts, who were pale and visibly trembling. As they pleaded for mercy, Liu Zhengting's anger only intensified. You think to beg for mercy now? Was it merely a moment of folly? His laughter was cold, laced with lethal intent. He drew his pistol, the ominous barrel aimed directly at the former mayor's forehead. When you trafficked human lives, did you forget their suffering? Those whom you sold, who will spare them? The former mayor, quaking before the dark muzzle, stammered, Commander Liu, I was sent from Nanjing. You cannot kill me. This plea seemed to rally the others, who cried out in desperation. Yes, Commander Liu, we were appointed by General Feng. Please spare us. Liu Zhengting's fury only deepened. I care not whether you were sent from Nanjing or appointed by General Feng. In my domain, corruption and the trafficking of human lives shall not be tolerated. Each word dripped with the weight of his resolve. Consider this a warning. He thrust the former mayor to the ground and commanded, arrest them and investigate thoroughly. Anyone who defies us shall face severe punishment. Yes, the guards, waiting outside, surged in like wolves, mercilessly dragging the cowering officials away. Shortly thereafter, these men revealed the local gentry complicit in their schemes. Following their confessions, Chief Ho Xiaoyan led the arrests, and the next morning, all were executed publicly near the train station, their fates sealed before the eyes of the populace. After the executions, Liu Zhengting's reputation soared among the citizens of Luoyang. Subsequently, Ho Xiaoyan led raids on the homes of these corrupt officials, the sounds of chaos and clattering as they overturned furniture and confiscated valuables echoed through the streets. As Liu Zhengting stood at the doorway of the side hall, reflecting on these events, a sense of unease lingered in his chest. As a time traveler, this was his first encounter with such brutality. He could not help but admire his father's decisive ruthlessness. Liu Zhengting may not have been a master tactician or a brilliant military strategist, but his ability to eliminate those he deemed deserving of death was unparalleled, executed without hesitation. It was an expression of primal fury and a visceral sense of justice. Major General, several gentlemen have arrived. The aide's voice interrupted Liu Zhengting's reverie. He composed himself, straightened his uniform, and stepped into the hall. Inside, a group of middle-aged men awaited, clad in long gowns or zhongshan suits. Their expressions a mix of trepidation and hopeful anticipation for the future. One individual is Zhou Mubai, a former Qing scholar, who has devoted several decades to running a private school in Luoyang and will take charge of education. Another is Shun Jitong, a hereditary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with an impeccable reputation in Luoyang, responsible for medical affairs. The third is Qian Tongli, introduced by Shun Wanjun, who will oversee the financial matters of the Liu family in Luoyang. Additionally, there are several others who have come to try their luck after hearing that Luoyang is recruiting talent. After assessments, they were retained for service. These individuals are either local to Luoyang or hold considerable renown from other regions. Upon entering, Liu Zhengting wore a sincere smile and greeted them. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My father, occupied with military duties, has entrusted me to convey his sincerity and expectations. Liu Zhengting's demeanor was respectful, yet his tone exuded a calm authority that brooked no dissent. His gaze swept over the group, catching glimpses of their mixed emotions. Just days prior, their predecessors, those from the central faction or Feng's camp, had wielded power with impunity, only to meet a gruesome fate, their properties confiscated. The corpses of those individuals still hung at the gates of Luoyang, serving as a bloody warning that would chill the hearts of any with greed. Once seated, Liu Zhengting instructed his aide, please remove the old tea and replace it with fresh tea for our esteemed guests. Yes, Major General. Subsequently, Liu Zhengting turned to the group with a warm smile and stated, my father has conveyed that for Luoyang to prosper, industry and commerce are the bones, but education, governance, and healthcare are the lifeblood. Strong bones without a flowing lifeblood ultimately lead to a dead end. In truth, his father would never utter such eloquent phrases. These were words of his own making. However, in Luoyang, Liu Zhengting's words were tantamount to his father's wishes. He deliberately emphasized the term governance, allowing his gaze to linger on each individual momentarily. He then continued, speaking solemnly, "The purpose of inviting you, gentlemen, is to lay down the roots of this vital lifeblood for the people of Luoyang." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "You are all esteemed scholars of great virtue and reputation. Surely you would not engage in actions that tarnish our culture, corruption, negligence, or oppression of the populace." The gentlemen understood his meaning well, their faces paling slightly as they promptly stood, bowing in unison. "Rest assured, Commander Liu and Major General, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly and fulfill our duties." Liu Zhengting nodded in satisfaction, secretly calculating. It must be said, the method of employing harsh measures in chaotic times is indeed the most effective. Under his father's thunderous approach, results were immediate. At the very least, for the time being, no one dared to act recklessly. Aside from the executions, the confiscation of the properties of those three evildoers yielded approximately 7 to 800,000 silver dollars, along with gold bars, jewels, and land and properties worth hundreds of thousands. This windfall undoubtedly marked the initial fortune of Bai Heling's plan. Had it not been for Feng Fengxian's earlier actions in 1928, which had already seized a portion of corrupt officials' assets, this haul might have been doubled. This harsh reality only underscores the truth that without proper governance, corruption proliferates like wild grass, springing back to life with each passing breeze, escalating relentlessly. "Excellent." Liu Zhengting rose, his gaze sharp and resolute. "If Luoyang is to develop, then it must undergo a thorough cleansing and flourish in all aspects. Industry must rise, commerce must thrive, schools must be established, pharmacies must be opened, and the bureaucracy must be purified. The future of Luoyang rests in your capable hands." He once again bowed deeply in respect. After seeing off the newly appointed officials, Liu Zhengting felt the tautness in his body finally ease, accompanied by a slight ache in his shoulders. He walked with a heavy gait through the corridor, returning to his modest yet elegantly arranged private courtyard. Though small, the courtyard was a serene refuge amidst the clamor of military affairs, with several bamboo stalks rustling in the autumn breeze. Wearily, he sank into the large rosewood armchair in the hall. The cool touch of the chair's back penetrated through his thin military uniform, prompting a sigh of relief. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply, yearning to momentarily cast aside all worries in this fleeting moment of tranquility. Just as his consciousness began to drift into a haze, he was suddenly enveloped by an exquisitely refined and gentle fragrance. This scent was familiar. It belonged to his wife, Shen Luanzhen. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a slender and graceful figure approaching him, flanked by two maidservants. Shen Luanzhen was clad in a plain moon-white jacket and skirt, with delicate silver threads embroidered into the hem, depicting a few scattered plum blossoms that shimmered softly under the dim light. Though petite, her figure was perfectly proportioned, standing like a poised narcissus, exuding an innate elegance and reserve befitting a refined lady. Her face was a perfect oval, her skin as delicate and flawless as one sheltered from the sun for years. Her long hair, as dark as ink, was neatly tied into a low bun, secured by a simple silver hairpin, with a few stray strands gently framing her smooth forehead and neck, adding an air of gentle grace. Her eyes were the most captivating aspect of Shen Luanzhen. They were almond-shaped with a slight upward tilt at the corners, imbued with a hint of innate allure. However, at this moment, her clear, autumn-like eyes were filled with pure concern and a touch of barely discernible anxiety. Perhaps it was her husband's footsteps that had disturbed his moment of repose. Standing quietly, her gaze fixed upon Liu Zhengting's face, she softly inquired, her voice as gentle and clear as her demeanor. "My dear, you have returned?" Liu Zhengting gazed upon his wife's ethereal beauty and the unmasked concern in her eyes, feeling a warmth spread through him, alleviating some of his fatigue. He nodded slightly, his voice soft and tinged with a subtle gentleness. Hearing his response, the flicker of tension in Shen Luanzhen's eyes dissipated as she swiftly approached him. Her skirt swayed lightly as she walked, her steps graceful and dignified, each movement reflecting the poise instilled in her from a young age. She circled behind Liu Zhengting, leaning slightly forward extending her delicate hands. These hands, soft and seemingly boneless, now rested gently on either side of Liu Zhengting's temples, applying a soothing and practiced pressure. The coolness of her fingertips penetrated his skin, delivering an oddly comforting sensation that swiftly eased his taut nerves. Accompanying this massage was her refined fragrance. Liu Zhengting instinctively relaxed, nearly letting out a sigh of satisfaction. He couldn't help but recall his previous complaints. He had indeed mentioned to her that there was no need for such formality between husband and wife, as calling him my dear felt distant and antiquated. Yet, Shen Wanzhen was deeply ingrained with the traditional notions of a woman's virtue, embodying the age-old wisdom that dictated a husband as authority over his wife. Raised in a noble household, where she was educated in the classics, such as Nu Jie and Lai Nu Zhuan, every gesture and word of hers was governed by strict etiquette. To expect her to shed this deeply ingrained habit was akin to altering her very rhythm of breathing, an arduous task indeed. She could not, nor did she believe she should, change. This form of address was her way of expressing respect and maintaining order, an intrinsic label of her identity as Liu Zhengting's wife. Although Liu Zhengting felt a sense of helplessness, he also understood this deeply rooted conservatism and allowed her to be. Reclusing his eyes, Liu Zhengting gradually inquired, "How is the shampoo and body wash made by Anya? How do they feel? The results must be quite satisfactory, I presume?" Upon hearing Anya's name, Shen Wanzhen's hands momentarily paused in their massage before she seamlessly continued. Anya was the woman Liu Zhengting had been involved with before their marriage, and, as a woman, Shen Wanzhen undoubtedly felt a tinge of jealousy. However, her upbringing had taught her that a man having multiple wives was commonplace. Thus, after a slight tremor within her heart, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. She lowered her head slightly, her voice remaining gentle, yet infused with an imperceptible freshness and a hint of amusement. "Indeed, my lord." She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts to describe the novel experience. "It is certainly much more convenient than the soap pods and wood ash water I used before. Just a small amount produces a wealth of delicate lather, and rinsing is effortless." Her voice softened even more, tinged with a subtle admiration. "Moreover, the fragrance is far more pleasant than that of soap pods. After washing, my hair feels fragrant and soft, making it much easier to comb. The body wash is similarly delightful, leaving the entire room scented after my bath." As she spoke, she unconsciously lifted her hand, gently twirling a strand of her smooth, lustrous hair that cascaded at her temples. Her eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction with her rejuvenated tresses and her acceptance of this new item. Although she still adhered to the traditional address of my lord, her intrinsic appreciation for beauty as a young woman quietly embraced this innovation, even carrying a trace of unnoticeable delight. Liu Zhengting observed his wife's youthful reaction, listening to her describe the fragrant and soft sensations, and could not help but chuckle. Liu Zhengting smiled and nodded. "As long as you like it." He then casually inquired, "If given a choice, would you spend money on these two items?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Wanzhen exclaimed, "Of course." Suddenly, Liu Zhengting seemed to recall something, turning his head sharply to regard his wife with keen interest, and then asked leisurely, "So, if you were required to spend $20 to purchase these two items, would you still be willing?" Shen Wanzhen was evidently startled by the question, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gasped, "Ah, $20. Liu Zhengting remained unfazed by her reaction, nodding seriously as if stating a fact. Indeed, Shen Wanzhen's expression turned somewhat grim. She bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from speaking further. Although her family was quite affluent, $20 did not seem excessive in her eyes. However, now as Liu Zhengting's wife, she felt the weight of managing the household. Thus, she was cautious with her words, fearful of saying something amiss. Liu Zhengting, a man from another era, was unaware of her concerns. A slight smile graced his lips as he gently remarked, "Hee, do you think this price is too steep?" He paused briefly before elaborating. "In truth, this price is not exorbitant. Do you know? A bottle of perfume in Paris can sell for $50 in major cities like Shanghai, and those who purchase it are often eager to acquire it." At this point, Liu Zhengting's tone grew increasingly confident. "However, shampoo and body wash differ from perfume. I will create two distinct tiers of products. One will be mid-range, suitable for the broad middle class, priced at $5. The other will be high-end, specifically targeting the elite. A glimmer of self-assurance sparkled in Liu Zhengting's eyes as he continued. For these upper-class individuals, as long as my products are of exceptional quality and can set trends, even a higher price will not deter them from purchasing. To be honest, I lack confidence in my writing, as the data is poor, and I am uncertain if it is well written. Chapter 64. A batch of mid-level officers arrives. Just as Liu Zhengting was engaging in casual conversation with his wife, his aide-de-camp Liu Feng hurriedly entered. Report. A loud and somewhat urgent voice shattered the tranquility between the couple. The figure of Liu Feng appeared at the open doorway. He deliberately kept his head lowered, only daring to glance at a small patch of blue brick flooring. Yet his voice was elevated to ensure everyone in the room could hear. Liu Zhengting's brow furrowed slightly. The interruption of their conversation left him somewhat displeased. He waved his hand at his wife. Shen Luanjun. Luanjun, you may go for now. I have matters to attend to. Shen Luanjun obediently rose, bowing slightly before retreating into the inner chamber, leaving behind a faint, elusive fragrance. Come in. What is it? Haven't you seen everyone today? Liu Zhengting set down his teacup, his voice returning to its habitual steadiness, laced with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Liu Feng quickly stepped into the hall, halting 5 paces away from Liu Zhengting, his heels together producing a crisp sound as he rendered a standard military salute. Major General. A batch of mid-level officers seeking employment has just arrived. You previously instructed that you would personally oversee officers of mid-level rank and above. Oh, a batch has arrived? Liu Zhengting was momentarily taken aback, instinctively straightening his posture. A flicker of surprise replaced swiftly by keen interest. He mentally calculated. Mid-level officers are notoriously difficult to recruit. During this time, officers are categorized into 4 major groups. First, the central system. The Huangpu Military Academy has completely risen, replacing the former Baoding students. Second, local foundations, the continuation of the Jiangwu Academy and old military schools, primarily producing graduates from local institutions such as the Northeast Jiangwu Academy, Yunnan Jiangwu Academy, and Baoding Military Academy. Third, special pathways, studying abroad and rapid local education, primarily involving students from Japan, England, America, Germany, and France, as well as various rapid training schools across regions, like those in Guangxi and a previous military training school in Luoyang, which have supplied numerous mid to low-level officers through short-term training. It is now 1929, and the early students from Huangpu and Baoding, along with those returning from abroad, have mostly become mid to senior officers, serving in various factions. Meanwhile, students from rapid training schools were originally cultivated by local factions for their own needs. Though some officers seek development and often change allegiances, they usually secure their next positions through acquaintances, often under the command of major warlords. Liu Zhengting's father, while now a division commander, still possesses a shallow foundation, and his strength pales in comparison to giants like Jiang, Feng, Yin, and Li. Consequently, recruiting mid to senior officers has always posed a bottleneck for the Liu family's military development. Within the current ranks, many company-level officers have been forced to assume battalion or even regiment-level roles, resulting in a disjointed command structure and significantly diminished combat effectiveness. A batch of mid-level officers arriving? Liu Zhengting repeated, genuinely surprised yet more delighted. What the army desperately needs is this batch of capable middle-tier backbone officers. All right, he stood, adjusting the collar of his uniform, his tone tinged with an unnoticeable excitement. Take them to the side hall. I will join you shortly. Yes, Liu Feng replied sharply, turning to leave briskly. A few minutes later, as Liu Zhengting entered the side hall, 7 men were already seated on wooden chairs within. Upon seeing the young man adorned with the insignia of a major general, standing tall with piercing eyes, the 7 exchanged glances of surprise and confusion. They evidently had not anticipated such youthfulness, nor the contrast in demeanor from the boisterous warlords of the rumors, possessing a tranquil yet commanding presence akin to a cultured general. At attention, Liu Feng's booming command shattered the silence like thunder. The 7 hastily rose, their movements varying in speed, yet instinctively straightened their backs, gazing at Liu Zhengting with the inherent respect of soldiers. However, a hint of scrutiny and doubt flickered in several pairs of eyes. Liu Zhengting slowly approached the group, carefully appraising each of them. The man at the forefront stands approximately 1.78 meters tall, though his physique may not be particularly striking. He exudes an overall aura of tenacity. Perhaps due to years of military service under the sun and wind, his skin bears a deep bronze hue. Most striking is the scar, a knife wound, that stretches from his right eyebrow to his cheekbone, fierce yet imbued with the weight of experience. His right eye, slightly squinted from an old injury, presents a cold gaze that is both half-closed and resolute. Even in a faded, worn military uniform devoid of insignia, the essence of a hardened soldier radiates from him with palpable authority. The second man resembles a moving iron tower, standing an impressive one. 85 meters with a broad back and shoulders capable of lifting a small mountain, unmistakably a fierce warrior ready for battle. The third man, around 175 meters tall, possesses a similarly robust physique, his skin dark and rough, marked by the harsh winds of the Northwest Plateau, embodying the resilience of a rugged man from that region. The fourth man stands at 180 meters, solid like a millstone, with a ruddy complexion typical of a Henan farmer. Thick brows, framing sharp eyes that reveal a keen intellect. The fifth man, approximately 170 meters tall, may not be exceptionally tall, but possesses an extraordinarily strong build. Especially his arms, which are thick as tree trunks, brimming with explosive strength. His skin bears a healthy wheat-like tone, and a prominent scar from shrapnel runs along his forehead. With brows like blades and a piercing gaze, he emanates an intense, indescribable aroma. The sixth man is around 175 meters tall, lean with cracked, dark skin, and showing signs of exposure to the elements. The most noticeable feature is a gunshot scar on his right arm, a testament to his experience in fierce battles. The seventh man is the shortest among them, seemingly less than 170 meters, thin as a clothesline. His waxy yellow skin suggests a history of prolonged desk work or malnutrition. He wears round, tortoise-shell glasses perched on a prominent nose, and sparse hair is awkwardly parted down the middle. Most discomforting to Liu Zhengting is the glint in his eyes behind those thick lenses, flashing a peculiar brilliance that neither mirrors a soldier's steadfastness nor a scholar's elegance, instead revealing a calculating shrewdness that starkly contrasts with the qualities of the others. While Liu Zhengting appraises them, they too scrutinize the young general with quiet intensity. To be candid, aside from the seventh individual who instinctively raises his unease and wariness, the first six leave a remarkably positive impression. They bear scars, embody experience, strength, shrewdness, professionalism, and resilience, qualities invaluable for survival and combat in tumultuous times. After his assessment, Liu Zhengting nods slightly, appearing quite satisfied. He then inquires softly, "So, are you all here for employment?" The seven men gaze at Liu Zhengting with hopeful eyes and, in unison, raise their voices, exclaiming, "Yes, sir." Their resonant voices carry the unique obedience and eagerness of soldiers. Liu Zhengting nods in approval, a slight smile of appreciation gracing his face. "Very good. Your spirit is commendable." He leisurely moves to take a seat at the head, reclining slightly against the backrest, smiling as he regards them. His demeanor relaxed, yet exuding undeniable authority. "Now, why don't you introduce yourselves?" His gaze sweeps across the group, ultimately resting on the scarred, composed man. He gestures towards him with a smile, his tone calm, yet commanding. "Shall we begin with you?" Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's words, the man straightens up, responding with a clear and resonant voice. "Yes, sir. My name is Li Jin, courtesy name Peng Fei, 30 years old. I hail from Shaanxi, Shaanxi County, and I graduated from the 7th cohort of Baoding Military Academy." "Oh, a graduate of Baoding Military Academy?" "The 7th cohort, no less." Liu Zhengting expresses evident surprise, leaning forward slightly, intrigued. Baoding Military Academy. It is the cradle of modern military education in China. Although it has been overshadowed by Huangpu, its legacy remains, and those who emerge from its ranks are certainly not to be underestimated. He follows up with keen interest. "Whom did you serve under previously?" Li Jin's brow twitches ever so slightly, a flicker of hesitation evident for a brief moment. However, he quickly regains his composure. Standing tall and meeting Liu Zhengting's gaze with forthrightness, "Sir, I previously served under Bygone." "Oh, General Yan?" Liu Zhengting expresses genuine surprise at this revelation. General Yan's stronghold in Shaanxi is formidable, and Li Jin's service under him indicates a degree of significance. Liu Zhengting presses further. "What was your role under General Yan? And why have you come to me?" The latter question is the crux of his concern. Li Jin responds without hesitation, his tone crisp and military-like. Sir, I was a lieutenant colonel commanding a regiment. After my mother passed away, I returned home to observe the mourning period for a year. When I returned, there were significant personnel changes in General Yan's ranks, and I was reassigned to another unit as a staff officer. He deliberately obscures details regarding the personnel changes. Yet a sense of disappointment is palpable in his tone. He then shifts the conversation, candidly stating, later, I heard that Commander Liu was recruiting, and that you value capability above all else. Thus, I sought to try my luck, hoping to find a place to showcase my skills. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhengting's puzzlement is finally resolved. A year of mourning indeed reveals him to be a devoted son. However, within the unique dynamics of the military, such a prolonged absence would likely lead to his replacement. Moreover, General Yan was not short of mid-level officers. Understanding dawns on Liu Zhengting, and he nods. His tone softening. I see. He appreciates Li Jin's candor and his ambition to demonstrate his abilities. In chaotic times, it is ambition that drives motivation. Very well. Liu Zhengting's gaze shifts to the next individual, his voice remaining steady. Next. As he finishes speaking, the tallest man in the group steps forward, resembling a moving mountain, his movements exuding the ruggedness of a soldier. He bellows in a thunderous voice, thick with the accent of Tangshan, Hebei, sir. I am Zheng Hui, courtesy name Guan, 28 years old. I hail from Tangshan, Hebei. Upon finishing, he appears somewhat bashful, flashing a broad smile that reveals his white teeth. He scratches the back of his head sheepishly and adds, but I have not attended a military academy. I'm just a rough fellow who carries a rifle. Zheng Hui's straightforward and hearty demeanor brings a smile to Liu Zhengting's face, who nods and inquires with interest, Oh, then who did you serve under previously? What was your position? Zheng Hui straightens his towering frame, his voice booming like thunder. Sir, I previously served under Commander Sun Chuanfang, acting as the camp commander for our division. He continues, later, our forces suffered a major defeat near Shuzhou, and our division leader was lost, causing the troops to scatter. I returned home to Tangshan for a while. As he recounts the death of his division leader, his tone grows somber, tinged with sadness. Liu Zhengting listens, responding with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Truth be told, one can easily discern from his speech and body language that he is a straightforward individual, unlikely to beat around the bush. Liu Zhengting nods, signaling his understanding. Very well. Next. The third man, robust in stature, with a complexion as dark as coal, exuded the rugged charm of the Northwest Highlands. He strode forward confidently and, after coming to a halt, introduced himself in a heavy accent that seemed to carry the grit of wind and sand, his voice resonating like a bell. Report, sir. My name is Dong Yinqing, with a single character, Shun. I am 26 years old, hailing from Lanzhou, Gansu. His voice echoed in the spacious side hall, imbued with the unique frankness and simplicity characteristic of a Northwest man, though it could not entirely mask a hint of anxiety. Yet this seemingly straightforward and unpretentious individual was, in fact, quite astute. Without waiting for Liu Zhengting to ask another question, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Sir, I have not attended a military academy. Previously, I served in the Northwest Army as a cavalry company commander, but our commander is truly despicable. His use of coarse language elicited astonished glances from those around him. Dong Yunqing, however, paid little heed, continuing to vent his frustrations. That coward is utterly vile. He spends all day embezzling my men's rations. The deductions are severe. We soldiers are left starving, with our stomachs pressed against our backs. How can we fight like this? His agitation escalated, his dark face flushing crimson, his fists clenched with a crackling intensity. Suddenly, Dong Yunqing abruptly halted, as if he had realized he had spoken out of turn. A clear sense of hesitation and unease crossed his visage, and his gaze instinctively darted towards Liu Zhengting, seemingly gauging the young general's reaction. Observing his demeanor, Liu Zhengting surmised that this Northwest man was on the brink of taking action. Yet, he maintained a composed expression, instead offering an encouraging smile and a voice imbued with warmth yet strength. Haha, speak. I appreciate those who are straightforward. Say what you mean, and feel free to express yourself. Here, we do not engage in subterfuge. Bolstered by Liu Zhengting's encouragement, Dong Yunqing felt as if he had swallowed a calming pill. finally mustering his courage to speak freely. He puffed out his chest and, filled with righteous indignation, recounted, "Yes, sir. Eventually, I could no longer tolerate it. That night, I took advantage of that scoundrel being thoroughly drunk, and, while he was unaware, I snuck in his room and shot him right in his fat backside. Uncertain if he had killed him, he felt no remorse, only a sense of satisfaction for avenging himself." He paused for breath, gazing intently at Liu Zhengting, adding, "After that, I left Gansu and heard that Commander Liu here was recruiting soldiers in Shaanxi, known for his strict military discipline. I thought I might try my luck and see if I could make a living here, continuing to serve and fight." Upon hearing Dong Yunqing's passionate and vivid account, Liu Zhengting did not express anger. Instead, he threw his head back and erupted into hearty laughter. "Well done. Excellent." He slapped his thigh with enthusiasm, standing up to approach Dong Yunqing, his gaze piercing yet filled with admiration. "If I were you, facing a commander who exploits his men and disregards their lives, I would have shot him too." He then clapped Dong Yunqing on the shoulder, affirming, "It is only right for soldiers to receive their rations. They must be well fed. How can one fight without sufficient food? Such scoundrels deserve to be shown their place. You have spirit. I admire that." The tension in Dong Yunqing's shoulders, previously taut with anxiety, relaxed under Liu Zhengting's candid and gratifying praise. A flush of excitement and gratitude spread across his dark face as he straightened his posture, his voice quivering. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for understanding me. I simply cannot swallow this injustice. The men under my command are living, breathing individuals nurtured by their families, not mere livestock." Liu Zhengting nodded with a smile, then, with a serious expression, stated, "Indeed, well said. However, under my command, you cannot resort to shooting your superiors again." Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Dong Yunqing's face. Liu Zhengting then reassured him, "All right, do not dwell on it. If you encounter any unfairness in the future, simply come to me, and I promise to resolve it for you. Understood?" Dong Yunqing's face lit up with joy, realizing he could remain. He promptly straightened his back and excitedly saluted. "Yes, I understand, sir." Chapter 66. Are representatives from both parties here? The fourth man, stocky as a millstone with a ruddy complexion, took a step forward, his movements reflecting the rustic simplicity and subtle awkwardness of a farmer. He first offered a respectful salute, his deep Zhengzhou accent ringing out, "Report, sir. My name is Gao Ziyu, courtesy name Yu Zhang, 26 years old, from Zhengzhou, Henan. I'm a graduate of the Henan Army Military Academy." "Oh, the Henan Military Academy?" Liu Zhengting raised an eyebrow, recalling his impressions of this military institution, pondering where Gao had studied. In truth, there were many military academies. In 1906, Yuan Shikai, the Governor-General of Zhili and the Minister of the Army, sought approval from the Qing government to establish the Beiyang Army Military Academy in Tianjin's Hanjia village, training new military officers in 3-month cycles, pioneering the establishment of military academies in the late Qing. Subsequently, various provinces established their military academies, including the Nanyang, Jiangxi, Yunnan, Northeast, Hunan, and Guangdong military academies. However, the Henan Military Academy only operated for a few years before closing, 1922 to 1930. Gao Ziyu lifted his head and spoke loudly. "Report, sir. I previously served as a company commander in the Jinsong Army under Liu Zhengting, and later, due to my prowess in martial arts, I was promoted to major, overseeing a battalion. Eventually, the Jinsong Army could not hold its ground in Henan and disbanded, so I returned to my hometown in Zhengzhou." "And why have you come here?" Liu Zhengting inquired, his gaze falling on Gao's calloused hands, with thick knuckles yet remarkably nimble fingers, as well as the wrinkles etched on his face from years of toil and anxiety. Gao Ziyu's face turned even redder, as if he had committed some unspeakable act, his voice dropping to a low murmur, tinged with embarrassment and desperation. "Sir, my family relies on me. I have elders and young ones to support, 8 mouths to feed. The old depend on me, and the young look to me for sustenance. I heard that Commander Liu provides ample military rations here, ensuring no deductions from a man, so I thought I might seek a position here. I do not aspire to high rank. I merely wish to provide for my family." His urgency, driven by the need to support his family and prove his worth, was palpable. Liu Zhengting regarded him with a complex expression. Frankly, attaining the rank of major indicated a certain level of competence. Although the army had disbanded, he had once held the position of battalion commander. Yet he could not even support his family. This could either mean he was lying or that he was a man of integrity, not having embezzled his men's rations or robbed like bandits. Of course, these were merely Liu Zhengting's conjectures. The truth about his character would eventually be revealed. However, given the widespread famine in Henan over the past 2 years, his rationale was understandable. He nodded, softening his tone with a hint of unnoticeable sympathy. All right, I understand. The fifth man, a sharp-eyed fellow with a scar on his forehead, stepped forward decisively. His movements were brisk and efficient, exhibiting the characteristic rigidity and subtle pride of a graduate from Baoding Military Academy. His voice boomed with the distinct accent of Baoding. Report, sir. I am Liu Feiyang. Courtesy name Yefeng, 27 years old, from Baoding, Hebei. I graduated from the 9th Artillery class of Baoding Military Academy. He deliberately emphasized the word artillery, his eyes sparkling with pride for his specialization. Baoding artillery? Liu Zhengting's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. The weight of this matter was substantial. The artillery department of the Baoding Military Academy is among the finest in the nation. He scrutinized Liu Feiyang's eyes, which seemed capable of measuring the cosmos, and his strong, muscular arms, and with keen interest inquired, having emerged from the artillery department, where were you prior? Someone of your caliber should be in high demand everywhere. Why have you come to me? As Liu Feiyang mentioned his specialization, he straightened his posture. However, a shadow of profound disappointment and resentment crossed his face as he slowly replied, Report, sir. I previously served in the Central Army as an artillery company commander. However, after the reorganization of the Central Army, we Baoding graduates were marginalized. Several Huangpu graduates who enlisted after me have now become my superiors. Particularly, the 2 platoon leaders under my command have been promoted, while I remain a captain after 4 years. I can't even rise to the rank of major. His voice grew increasingly agitated, trembling with emotion as he declared, I refuse to accept this. In the Army, combat relies on skill, not seniority. This hierarchy-based military structure is suffocating. I could not endure it any longer, so I left. Then, filled with hope, he looked at Liu Zhengting and added, I have heard that Commander Liu is in need of personnel, especially those capable of fighting. I merely wish to try my luck. Liu Zhengting listened intently, nodding earnestly. Truth be told, he lacked many resources, particularly skilled artillerymen. Currently, the artillery training was being conducted by White Russians. The exclusion of Baoding graduates by Huangpu had become a norm by 1929. Liu Zhengting gazed at Liu Feiyang and assured him, Good, as long as you possess genuine skill. Here with me, not only will I promote you to major, but I would dare to elevate you to the rank of brigadier general. Thank you, Commander. Liu Feiyang straightened his chest, and an ecstatic light burst forth in his eyes. The sixth man, a lean, dark-skinned individual with a gruesome gunshot wound on his right arm, silently stepped forward. Unlike the others, he did not stand tall with bravado. Instead, he bore the weariness of long marches and a near-instinctive vigilance. Yet, his gaze remained eerily calm, his voice deep and hoarse, characteristic of Shaanxi. Report, sir. I am Liu Zhengting, 26 years old, hailing from Baoan County, Shaanxi. Have you not attended a military academy? Liu Zhengting asked, skepticism etched across his face. This man lacked the usual demeanor of military academy graduates, exuding a rustic simplicity and resilience born from his scars. No, sir. I am a farmer. I previously served as a vice commander in a militia and later fought in several battles with my unit. Liu Zhengting replied succinctly, avoiding any unnecessary embellishments. He instinctively placed his left hand gently on the large scar on his right arm, wrapped in a filthy cloth, a habitual gesture of self-protection. Where did you serve? Why do you come to me? Liu Zhengting pressed further. His intuition hinted that this silent young man was extraordinary. Beneath his calm exterior, there seemed to be a hidden volcano. Liu Zhengting raised his head, meeting Liu Zhengting's gaze without flinching. Previously, I was stationed near Shaanxi, guarding a railway station. When a unit disbanded, I returned to northern Shaanxi. I heard that Commander Liu here recruits personnel who do not exploit honest individuals, providing food and arms. I simply wish to find a means to survive, to eat well, and fight those who must be fought. Liu Zhengting's words were particularly understated, revealing that he was far from ordinary. Liu Zhengting regarded him with a serious expression, recognizing the earthy simplicity and resilience within this young man. along with an almost instinctual judgment of those who deserve to be fought. He nodded, continuing Liu Zhengting's line of thought. Indeed, distinguishing between friend and foe amidst chaos is the hallmark of a good soldier. Please have a seat. Liu Zhengting could clearly sense that this man was indeed exceptional, especially the notion of knowing who ought to be fought. Such a profound and rational statement seemed uncharacteristic of an ordinary farmer. Suddenly, a possibility crossed Liu Zhengting's mind. Could he be from the Red faction? The mere thought of this possibility quickened his heartbeat. In truth, encountering them in this era was quite normal. In another timeline, he himself might have been one of them. However, the current situation was different. In order to resist the Japanese, he could not afford to have any affiliations with them for the time being. Otherwise, not only would development be impossible, but his own forces might require direct intervention to eliminate him. As he contemplated this, a chilling thought emerged in Liu Zhengting's mind. If they have arrived, then surely the Qing party would also be sending personnel, right? With this realization, Liu Zhengting's expression darkened, and he scrutinized the 7 individuals before him, particularly Liao Feiyong, who had previously served in the Central Army. Yet, he pondered if he might be mistaken. Even if they were sent for intelligence purposes, they would likely not be so overt. While assessing the group, Liu Zhengting silently resolved to find reliable individuals specifically for intelligence gathering, lest his own ranks become riddled with infiltration. Chapter 67. Mao Wanli or Mao Renfeng. Finally, it was the turn of the 7th individual. This man, of medium build, wore tortoise-shell glasses, and upon meeting Liu Zhengting's gaze, promptly stood up. His movements, though not as robust as the others, were straight and adhered to the basic requirements of a soldier. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke clearly, his southern accent pronounced, and his tone steady. Report, sir. I am Mao Wanli, 31 years old, from Jiangyin, Jiangsu. Liu Zhengting's eyes lingered on him, noting his neat military uniform and his focused yet slightly fatigued gaze, indicating he was evidently a staff officer. However, the name sparked a flicker of surprise within him. Liu Zhengting, with a hint of curiosity, casually remarked, Mao Wanli? That surname is rather rare. Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in Liu Zhengting's mind. Could Mao Wanli be an alias for Mao Renfeng? A southerner, not particularly tall. Aside from the discrepancy in birthplace, everything else seemed to fit. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating that with people arriving from beyond the mountains, it was unlikely that Nanjing would remain inactive. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than this individual appeared before him. Liu Zhengting suppressed his astonishment, feigning calmness as he inquired, What was your previous occupation? Report, sir. I previously served as a major staff officer at the headquarters of a certain division in the Central Army. Mao Wanli replied, his articulation clear and precise, without a hint of hesitation, as he met Liu Zhengting's gaze with composure. Subsequently, without waiting for Liu Zhengting to ask further, he continued to introduce himself in a tranquil manner. I graduated from the Japanese Army Infantry School, and I am not a direct descendant of Huang Pu. Throughout my years in the Central Army, I have often been marginalized from the core circle, primarily performing administrative tasks and compiling intelligence, making it difficult to apply my skills. Having heard that Liu Zhengting was recruiting talents without regard for background, focusing solely on practical abilities, he deliberated extensively before deciding to seek a position here, hoping to find an opportunity to showcase his capabilities and serve the commander. Oh, a graduate of the Japanese Army's infantry school? That is indeed uncommon. And you have served as a staff officer in the Central Army? Liu Zhengting nodded, recognizing the prevalent situation of non-direct lineage officers in the Central Army. He then pressed further, what specific staff duties have you undertaken? Sir, I have participated in the preliminary drafting of combat plans, analyzing enemy movements, and planning troop marching routes, among other staff tasks. Although I have not been part of the core decision-making process, I am well acquainted with the operational procedures of staff work and have accumulated some experience. Mao Wanli responded with specific and pragmatic details, neither exaggerating nor downplaying his abilities, exuding a practical attitude toward survival. Mao Wanli spoke with great clarity. Had he not been a traveler from another time, familiar with the existence of Mao Renfeng, and had Liu Zhengting not exhibited some eccentricities, he might have indeed been persuaded. Liu Zhengting, clearly aware that further inquiries would yield no additional information, merely nodded, signaling for him to take a seat. Following this, Mao Wanli complied. sitting upright with his hands resting on his knees, his gaze fixed intently ahead, awaiting the continuation of the discourse. He exhibited not a trace of nervousness or peculiarity, but rather the calm demeanor of a professional soldier in the presence of his superior, a hint of weariness born from prolonged unfulfillment, and a cautious anticipation of new opportunities. Liu Zhengting's gaze eventually shifted from motley, sweeping slowly across the 7 distinct faces before him, each etched with desire. Among them were the underappreciated elite, Li Jin, the steadfast man of conscience, Zheng Hui, the burdened husband, Gao Zhu, the gunner with no outlet for his patriotism, Liao Feiyong, the silent yet resilient farmer, Liu Jinggu, and the advisor who instinctively aroused his wariness, Mao Wanli. Lastly, there was the Westerner, Dong Yunqing, known for embezzling military funds. Suddenly, Liu Zhengting rose, pacing deliberately towards the group. The individuals appeared to share an unspoken understanding, promptly standing tall and facing forward. Liu Zhengting's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept over them, his voice not loud, but imbued with undeniable authority and a sense of irrevocable resolve. To be frank, I am indeed in need of mid-level officers. Those who wish to stay are welcomed on behalf of my father. However, let me be clear, we do not support idleness, cowardice, or treachery. His gaze cut through the crowd once more, his eyes cold as ice as he continued. You are all military personnel and should be acutely aware of the instability within the country. The Central Plains has always been a battleground, with the potential for conflict at any moment. I will not elaborate further. Those capable of fighting, come with me to the battlefield. Those who can manage finances, ensure every penny is spent wisely. For those with abilities, I shall provide you a stage. But should anyone be deceitful or betray their comrades, do not blame my gun for its indiscriminate nature. The 7 maintained their gaze forward, and Liu Zhengting could glean nothing of their thoughts. He inhaled deeply, his eyes fixed intently on them, suddenly raising his voice to inquire. Now, I ask you again, do you wish to stay? The 7 turned their attention to Liu Zhengting simultaneously. Li Jin remained composed, while Zheng Hui's eyes sparkled with fervor as if he had found a worthy leader. Dong Yunqing, too, looked at Liu Zhengting with excitement. The rest followed suit, all nodding vigorously. Their voices resonated like thunder as they declared, "Report, Commander, we do." The previously taut corners of Liu Zhengting's mouth finally curved into a slight smile, a blend of authority and appreciation for these individuals. Yet, beneath this seemingly simple smile lay a subtle scrutiny not easily detected. Very well, Liu Zhengting gestured grandly, addressing them. Then you shall all remain. Shortly, someone will take you to settle in, and I will later provide you with specific assignments. However, Liu Zhengting's tone shifted as he continued. Nevertheless, the army has just completed its reorganization, and currently, there are no suitable vacancies. Therefore, you cannot expect to assume positions such as regiment commander or battalion commander immediately. At most, you will start as deputies or serve as instructors at our Luoyang military school for some time. I hope you can mentally prepare for this. Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's words, the expressions among the 7 varied. Some appeared somewhat disheartened, while others maintained a calm demeanor. Regardless, they quickly adjusted their attitudes, accepting this reality with equanimity. After all, they were newcomers seeking to join, and given that Liu Zhengting had yet to fully assess their backgrounds, it was only reasonable he would not immediately assign them significant responsibilities. Chapter 68. Establishing the Intelligence Office. The night was as dark as ink, while Liu Zhengting's study was brightly lit. Seated behind a grand mahogany desk, Liu Zhengting perused a stack of freshly compiled personnel files and organizational charts for the temporary 1st Division. His aide, Liu Feng, stood solemnly at his side. Liu Zhengting picked up 7 files, which Liu Feng had compiled earlier for the division's records. As his fingers traced over Li Jin's name, he spoke slowly from Shangxi, a graduate of the Baoding 8th Infantry Course. This man appears composed and should prove to be a capable commander. Among this group, he has the most experience and resembles a true leader. He then turned to Liu Feng, saying, "The position of Deputy Brigade Commander for the reorganized 1st Brigade is still vacant. The brigade commander is my father in name, but it's usually Chief of Staff Zhang who manages things, and he is rather mediocre for such responsibility. Let's assign Li Jin to the 1st Brigade as a Lieutenant Colonel Deputy Brigade Commander, overseeing troop training. Have someone monitor him to see if he can uphold the brigade standards. A glint of keen insight flashed in Liu Zhengting's eyes as he added, "If he proves capable, we might consider him for the position of brigade commander." Lu Feng was taken aback, surprised by Liu Zhengting's high regard for Li Jin. "Yes, Major General. I will arrange for someone to observe closely," he promptly agreed, jotting down notes. Liu Zhengting then picked up another file, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Zheng Hui. From Tangshan, Hebei. He may be simple-minded, but his skills are genuine. He has served as a camp commander under Sun Chuanfang." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "The Special Operations Battalion currently needs a capable deputy commander, so let us appoint him as a major attached to the Special Operations Battalion. However, let him accompany me to Shanghai first to assess his true character." "Understood, Major General." Lu Feng nodded. Picking up Dong Yunqing's file, Liu Zhengting, with appreciation in his eyes, pondered, "A Westerner, fiery in temperament, brave enough to fight for his comrades. He has also served as a cavalry company commander, so his horsemanship and swordsmanship should be commendable." He then instructed Lu Feng, "The division's cavalry battalion is in need of a deputy commander. Let him take that role and grant him a major rank. By the way, I will take him with me to Shanghai. With both of them together, if one proves unreliable, the other can counterbalance him. Moreover, I can observe their skills and character closely." "Got it. I will make a note of it." Lu Feng nodded again, recording Liu Zhengting's directives. As Liu Zhengting perused Gao Ziyu's file, his tone softened. "Gao Ziyu, my fellow townsman from Zhengzhou. He seems to possess decent character. The military law office requires a meticulous officer. Let's grant him a major rank and have him report there." "Yes, Major General, I have noted that," Lu Feng concurred. When Liu Zhengting picked up Liao Feiyang's file, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. "Liao Feiyang, a graduate of the Baoding 9th Artillery Course." Liu Zhengting murmured the name, his voice imbued with an indescribable anticipation. "This one is a gem." As he continued to delve into Liao Feiyang's file, his enthusiasm grew more apparent. "Our artillery has historically relied on the White Russians for training. Now we finally have a competent Chinese individual who can uphold our dignity." After a brief pause, he decisively stated, "Assign Liao Feiyang the rank of major and position him as the deputy commander of the division's artillery regiment." Turning to Lu Feng, he instructed, "Inform Commander Huang to delegate training responsibilities to Liao Feiyang and to avoid interfering with his decisions. Additionally, have someone keep an eye on his technical capabilities." Finally, with a cold tone, he remarked, "If he deceives me, I will ensure he regrets it." Lu Feng promptly nodded in agreement, resembling a diligent steward. Swiftly recording Liu Zhengting's arrangements, "I understand, Major General. I will make the necessary arrangements." Subsequently, Liu Zhengting's gaze settled upon the files of Liu Jingui and Mao Wanli. His brows furrowed slightly, and his fingers tapped lightly on the desk, as if deep in contemplation. These two individuals differed from the previous five. Their backgrounds appeared somewhat extraordinary. Liu Jingui, with his meticulous demeanor, was certainly no ordinary person. As for Mao Wanli, his background was undoubtedly not as simple as he claimed. Liu Zhengting scrutinized the files in his hands, pondering. Liu Jingui, taciturn, yet there was something in his gaze that belied his claim of being merely a peasant. He hailed from Shaanxi. Perhaps he truly was from that region. Next, he picked up Mao Wanli's file, mused. Mao Wanli proficient in his advisory duties. But he certainly could not be just an advisor. Seconds later, he resolved, "Let us place both of them in the command headquarters as advisors. Keeping them close will allow us to observe their true natures and performances, and when the time is right, we shall make further arrangements." As Liu Zhengting's trusted confidant, Lu Feng had already surmised the Major General's concerns. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested, "Major General, should we also assign someone to keep an eye on them?" Without a moment's thought, Liu Zhengting immediately dismissed Lu Feng's proposal. "No. If these two truly have problematic backgrounds, they are certainly professional intelligence operatives. Should we assign someone to monitor them, it would undoubtedly alert them." Lu Feng nodded, comprehending Liu Zhengting's intent. "Understood, Major General." After arranging the whereabouts of the 7 individuals, Liu Zhengting stood up, his gaze sharpening. He approached the enormous map on the wall, studying it with a grave expression. After a moment of silence, Liu Zhengting turned and said, "Lu Feng, I have a new task for you. Immediately establish an intelligence department." Lu Feng, standing behind Liu Zhengting, appeared utterly astonished. "The intelligence department? Me?" he questioned, pointing at himself. "Yes. You will establish the intelligence department. Liu Zhengting turned, his expression serious as he regarded his aide. Since Liu Feng had been with him, he had proven diligent in all tasks, making him a reliable ally. Such a specialized role in intelligence work must be entrusted to someone loyal. Yet at this moment, apart from Liu Feng, Liu Zhengting had no one else suitable. The emergence of Liu Jingui and Mao Wanli had set off alarm bells in Liu Zhengting's mind. He suddenly recognized the significance of intelligence operations. After all, he was a traveler from another time, with only superficial knowledge of this era. In-depth intelligence was crucial for his survival and advancement in this tumultuous world. If he continued to delay, he would undoubtedly find himself in a more passive position. In these turbulent times, while firearms are powerful weapons, intelligence is as indispensable as eyes and ears. Without accurate intelligence, he would be as blind and deaf. Even with formidable strength, he could falter at critical moments. Whether it be the impending Central Plains War or the future resistance against Japan, the support of intelligence work is essential. Only with sufficient intelligence can he navigate the complexities of the situation and make sound decisions. Furthermore, counterintelligence work is equally vital. With the Liu family's rise in Henan, they would inevitably attract attention from various factions. Not only would other warlords and factions keep a watchful eye on them, but even the Japanese, adept in intelligence work, would surely dispatch spies to gather information. As a time traveler, while Liu Zhengting possessed some understanding of various historical events, he was largely ignorant of the specific details and circumstances. Thus, he must expedite the establishment of a comprehensive intelligence system to effectively confront various challenges and threats. Liu Zhengting approached the somewhat tense Liu Feng, patting him on the shoulder, and with a resolute tone, stated, "This task must be personally overseen by you." He then elaborated, "Do not be anxious. I will arrange for assistance from those experienced in intelligence from the White Russian side. However, you must establish our own intelligence personnel promptly." Realizing the enormity of this undertaking, Liu Feng nodded gravely. Liu Zhengting continued with his instructions. First, draw the most astute and reliable brothers from the Special Operations Battalion, select promising cadets from the military academy, and recruit individuals with unique skills from society, such as those proficient in foreign languages, telegraphy, or those acquainted with various social circles. As for funding, I will personally approve it. If you need personnel, you shall have them. If you need funds, you shall receive them. The first task of the newly formed department, internally monitoring the social dynamics of Luoyang and its surroundings, vigilantly preventing infiltration from various forces. Secondly, externally, gradually establishing an intelligence network extending to neighboring provinces, Henan, Shanxi, Hebei. Focus on monitoring the movements of the Central Army, the deployments of Yan Shishan's Jin Army, the activities of the remnants of Feng Yuxiang's forces, and other formidable local warlords. Thirdly, technology. Expedite the training of telegraphers. Establish our own secret communication channels. I will handle the radio. Liu Feng, invigorated by the fervor of the task, diligently recorded Liu Zhengting's directives in his notebook. After completing the notes, he gazed at Liu Zhengting with excitement, saluting him with a standard military gesture. "Yes, Major General, I understand. Intelligence work is the second battlefield. I will spare no effort to establish the intelligence department, making it the sharpest eye for the Major General." "Good. I await your good news." Liu Zhengting nodded in satisfaction. "Now, go prepare." The following morning, at the Luoyang train station, the whistle sounded long and clear, white steam billowing in the cold air. Dressed in a suit, Liu Zhengting, accompanied by Zheng Hui, Dong Yunxing, and other guards, boarded the train heading to Shanghai, carrying the products they had manufactured. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, foreign representatives were eagerly anticipating their meeting with Liu Zhengting, for Luodan brand soap had become an essential item among high-ranking officials of various nations. In this era, bathing, washing one's face, or washing hair was quite a troublesome endeavor, especially for foreigners who carried various odors. However, they discovered that since using Luodan brand soap, the unpleasant scents had diminished significantly, far superior to the use of perfume. Consequently, representatives from various foreign firms were impatient to meet Liu Zhengting. Chapter 69. Feng Fengxian's Secret Letter. Signs of the Second Jiangfeng War. Meanwhile, in Taiyuan, Shaanxi, at Jianan village, since a prominent figure had taken residence here, an entire brigade of the Jinsui army had surrounded the area, preventing any entry or exit. Within the village's only decent residents resided a special guest, the once commander of 400,000 troops in the northwest, General Feng. This renowned general of the northwest now gazed at the blue sky beyond the courtyard wall, harboring a sense of frustration. Originally having announced his abdication, he had accepted an invitation from the elderly Yin and Shangxi to discuss a united front against Jiang. Unexpectedly, the indecisive Yin had accepted benefits for Boss Chong, rendering him a prisoner. Within a quiet study of the Northwest Army headquarters, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the stillness before a storm. The core confidants of Feng Fengxian, including acting Commander Song Zhiyuan and Deputy Commander Sun Liangsheng, were gathered around an immortal table. On the table lay a somewhat wrinkled secret letter. The handwriting on the paper was unmistakably Feng Fengxian's vigorous script, yet the content struck every Northwest Army leader present like a thunderbolt. Yin Laoku is treacherous, confining me in Jianan village, making me a prisoner. Day and night, troops are stationed to guard, severing all external connections. Zhiyuan, dear brother, your letter is like a face-to-face meeting. The survival of the Northwest Army hinges upon you. Do not be deceived by the treacherous Yin. The urgent task at hand is to negotiate with Nanjing swiftly, leveraging the influence of Boss Chong to exert pressure on Yin. If necessary, we may temporarily accept the central authority in name, but our core demand remains unchanged, to conquer Shangxi and extricate ourselves from this predicament. That scoundrel Yin. Sun Liangsheng slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump, veins bulging on his thick neck. He then erupted into a tirade. I told you. How could the commander-in-chief remain in Shangxi for so long? It was this old wretch's trap, this treacherous, ungrateful old fool. How outrageous! He initially invited Commander Feng to Shangxi under the pretense of a united front against Jiang. Who would have thought he would resort to such treachery? Major General Liu's face turned ashen with rage, his fists clenching with a crackling sound. He then recalled past grievances. This old scoundrel, Yin, is truly despicable. When we united against Jiang, he merely sat back and watched. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been so isolated. And now, he has directly put the commander-in-chief under house arrest. This is an attempt to swallow our Northwest Army. The commander-in-chief, another general, looking at the familiar handwriting of Feng Fengxian on the letter, felt tears welling up. His voice choked with emotion. He has suffered in Shangxi. We must rescue him. It is imperative. Song Zhiyuan, acting as the commander-in-chief, wore the gravest expression. His hands trembled slightly as he clutched the letter, fury blazing in his eyes. Yet, as the highest commander of the Northwest at present, he forcibly suppressed his emotions and asked in a deep voice, how did this letter come about? Is it reliable? Previously, Feng Fengxian had maintained contact with him, and it was thought that Commander Feng had willingly stayed in Shangxi. Unexpectedly, the outcome was this. Reliable. The chief of staff responsible for communication, Qin Dekun, immediately replied. He elaborated. It was a loyal guard of the commander who risked his life to escape from Jianan village. After a perilous journey, he finally delivered it to me. I have verified the handwriting. It is indeed the commander's own. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Song Zhiyuan sprang to his feet. His eyes filled with murderous intent, cursing. Yin, you truly have the audacity to place the commander-in-chief under house arrest, clearly intending to coerce our Northwest Army. This grudge shall not go unavenged. He surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over every face filled with anger, grief, and a shared animosity. His voice suddenly rose, akin to a wounded lion roaring. Brothers, our Northwest Army was established solely by the commander-in-chief. We are all promoted by him. Now the commander is in peril. Shall we, his subordinates, sit idly by, or shall we draw our swords westward to rescue our commander? Rescue? We must rescue him. Flatten Shangxi. Capture Yin. Avenge the commander. Attack Taiyuan. The generals were filled with righteous indignation, each shouting in fervor. These men were all promoted by Feng Fengxian, naturally loyal to him. Their hatred for Yin Shishan's betrayal erupted in full force at this moment. Song Zhen raised his hand sharply, silencing the roar of the crowd, his expression becoming resolute. Very well. Since we are united in purpose, let be decided. He then turned to Chief of Staff Qin Dekun, instructing, Chief of Staff Qin, depart immediately, representing our Northwest Army, to meet Boss Chong in Nanjing. Understood. Please let the commander know. I should, Song Jiuyuan interrupted Chief of Staff Qin's words, directing. Inform him that the Northwest Army is willing to accept central command and obey central orders. Clenching his teeth as he uttered this statement, it was evident he was deeply reluctant. After a pause, he added a condition, but on the premise that the central authority must support us in sending troops to punish Yan. Very well, I shall go at once. Chief of Staff Qin nodded in agreement and swiftly departed. Subsequently, Song Jiuyuan, in the name of the acting commander-in-chief, issued troop mobilization orders to the generals. The Northwest Army, initially demoralized by defeat, was instantly ignited with the flames of vengeance and the resolve to rescue their leader upon learning of the commander's disgraceful house arrest. A fervent and murderous atmosphere of war rapidly spread across the western banks of the Yellow River. In Nanjing, at Boss Chang's residence, upon hearing Qin Dechuan's recounting and request, a barely perceptible cat-and-mouse smile emerged on Boss Chang's face. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paced in his study, fingers lightly tapping against his palm. Song Jiuyuan, Feng Xian, Yin, he whispered these names, his eyes gleaming with ambition, inwardly reflecting, good, splendid. Feng Xian, this cornered beast, still proves to be of some use. That old fox, Yin, should also experience the heat of dire consequences. Recently, Boss Chang had been employing various means to win over Yan, promising him numerous important official positions to entice him to come to Nanjing. The objective was to stabilize both him and Feng Xian, preventing them from colluding. However, how could Yan dare to leave Shanxi? He had continuously refused to depart under various pretexts. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian orchestrated such a scheme. Excellent. Brilliant. With this thought, he halted, turned to Qin Dechuan, his tone warm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Speaking in his distinctive Fenghua accent, relayed to Song Jiuyuan that the central authority expresses deep concern regarding the house arrest of Commander Feng. Yan's actions undermine unity and disregard the larger picture. The central authority will not stand idly by. Furthermore, we are pleased that the Northwest Army is willing to submit to central authority. He paused, emphasizing, additionally, I will allocate 300,000 yuan and send personnel to the Northwest to reward the soldiers of the Northwest Army. To punish Yin and rescue Commander Feng is the cause of righteousness. The central authority fundamentally supports this. The specific actions are to be determined by the Northwest Army, with the central authority providing necessary moral support and media endorsement. Qin Dechuan felt a shiver, picking up on Boss Chang's underlying message. Money will be given. Titles will be granted, but for the central authority to send troops to fight Yan Xishan? Not a chance. Let your Northwest Army and the Jin Army fight it out while he reaps the benefits. However, the Northwest Army had never expected Boss Chang to deploy troops. The reason for contacting him was to prevent him from exploiting the situation. Moreover, they sought to exert pressure on Yin through public opinion. Qin Dechuan immediately bowed. Thank you, Chairman Chang, for your consideration. I will convey your concern and support for the Northwest Army. Good, excellent. Boss Chang nodded with satisfaction, waving his hand. Go ahead. Send my regards to Acting Commander Song. I hope he lives up to the central authority's expectations. Once Qin Dechuan departed, Boss Chang's smile vanished, replaced by a deep-seated calculation. For someone like Boss Chang, who harbored ambitions of unifying the nation, it was preferable for these warlords to engage in a deadly struggle. Zhang, Feng, and Yin had always been thorns in his side. If not for the limitations of power, he would have suppressed these warlords by force long ago. Now, with Feng and Yin at odds, he could sit back and reap the rewards. With this thought in mind, he picked up the phone, ready to mobilize troops and await the opportune moment to strike. He then dispatched trusted aides with military supplies to the Northwest to reward the Northwest Army. Chapter 70. The explosive popularity of Luodan soap in the European market. The steam train emitted a long, mournful whistle as it slowly came to a stop. The doors opened, and Liu Zhengting, clad in a well-tailored deep white suit, descended from the train under the protection of Zheng Hui and Dong Yunqing. Just as he raised his eyes to survey the bustling platform, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a dark blue suit and radiating good health, swiftly approached, flanked by several attendants. Boss Liu, at last, we have awaited your arrival. Boss Yang's voice was resonant and warm, tinged with a strong southern accent. His face adorned with a genuine smile that nearly squinted his eyes into slits. He stepped forward with a few strides, extending both hands to firmly grasp Liu Zhengting's hand. Shaking it vigorously with excitement, his body slightly leaning forward, exclaiming, "What a journey! What journey!" Liu Zhengting was quite surprised that Boss Xiang had come to the train station to greet him. Since collaborating with Boss Xiang, their relationship had remained quite amicable. He reciprocated the handshake with equal fervor, cheerfully saying, "Boss Xiang, greetings. What brings you personally to the train station? How generous of you. How could I not come to welcome the esteemed Liu boss to Shanghai? This is a tremendous honor." Boss Xiang's enthusiasm was unabated as he held onto Liu Zhengting's hand without letting go. As they spoke, he eagerly guided Liu Zhengting towards the line of cars outside the station, saying, "Let us move. It's too chaotic here. Let us get to the car." They walked side by side, flanked by two of Boss Xiang's bodyguards and several of Liu Zhengting's own guards following closely behind. Meanwhile, Boss Xiang's workers, along with the guards, swiftly loaded the cargo onto the truck's bed. As they were moving the goods, Boss Xiang's workers were about to lift some tightly sealed wooden crates when they were stopped by the guards. The guards were resolute, stating that they would handle the transportation of these items themselves. Although Boss Xiang's workers were somewhat puzzled, they complied with the guards' directive and ceased their activities. Then, a surprising scene unfolded. The guards, in groups of 2 or 3, solemnly lifted a wooden crate as if it contained exceedingly precious items. Their movements were exceedingly careful, fearing even the slightest damage to the crates. Even when placing the crates onto the truck, they handled them gently, as if the contents could shatter with the slightest jolt. This series of actions left everyone present in a state of astonishment, including Boss Xiang, whose face also showed clear signs of confusion. However, he did not dwell on it for too long. He quickly regained his warm smile, personally opening the car door for Liu Zhengting. Once Liu Zhengting was seated, Boss Xiang settled him beside him. After the remaining cargo was loaded, the car smoothly started and departed from the station. Since meeting Liu Zhengting, Boss Xiang's smile had not faded. Once the vehicle left the train station, he slightly turned towards Liu Zhengting, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Liu boss, ever since you sold that batch of soap to the German firm Muller, goodness gracious, the entire Shanghai bun, no, the whole of Shanghai's foreign trade firms have gone wild." He gestured animatedly as he spoke, his tone exaggerated and fervent. He continued, "Now, every day there are people crowding at my company's door, banging on the table, demanding orders, especially the British, the French, and the Americans. They're all furious." Leaning comfortably against the seat, Liu Zhengting smiled confidently, replying with calm assurance, "I knew it." Once the Germans secured a bulk purchase, those goods would undoubtedly be highly sought after in Europe. The other firms that cannot obtain the goods can only watch as the Germans profit from our soap in Europe, which must infuriate them. Boss Xiang, even more impressed by Liu Zhengting's composure, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Liu boss, you are absolutely correct." Then, he leaned closer to Liu Zhengting, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Liu boss, I've inquired about that matter you wanted me to look into. Can you guess how much our goods are selling for in Europe?" Liu Zhengting raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Oh, what price are they fetching?" The excitement on Boss Xiang's face instantly transformed into a near-manic enthusiasm. He slapped his thigh and raised his voice dramatically. "You have no idea. They're selling like hotcakes, exploding in demand." His eyes widened as though he had witnessed the frenzy firsthand, describing, "You wouldn't believe it. These foreigners, TSK, 99% of them carry that peculiar scent." He seemed to realize his phrasing was somewhat crude, quickly clearing his throat, though the disdainful yet humorous expression could not be concealed. He continued, "Otherwise, why would perfume be so highly coveted? Even soap was their invention." He paused, perhaps feeling his earlier comments were somewhat boastful, quickly adding, "Of course, their soap is too coarse. It leaves one's skin dry after a bath. How could it compare to what you Liu boss have crafted? So smooth and fragrant, with that unique herbal aroma that intrigues the foreigners." He gave a genuine thumbs up in admiration. After catching his breath, Boss Xiang finally got to the crux of the matter, speaking rapidly with an air of disbelief and exhilaration. "Let us get to the point. Those 500,000 bars of soap are in high demand in the European market. Initially, they sold for $5 apiece." He paused, excitedly describing, "Can you guess what happened next? The price skyrocketed. It was driven up to $15 each. My goodness, that's a 3-fold increase. And still, the demand exceeds supply. Those noble ladies, maidens, and gentlemen in Europe have never seen such exquisite soap. They are clamoring for it, praising the marvelous scent of our Eastern divine soap. At this point in his narration, Ba Xiang's face was alight with excitement and pride. So animated was he that he even gestured wildly as he continued. Not only is Muller reaping enormous profits, but I've heard that even the German government is overjoyed. This batch of soap sold to Germany, apart from a small portion for their high-ranking officials, has been dispatched to other countries. This has significantly alleviated their fiscal pressures. At that time, the German economy was on the brink of a catastrophic collapse, one of the darkest periods of the Weimar Republic. The official exchange rate was $1.05, 21 marks. The black market reality was the German mark had depreciated by 30, with $1 trading for 3 marks, requiring underground banking operations. Liu Zhengting nodded approvingly, his smile deepening. Leaning back in his seat, he gently tapped the armrest with his fingers, filled with a satisfying sense of control over the situation, saying, "That is splendid. That indicates our product has tremendous potential in the European market. Our foundation is solid." "Absolutely." Ba Xiang nodded vigorously. Then, shifting the conversation, he revealed with a hint of pride, "Liu boss, I've kept your instruction to refrain from wholesale to foreigners firmly in mind. In the domestic market, I have adhered strictly to your guidelines. Retail only, no wholesale. Even if wholesale, it's only to trustworthy merchants in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and at most, only 5 or 10,000 pieces at a time. Furthermore, the intervals between purchases are deliberately spaced. Like squeezing toothpaste, it's done gradually." He straightened his posture, thumping his chest in assurance. "Therefore, the domestic market is simply insufficient to meet the demand. Those foreigners can only dream of bulk purchasing through their agents. It's out of the question. Our soap is a rarity domestically, a symbol of status." At this juncture, Ba Xiang's face radiated pride. As a patriotic businessman, he had tirelessly fought against foreign soap before Liu Zhengting's arrival. In an alternate reality, he had researched and manufactured soap to break the foreigners' monopoly on the domestic market. By integrating traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients into the soap, he had finally established a foothold. After hearing this, Liu Zhengting looked at Ba Xiang with appreciative eyes, sincerely praising, "You have indeed thought this through, Ba Xiang." Then he inquired, "By the way, Ba Xiang, how much soap do you have left here?" Ba Xiang furrowed his brow, seemingly calculating rapidly. After a few seconds, he spoke with a serious expression. "Well, since your departure, I observed a promising trend, gritting my teeth to invest further and have added 2 new soap production lines. Now, with 3 production lines, we can produce up to 5 to 5 million bars of soap each month." Subsequently, I noted, as it is now the end of September, after deducting the domestic sales share, I have checked the accounts, and there are approximately 7 million bars still in the warehouse. "Oh, 7 million bars?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Liu Zhengting's eyes. "This implies that at least 3 million bars of soap have already been sold. According to our agreement, I would extract 60 of the profits, which means I could receive at least 3 million taels of silver." He then revealed a satisfied smile, nodding in approval. "Indeed, Mr. Xiang possesses great foresight and audacity." Mr. Xiang smiled and nodded, appreciating Liu Zhengting's commendation. Then Liu Zhengting shifted the conversation, his demeanor turning serious. "I have brought with me 3 million bars of soap. Together with the 7 million bars in your warehouse, we will have a total of 10 million bars. Please arrange a meeting with the heads of these foreign trading firms. I intend to sell them all. In fact, 10 million bars is hardly excessive." In 1929, throughout Europe, the monthly soap sales were approximately 14 to 22 million bars. Even amidst the spread of the economic crisis from the United States to Europe, causing a decline in consumption, soap as a necessity was less affected. Meanwhile, domestically, the total consumption was around 400 million bars, amounting to significant monthly usage. However, the price was often 0.24 taels, 10 times cheaper than the soap sold by Liu Zhengting. Nevertheless, Liu Zhengting's target market was originally the mid to high-end consumer group. Moreover, the soap he developed vastly outperformed those priced at 0.24 taels. Therefore, there was no concern about sales. Upon hearing this, Mr. Xiang's smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of evident shock and confusion. He leaned forward instinctively, inquiring, "Oh, 10 million bars? All to be sold to foreigners, Mr. Liu?" His brow furrowed. his tone filled with perplexity. Do we not agree to sell in batches to whet their appetite? Why the sudden decision to release everything at once? Wouldn't this disrupt the market if it all appeared in Europe? Observing the unmasked confusion and worry on Mr. Xiang's face, Liu Zhengting's lips curled into a cryptic smile. He leaned slightly towards Mr. Xiang, closing the distance, and whispered in a tone audible only to them, imbued with a hint of mystery. There is no need for concern. Mr. Xiang, while hunger marketing is indeed a clever tactic, sometimes when the moment arrives, one must engage in a more significant game. He paused, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, and continued, My visit entails more than just soap. Mr. Xiang was now even more perplexed, blinking in confusion. Ah? What else did you bring? Liu Zhengting's mysterious smile deepened as he slowly uttered, I have also brought 200,000 bottles of shampoo. This declaration landed like a heavy bomb, leaving Mr. Xiang astounded. Shampoo. Mr. Xiang gasped sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. The astonishment and confusion on his face were swiftly replaced by immense joy and excitement. He had seen the samples long ago, but never anticipated that Liu Zhengting had already begun mass production. He slapped his thigh in exhilaration, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. Oh, the shampoo is about to hit the market. Splendid. Absolutely wonderful. He trembled with excitement, as if envisioning mountains of gold and silver laid out before him. In his fervor, he grasped Liu Zhengting's hand and exclaimed, Mr. Liu, you are truly remarkable. With this new product, the Shanghai Bund, no, the entire global daily chemical market, is bound to undergo a transformation. His fervor rendered him incoherent, his face aglow with boundless anticipation and enthusiasm for the future. On the very day Liu Zhengting arrived in Shanghai, the news reached all the major trading firms. A few days prior, at the Shanghai branch of Mitsui Company Limited, with a view of the Huangpu River and the silhouettes of the Bund's international architecture, branch manager Tanaka Ichiro, a sharply dressed middle-aged Japanese man with gold-rimmed glasses and hawk-like eyes, paced irritably. Before him lay several telegrams and market reports sprawled across his mahogany desk. Baka! Tanaka slammed his fist on the desk, causing the teacups to rattle. It's again Loden. This damned Eastern soap. He picked up a telegram from the Osaka headquarters, which read in Japanese. The Imperial Court urgently requires Loden soap. Ensure supply at all costs. The price can be increased. Also, investigate the source of the formula. The Empire needs this technology. Tanaka, visibly agitated, removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. Ever since Loden soap exploded in popularity in Europe, with prices soaring to 15 taels per bar while still in short supply, the entire upper class in Japan had gone mad. Its unique herbal fragrance was promoted as a revitalizing and longevity elixir, becoming a status symbol. However, due to Liu Zhengting's internal-only and limited supply policy, Japanese trading firms could not procure large quantities directly from Mr. Xiang. They could only utilize extremely clandestine channels, seeking out merchants from Jiangsu and Zhejiang who could secure small quantities from Mr. Xiang. These agents, fully aware of the rarity of the product, marked up the price. So when it reached the Japanese trading firms, it had already escalated from 2 taels to 8 taels. Even so, upon its return to Japan, the retail price of 15 taels per bar could not quench the insatiable demand. Now, even the emperor's official supplier was pressing for stock, and Tanaka felt immense pressure. Yamada, Tanaka barked. A shrewd-looking Japanese man in a kimono with a small mustache immediately entered, bowing. Tanaka-san, what can I do for you? Is Mr. Xiang still unwilling to budge? Tanaka asked coldly. Hi. Yamada stood tall, his tone tinged with defeat. He continued with a detailed report. I have visited Mr. Xiang 3 times, using both soft and hard tactics, even suggesting that we could offer profits far exceeding market prices, as well as exclusive agency rights in the Japanese market. He paused before continuing. But Mr. Xiang has consistently rejected me with a beaming smile, citing the same reason. He has a contract with Mr. Liu, and Loden soap is solely for the domestic market, and he cannot breach the contract. He is as unyielding as a rock. Yamada clenched his fists, a glint of unwillingness in his eyes. Contract? Tanaka scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt and greed. Just a businessman, and he dares to mention contracts to me? He approached the window, turning his back to Yamada, and coldly remarked, How is your arrangement going? When will we be able to steal the formula? Yamada's face showed hesitation. Answering nervously, "Branch manager, we have utilized all our connections, but they are on an assembly line. Each person is responsible for just one bar. And my people have just entered, so they have no opportunity to access the formula." Then, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he said, "Unless you authorize me." Tanaka abruptly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, reprimanding, "Baka, do you think this is the Northeast? Or do you believe this is Korea? This is Shanghai. This is a concession." As he spoke, he advanced toward Yamada, scolding, "Are you trying to provoke an international dispute? Do you want me to take my own life to appease the emperor? Suma Mason, that was not my intention." Tanaka-san. Yamada, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowed in apology. After venting his anger, Tanaka, with lifeless eyes, continued to reprimand. "Let me tell you, Yamada, do not emulate those fools in the military. They're a bunch of lunatics, a group of brainless individuals. All they do is shout." After a pause, he proudly raised his head, his eyes fervently lowered as he bellowed, "We are Osaka merchants. We adhere to a singular principle. That is, everything is negotiable." "Hi, I understand. I will certainly remember your words, Tanaka-san," Yamada quickly replied. Tianzhong finally reined in his anger and turned around again, instructing, "All right, you may go. Please arrange a meeting with Boss Yang for me. I wish to speak with him personally." "Yes." Yamamoto acknowledged the command, bowing his head and hastily exiting. Chapter 72. The $4 million Arms Order. In the office of the general manager of Muller Company, the air was thick with the mingled aromas of cigars, coffee, and expensive leather. The general manager, Helmut Muller, a slightly stout German with slick-back hair, clad in a three-piece deep gray pinstripe suit, paced anxiously across the Persian carpet. He occasionally glanced toward the door, his fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of his mahogany desk. When his secretary announced that Mr. Liu had arrived, Muller nearly leaped from his seat, his face instantly alight with exaggerated enthusiasm. As he saw Liu Zhengting enter his office, he rushed to the door like a whirlwind, greeting him in German with an exaggerated exclamation, "Wow, my dear Liu, I missed you terribly." He opened his arms wide, delivering a robust, quintessentially German embrace to Liu, whose tailor gray wool suit slightly distorted under the force. Liu Zhengting stood tall, his features resolute, with sharp, steady eyes that contrasted starkly with Muller's exuberance. "Ha, my dear Muller, I believe you must be referring to my soap?" Liu's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly, tinged with a hint of subtle mockery. He gently patted Muller's back, signaling that he could release him. Muller erupted into laughter, loosening his grip, his eyes narrowing into slits, glimmering with the shrewdness and avarice characteristic of a businessman. "Ha, you are quite right. I cannot refute that. My God, how do you manage it? Your soap is simply magnificent." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Muller eagerly led Liu to the expansive mahogany desk, personally pulling out a heavy leather chair for him. He even took it upon himself to pour a fragrant cup of coffee from a silver pot, his actions infused with a deliberate eagerness to please. Setting the coffee pot down, Muller, suppressing his inner excitement, leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on the desk's edge, and almost breathlessly posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "My dear Liu, how many bars of soap do you intend to sell me this time?" He paused, then donned a feigned expression of exasperation, lamenting, "You can't imagine, but those 500,000 bars simply aren't enough. Our country has long been out of stock. All the nobles are madly scrambling for that batch." Liu Zhengting lifted the coffee cup, refraining from sipping immediately, merely brushing his lips against the rim while regarding Muller with an enigmatic smile. "Oh, is it your country that is out of stock, or is it the European market?" He teased further, adding, "I've heard that the goods I sold you have mostly flowed into various European markets." He set the cup down, lightly tapping the rim with his fingertip, his eyes dancing with amusement as he quipped, "Because of this, those European gentlemen from Jardine Matheson and Ihua Company have certainly given Boss Yang quite a bit of trouble." Muller's smile froze instantly. He had not anticipated Liu Zhengting's awareness of the resale situation in Europe, which shattered the carefully woven lie about the domestic demand. A flicker of embarrassment and panic coursed through his eyes. Yet, as a businessman, profit was his sole focus. There was no room for dignity. Thus, he swiftly adjusted his expression, shrugged, and spread his hands, feigning nonchalance as he lied. I'm not quite sure, Liu. The goods we procure are, of course, prioritized for our domestic market. He continued, without a hint of hesitation, weaving another lie. As for whether someone is reselling or engaging in re-export, that is beyond the control of Muller Company. You know how the market operates. Muller fabricated his deceit with an unflinching demeanor, as if it were truly inconsequential to him. Observing Muller's clumsy performance, Liu Zhengting suddenly chuckled deeply, the sound resonating clearly in the quiet office. Ha ha! Very well, Mr. Muller. Since you say so, shall we discuss the upcoming transaction? He deftly concluded the topic, regaining control of the conversation. Oh, this is precisely what I anticipated. Muller brightened instantly, leaning forward once more, his hands instinctively rubbing together, his eyes rekindling with fervent desire. He suppressed his excitement and, with a tone laden with anticipation, casually speculated, "My dear Liu, how many bars of soap do you plan to sell me this time? 500,000? 800,000? Or shall I venture a guess of 1 million? His voice rose slightly with excitement, his gaze filled with eagerness and greed. Liu Zhengting's lips curled into a confident and slightly enigmatic smile. He slowly lifted the coffee cup, elegantly savoring a sip, relishing the richness of the brew. It was as if he were basking in the moment of control, intentionally teasing Muller. After setting down the cup, he met Muller's expectant gaze and nonchalantly remarked, "Mr. Muller, is your appetite so modest?" Muller's heart raced, his pupils dilating and his eyes reddening. His posture instinctively straightened as he nervously gazed at Liu Zhengting, his voice trembling with excitement. "Oh, Liu, what do you mean by that? Could it be?" Liu Zhengting interrupted his speculation, extending 2 fingers and gently waving them before Muller's eyes. With a composed smile that exuded control, he announced deliberately, 2 million bars. "What do you think, Mr. Muller? Are you satisfied? Oh my God, are you serious?" Muller abruptly half stood from his chair, slamming his hands on the table with a resounding thud. His eyes widened, a blend of shock and ecstasy washing over his face, as if he had encountered a deity. 2 million bars. This was a figure he had scarcely dared to imagine. The previous 500,000 bars of soap had already yielded him immense wealth, elevating his status within his family and giving Muller Company a glimmer of hope amid the Great Depression. Now, 2 million bars. What did this signify? It heralded the potential for Muller Company to establish absolute dominance in the European soap market, promising explosive growth in family wealth. If all proceeded smoothly, his standing in the family would become even more secure. With thoughts racing, Muller felt tears of excitement welling in his eyes, and he could hardly contain his words as he exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! I will have the contract drafted immediately. No, now, at once." "No need, Mr. Muller. I've already brought the contract," Liu Zhengting replied with a slight smile, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting Muller's disarray. He retrieved a neatly bound contract printed on thick paper from his finely crafted brown leather bag and handed it over steadily. "Oh, you have it prepared already." Muller paused, his expression momentarily faltering as the thrill in his eyes diminished. Realizing something was amiss, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and quickly accepted the contract, resuming his seat. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he solemnly began reviewing the contract page by page. The office was filled only with the rustling of paper and Muller's slightly hurried breaths. As he scrutinized the terms within the contract, the flush on his face gradually faded, replaced by an increasingly profound shock and gravity. His brow furrowed tighter, and his palms seemed to break out into sweat. Moments later, he abruptly lifted his head, removing his glasses, and rubbed his brow vigorously, his voice trembling with disbelief and deep concern. "Heavens! Liu, what are you planning?" He pointed at the contract, his agitation palpable, for $1 million for arms, not only to procure rifles and mountain artillery, but also to hire our German advisors and instructors. "My God, what are you intending, Liu?" The contract fell upon him like a frigid deluge, instantly cooling his fervor and instilling a sense of dread. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed heavily, his expression unusually grave. "Liu," he began, "I fear I cannot sign this contract." He quickly elaborated, "You must be aware of the Treaty of Versailles. Germany now resembles a fierce beast shackled by chains. Such a massive procurement of arms. Once it becomes known to other European firms, oh no, it will undoubtedly be discovered." He paused, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. "Especially the British and the French. They will certainly find out. At that point, Not only will you be unable to bear the risks involved, but even our Muller firm cannot withstand such a cataclysm. Our bank accounts would be frozen, our vessels seized, and we could even be expelled from your domestic market. Despite his trepidation, Muller, unwilling to miss this trading opportunity, hastily explained, the last arms deal went smoothly because your order was modest, and we happen to have those items in stock. But this time, a 4 million tael arms order. I cannot make that decision. Even the head of our family would not consent. He sought to intimidate Liu Zhengting with the direst of consequences, hoping to dissuade him. Chapter 73. The arms quotation from Muller firm. Muller believed that his words would sway Liu Zhengting's decision. However, Liu's reaction was unexpected. Instead of retreating, a confident smile, imbued with understanding, crept onto his lips. He raised his coffee cup and elegantly took a sip, speaking with an unhurried tone. You need not worry about the risks. I will handle that. Muller was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Liu's confidence. He instinctively probed, "Oh, what do you intend to do?" He could not fathom how Liu could manage such a level of risk under the constraints of the Treaty of Versailles and the watchful eyes of the British and French powers. Liu set down his coffee cup, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing as he addressed Muller with calm, yet undeniable authority. "This time, I shall also sell the soap to other firms. One of the conditions is to tacitly approve this arms deal." He revealed his cards plainly. The batch of soap purchased by Muller had sold remarkably well in the European market, inciting envy among the British and French powers. If they wished to prevent such occurrences, they would undoubtedly acquiesce to Liu's proposal. Moreover, who was unaware of the German firms illicitly selling arms? Upon hearing Liu's strategy, Muller's expression shifted dramatically. His previous concerns were supplanted by a surge of indignation and icy rage. His voice turned cold and laced with evident dissatisfaction as he retorted, "Oh, you intend to sell soap to them? Yongxing, aren't you afraid I might refuse to do business with you?" Still bitter from the last deal, he was unwilling to share the fruits with others. Thus, he sought to threaten Liu with the termination of their cooperation. "Mr. Muller, you cannot truly believe my soap lacks a market," Liu shot back with a hint of disdain. "Furthermore, had it not been for our shared history in the military academy in Germany, I would have long since sold the soap to the British or the French." His voice then rose sharply, the coldness palpable as he declared, "Do not forget, in the Great War, you were the defeated, the loser, the one who paid reparations until nothing remained." This statement struck Muller deeply, piercing his most sensitive and humiliating nerve. Before Muller could erupt, Liu continued, "Tell me, if I were to engage in trade with them, would I still need to clandestinely procure arms?" Muller's expression darkened further upon hearing Liu's words. Yet, Liu spoke the unvarnished truth. Should he approach the British and French directly, it would present a terrifying scenario. If they secured their rightful share, Muller would not only forfeit the lucrative European market, but the clandestine lifeline of arms transit from Germany could be severed entirely. The identity of Germany as a defeated nation had now become an unassailable vulnerability for Muller. As Liu's ruthless and piercing words resonated, Muller's face morphed into a mask of distress, alternating between crimson and pallor. His lips quivered, unable to respond, as Liu's observations were stark and unrelenting truths. The staggering reparations weighed heavily upon Germany, suffocating the nation under the burden. Muller firm's survival amidst the economic crisis heavily relied on unique clients like Liu Zhengting. The office was engulfed in a suffocating silence, broken only by the distant sound of steam whistles on the Huangpu River and Muller's labored breaths. After a prolonged pause, Liu's sharpness softened, and he resumed his composed, gentlemanly demeanor. He lifted his now lukewarm coffee, gently swirling the liquid within the cup, and smiled. "Furthermore, should your Muller firm choose to refuse business with me, I am confident that Li He firm would be more than willing to entertain my proposals." He casually introduced Li He firm, the largest arms dealer in China and Muller firm's fiercest competitor. This statement shattered Muller's last defenses. His face drained of color, his eyes filled with turmoil, humiliation, and deep resignation. Liu's every maneuver struck at his vulnerabilities: the soap market, the source of arms, and the competitive landscape. What could he do? Decline? That would mean relinquishing the immense profits from 200,000 taels of soap and handing over the European market. It could even jeopardize Muller firm's survival amidst the ongoing economic crisis. Conversely, Accepting the deal posed the risk of exposure to the British and French, inviting catastrophic consequences. Yet, if Liu could indeed manage these entities, perhaps no risks would remain. Ultimately, faced with the seductive allure of immense profit and the terror of devastating loss, Muller opted for compromise. After much deliberation, he wearily raised his hand, halting any further threats Liu might assert. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with resignation as he conceded, "Very well. No more words, Liu." He inhaled deeply, seemingly expending all his strength, and agreed. "As long as you can secure the British and French to turn a blind eye, I will contact the headquarters to ensure this transaction proceeds smoothly." He paused, a glint of commercial acumen flashing in his eyes, and added, "However, the price will not be the same as last time." He sat up straighter, striving to regain some semblance of control at the negotiation table, his tone becoming serious and assertive. Although Europe is rife with economic turmoil, the demand for arms is inelastic, causing significant price inflation, especially for an order of this magnitude. Coupled with German consultants, the risk costs have substantially increased. Therefore, the costs must rise. He then retrieved several documents from his drawer, after a brief moment, quoted the new price. The Mauser 24 rifle is now 85 taels. Upon finishing, concerned that Liu might object to the price, Muller hastily added, "Liu, this is the procurement price for your Nanjing government. I have not charged a single cent more." Considering our long-standing relationship, he emphasized the Nanjing government price, implying it to be a gesture of goodwill. After hearing this, Liu nodded slightly, encouraging him to proceed with the quotation. Seeing that Liu did not express dissatisfaction, Muller continued, "However, I recommend you switch to the Czech VZ-24 rifle, as it is currently the most reliable infantry weapon in your country, with many having procured it. Moreover, it is priced at 70 taels, which is 15 taels cheaper than the Mauser 24. More importantly, everything is new and there is no need to procure second-hand items." Muller's offer regarding the VZ-24 from Czechia was not made with Liu Zhengting in mind, but rather because Czechia is not bound by treaties, which significantly reduces many risks. However, the Czech rifle factory already possesses the authorization for Mauser 24. Additionally, the VZ-24 utilizes high-quality steel from Skoda, with tighter tolerances and greater precision, thus outperforming the original German models. Therefore, Liu Zhengting had no reason to decline. Pausing for a moment, Muller gazed at the documents in his hands and continued to report the prices. The MG-08 heavy machine gun was previously 1,890 taels, and now it has risen to 500 taels. It's hard to even find refurbished ones, second-hand ones, while new ones cost 5,000 to 6,000 taels. Finally, he hastily added, "However, due to the substantial quantity you are purchasing, you will need to bear the transportation costs, including various fees." He observed Liu Zhengting's impassive expression, fearful that he might find the prices exorbitant, and quickly explained, "Liu, this truly is the bottom line. The market is simply this way. I am not intentionally inflating the prices." He then rushed to further clarify, "Even if the British and French tacitly approve of this arms deal, I can only quote this price. If you doubt this, you may inquire at Liha Trading Company. Their prices will be even higher." Chapter 74, Major Arms Procurement. Liu Zhengting sat poised in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping his knee, his gaze as calm as still water. Internally, he swiftly calculated the total value of this enormous transaction and how many items could be acquired with 2 million pieces of soap. Thus, an air of silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by Muller's slightly anxious breaths and Liu Zhengting's heavy inhalations. After what felt like an eternity, Liu Zhengting finally raised his head. His expression betrayed no emotion, merely nodding slightly as he calmly accepted the terms. "Good. I will proceed as you suggested." He paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Muller, adding, "However, you must ensure that the instructors and advisors are the very best. I require genuine combat-ready German professionals who understand training, not those retired veterans merely coasting through." Upon hearing Liu Zhengting's agreement, Muller's taut nerves instantly relaxed, and an excited yet relieved smile blossomed on his face. He promptly stood up, extending his hand once more to firmly grasp Liu Zhengting's, his voice trembling with enthusiasm. "All right, Liu. Rest assured, we currently have many outstanding unemployed soldiers in our country. They are experienced and highly skilled." He pounded his chest in assurance. "I promise to find you the absolute best." With the domestic economy in severe decline, as long as the remuneration is appropriate, they will be more than willing to come here for some extra earnings. At that moment, Liu Zhengting suddenly interjected with a request for Muller. Furthermore, since you claim the VZ-24 rifle is superior to the Mauser-24, you must send technicians to assist in modifying the production line. Muller pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Certainly. No problem. With excitement radiating from him, Muller immediately rang the bell on the desk. After the secretary entered, Muller quickly and urgently instructed in German, and the secretary promptly went to draft a new contract. While awaiting the new contract, Muller personally poured fresh hot coffee for Liu Zhengting. On the surface, they chatted about trivial matters regarding Shanghai, yet the air was thick with tension and excitement. The new contract was swiftly prepared, stipulating that for 2 million pieces of soap, from Million Tails could procure 30,000 Czech VZ-24 rifles, 300 G-08 machine guns, 400 light machine guns, Czech ZB-26 light machine guns, 2,000 field telephones, as well as a substantial quantity of rifle and machine gun ammunition. The prices were verified through historical data, compared to other warlords' arms procurement prices, naturally sourced online, and may contain slight discrepancies. Liu Zhengting meticulously reviewed the contract and confirmed that all was in order. Muller also reconfirmed the key clauses, particularly regarding the delivery of soap, specifications of the arms, requirements for advisors, and most crucially, the tacit approval from British and French trading companies. Ultimately, in the year 1929, within the exotic and tumultuous office of Muller Trading Company on the Bund in Shanghai, Liu Zhengting and Hermann Muller solemnly inscribed their names on a contract substantial enough to alter the balance of regional power, one that compelled both parties to take considerable risks. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed like the whisper of history's gears turning. After departing from Muller Trading Company, Liu Zhengting hastily made his way to Jardine Matheson, British, and Yongxing Trading Company, French. The heads of these two firms had been eagerly anticipating Liu Zhengting's arrival. Previously, the Germans had seized the initiative, compelling the European aristocracy to increase their bids to purchase the Loden brand soap. Consequently, they had faced severe reprimand from their headquarters domestically. Upon learning of Liu Zhengting's intentions, Jardine Matheson's chief, John Wilson, readily agreed without hesitation. Given that Europe was mired in an economic crisis, anyone willing to make a profit would hardly concern themselves with the Germans' actions. Moreover, the Germans were merely clandestinely selling arms. Thus, Liu Zhengting managed to exchange the same quantity of 2 million pieces of soap for 4 million taels worth of arms. Before discussing the contract with John Wilson, Liu Zhengting had already formulated a procurement plan. In preparation for the impending resistance against Japan, it was imperative not only to develop light and heavy weapons, but also to establish armored units. Given that Henan was situated in the Central Plains, it presented an ideal opportunity to initiate the formation of armored divisions. Ultimately, he procured 36 Vickers 6-ton tanks, including 36 accessory kits, such as tracks and engines, along with relevant maintenance personnel and instructors from the British, along with the construction of a maintenance facility and a small munitions factory. The Vickers 6-ton tank was equipped with a 47mm quick-firing gun, firing 12 rounds per minute, and the front hull was fortified against Japanese 77mm machine guns from a distance of 100 meters. This type of tank could easily penetrate the diminutive Japanese tanks on future battlefields against Japan. This is based on a real case. That year, the Northeast Army had negotiated the purchase of 20 Vickers 6-ton tanks. However, due to the Eastern Route incident, the transaction ultimately fell through. After concluding the deal with the British, Liu Zhengting hurried to the French Yongxing Trading Company. At this moment, manager Dupont had even come down personally to welcome Liu Zhengting. This was primarily because he was already aware that the Germans and the British had signed contracts with Liu Zhengting for the procurement of Loden brand soap. Without a share from the French, not only would he lose his position as general manager, but he would also likely face severe backlash from the domestic aristocracy. However, what manager Dupont did not expect was that Liu Zhengting did not want cash or gold, but sought to procure arms instead. According to his understanding, Liu Zhengting had already acquired a significant quantity of arms from the Germans and British. Moreover, he also requested the French to tacitly approve the Germans selling arms to Liu Zhengting. Nevertheless, Dupont readily agreed without a second thought. As for the tacit approval regarding the Germans selling arms to him, John Wilson from Jardine Matheson had already consented to Liu Zhengting and communicated with him. DuPont also straightforwardly agreed to the procurement of arms from him. In fact, DuPont was eager for Liu Zhengting to provide him with more soap, hoping to purchase the entire stock from the Schneider factory. At that time, France was undergoing labor movements, and the Schneider factory warehouses were overflowing with second-hand arms. Therefore, upon seeing Liu Zhengting arrive with soap to procure arms, he enthusiastically grasped Liu Zhengting's hand, nearly leaning in to kiss him. As soon as Liu Zhengting took his seat, DuPont excitedly urged someone to promptly fetch the military materials and began to elaborate on them in detail. Behold, DuPont unfolded the blueprint for the Schneider M1913 105mm howitzer and passionately explained, the hydraulic recoil mechanism enables a firing rate of 6 rounds per minute, with a 15-kilogram fragment shell inflicting casualties within a 25-meter radius. General Yin from your country has purchased 12 of these from us. Subsequently, he picked up another document and continued to enthusiastically elucidate the advantages of the French artillery to Liu Zhengting. Ultimately, Liu Zhengting procured 36 units of the 105mm howitzer, Schneider M1913, 48 units of the 75mm mountain gun, Schneider M1919, and 60 units of the 37mm anti-tank gun, Hotchkiss M1925, along with ammunition for all 3 types of artillery. Thus, combined with the 2 previous artillery battalions, it was completely feasible to establish 2 artillery brigades. Both Zhang Dezhuang of Shaanxi and the Fengxi faction had acquired these types of artillery from France, as these were surplus weapons from World War I. Liu Zhengting managed to obtain them with relative ease. This was also the primary reason why Liu Zhengting refrained from purchasing a large quantity of German artillery. Although the Krupp artillery from Germany was of superior quality, the French artillery offered much better value for money during this period. Furthermore, DuPont specifically proposed to assist Liu Zhengting in establishing a munitions factory, as the ongoing general strike in their country had resulted in workers dismantling production lines and selling the equipment as scrap metal. Rather than let this opportunity go to waste, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement, allowing for continued trade with Liu Zhengting in the future. Moreover, he had already learned that Liu Zhengting possessed new products as well. Thus, Liu Zhengting secured all the necessary armaments for $6 million in soap. After a week of negotiations, he successfully finalized the transactions with 3 parties. Once these matters were settled, Liu Zhengting approached the prestigious American trading firm to sign a vehicle procurement contract worth $4 million. According to the terms of the contract, within 3 years, the firm was to deliver 320 modified Chevrolet AD trucks. The first year would see 120 units, the second year 100, and the third year another 100. At present, the Chevrolet AD truck was the most suitable vehicle for domestic conditions, capable of towing the 105mm howitzer while also carrying 80 rounds of ammunition. To adapt to local circumstances, special modifications could be made to enable the Chevrolet AD to run on charcoal. Additionally, the original inflatable tires, which had a lifespan of 2,000 kilometers, were replaced with solid rubber tires, extending their usability to 6,000 kilometers. In contrast to gasoline, the cost of a charcoal generator factory was merely $8,000, allowing fuel costs to drop by 70%. Most importantly, now was the opportune moment to procure these trucks. Following 1931, due to the global Great Depression, the import price of this model was projected to soar by 200%. Chapter 75. The Japanese came knocking after completing the transaction with the Americans. Liu Zhengting reclined in the car, feeling troubled. Although the imported sedan purchased by Boss She boasted comfortable seating, it could not dispel the unease weighing on Liu Zhengting's heart. He leaned back heavily, letting out a barely audible sigh, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the seat. He lamented internally, alas, money is still insufficient. I've overspent again. However, these expenditures were necessities. If he delayed any longer, the Central Plains War would erupt in just a few months. Liu Zhengting repeatedly recited this rationale in his mind, attempting to justify the overspending. With warlords preparing for conflict, artillery fire would soon ring out, and without arms procurement, the recently expanded division would become a mere joke. If he did not seize the opportunity to acquire artillery and tanks amidst the European economic crisis, it would become increasingly difficult to procure them once Europe recovered. As for the trucks, they were absolutely essential. Lacking a mobile and powerful artillery unit, Safeguarding the homeland would be challenging, let alone ensuring personal safety in such chaotic times. With the artillery towed by Chevrolet AD trucks, Liu Zhengting would gain a significant advantage in the upcoming Central Plains War. Therefore, this expenditure was not only justified but necessary. Yet, the thought of the money spent only added to his headache. According to his agreement with Boss Xi, he was entitled to 60% of the profits from the sales of Luodan brand soap. Boss Xi handled production while he managed channels and pricing. It sounded appealing. But within the $8 million in soap sales revenue, $560,000 represented Boss Xi's production costs and due profits, of which $7 million was produced by Boss Xi. Fortunately, he still had $2 million worth of soap remaining. After accounting for the sales dividends owed to him from the past 2 months, he still needed to pay Boss Xi over $1 million. Damn, Liu Zhengting could not help but curse again, feeling like a hollowed-out vessel. While the soap was indeed a cash cow, there were far too many expenses to cover. Not only did he need to procure arms and expand his forces, but he also had to simultaneously develop industry. Alas, it was all due to backwardness. Meanwhile, the scent of impending war in the Central Plains was growing stronger, and time was truly running out. At that moment, the voice of Dong Yunqing from the passenger seat shattered the car's oppressive silence. Boss, we have investigated and found that the ones tailing us are the Japanese. Oh, it really is them. Liu Zhengting slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his gaze, soon replaced by a deeper irritation. He had long suspected that aside from the Japanese, who were coveting the soap technology and were notorious for their underhanded tactics, who else would be buzzing around like flies? He then casually inquired, have you confirmed their identities? Yes, Huigo has been following them and personally witnessed them entering the Mitsui Trading Company. Dong Yunqing promptly nodded, his tone laced with indignation. Liu Zhengting's lips twitched slightly, revealing a smirk that was cold and mocking. Humph. The Japanese love to engage in underhanded dealings. What else can they do? His tone dripped with disdain, as if he were discussing a loathsome swarm of insects. After all, he was well aware of the Japanese's repugnant nature. Silence enveloped the car, broken only by the low rumble of the engine. Liu Zhengting's gaze drifted to the fleeting cityscape outside the window, and his concern for the safety of Boss Xi's soap factory surged once more. He recalled suggesting to Boss Xi a few days prior that he should establish a factory guard unit. Although Boss Xi's factory was located in a concession, such substantial profits would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Sooner or later, someone would attempt to take action, or perhaps a group would conspire together. After all, the staggering profits of Luodan brand soap had already sparked widespread chatter on the Shanghai Bund. This drew not only envy but also unabashed greed and covetousness. If it were not for the enticing new products still in his possession, perhaps these factions would have already devised ways to undermine Boss Xi and extract the formula. In fact, Liu Zhengting had previously advised Boss Xi to relocate the factory back to his hometown or directly to Luoyang. However, Boss Xi was merely a simple patriotic businessman, utterly oblivious to the real faces and greed lurking behind the hypocritical masks of these foreign powers. Helplessly, Liu Zhengting resorted to a different approach, suggesting that Boss Xi form a factory guard unit. In the event of any trouble, it could provide some protection. By the way, how is the training of the personnel under Boss Xi progressing? He turned to inquire of Dong Yunqing, a hint of concern tinging his voice. This is not merely a business partnership. It is a crucial alliance for the future. Dong Yunqing hesitated momentarily, seemingly weighing his words, before ultimately responding candidly. I have mastered the basics of shooting, though my aim still leaves something to be desired. He paused and added, however, I have improved significantly compared to before. At least I know how to load a bullet and aim, no longer mistaking the gun for a fire poker. Over the past few days, under Liu Zhengting's strong suggestion, Boss Xiang finally set aside his businessman's reticence and began to boldly expand his workforce. He not only actively recruited a substantial number of robust young laborers, but also, crucially, adopted Liu Zhengting's recommendation to prioritize the hiring of veterans. These men, who had endured the trials of the old army, witnessed bloodshed, and understood discipline, became the core backbone of the factory's protective squad. Without a capable team to safeguard the premises, the expansive soap factory would be akin to a tempting morsel, vulnerable to predatory wolves at any moment. Thus, Liu Zhengting's warning resonated with him. Consequently, a protective squad comprising over 200 strong men swiftly took shape. Boss Yang arranged for their accommodation and meals near the factory. Liu Zhengting also procured 200 rifles, several Czech light machine guns, and accompanying ammunition from the first batch of arms acquired from Mahler Company to equip this unit. In a time of chaos, firearms are the most solid assurance. Liu Zhengting's guard became the instructors for this protective squad. The training was direct and efficient, ranging from basic formations and standing at attention to disassembling and maintaining firearms, as well as preliminary shooting practice and simple tactical coordination, such as two men alternating cover while advancing and basic responses in encounters. At Liu Zhengting's insistence, the instructors were vociferous, and the training methods were harsh to the point of being merciless. The newly recruited workers, especially those without military experience, endured intense training, leaving them exhausted and disheveled. Yet, the fear and confusion in their eyes were gradually supplanted by a burgeoning sense of military discipline. Gunfire echoed in the secluded training grounds of the factory, and though the accuracy was still erratic, a palpable aura of lethal intent began to coalesce. Liu Zhengting, hearing of the squad's progress, felt a measure of reassurance. Were it not for the several years remaining until the all-encompassing national conflict, he would have urged Boss Yang to relocate the factory to the comparatively safe Luoyang. The waters of Shanghai are treacherous and fraught with danger. In another timeline, Boss Yang's naivety led to his demise at the hands of the Japanese. Just as his thoughts spiraled, the vehicle jolted violently, accompanied by the shrill sound of tires screeching. As the entire convoy came to an abrupt halt on the road, what was happening? Dong Yunqing's voice instantly rose, his hand darting towards his waist. Simultaneously, the doors of the escort vehicles slammed open, and several formidable guards leapt out, swiftly surrounding Liu Zhengting's car to form a protective perimeter. Another group of guards hastened to the front of the convoy, their weapons raised and aimed at a black sedan blocking the way. The sedan had abruptly maneuvered to block the front of their vehicle. The door swung open, revealing a short man clad in a dark gray pinstripe suit, sporting a meticulously groomed yet distinctly unsavory mustache. He hurriedly approached the convoy, bowing deeply, almost to the point of bending at the waist, his face adorned with a blend of humility and urgency. "Damn, boss, these cowardly Japanese dogs." Upon recognizing the individual, Dong Yunqing's fury ignited, and he lashed out with expletives. Though he did not know the man personally, the demeanor was unmistakable, revealing his identity as no one but those duplicitous Japanese. He aimed his pistol directly at the man's forehead, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to end the man's life at Liu Zhengting's command. Liu Zhengting glanced up through the glass of the car window, casting a cold, disdainful look at the bowing figure. The man's actions elicited a faint, scornful smile from Liu Zhengting. He was all too familiar with this ruse. The Japanese, at their core, are contemptible. If you dismiss them outright, they will behave like dogs, groveling for favor. Yet, should you show them any semblance of respect, they will take it as an invitation to overstep. Relax, put away your weapons. Liu Zhengting's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority, clearly resonating in Dong Yunqing's and the guard's ears. He slowly rolled down the window, revealing a countenance devoid of discernible emotion. Chapter 76. The Two Faces of the Japanese. In recent days, Mitsui Company had behaved like sharks sensing blood. Upon learning of Liu Zhengting's arrival in Shanghai, they sent agents to pester Boss Yang incessantly, their sole objective being to secure a meeting with Liu Zhengting. When they discovered that several other powerful foreign firms, such as those from Britain and France, had successfully signed substantial purchase contracts with Liu Zhengting, securing hefty sales orders, Ichiro Tanaka could no longer sit idly. Seeing that Boss Yang continued to resist, Ichiro Tanaka took it upon himself to intervene. He personally visited Boss Yang's office, speaking earnestly and adopting a humble demeanor, pleading for an opportunity to engage in a friendly and fruitful dialogue with His Excellency Liu Zhengting. However, Liu Zhengting was preoccupied with negotiations with Europeans and had no interest in discussing business with the Japanese. After all, he had little regard for their arms and equipment. Given the choice, he would rather spend more money and incur higher shipping costs to procure from Europeans. The primary reason being, the Japanese had a tendency to tamper with the arms and equipment they sold. Whether before or after the war, any collaboration with them would invariably lead to deceitful practices. Take the current situation as an example. Prior to the Mukden incident, The Guangdong Army had severed all communications of the Northeast Army within 24 hours using Japanese-made radios from the Shenyang arsenal. Moreover, they even utilized the sold radios and telecommunication devices to monitor the communications of the Qing Party's military and political leadership in real time. In 1937, they intercepted communications regarding Boss Chang's deployment plans for the Battle of Shanghai. Furthermore, they often bundled sales with technical traps. Hence, from the outset, Liu Zhengting had no intention of considering Japanese arms and equipment for purchase. Ironically, the more Liu Zhengting shunned business with the Japanese, the more frantic Tanaka became. Particularly today, when he learned through his informants that Liu Zhengting had just finalized a sales order with Americans, Tanaka was thrown into a state of panic. According to his intelligence, Liu Zhengting had already sold 8 million units of soap. Previously, he had only sold 500,000 to Muller Company. Meanwhile, Boss Yang's wholesale allocations to domestic merchants amounted to merely 5,000, peaking at 10,000. If all the soap were sold to the Western powers, and if Mitsui Company were to miss out on this lucrative opportunity, Tanaka and the Mitsui conglomerate would be completely sidelined in this vast market. At that point, they would have no choice but to continue raising prices and sporadically procure Luodan brand soap from elsewhere. Therefore, Tanaka would not allow such an occurrence to unfold. This was not merely a commercial setback. It was a personal failure for Ichiro Tanaka. It could even signify a significant strategic defeat for Mitsui in the Chinese market. Since Tanaka's arrival in Shanghai, he had never encountered such a blow. Typically, various warlords sought him out to procure Japanese industrial equipment and arms. Yet now, Liu Zhengting was not even deigning to acknowledge him. Initially, he believed Liu Zhengting was intentionally playing hard to get, waiting for a higher offer. After all, Liu Zhengting had studied Chinese culture extensively. However, after witnessing Liu Zhengting signing contracts with major European firms, he truly panicked. It dared not gamble. If Liu Zhengting truly refrained from engaging with those Japanese, it would have to resort to harakiri. The intertwining of fear and greed compelled it to forsake its dignity, thus culminating in this farcical street interception. It was imperative to meet Liu Zhengting, absolutely necessary, even if it meant lowering itself and incurring greater costs. At this moment, Liu Zhengting appeared to it as a deity of wealth and opportunity, and it could not allow this chance to slip away. Outside the vehicle, Yamada continued to bow, disregarding the multitude of gun barrels before him, urgently calling out in halting Chinese, Mr. Liu, we, the director Tianzhong, have urgent matters to discuss. It is of utmost importance. Please grant us a moment of your time. Just a brief moment. Liu Zhengting, with an impassive expression, regarded Yamada's obsequious demeanor, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upward, forming a cold and mocking arc. He pondered silently. Since these Japanese have come to me, why not seize the opportunity to deal with them? In this tumultuous era, completely avoiding dealings with the Japanese is nearly impossible. However, when dealing with them, one must maintain control. After contemplating, Liu Zhengting leaned out of the car window and instructed Dong Yuncheng, who stood outside, tell him that tomorrow morning, I shall meet them at Boss Yang's residence. Upon relaying Liu Zhengting's words, Yamada appeared immensely relieved, nearly on the verge of delirium. He bowed repeatedly, murmuring, Thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Especially as the convoy passed by him, his demeanor became even more respectful. Yet, as Liu Zhengting's entourage gradually receded from Yamada's sight, his attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. He straightened up, the respect on his face evaporating instantaneously, replaced by arrogance, disdain, and a complete lack of regard. He brusquely commanded the hired Korean driver, You, drive. I must return to Mitsui Trading Company immediately. His tone suggested that the Korean driver was nothing more than a lowly servant. Indeed, the Japanese exhibited strikingly different facades when confronted with the strong versus the weak. They completely disregarded the subservient demeanor they had just displayed before Liu Zhengting. The Japanese trait of fearing power while lacking a sense of virtue was vividly embodied in Yamada. In the presence of those they perceive as powerful or those who can bring them substantial benefits, they can stoop to nauseating levels of servility. Conversely, in the presence of those they view as weak, such as the colonized Koreans, their inherent arrogance and disdain are unabashedly revealed. They submit to those who inflict pain upon them, while perceiving those who repay kindness with resentment as weak and thus intensifying their demands. On the way back to Ba Xiang's residence, Liu Zhengting, resting his eyes, suddenly thought of someone. He promptly instructed Yin Sheng, "Let us not return to Ba Xiang's home just yet. We are heading to Henry Road, for I wish to meet someone." Despite his slight confusion, Dong Yincheng immediately responded yes, and urged the driver to change direction. Liu Zhengting had recalled the enchanting, elegantly poised movie star, Chong Qing-ru. She was the dazzling woman who radiated brilliance under the spotlight and exuded charm upon the silver screen, undoubtedly the rising star of the Shanghai Star Film Company. Initially, Liu Zhengting, unfamiliar with Shanghai, found it challenging to promote his soap, particularly targeting the elite residing in affluent mansions. It was Chong Qing-ru, with her admirable image and extensive connections, who became the golden key to introducing Luodan brand soap into high society. Her star power and credibility ignited the curiosity and competitive spirit among the affluent women, and coupled with the exceptional quality of Luodan soap, its use became a symbol of status in Shanghai's elite circles. During the trip to Shanghai, in addition to addressing old orders for arms and soap, Liu Zhengting had a crucial plan to launch a new product, Luodan brand shampoo. Although Luodan already held a certain level of recognition and reputation in the market, thereby not necessitating an endorsement, Chong Qing-ru had undeniably made significant contributions to the promotion of Luodan soap. Her image and temperament aligned perfectly with the brand's positioning. Despite having received appropriate compensation, Liu Zhengting still hoped to invite her to endorse the new shampoo. On one hand, it was a gesture of gratitude for Chong Qing-ru's past efforts. On the other, it aimed to elevate the promotional impact upon the new product's release. Perhaps there were other reasons as well. The convoy soon arrived in front of an exquisite French-style villa on Henry Road, a serene abode far removed from the clamor, which served as one of Chong Qing-ru's residences in Shanghai. Following Liu Zhengting's instructions, Dong Yuncheng alighted from the vehicle, preparing to ring the doorbell. However, just as Dong Yuncheng was about to approach the door, Liu Zhengting called out to him from the car. "Yuncheng, hold on a moment." Dong Yuncheng paused, retracting his foot and turning to look at Liu Zhengting inside the vehicle, his eyes filled with inquiry. "Boss, what is it?" Liu Zhengting's face displayed a hint of hesitation, and he did not answer immediately. He took a deep breath, as if deep in thought. Then, he slowly opened the car door and stepped out. The evening breeze on Henry Road carried a slight chill, ruffling his meticulously combed hair. He stood beside the car, his gaze fixed on the intricately carved, closed French door. Dong Yuncheng sensed something unusual about Liu Zhengting today. In past encounters with Ba Xiang or the foreign merchants, Liu Zhengting had always exuded composure, sometimes even a hint of superiority. Never had he displayed such a moment of indecision. Liu Zhengting raised his hand and naturally adjusted his impeccably tailored white three-piece suit. His fingers glided over the crisp collar, gently smoothing out any slight wrinkles in the suit's front, an action so meticulous it bordered on fastidiousness. This was not his usual casual adjustment. It felt like an unspoken ritual. Once he completed this, he took a step forward, passing in front of Dong Yuncheng. He suddenly halted, slightly turning his head, his gaze resting on Dong Yuncheng's face. In a tone that bore a rare, almost casual inquiry, he asked, "What do you think? Doy lu presentable? Is my hair in order?" Dong Yuncheng was utterly taken aback, as a rugged man from the northwest. He could not fathom Liu Zhengting's inquiry. His bewildered eyes widened as he instinctively looked up, scrutinizing Liu Zhengting. His hair remained sleek and neatly styled, the meticulous part gleaming with health under the setting sun. The white suit accentuated his tall frame, and the tie was impeccably knotted, presenting him as dapper and spirited. Suddenly, a word flashed through Dong Yuncheng's mind. Handsome? No. He quickly shook his head, realizing that such a term could not possibly apply to the Major General. Liu Zhengting's expression shifted slightly, his displeasure evident as he remarked, "What is it? Is it so difficult to answer?" Dong Yuncheng's face registered embarrassment, and he endeavored to make his voice sound genuinely sincere and affirmative, forcing a smile as he praised, "Boss, your appearance is exceptional. Your hair is even neater than after a mirror check. You look splendid." He even exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up. Liu Zhengting seemed lost in thought, not dwelling on the matter too much. Nevertheless, the tension in his shoulders subtly relaxed. He gently nodded, spoke no further, and turned to stride directly toward the intricately carved grand door. His steps remained steady and powerful, yet Dong Yunxing sensed an unusual hint of anticipation in the general's silhouette. Remaining in place, Dong Yunxing observed as the owner approached the door, raised his hand, and pressed the polished brass doorbell. The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed through the quiet street. Realizing the general's little secret, Dong Yunxing scratched his head, a knowing, slightly mischievous smile gracing his face. The owner had come to Hunley Road as though to meet a secret lover. Observing the meticulous grooming and the anxious inquiries about his appearance, Dong Yunxing mused, "It must be a woman opening the door. The general likely harbors some other intentions." He recalled the general's decisiveness when dealing with foreigners and juxtaposed it with the meticulousness he displayed in front of a woman. The contrast was stark. It seemed that even the most iron-willed individuals possess a tender corner within, harboring unspoken emotions or yearnings. What kind of woman could hold such significance in the owner's heart? Just then, the door creaked softly, slowly swinging open. A middle-aged maid dressed in a neat indigo blouse appeared. Upon seeing the distinguished Liu Zhengting standing outside, accompanied by the solemn Dong Yunxing, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by calm as she politely inclined her body. "May I inquire which lady you seek, sir?" The maid's voice was gentle and respectful. Liu Zhengting slightly nodded, his tone clear yet imbued with a trace of subtle seriousness. "Please convey to Miss Chong that Mr. Liu has come to visit and wishes to see her." "Mr. Liu?" The maid's expression shifted momentarily, as if recognizing Liu Zhengting. Subsequently, her face lit up with joy as she inquired, "Oh, I remember you. You discussed the soap endorsement with Miss Chong last time, correct?" Liu Zhengting smiled and nodded. "Indeed. Is Miss Chong at home?" However, the maid's face quickly exhibited a hint of regret as she replied, "I'm afraid Miss Chong is not at home." "Not at home?" Liu Zhengting's brow furrowed instantly. He instinctively pressed on. "Is she out for social engagements? Or?" His tone betrayed a hint of urgency that even he did not notice. The maid hastily clarified, "No, Mr. Liu. Miss Chong has returned to her hometown in Anhui." "Her hometown in Anhui?" Liu Zhengting repeated, his pupils slightly constricting. The expectation that had once filled his face receded like a tide, replaced by shock and profound disappointment. The maid nodded, explaining, "She left about a week ago." Sensing the noticeable shift in Liu Zhengting's emotions, the maid quickly added, "When Miss Chong left, she seemed rather upset. There were some arrangements at the company that she might want some time alone." Her words were deliberately vague, omitting the specifics of the company arrangements. However, the phrases "upset" and "wanting to be alone" were sufficient to sketch an image of Chong Qingru's departure as more than a simple familial visit. Liu Zhengting's brow tightened further as he pondered the implications. Company arrangements? Feeling low, he grasped the situation with increasing clarity. Chong Qingru's previous endorsement of Luodan soap had been informal, likely not sanctioned by the Haixing Film Company. In an era where stars were tightly controlled by their companies and contracts were stringent, such unauthorized commercial endorsements could provoke the ire of the higher-ups. Suppression, being sidelined, and reduced screen time were common tactics. No wonder she felt disheartened. No wonder she left Shanghai to return home. Reflecting on this, Liu Zhengting could not help but chastise himself. How had he not anticipated this at the time? "I see." Liu Zhengting's voice suddenly turned somber, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "Will Miss Chong return?" The maid smiled and nodded confidently, replying, "She will definitely return. This house belongs to Miss Chong. Moreover, she did not take many belongings when she left." Liu Zhengting acknowledged this with a slight nod, indicating his understanding. A faint smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, "All right, I understand. I shall not disturb you further." "Very well, Mr. Liu. Please take care." The maid promptly nodded. Then, as if recalling something, she hurriedly added, "When our miss returns, I will be sure to inform her of your visit." Liu Zhengting offered a courteous smile and nodded once more, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 78. Sold to the Japanese at a price 15 times the original. In the French concession of Shanghai, at the owner's residence. This abode, which harmoniously blended the elegance of Jiangnan gardens with the grandeur of Western architecture, was now permeated with an intangible scent of gunpowder. In the living room, Boss Xiang and Liu Zhengting sat on the sofa, leisurely savoring exquisite Longjing tea while engaging in pleasant conversation about soap sales. Just then, the butler hurried in, slightly bowing. "Boss, Mr. Liu, Mr. Tanaka Ichiro from Mitsui Company has arrived and is waiting in the side room. Boss Yang looked at Liu Zhengting, as if this were Liu's home. Liu Zhengting nodded slightly and instructed the butler, please invite him in. The butler complied. Moments later, the figure of Tanaka Ichiro appeared at the door of the living room. He had evidently dressed with great care, a sharply tailored dark gray striped suit, polished shoes, and hair meticulously styled. His face bore a well-trained, exceedingly humble smile, and his bow was executed with textbook precision. Mr. Liu, Mr. Xiang, I am Tanaka Ichiro. I beg your pardon for the intrusion. Thank you immensely, Mr. Liu, for taking the time to meet with me. Mitsui Company is greatly honored. He spoke in halting yet articulate Mandarin, his voice resonant and respectful. He attempted to cultivate a rapport with Liu Zhengting through near-exaggerated courtesy. Liu Zhengting did not even lift his eyelids, remaining seated as if he had not noticed him. He picked up his teacup and leisurely sipped, performing the elegant action slowly, leaving Tanaka waiting at the door for a full half-minute. Meanwhile, Boss Yang seemed to place himself outside the situation entirely. He neither sipped tea nor spoke, quietly watching Liu Zhengting and awaiting his words. Tanaka Ichiro's brow furrowed slightly as he suppressed his dissatisfaction, anxiously glancing at Liu Zhengting. Finally, Liu Zhengting set down his teacup, producing a crisp sound. Only then did he slowly lift his gaze, casting a disdainful glance at Tanaka Ichiro, and softly stated, Mr. Tanaka, thank you for your long journey. It must have been arduous. Tanaka Ichiro's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly reassembled into a more obsequious expression. Not at all. It is I who am being presumptuous, disturbing Mr. Liu's tranquility. He bowed deeply again, lowering his posture significantly. Boss Yang was taken aback by Tanaka's subservient demeanor. After Tanaka took his seat, Liu Zhengting, disinterested in small talk, cut straight to the point. All right, let us get to the matter at hand, Mr. Tanaka. How many Luodan soaps does Mitsui Company wish to purchase? And at what price? Tanaka Ichiro's spirit lifted, not expecting to dive straight into the topic. In that instant, it felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, and he quickly straightened his posture, gazing hopefully at Liu Zhengting while suppressing his excitement. Mr. Liu, Mitsui Company has immense confidence in the quality and market prospects of Luodan soap. We hope to secure at least 3 million exclusive distribution rights. Fixated on Liu Zhengting's expression, Tanaka observed that there was no change in his demeanor. Thus, he continued, as for the price, we are willing to increase it by 5% on the basis of $2 per piece. 10% can also be negotiated. 10%. Liu Zhengting let out a laugh that could hardly be concealed, his amusement palpable. Mr. Tanaka, your generosity is truly remarkable. Tanaka Ichiro was taken aback and quickly inquired, what do you mean by that, Liu-san? Please elaborate. Liu Zhengting leaned forward, his expression stern as he gazed at Tanaka, coldly stating, to my knowledge, the price of a Luodan brand soap in your black market has already soared to 8 taels, has it not? Moreover, it remains in high demand. The look of astonishment that flashed across Tanaka Ichiro's face quickly faded. He had not anticipated that Liu Zhengting had dispatched someone to investigate the Japanese market. He hastily masked his unease with an awkward smile, explaining, Liu-san, the prices in the black market do not reflect the official rates. Once we release a substantial quantity of soap into the market, those black market prices will hold no ground. However, he was soon interrupted by Liu Zhengting's impatience. With a piercing gaze, Liu Zhengting coldly replied, you need not elaborate. I can sell you 200,000 units of Luodan brand soap. 200,000 units. Tanaka Ichiro exclaimed, his head snapping up in disbelief, his face instantly illuminated by overwhelming joy. Truth be told, despite his initial claim of wanting 300,000 units as a bargaining tactic, he was ecstatic at the prospect of 200,000 units. Given the proximity of China to Japan, he was confident they could fetch a good price. With over 60 million people in Japan during this era, including approximately 6 million in the upper class and about 4 million in the middle class, the Luodan brand soap would undoubtedly sell well. However, Liu Zhengting's next words felt like a bucket of icy water poured over him, extinguishing his excitement. Liu Zhengting regarded the excited Tanaka and slowly said, as for the price, let us set it at 3 taels per unit. 3 taels. The exuberance on Tanaka Ichiro's face instantly froze, transforming into utter shock and disbelief. He thought he had misheard, and quickly pressed, Liu-san, You mean 3 taels per unit? Indeed, Liu Zhengting replied, his tone flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. 3 taels per unit, and full payment must be made in advance. Upon receipt of payment, you may collect the goods. Liu-san, this price seems rather unreasonable. Tanaka Ichiro's countenance darkened immediately. He fixed a penetrating stare at Liu Zhengting, a flicker of anger and dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes, as he coldly remarked, "This price exceeds the market rate. What you're doing is nothing short of blatant extortion." At this, Liu Zhengting's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. He gradually rose from his seat, leaning forward slightly, exuding a formidable air of pressure. "Extortion?" Liu Zhengting scoffed, his tone dripping with scorn and mockery. "Tanaka, do not mistake the situation. My Luodan soap is a sought-after item in the market, in high demand." His confidence grew, seemingly dismissing Tanaka Ichiro's accusations entirely. "I am offering you 200,000 units purely out of respect for Boss Yang. Otherwise, do you believe you would even have this opportunity?" Liu Zhengting's words struck Tanaka Ichiro like a dagger to the heart. "And let me make this clear." Liu Zhengting raised his voice suddenly, his gaze fierce as he fixed it upon Tanaka Ichiro. "You better understand this fact. It is you, Mitsui, who is begging me to sell, not the other way around." With that, Liu Zhengting abruptly pointed towards the door. His eyes were frigid, emanating an unmasked killing intent as he disdainfully cast a glance at Tanaka, saying, "If you find it too expensive, you need not purchase. The door is right there. You may leave at your leisure." In that moment, Tanaka Ichiro felt overwhelmed by Liu Zhengting's imposing presence. Not by. How could he possibly walk away empty-handed? If he returned empty-handed, he would have no explanation for headquarters. He could not bear the consequences of that. To forego this deal would mean that Tanaka Ichiro would have no choice but to commit seppuku in apology. The wrath of the Mitsui Zaibatsu behind him was far more terrifying than Liu Zhengting's humiliation. Yet 3 taels, 200,000 units amounted to 600,000 taels. With the exchange rate in 1929, that was approximately 5,400,000 yen. A profound agony and struggle played across Tanaka Ichiro's face as he silently urged himself, calm down. I must remain composed." While Luodan soap was freely sold in Shanghai as a highly sought-after daily commodity, ordinary channels could not procure it in large quantities. To buy in bulk, one could only purchase from black market brokers or speculators from the south. Prices? 5 taels per unit was merely the starting price, often even higher. He had dispatched agents to attempt purchases, facing repeated failures as prices had been driven to outrageous levels. Mitsui had previously struggled through scattered channels to obtain a small amount of Luodan soap for trial sales in Japan. And the result? Soap that cost 2 taels in Shanghai was sold for 8 taels in Tokyo and Osaka's upscale department stores. Not only was there a shortage, but it sold out in a frenzy. The fashionable Japanese elite were utterly unconcerned with the price. More importantly, this soap had become a designated necessity among the nobility and upper-middle-class men. If he could secure this stable supply of 200,000 units for sale throughout Japan, even considering transportation and tariffs, he could conservatively estimate a selling price of 5 taels per unit. The profit margin would remain substantial. With this thought, the last remnants of hesitation and struggle vanished from Tanaka Ichiro's eyes, replaced by an almost desperate resolve and greed. He took a deep breath, suddenly rising to his feet and bowing deeply to Liu Zhengting in an expression of apology. "I apologize, Liu-san. I have just been rude." Subsequently, upon sitting down, he acquiesced to Liu Zhengting's offer. "Liu-san, I, on behalf of Mitsui Trading, agree. I accept your terms. 3 taels per unit, 200,000 units. Full payment in advance. Additional terms as stipulated." He nearly bit his tongue, squeezing each word out as if it were a painful concession to his commercial dignity, yet igniting a fervent desire for profit within him. Liu Zhengting observed Tanaka Ichiro's expression of complete capitulation, resignation, and greed, with a cold yet satisfied curve gracing his lips. This was precisely the sensation he sought, making the Japanese acutely aware they were being overcharged, yet compelled to willingly extend their necks. Just then, Tanaka suddenly stood once more, his demeanor serious as he addressed Liu Zhengting, stating, "However, I hope that this price remains known only to the 3 of us present." Liu Zhengting and Boss Yang exchanged glances, puzzled by Tanaka Ichiro's meaning. Tanaka took a deep breath and slowly explained, Liu San, Boss Yang, I hope you can understand. If this price becomes known to others, it would severely tarnish the dignity of the Empire of Japan. At this, Liu Zhengting and Boss Yang shared a knowing smile. Finally grasping his intent, Liu Zhengting, wearing a relaxed smile, nodded. Very well, we agree to your request. With Liu Zhengting's assurance, Tanaka finally exhaled in relief. What Liu Zhengting did not anticipate was that this matter would later require Tanaka's assistance. Just after signing the contract with Tanaka, news arrived from his hometown of Luoyang that the Second Zhongfeng War had erupted. Even more astonishingly, Liu Zhengting's father, Liu Dingshan, had taken his troops to join the Northwest Army in this conflict. These two conditions, seemingly generous, are in fact traps for oneself. He will undoubtedly remain in Shaanxi, and Fengxian's territory is still under the control of the Northwest Army, unless he is willing to engage in a mutually destructive conflict with them. Therefore, Yan Laoku has been contemplating how to handle the situation with Fengxian. After all, Fengxian is the founder of the Northwest Army. Even though he has stepped down, his position remains unshaken. Months have passed, and the matter of Fengxian's house arrest will inevitably come to light. Particularly in recent times, the Northwest Army across the Yellow River has begun to mobilize frequently. He feels like a frightened bird, constantly dispatching spies to gather intelligence on the movements of the Northwest Army in Nanjing. Report. Commander. Urgent military situation. A confidential aide rushed in without knocking. Panic evident on his pale face, his voice trembling. Speak. Yan Laoku's heart sank heavily, a sense of foreboding washing over him. We have just intercepted top-secret intelligence from within the Northwest Army. The aide's voice quivered as he handed over a decrypted telegram. The acting commander of the Northwest Army, Song Jiuyuan, has issued combat orders to all divisions, preparing to cross the Yellow River and attack Shaanxi. The targets are Datong and Taiyuan. What? Yan Laoku, pacing with his hands behind his back, froze as if struck by lightning. He quickly stepped forward, snatching the telegram, his hands trembling violently. He fixated on the words, his heart racing uncontrollably. What shattered him further was the aide's additional statement. According to reports from Brigade Commander Zhao in the direction of Jinan Village, Commander Feng has been practicing sword techniques shirtless in the courtyard every day for the past few days. His battle cries can be heard from afar. In an instant, Yan Laoku was consumed by fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He hurled the telegram to the ground, paper scattering everywhere, and cursed vehemently. Fengxian, Song Jiuyuan, Northwest Army. Do you really think I am easy to bully? He then prepared to order his troops to stand ready for battle. However, his rage subsided in mere seconds as he recalled the attitude of Nanjing. He dismissed the aide and summoned his chief adjutant, instructing him to contact their informants within the Nanjing government. Furthermore, he ordered the troops to begin mobilization, closely monitoring the movements of the Northwest Army. That evening, Yan Laoku learned through his informants that Boss Chong had tacitly approved. At that moment, Yan Laoku understood that Boss Chong intended to use Fengxian's blade to eliminate him. Once the Northwest Army launched a large-scale invasion into Jin, both sides would certainly suffer devastating losses. Would the Central Army then take the opportunity to march in under the pretext of quelling rebellion? With his limited resources in Shaanxi, would he still have a way out when besieged by Fengxian's furious forces and Boss Chang's Central Army? Taiyuan would surely be reduced to scorched earth. His hard-earned independent kingdom, built over many years, was on the verge of disintegration. Cold sweat drenched his undergarments as he staggered, grasping the table to avoid collapsing. Quick! Prepare the vehicle! Prepare the vehicle! Yan Laoku shouted hoarsely and urgently to Jinan Village. Immediately, right now, I must see Brother Feng. In Jinan Village, Wutai County, Shaanxi, heavily guarded by soldiers of a certain brigade, the atmosphere felt particularly oppressive. In a respectable courtyard, the 47-year-old former commander of the Northwest Army, Fengxian, was practicing with a large knife, bare-chested. Although his physique had become somewhat out of shape, his movements were still as vigorous as in his prime. He wielded the Northwest Army's signature long knife, its blade narrow and glinting with a chilling light. Ha! Fengxian bellowed, like thunder erupting from the ground. He spun sharply, the knife slicing through the heavy air with a piercing whistle. The blade shimmered, weaving a dense silver curtain before him. The wind from the knife howled, causing the loyal generals beside him to have their garments billow wildly all holding their breath, not daring to disturb him. They understood that the commander was engulfed in a fire of rage that could incinerate everything in its path. The humiliation of being placed under house arrest by Yin Laoku, the betrayal, and the relentless pressure from Boss Chong of Nanjing weighed heavily upon him like two mountains. Confined to this small space, reading and wielding the large knife had become his only outlet for pent-up fury, a silent roar directed at all his enemies. One slash, like splitting mountains and cracking stones. Two slashes, sweeping like a raging wind. Three thrusts, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Sweat streamed down his broad back and muscular arms, pooling on the cold yellow earth, instantly darkening the ground. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, yet his gaze sharpened, resembling a fierce northwest wolf king. Glinting with a cold, bloodthirsty light, he needed this extreme physical exertion to cool the flames of rage that nearly consumed his reason. Simultaneously, he aimed to keep his body and spirit in a peak state of readiness for slaughter. Since that confidential letter was sent out, it had vanished without a trace. Feng Fengxian was unaware if Song Zhiyuan had received it. If he did, would he heed his words? Hence, his inner turmoil intensified. As for Yin Laoku, this shrewd, local emperor of Shangxi, mere verbal exchanges would not suffice. He must feel the real edge of the blade against his neck. Only by inflicting pain could he come to understand that the true enemy was the bald man in Nanjing. At that moment, a commotion arose at the village entrance. Soon, the sound of hurried hooves and the rumbling of wheels across the yellow earth reached the courtyard. Feng Fengxian slowly stood, handing his large knife to a guard. He took a towel and began to wipe the sweat from his body. Suddenly, the courtyard door was pushed open from the outside. Upon seeing Feng Fengxian, Yin Laoku rushed forward. He wore a gray robe symbolizing his status, yet he lacked his usual shrewdness and authority. Brother Feng, Yin Laoku's voice quivered with emotion, thick with a Shangxi accent, filled with desperate pleading. He continued, feigning sorrow, I was blinded by greed. I have wronged you. I come to make amends. I come to apologize. Seeing Yin Laoku in such a state, Feng Fengxian deduced that his letter had indeed made an impact. Commander Yin, what are you doing? Huan Zhang is but a mere prisoner. How dare you come to apologize? Feng Fengxian looked down from his elevated position at the acting performance of Yin Laoku. His expression devoid of warmth, only cold frost. Yin Laoku raised his head, tears streaming down his face, appearing utterly disheveled, as he implored Feng Fengxian, Brother Feng, I have truly fallen for Boss Chang's trickery. I too have my own grievances. Grievances? Feng Fengxian scoffed, his voice rising sharply. He questioned, house arresting me? Is betrayal also a grievance? Colluding with Boss Chong to devour my Northwest army is your grievance? Yin Laoku, do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Your little schemes have already splattered across my face. Observing that Feng Fengxian did not believe him, Yin Laoku sighed deeply and helplessly fabricated a story. Brother Feng, please calm your anger. Let me explain. I was forced into this. It was all Boss Chang's doing. He ordered me to capture you and send you to Nanjing. But you are my sworn brother. How could I do that? Feng Fengxian would not be swayed, chuckling coldly. Oh, so you claim that your house arrest of me is for my own good? Yin Laoku, his face etched with sorrow, spoke with a tone imbued with grievance and a fervent need for self-defense. He reiterated to Feng Dage, even an old fool like me can discern who our enemies are. Isn't Chong Lao Bin merely seeking to diminish our power? Isn't he intent on consuming us all? With utmost sincerity, he gazed at Feng Fengxian, passionately asserting, Feng Dage, take a moment to reflect. His goal is to see us mutually annihilated, allowing him to reap the benefits and swallow our territories and armies whole. In Chapter 80, Liu Dingshan opted to mobilize forces. Amid Yin Laoku's expressions of regret and self-reproach, Feng Fengxian ultimately chose to forgive him. Although Feng was acutely aware that Yan's display was merely an act to curry favor, he refrained from exposing him. After all, at their level of status, notions of right and wrong had lost their significance. For Feng Fengxian, his true animosity was directed at the distant Chong Laoban in Nanjing. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Feng and Yin decided to set aside past grievances and collaborate once again to launch an offensive against Chong Laoban. Upon receiving Feng Fengxian's clear directive, Song Zhiyuan promptly acted without hesitation. He issued a nationwide proclamation articulately enumerating the transgressions of Chang Laoban and openly declaring a campaign against him. On October 10th, Song Zhiyuan led an army of 300,000 from the northwest, surging forth like a mighty torrent, dividing into 3 routes, all aiming towards Henan with an overwhelming momentum. His forces included 3 capable generals, each directing troops toward Yushi, advancing towards Nanyang and primarily targeting Shangfan. Simultaneously, Liu Zhengting, the commander of the Luoyang city defense, received orders to mobilize. The atmosphere in the conference room of the Luoyang city defense headquarters starkly contrasted with the previous reorganization meeting. Along the lengthy conference table, the brigade commanders under Liu Zhengting sat upright, their expressions grave and brows furrowed. Outside, the slanted autumn sunlight streamed in, yet it could not dispel the tension and confusion that enveloped the room. Liu Zhengting sat at the head of the table, his typically jovial demeanor replaced by a taut expression, his brow furrowed deeply. In his hand, he clutched an urgent telegram recently forwarded from the Northwest Army headquarters, the edges of the paper now frayed from his unconscious grip. The telegram was succinct yet clear. The Luoyang city defense commander Liu Zhengting was to immediately organize his forces to coordinate with the actions of Song Zhiyuan's headquarters and launch an assault toward the eastern regions of Henan to support the main offensive. This time, without his son by his side, Liu Zhengting lacked someone to confer with. The young Zhengting always possessed a sharp mind, capable of discerning benefits others overlooked. Had he been present, he would surely have provided sound advice. Yet now, he faced this predicament alone. His gaze slowly swept over the generals seated at the table. With only Brigade Commander Li Hanzhong and Brigade Commander Yang Jejun being able to engage in meaningful conversation. Brigade Commander Li Hanzhong, a former stalwart of the Northwest Army, had later defected to Chang Laoban alongside Han Fuju. Yet due to unforeseen circumstances, he had been won back by Liu Zhengting, returning to the Northwest Army. At this moment, he fidgeted uncomfortably, his eyes darting away, scarcely daring to meet Liu Zhengting's gaze. As an elder of the Northwest Army, he felt utterly unqualified to offer any counsel. Indeed, he could provide no sound advice. Should they refrain from mobilizing? The ravenous Northwest Army would surely seize Luoyang before expanding eastward. Conversely, if they were to mobilize, Liu Zhengting's troops had just been reorganized, lacking sufficient firearms, and filled with inexperienced recruits. To confront the Central Army head-on would be tantamount to courting death. He longed to speak, yet the words rolled on the tip of his tongue repeatedly, only to be swallowed back down. What right did he have to voice an opinion? He was but a living example of a 3-surnamed servant. Having transitioned from the Northwest Army to Chang Laoban and back again, the awkwardness of his identity left him feeling as though he had a thorn lodged in his throat. Furthermore, he was uncertain of Liu Zhengting's true thoughts and dared not offer reckless suggestions. Yet, to remain silent also risked Liu Zhengting misunderstanding him as harboring ulterior motives, potentially leading to accusations of negligence. How he wished Liu Zhengting were present. He would surely have offered a suggestion. Faced with this predicament, Li Hanzhong could only lower his head further, opting for silence to mask his inner turmoil. Brigade Commander Yang Jejun, Liu Zhengting's young nephew, sat nervously, his inexperience palpable. He merely stared at Liu Zhengting, afraid to breathe. The other brigade commanders and advisors exhibited a variety of expressions. Some were lost in thought, while others exchanged anxious glances. Yet without exception, they all chose silence. They understood the intricacies of the troops and the implications of Commander Feng's orders. Yet none dared to be the first to voice their suggestions. The room was suffocated by the monotonous ticking of the clock and the strained breaths of the assembly. This silence was more stifling than any heated debate. Nevertheless, it conveyed a clear message. No one held a favorable view of this mobilization. In truth, Liu Zhengting was acutely aware of the situation. The collective silence of his subordinates was the most significant form of dissent. As the highest authority over the troops, he was well aware of their predicament. Although the designation of reorganized division had been received, the resources remained unchanged. Newly recruited soldiers from Songxian had yet to familiarize themselves with their weapons, and their formations were uncoordinated, let alone their combat readiness. The equipment was sorely lacking. Although the division had expanded, the armaments remained insufficient. They could not even guarantee 1 rifle per soldier, let alone machine guns or artillery. However, the designation of the reorganized division was granted by Commander Feng. As an old veteran of the Beiyang army, Liu Dingshan placed great importance on loyalty. Thus, this obligation, this sense of brotherhood, could not be dismissed lightly. To take advantage without contributing would render him a traitor. Liu Dingshan pondered. Commander Feng needed his assistance now. If he were to retreat in Luoyang like a turtle, how would others perceive him in the future? Moreover, should he choose not to mobilize? Facing the alliance of the Northwest Army and the Jin Army, he would not only lose Luoyang, but also risk losing Songxian. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, he took a deep breath, preparing to make a decisive order to mobilize. Just as he was about to act, a loud and urgent voice shattered the suffocating silence. "Commander!" The assembly turned in unison toward the source of the voice, where Deputy Brigade Commander Li Jin suddenly stood up. This young officer, having recently joined the reorganized division, displayed no fear, his gaze resolutely fixed on Liu Dingshan. Liu Dingshan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the silence to be broken by Li Jin. Although Li Jin had only been in the army for a short while, Liu Dingshan held a favorable impression of him. According to reports from the Chief of Staff of the 1st Brigade, Li Jin had a commendable grasp of military training. Liu Dingshan's expression softened as he spoke in a deep voice. "Deputy Brigade Commander Li, do you have something to say?" "Indeed," Li Jin replied without hesitation, his voice resonant and filled with a candid determination. "Commander, with all due respect, our unit is absolutely unfit for mobilization at this moment." The room fell silent in astonishment. Li Hanzhong jolted, lifting his head sharply to gaze at Li Jin, his eyes reflecting a mixture of complexity, admiration, gratitude, and relief that someone had finally voiced the truth. Li Jin disregarded the attention of the assembly, his focus unwavering as he directly addressed Liu Dingshan, rapidly outlining the unit's predicament. "Commander, our unit has just completed reorganization and lacks combat capability. New recruits comprise the majority, with insufficient training time. Many cannot even operate a rifle properly, let alone coordinate tactics or adapt to battlefield changes. Such a unit sent into combat would only serve as cannon fodder. Furthermore, we are severely lacking in firearms and ammunition." Li Jin's voice rose, laced with urgency. After a brief pause, he elaborated on the facts. "What do our new recruits possess? 3 soldiers are forced to share a single rifle. As for machine guns, our entire company has only 2, and with training needs, our ammunition stock is nearly depleted. And artillery? Although we possess an artillery battalion, it is merely a facade, with only 2 artillery regiments at our disposal. The shells are precious treasures, each shot a significant loss. With such meager resources, how can we possibly contend with the Central Army? Shall we sacrifice our lives as mere fodder?" Furthermore, as Li Jin became increasingly agitated, he rose from his seat and approached the map with swift strides. He pointed to the eastern direction of Yudong on the map and declared loudly, "Commander Song S 300,000. Strong Army is divided into 3 routes. Although the display is formidable, the northwestern region is barren. In terms of equipment and logistical support, we cannot possibly compare with the Central Army. In warfare, the most crucial factors are indeed logistics and supplies." Subsequently, Li Jin inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he gazed at Liu Dingshan, and said, "Commander, I dare to voice an unspoken truth. It is said that the Central Army marginalizes its rivals, but which faction does not engage in such exclusion? Although we are ostensibly part of the Northwest Army, in reality, we are merely a ragtag unit within it. Should a conflict arise, we would undoubtedly be pushed to the forefront as cannon fodder." At this juncture, Li Jin's tone became earnest and heavy as he implored, "Commander, in chaotic times, the foremost priority is self-preservation. If we deploy troops now, we shall squander the scant resources we have painstakingly amassed." As Li Jin spoke, all eyes were intently fixed upon him, their gaze filled with admiration, respect, and approval. Truth be told, even including Li Hanzhong, none had considered the situation as thoroughly as Li Jin. They were astonished that Li Jin, a newly appointed deputy brigade commander, dared to speak so boldly. After a while, everyone's attention shifted back to Liu Dingshan, awaiting his final decision. The muscles on Liu Dingshan's face twitched unnaturally. Every word of Li Jin rang true, each one reflecting concern for the troops and for the Liu family. He observed Li Jin's earnest and anxious gaze, then scanned the faces below, which were equally filled with worry and hope. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the freshly unfurled military flag of the reorganized division on the wall. After a prolonged silence, Liu Dingshan suddenly stood up and emphatically declared, "I have made my decision. We shall deploy." In the midst of the astonished gazes of the assembly, Liu Dingshan proceeded to instruct. After the meeting concludes, Brigade 1 and Brigade 2 are to immediately consolidate personnel and supplies in preparation for departure, while Brigade 3 and the White Russian Regiment shall remain in Luoyang. Without allowing anyone a moment to respond, he strode out of the conference room with purpose